Sadly, that might have been the best out of the 6 proposals, but they only got through 4, as 2 of the others excused themselves to take a call and didn't return. I appreciate you all taking the time to make your presentations today, and if you will leave a copy with me, I will look them over at a later date, when my time is not so limited, and I can properly consider their merits. Carl informed the remaining 4 recruiters once the final pitch was done. Thank you, Commander. We look forward to your positive response. A young woman, who had tried to sell Carl on spending 3 days a week being the spokesperson and security chief for their exclusive gated community, replied. The others offered similar sentiments as they left, and the Green Dragon High Priestess turned a smile on Carl. Well, that's the nicest way I've heard to tell someone to go fuck themselves all day, she announced. Which implies that you've heard less polite versions today. Carl replied. The aura of inebriation suddenly vanished, and the woman's sharp eyes turned on him. You know, we really did suggest that Lotus should stay and entertain you to keep you aligned with the church. Alice cleared her throat. For legal reasons, I am going to pretend that I didn't hear any of the questionable implications behind that comment. But I don't think that he's ruled out keeping the clerics around yet. They work very well together, and they have both made good friends with his beasts. The High Priestess shrugged. They're too young for what you're thinking that I'm thinking. Dirty-minded elite. But where did that spider go? Did you really send her to find Sister Lotus? Carl nodded. With instructions to take her to play in the woods, but not to let her get lost or harmed. The High Priestess sighed. Great, now we're going to have to look for them both at the end of the day. Carl chuckled and did his best to imitate his uncle, who had 7 children of his own. They'll come back when they're hungry. They relaxed for a few minutes and finished their coffee before anyone came up with another good reason to bother them. That ended up coming from the church, in the form of Tessa and a Red Dragon High Priestess. Good, we found you together. Have you come to an arrangement? The muscular High Priestess asked. Carl had never seen muscles like that on a woman before. She was built almost like Tank, the berserker. Her arms were the size of Lotus' torso, and she was wearing her robe parted up one leg, showing off a massive, muscular thigh. Sort of. Ray and Lotus are out playing in the woods. The Nature Dragon High Priestess replied happily. I should have expected that it would end up like this. I will make our proposal much simpler. The Red Dragons would like to leave a War Priestess with you to assist your adventures. Specifically, this one. If you agree to take the deal, you will be responsible for ensuring that she has the chance to serve her goddess, while we will provide her with the standard stipend for her living expenses. With this, you will get priority access to church missions you wish to take. The Red Dragon High Priestess explained. Church missions with no forced dispatches, so we can take them on my schedule, and at my discretion? Carl asked. Her eyes flashed red as the woman glared down at him, but Carl waited patiently, hoping that she was just communing with her goddess and not looking for reasons to squish him like a melon. He still had the giant strength ring on, but he wasn't convinced that it would be enough. After a few seconds, her eyes faded. The goddess wants a minimum commitment. Either to war or to caring for orphans from wars. If you agree to either at least one mission every 3 months, of your choosing as long as it pleases the War Dragon, or foster an orphan child under the age of selection, it will meet the requirements of the goddess. The muscular woman smirked. There really was only one option there, unless he was going to become foster parents at 14 with Tessa. If you draw up the contract, I will read it over and consider it carefully. Carl agreed. The High Priestess' eyes flared red again as she nodded, and then she took a rolled contract in a red jade tube out of thin air. Carl took the tube from her hand and rolled it out. The details on the scroll were actually simple and specific. Carl agreed not to leave Tessa in danger except in life or death emergencies, to ensure she was receiving proper treatment, take at least one mission that pleased the Red Dragon every 3 months, and then the contract guaranteed that the Red Dragon's followers would provide her living expenses. Carl couldn't see a reason not to agree to the deal, but he read it over again, just to be certain that he didn't miss anything. The delay made Tessa laugh quietly. The red dragon wasn't big on tricks and doublespeak outside the battlefield. He hadn't noticed that Dana and Lotus had come back in while he was reading, or that Ray had returned to her space. "What's all this, then?" Lotus asked as she saw Carl holding the scroll. The red dragon high priestess shrugged. "You went to play, so we came over first. And you were just going to leave us out of the deal? Party foul," Lotus announced. "You want in on the deal?" The red dragon high priestess asked, intrigued by the unexpected actions of the nature priestess. They were notoriously flaky, and getting one to go along with a deal that lasted longer than one day was sometimes an issue. Lotus nodded happily, and her own high priestess gave her a stern look. "This is a long-term agreement. It's not for 1 or 2 trips, it's a magical contract, so you will have to pay a penalty to break it in less than a year and a day." Lotus gave her a thumbs up, and the red dragon high priestess turned to Carl. "Is that everyone in agreement, then?" she asked. "Agreed." Carl, Lotus, Tessa and Dana all replied at the same time. The scroll flashed red, and a red ring appeared on the wrists of the 4 teammates. Dana smirked, as Tessa and Lotus realized that she wasn't just here to watch, and that she had gotten herself attached to the deal. Now they couldn't leave her behind to train with the other students, or to be reassigned to other missions. Carl looked at the 3 girls and smiled. "Well, it looks like we will be working together for some time. It's a pleasure to have you." Lotus giggled. "How about you show us to our room? I want to see the plants." "Our room? I'm fairly certain that the academy can manage to find you a room of your own," Carl reminded her. "But it wouldn't have silk hammocks or a balcony full of magical plants. I don't really care where I sleep, but I want to see the room," Lotus countered. That was when Alice, Colonel Valerie, and what looked like half the staff of the academy burst in. "Stop, before you sign, let us see that contract," one of the professors shouted. The red dragon high priestess laughed. "Too late, we got verbal agreement. But it's not a work contract, at least not in the conventional sense." She turned over the magical contract, which Colonel Valerie grabbed from her hand and rolled out for the others to see. "No leaving them in danger, ensure proper treatment." "All right, it's not as bad as we had feared," the professor who had shouted replied with a sigh. Colonel Valerie glared at Carl. "I thought we had something going here." Carl smiled back. "I think we do. There's nothing in that which prevents us from having an arrangement, only that once every 3 months or less, it must please the red dragon." Colonel Valerie smirked. "Well, isn't that a coincidence? Because what I have in mind just might please the red dragon. How would you like to lead a team back into the anomaly area and find out what the frost giants have been up to, and where the extra ice is coming from? It might take some time, but it will please the god of war. They made a formal declaration of war less than an hour ago." The words that Prince Corbin had spoken to Carl while they were on night watch suddenly came back to his mind. "If you don't learn to say no, they will keep sending you on nearly suicidal missions until one actually is." That advice seemed to fit this situation very well, and the pressure to please so many important people and go along with their requests was strong. "I am going to need some more details about this mission and the situation in the area before I can agree to go anywhere. The last I saw, that entire region was unfit for human habitation, and that was before the frost giants showed up," he replied. One of the ministers gave him a disgusted look. "Refusing your first mission as a commander doesn't portray your character in a very good light. Cowardly, some might call it." Carl rolled his eyes at the man, who was no elite, just a pencil pusher. "And what words do they use for a commander who takes his team into a war zone without a clue or a care in the world?" The minister stammered for a second before Carl continued. "A martyr, that's what they call them. Because they wind up dead. Now, who has the details, or am I headed to the church's mission board to occupy my time?" For a second, He thought that he saw respect on Colonel Valerie's stern face, but when she motioned for someone to bring forward the map, that was long gone and her standard working glower was back in place. The official who brought forward the map rolled it out on the table between Carl and the high priestesses, and Carl immediately noticed that there was almost no detail on it. "This is the most recent official map," the man insisted. "With no troop deployments or enemy combatant numbers?" Carl asked. Tessa looked over at the map and shook her head before turning to her orders high priestess. "Do we have numbers for this? If they're not cooperating, it might be better to go through you." The war cleric asked. "We were speaking to the commander," the official informed her in a dry tone. Carl shrugged. "And we operate as a team. Now, are you going to quit messing around, or are we going to have to decline your request? If you want us to deploy, you're going to have to share enough intel for us to make a proper combat assessment." Colonel Valerie raised her hand to stop any more arguments, and took out a small box from her pocket. Inside were 2 sets of rocks, one in light blue and one in green. First, she set out about 100 blue stones near the border. Then she began setting out green stones of various shapes and sizes. "This is the current deployment situation, as of my last meeting. The stone sizes are the maximum detected rank within the enemy formations, each stone represents roughly 100 frost giants. The round green stones are elite teams, the diamonds are military elite companies, and the squares are conventional artillery batteries." Carl looked over the map and did some basic math. They were screwed. There were more stones measuring frost giants by the 100 than commander rank-led teams in the area, and Carl wasn't certain how useful artillery was going to be. It was great against common grade and awakened threats, but there were royal rank giants in the frost giant nation, and they were commanders when fully grown. The teams that are already there, are they being sent 10 or 20 at a time? Tessa asked. Audiobook.com. Valerie remained silent for a few seconds while the cleric waited. It was the official who brought out the map that cracked first in the tense atmosphere. "They're being sent in 5-person teams." That was just an all-around terrible idea, in Carl's opinion. But they could link up once they were in the field and make stronger teams for actual operations, the same as they had to do last time. Why are we so pressed for numbers? There are far more commanders than this, and there aren't even a significant number of soldiers. When is the rest of the army being mobilized? Tessa asked. The official looked to Colonel Valerie, as he wasn't approved to give out that information. The other giant clans have been pushing the borders as well. They have declared a grand alliance of the giant tribes, and we believe that they intend to take the entire Golden Dragon nation in one offensive push. Valerie informed them. Then Prince Corbin? Carl asked, digging for deployment information, as there were no larger stones along this border. Has been deployed next to the Stone Giant clan's border. That is where the Spellblade Sect's towers are, so he has chosen to defend his home territory along that stretch of border. You couldn't fault him for that. The lithium mines were near the center of the nation, so they would be one of the last spots to defend, unless there was some massive breach. Carl's family would be one of the safest. Colonel Valerie took out another map that had hundreds of marks on it, and showed the entire nation's borders. There were only 3 spots that they weren't under attack. The magical nation had marks noting that they were deployed along all the borders they had with monster-populated nations, the Beastkin nation appeared to be in full lockdown, and the Divine Beast nation had no marked forces deployed anywhere on either side. That was still the vast majority of the border under attack at once. If they were using this angle to guilt the more powerful elites into fighting, they had a pretty good sales pitch, now that they actually started to show the details and not just try to demand that he help out without any information. My team will need a 5th if we're going to agree. Carl sighed. If things got any worse, there would likely be an official draft, and then he would really get thrown into the worst of it along with all the bookish sorts like the ones at the last deployment with the Mackenzie family. Alice nodded. You have your pick of the ascended rank students to fill your team with whatever role you think that you need. She already knew that Carl had a fairly well-rounded set of pets, so they weren't particularly short on anything if the two clerics and Dana were all going with him. She assumed he would pick another mage to take her place, as she would be taking care of more official government business and arranging deployments of their agents with Colonel Valerie. "Can you give us a few minutes to discuss this in private?" Carl asked. "Of course. We will be waiting here when you return." Colonel Valerie agreed easily. Carl led everyone up to his room, and Lotus immediately flopped on his bed. "Well, this is a clusterfuck, isn't it? We will all be fighting soon enough, so it seems better that we pick the spot we want to fight from the start," the tiny nature priestess announced with a deep sigh. Dana nodded. "She has a point. I definitely didn't expect to be sent straight to war the minute that we agreed to stay together, but if we are going to have to go, we should pick our spot." Tessa smiled at her. "You're still a student, so it would be an option to stay here for likely another year before you got too close to the commander rank, and they started pushing for you to go wild with the supplements. Sure, stay here as the second-string genius, falling further behind by the day while the other students only look up to me because the one with real power is gone." "I don't think so." There was definite bitterness in Dana's tone. It made Carl wonder how often she found herself compared to him and his insane growth rates. It was just unrealistic to expect any other elite to keep up with this pace. He not only had the beasts pulling him forward, but he had more access to the system interface than most. He could see his skills and add them. He even had enough to get another one right now. He could actually get two, if he picked from the defensive side, or the first rank of the offensive side, but he wasn't sure what they would need yet, and he didn't want to leave his team unbalanced. Tessa cleared her throat. "The real question is, what sucker are we going to take to their death with us?" Lotus giggled. "As much as I appreciate your optimism, I don't think that any of the mages would actually agree to go with us. Even the tank-type warriors wouldn't fall for that, and we can only pick from the ascended ranks, so we can't recruit an experienced commander from the mercenary groups. That rules out calling for any powerful old friends or connections." Carl had considered that for a moment as well, but Bob Mackenzie would be too powerful to be pulled into their team, and if Carl's guess was right, the entire family would be out somewhere already. "Then who can we even get?" Dana asked. Carl smiled. He knew just who to ask. "I think I know who we can get." Thor learned Earthquake from the Berserker class. "I bet that we can get one of their ascended rank members to come along with the promise of battle and rewards. The Berserkers don't get out much during class because they're a bit wild in combat, and teams with no healers can have issues. But we have all the healing that we could need, and Thor's, refreshing lightning, spread over everyone, so we don't have to worry too much about them taking damage, unless we find an overstrength enemy." Lotus looked pensive. "How are your credits looking? You've got a beast of a weapon, and you can code it in attack spells all the time. But not everyone can do that. We might need to equip a new member before we head out. I don't know exactly now that we're back from this mission and those rewards will be processing, but buying armor didn't change the first 2 digits on the balance, so we should be good for me to get someone ascended armor and a weapon if they don't have a good one." Carl agreed. Tessa frowned. "Alright, we will go talk to the Berserkers. Does that mean we're going to agree to this idiocy?" "I have an idea. There is a spot in the mountains, not too close to where we were earlier, but not in the most populated passes. I don't want to go into an abandoned area, that just seems like idiocy, but if we go somewhere near the edge of a secondary pass, we can aim for their scouting teams. They should be smaller and weaker, as they will need to be agile and able to make it through the mountains. Giants shouldn't be good at that when they're excessively large. There are obvious clusters to their strength on the map, and as long as we avoid that, we can do a lot of damage and help everyone upgrade their gear and skills before anyone tries to change our mission." Carl offered. Lotus raised her hand. "It's all well and good to say we're bringing a berserker, but I'm not traveling with some creepy guy who thinks that sweat is a form of shower." Dana smirked, knowing that described a lot of the berserkers, and Tessa nodded her agreement with Lotus' sentiment. "Then I will leave it to you ladies to find our 5th member, while I deal with the details of the deployment." If you need to bribe them, let them know I will find them armor and a new weapon. Carl agreed. Before going back down, he spent a moment mentally preparing himself for the influx of questions and pressures to go to the very worst of the combat zones to add bodies to the main lines. The group had gotten even larger when he got back down, and there were 2 groups of senior class students added to the chaos, all ascended rank with a commander from the Bureau of Elite Development leading them. Namely, Jody and Josh, 2 of the team members who had gone with Carl to go looking for his second pet. Jody, Josh. Good to see you 2 gentlemen again. Carl greeted them as he entered the room. Jody smiled back. You've gotten all fancy on us. Tell me, how is that bloodbath spider doing? Ray. She's doing wonderful. Commander rank already, and she made good friends with a nature priestess so they can play in the woods together. Thor, the lightning Sparrow, is also doing well, and Hawk is making the best of the evolutionary resources we have found. Carl informed them. Where are they sending you? Josh asked, concern obvious in the blue eyes that looked much too old for his youthful face. We were just about to discuss that. I have a particular spot in mind, where my group composition would be well suited to hunting scouts from the frost giants, and to prevent the movement of surprise forces around the main battlefields. Carl explained. And what makes you think you have a choice in your deployment? An older bureaucrat, decades past his prime, demanded. Who are you to think that you get to tell me what to do? Will you be joining us on the front? I don't think so. Now shut up and let the warrior speak. Carl replied. The room fell silent as the man's face turned red in rage. Even Alice backed away from Carl, seeing that this was going to do downhill fast. I am the Undersecretary to the Deputy Minister of Defense. The man shouted. Then, dear Undersecretary, get your boss's boss here, and we can speak on even terms. Carl replied, emphasizing the man's junior role. That was a bit harsh. Jody noted as the Undersecretary was hauled away by other government officials before he could start a fight he couldn't possibly win. Carl shrugged. He knows nothing of our capabilities, nothing of our personal experience, and he has never seen combat in his life. He shouldn't have been here in the first place, puffing up his chest and making demands above his station like a newly promoted shift manager. And if I made a demand as to where you would deploy? One of the elites from the government, a commander in his late 20s who would have been one of the earlier graduates, asked. Then we can discuss the reasoning behind it. I am not part of the military to be ordered around, and we all know that ordering students to the front lines would require an official decree, as we're still underage. I came down to tell you that my group has gone to look for our 5th member, not to pick a fight. Now, would you like to hear what I had in mind? Carl replied. There was a new map on the table, and it had 10 large red rings placed on it. One of which was over where Carl was planning to have his team deploy. These are the spots where we need teams. What were you planning to request? The elite asked. This spot here. It's close to the mountains, and challenging to scout by normal elites on foot, but not too far from reinforcements if we do find something we can't handle. That is the spot that I was going to request, based on the troop deployment map. The government elite smiled. So you did have an actual plan in mind, and you weren't just pulling the elite card on the Undersecretary. Alright, we can grant you that deployment area. A quiet voice cut through the conversation, and a sense of power filled the room as someone entered unannounced. Dealing with rogue and unaligned elites is always a tricky matter. It looks like some of you underestimated the situation at hand, but I commend the others. The man spoke. Overlord. Alice greeted the man, while the other elite bowed. Minister of Defense. The man who had shown Carl the map greeted their new arrival. Like Drake, he must have been one of the early test subjects for the divine injection, as he was at the overlord rank and well into his 30s, meaning he was much older than usual for recruits when the injections were made public. At first, they had given them to anyone under 18, but that was still only 10 years earlier, so very few of the elites were over 30. The minister held out his hand to Carl. Congratulations on making commander while still in the academy. I don't believe that we have met. I am Defense Minister Orleans. Carl, first-year student, originally from the lithium mines, and the academy's newest headache at the commander rank. That made the minister smile. I got a missive from Prince Corbin, asking that you be assigned to his battlefront, so I had the Mage Council send me over to see what was so special about you. That man lives to be a pain in my ass, but his clan has the skills to back up their arrogance. Do they need us over there? Carl asked. Overlord Orleans shook his head. They have 3 times as many defenders per likely enemy unit as this front does, and the Spellblade clan has a number of old masters who they can pull out of retirement if they are in real danger. So, he was still on the worst front, just in a decent spot along it. That should be all right. From what he remembered of the Giants, they should be near his own team's power level, mostly ascended, with commanders leading larger teams on occasion. But there was one more question that needed to be asked. Other than what was on the map, what is the strongest frost giant that has been seen in the past few years? Not what we know is deployed, but what could be coming at us unexpectedly. Carl asked the defense minister. There are royal rank frost giants, nearly 30 of them within the nation, and 3 known monarchs, but their immortal king, as they call him, is a totem rank monster, 1 step above the overlord rank. He has been alive for hundreds of years, and we are unsure of his combat power these days, but there is a theory that they organized this alliance with the other giants to eliminate the threat of the humans before the immortal king succumbed to old age. The leaders of the other giant nations are similarly impressive, though the stone giants are taking the majority of our strongest warriors, as they have dozens of overlords in their ranks, and their average warriors can grow to royal rank in later adulthood. Carl nodded and made notes as Defense Minister Orleans outlined the issues. Now it made sense that there weren't any overlords on this front. They had all been deployed to keep the stone giants and hill giants at bay. The frost giants were more numerous, but not as domineering at their peak strength. The other 2 teams looked a bit relieved at the news that there weren't many frost giants above commander rank, but Carl had already seen the deployment numbers, and no matter where they went, it was not going to be an easy battle. What are the chances that they are going to stand down after a prolonged stalemate? Should we be aiming to push them back, or just to limit casualties on our side? Jody asked, distracting the minister from his explanation about the difference between giant nations. Limited losses are the aim right now. If they make a full offensive against the artillery lines, that might change. The artillery is powerful enough for the awakened giants, and will have some effect against the ascended beasts as well. But if they make a full push, none of our conventional weapons will be able to hold against them, and it will be up to the brothers of the church and their blessings to allow our line infantry to fight back. He was obviously trying to push them to do as much as they could to keep the giants from attacking, as the casualties involved in regular infantry fighting giants were guaranteed to be catastrophic. That was just basic history, and for millennia, that was how the less magical nations of humans had survived. During those times, even when the average family had 10 children, the nation had barely managed to increase its population after casualties in the wars against the monster tribes. In the last 10 years, they had made huge strides in the stability of the nation, and it was honestly surprising that the giants had waited this long to start to team up to eliminate the humans' power base. The rest of Carl's team came in with a rather unassuming-looking girl in an ascended rank school uniform. He had thought that they were going for a berserker, but if she was their choice, Carl would work with it. The most important thing was that everyone got along, and she didn't look like she intended to cause any friction among the team members like some flirtatious male warrior might. Carl, this is Bear, an ascended rank berserker from the senior classes. Lotus introduced their new member. Bear? Carl asked. I am a bear totem berserker. I transform when I use the enrage skill, and the nickname kind of stuck. My name is Ophelia. Good to meet you, Ophelia. Now that our team is ready, we can head to the supply room and start packing. I have arranged our deployment point already, and the government sorts will inform us when our ride is ready. Carl explained. rwbnv.co. He led them out of the room, along with Dave, Jill, Alice and Daniel. The 4 agents from the Bureau who had been looking after Carl and Dana were rightly concerned to be seeing them going to war so early into their training, but they were also going out to make sure that other promising talents had a bit of extra protection when they were in the worst spots. So, this would be the last they would be able to see each other for a little while, unless the situation near Carl changed. It looks like you've formed an enviable group. Take care of them while you're out, and we might see you soon. We're all being assigned to strike teams to rescue elites in trouble. That's one of the primary duties of the Bureau. It's difficult to have elites develop if they're dead. But you're in a good position, so as long as you don't get into the main lines of the Frost Giant army, you should be alright. Don't try to play hero, and... I'm sure there was something else I wanted to say. Alice ranted. Daniel patted her on the back. They will be fine with Carl along. I have read all the reports, and I don't know many who have more skilled scouting abilities than him and Hawk. When it comes to avoiding ambushes, they're top-notch. He comforted his partner. Jill smiled at Dana while pulling her blonde hair back into a ponytail. Are you certain that life as a pop music idol sounds that bad? It's not too late to back out and find a replacement to go to the front lines. The mage joked. Dana nodded enthusiastically. Anything sounds better than that. As Daniel said, we will be fine. I just hope that Jody and Josh will be. They're taking student teams out, and it sounded like they weren't going to get to pick the good locations. They will be alright. They're going to be attached to military units, so they're not out alone. The lines are dangerous, but there is support. Most of us have been there before. That's how Rita got all but her last promotion. It's not as bad as the historical battles were. Alice assured them. A call from inside the meeting room drew the agents away, and Carl led the team to the supply room, then looked at their newest member. Does your transformation preclude wearing armor? He asked. The berserker shook her head, knocking some of her straight brown hair loose from its tie. Not if it's bonded. Sister Lotus said you would splurge and cover some bonded armor for me, and a new weapon. Carl smiled. Of course. We all need to be equipped to go to battle, and I will check on the others as well. What is your transformed shape like? Ophelia made a vague gesture upwards. I'm about 250 centimeters tall, standing on my back legs, half bear, half human. I can still hold things, but I've got claws on my hands, and a bare head. It's the rage that causes problems because I can forget who is an ally if they look too much like the enemy. That shouldn't be a problem while fighting frost giants, but we can put you on the far side of Thor if that makes you more comfortable. I don't think anyone has ever mistaken him for a frost giant. Carl laughed. There is another member? She asked. Carl turned to Lotus. Did you forget to give her details? The nature priestess just shrugged. We got the important parts. Carl sighed as he turned back to the berserker. Thor is a lightning Sero, one of the 4 beasts I am partnered with. He's full-grown, bright green, and provides everyone a lightning barrier that refreshes stamina, as well as providing basic healing. Then we have Hawk, our scout, who is a form of dragon hawk, and Ray the bloodbath spider, who usually fights with 2 spider golems made of vines at her side. She nodded along, then counted on her fingers. You said 4, that is 3. Carl called Remy out into his hand. The little blue and gold snake looked up at Bear, then activated minor water control, to make herself a pair of arms to wave hello. Oh my goddess, she is adorable. But I can see why you don't count her as a combat pet. Why did you pick a common grade water snake? She asked. Remy is a Naga spirit snake. When she grows up, she has a high chance to evolve into a Naga, but she is an ascended rank shaman already. Her skills are limited due to her age, but she isn't entirely incapable. In fact, as she can cast Blizzard, she might even help us blend in with our surroundings on this mission. Carl explained as they reached their destination. Commander, what brings you back so soon? The supply room manager asked when the group entered the room. We're heading out on a mission, and one of our team members needs gear. Possibly two, if Sister Lotus has been worried about everyone but herself. Carl replied. We've got just what you need. Just give me a moment to pull up the inventory. The screen changed a few seconds later, and there was an assortment of plate armor displayed. This should all bond to the user, as Miss Ophelia will need. Now, were you fronting the credits, or did she need to take a battle credit loan? The staff member asked. I will be purchasing her new armor and a weapon to match. There are also a few items we will need for our packs, which Lotus will inform you of later. Those can all go on my tab. Carl explained. Alright, I will let you sort out the repayment terms on your own. It's not like you're hurting for money the way that you keep turning in reward materials. But speaking of which, do you have any more of the tea moss? We're running low, and it has been in high demand since the first outing's members began to run out. Carl checked Thor's space, and then Ray's space, where it was actually growing in abundance on the trees. He collected a few kilos of fresh moss and passed it over to the supply room clerk, along with some of the herbs that were growing within Thor's space and beginning to spread beyond their intended area. Here, you can put those on my account to help offset the cost. If you need more of anything that might be growing along the border with the frost giants, just let me know, and I will see if I can bring any of it back when I return. The staffer nodded as he sorted through the various armors that were available. This one has a flame enchantment on it. That will be good both for hunting frost giants and for keeping warm in the mountains. Did you have a mobile source of heat? The clerk asked. Carl smiled and activated, flaming body, over his hand. The clerk nodded. That will about do it. No need to worry about freezing when you can just set yourself on fire for fun. Alright, why don't we have Miss Ophelia try this one on? If it bonds, she will be armored, and then we can move on to finding a suitable weapon. What are you using now? Will it hold up to the rigors of commander rank combat? Carl took out the two-handed blade, and the berserker gave it a look that Carl could only describe as lust. That was definitely her preferred weapon, but the energy leech effect that it had was really pushing Carl's beasts forward with all this fighting. His mental spaces were almost ready to be equalized again, and that should push Thor nearly to the commander rank, as the spaces naturally tried to push the beasts to the same point. The supply clerk frowned as he examined the blade. It's not particularly high quality, and I'm guessing that you use a skill to protect it from direct damage, but it's not going to hold up to your increasing abilities for much longer. The enchantment is strong, but the material quality is definitely on the lowest side of awakened, so even as sturdy as it is against physical strikes, too much skill power being channeled through it will damage the weapon. Carl sighed. It was a bonded weapon, but if he was going to outgrow it, he would have to find another weapon to use in general combat, and leave it to passively draw the life force of their enemies. He had the bow now, so he could fight at longer ranges, but depending on the fight, he might still be needed as a frontline combatant. Possibly not, if they used Dana's golems with Thor, but they would have to adapt their strategies. I have this bow as well. But I'm more often needed to hold back the enemy, so I haven't had a chance to use it. Carl explained. The clerk assessed it with a trained gaze. That's a good one. Low commander rank, infinite arrows, and it will grant your strength modifier to the arrow damage. As I recall, you had a strength ring. Carl nodded. Indeed. It's a good item, but I could likely use another sword, as the only other one I have is also getting outdated. It was still strapped to his pack, but he rarely used the short sword for anything, it was just an emergency spare. The clerk went into the back and came back with a cart full of weapons. I don't have much at the commander rank, but I have one that has a life steal ability that should be similar to the one you're using. The rest of these are all for Miss Ophelia to choose from. Carl refrained from mentioning that it wasn't exactly a life steal effect that his existing blade granted, since they only had one similar quality weapon anyhow. If he had one that healed and one that granted life force to help them grow, that was twice as good. Carl went to pick it up to check it out, and energy sparked from his hand, forcing the weapon away and nearly knocking over the rack. The clerk hurriedly saved the weapons cart from tipping as he cursed. I was afraid of that. Some equipment will interfere with others and prevent you from bonding them. It could be that the two blades are too similar, and the old one won't let you replace it. If that's the case, just keep a spare of some sort and use it until it shatters. He explained. The blade looked better than when Carl had gotten it. Much better, in fact. If he kept using it and letting it absorb energy, he might not need to replace it. It was falling behind his power level, but as long as it wasn't so far behind that his skills broke it, the blade should be fine to keep using. Bear chose a pair of matched axes which granted fire damage on hit, a perfect counter for frost giants, and suited to her fighting style. They could be used both in her normal form and in her were-bear transformation, and they bonded to her, so they could be safely stored when not in use. Everyone else had ascended rank or higher armor on already, though Dana wasn't particularly happy about her incredibly ornate mage robes from the Naga dungeon. They were good robes, though, and she wasn't willing to give them up for an inferior option just because of the style. What is your frontline combat formation? The backroom clerk who brought out most of the weapons asked. Thor, who is near peak ascended rank, and 2 ascended stone golems with the durable constructs bonus. Then we have 2 commander rank attack golems. Carl explained to the aging veteran. FENV.com. The man considered it for a while, then nodded. So, you count on the weaker golems to hold the line, while the more powerful ones are able to go all out on damage? That's not a bad plan. You've got 4 constructs with the group, after all. I was going to recommend something to add barriers, other than your 1 mage. Carl smiled back at him. We have a group, refreshing lightning, and a circle of protection, as well as the holy protections from the war priestess. That should be enough to hold. Dana actually had a very advanced barrier that she used on her golems. It was just that until recently when she made it to ascended rank, she was so far behind the group leaders that the main threats could shatter it faster than she could rebuild it. It simply wasn't mana efficient when they had Alice's golem there as well. As long as you are sure the barriers can hold. With no commanders to take the brunt of a charge, it could get dicey for your tanks. He replied. If needed, I can join them, and the 2 commander rank spider golems can as well, but it shouldn't be necessary most of the time. If I can stand back of the fight, I should be able to greatly increase my damage instead of spending all my time blocking strikes and keeping targets occupied. Carl explained. Lotus sneaked up to the counter with her wish list of supplies for the mission, which the other clerk quickly filled, then swiped Carl's card to pay for everything. The supplies you provided covered 3/4 of what you spent today. Not a bad deal, if I do say so myself. Good luck on your mission. The clerk announced. Thanks. We will see you when we get back. The old man laughed. Kind of a commander like you to come make a pity visit to this old man. Just bring back the young ones in one piece, and we will call it even. 2 days later, Carl found himself standing in the snow at the base of the mountains again, just as he had been on his last mission, only this time, instead of the frigid cold and silence, he could hear the distant sound of frost giant war horns, the sound carrying over 50 kilometers through the hills as they staged for an attack along the front lines. The group had just landed, and the intelligence on their area looked good, but the numbers that his keen eyes had detected along the main lines were far larger than the number of stones that had been placed on the map. If each blue stone had been 500, not 100, it might have been an overstatement, but much closer to the truth of the situation, while here in the hills, their newly arrived group had yet to spot anything threatening. Which way should we search first? Bear asked as she surveyed the trees in front of them. Like Lotus, she was more comfortable here in the wilderness than she was in the academy or in a city, and Hawk wholeheartedly approved of her naming sense. Carl, on the other hand, preferred to use her actual name, so he didn't get into the habit of treating her like one of his pets by calling her Bear. Carl brought out the folded map from under his tabard. The first sweep should go east, away from the frost giant front lines, to see what might be coming around to look for better routes, then we will double back and check for hidden scouts before the sun goes down. I got them to agree to allow us to operate in a wide area, so we're not going to be easily tracked back to the same routes, but that will also mean that we need to set up multiple camps and be finished with our route before the sun drops behind the mountains. That doesn't leave us a lot of time to do our work, so we might as well get to it. What he had failed to consider was how much the magic of the frost giants had changed the area from its natural state. There was normally no snow in the mountains within the Golden Dragon Nation, but now, even in the middle of the afternoon, the temperature was below freezing. Hawk was out, sitting on Dana's backpack and surrounding them both with flaming body, which was generating an area of warmth that the others were standing in, while Carl kept his own active and moved ahead. "You're going to have to go scout soon," he reminded the bird, who was just getting comfortable on top of the mage's backpack. As a replacement for Hawk's warmth, Carl lit his sword with flames and passed it to Ophelia, who was the largest of the group other than Carl, even when she wasn't transformed. "Here, that will stay lit as long as my barrier is up. The effect should be enough to keep the team warm if you hold the blade in the middle of the group, and you're the only one in the group that has superhuman strength other than myself," Carl quietly informed her. "Got it. I'll take good care of your sword. We're going to have to work on something for the future, though. My armor keeps me plenty warm, but the others will need regular breaks, even with the winter gear they packed," she replied. The Golden Dragon Nation did not have great winter gear, Carl would admit that. But he hadn't mastered the art of spreading the flaming body ability, which Hawk could only do by touch, so they were going to need to stop and warm up every few hours. "I will think of something. If there are caves nearby, perhaps we can set up in one of them to make it easier to sleep at night," Carl agreed. Hawk disappeared over the trees, and within minutes he was sending back reports of frost giants moving near their path. 3 ascended and 7 awakened in this group. They look like trainees," Hawk reported. "Anything else nearby?" Hawk paused for a moment. 1 commander and 2 ascended about 4 kilometers past them, moving south along a trail. "All right, we have our first targets. A training patrol with 3 ascended giants and 7 awakened ranked juveniles. If we can make a quick and clean job of it, there is a commander-led smaller group a few kilometers beyond them," Carl explained. Thor and the golems were all being held in reserve, only to be brought out to fight so that the group could move silently through the woods. Carl had gained the skill, silent movement, which allowed him to lead from well in front of the group without alerting the frost giants, whose sense of smell was no better than a human's, but the sound of a sarrow or a stone golem in the woods would give them away far too early. Carl paused and motioned for the group to come forward when the patrol came in sight. "Ray will move up on the left flank with her golems. Ophelia, prepare to rage and charge with Thor and Dana's golems toward the pack. Sisters, you are with Dana, just get close enough to keep them in healing range. I will circle right, and keep them from running when they realize they're in trouble," Carl whispered. He didn't have much training with a bow, but this one didn't need it. Once you activated it and drew the magical string, it gave you a mental impression of where the arrow would strike. Carl silently raced through the trees, getting in position as Tessa rode Thor into battle, with Ophelia in her half-bear form running alongside them. The golems were still a bit slow, and would arrive a second or two later, but that gave Carl time to prepare for his first-ever combat shot with the crystalline bow. The bowstring appeared as Carl made the drawing motion, and the solid crystal flexed as he aimed the shot. Since it was a day for firsts, Carl decided to use Remy's chain lightning, the one skill he gained from bonding the Naga spirit snake. It made the arrow crackle with energy, and Carl released, hitting the closest giant square in the chest as it turned to scan the area. Skill he gained from bonding the Naga spirit snake. It made the arrow crackle with energy, and Carl released, hitting the lightning spread through the entire group, leaving them shaking and partially paralyzed, as if they had been hit with a taser, which allowed Thor's charge to shatter a giant's femur, while Tessa's flanged mace glowed with golden light and crushed its sternum. Ray was there before the giants had realized what was going on, and Ophelia only had time for one swing of Carl's sword, cutting deep into a frost giant's chest before everything was dead. Carl went to rejoin the group, and Tessa gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up. Was that a new skill from Remy? I like it. Stunning the enemy makes the fight so much easier. The war cleric congratulated him as Ray began to rifle through the bodies, emptying them of loot before stealing the bodies for her art exhibit. One each went to Hawk and Remy, so they couldn't complain, but the rest were scheduled to be strung up in the trees for Ray's diorama. I didn't know that it would stun them. I was just going for the damage. That arrow hit a lot harder than I expected, though. It punched through armor and all the way through the frost giant. Sure, it was awakened, but still. Carl replied. There was a lot of blood on the snow, but Remy had a plan to fix that. Once the group started to move toward the second group, the commander with the two ascended frost giants, she cast a blizzard over the battlefield, freezing the blue blood and covering it in a fresh layer of snow. That was enough to satisfy her that nobody would suspect that there was a battle until they actually stepped on the location and revealed the blood. She wasn't a cleanup specialist, but hiding your kills from sight was just good practice in her mind. The second group was facing away from them when Carl reached their position, so he didn't wait for the others, and unleashed an arrow into the leader's back. The chain lightning spread, slowing the others, but the commander shrugged it off. It bellowed in rage and turned just in time to catch an arrow to the chest, which caused a fountain of blood before the third arrow struck home only a few centimeters from the second. By now, the other two were twitching on the ground, and the spider golems raced in to finish the job. Make it quick and hide your tracks, that shout brought more patrols this way. Hawk warned as Ray borrowed the bodies and Carl picked up what couldn't be brought into her space. Remy, work your magic on the battlefield. Ophelia, these are for you. Vambraces of giant strength. I've got 2 strength-type items already, so these are all yours. You will make good use of them in combat. Carl whispered as he motioned for the group to retreat from the forming blizzard. Hawk led them away for a few minutes, then directed them to turn left to hit another of the weaker patrols. The stronger groups had gone toward the shout, while the weaker one had carried on their mission. Hit and run was the name of the game that day, and Carl was intending to do as much damage, and make as many groups go missing as possible. The second awakened group went down even more smoothly than the first had, as Carl got used to his bow, and the others got used to working together without Prince Corbin or Alice around. Being without the spell blades and their rapid movements and magic changed the way the group had gotten used to fighting, as did having Carl in the distance instead of right up close. Interestingly, while Ophelia couldn't store the blade the way that Carl did, it had no resistance to her using it in combat, and it happily transferred Carl the energy from the monsters that died near it. That was far better than he had expected, and with Carl's newfound ability to stun or slow the frost giants, the use of a single large weapon wasn't a hindrance to the survivability of the berserker. Remy had refused to come out and see things with her own eyes. She was a monster, but a cold-blooded one, and she would have to burn mana to keep from freezing. She could extend her powers out just enough to cast Blizzard when needed, and that was enough for her as she hid in the tropical heat of her swamp. Thinking about that made Carl realize that the others were getting cold, so he instructed Hawk to find them somewhere to hide and reheat. Go north. There is a small cave in the mountains there. It looks dry and unoccupied. Hawk instructed. Follow me. There is a cave ahead, and we will rest for a while and warm up before we head out again. This cold is unnatural, and I don't want anyone getting frostbite. Carl instructed. Hawk settled into a tree outside as they hid in the cave behind one of Dana's barriers. It didn't have the illusion factor that Prince Corbin's did, but there had been vines partially obscuring the cave entrance, and the barrier would keep any nearby monsters from smelling them inside. Carl turned up the heat from the sword to warm the small cave, and took out his map to note the battles that they had been in. The instructions were to make reports no more than once a day, and only right before you moved on from a location, in case the frost giants had found a way to track communications. They weren't known to have any such technology, or really any technology at all, but if they had gotten their hands on one of the military radio phones, they might be able to decrypt all the nearby messages or even track the source of the signal. That could be disastrous for the teams who were operating in the field, so the standard procedure was to send the message then move on, leaving the area where they might be able to track the team to. Of course, this didn't matter to the main lines, as they weren't hiding from anyone, but for Carl's team, anonymity was their friend. Even just being able to collect the bodies of the fallen frost giants and have Remy coat the area with new snow would make it incredibly difficult for the enemy to track their movements. They would know that their teams were missing when they didn't sound the horns at the next random interval, but they wouldn't easily stumble across them either. "Hawk, what else do we have in the area?" Carl asked once the group was beginning to get warm again. "Nothing close. You've only got an hour and a half until it is dark, and the closest group is over 6 kilometers from you now. Alright, you can come into your space to rest, or stay in the tree, whichever you prefer. We will stay here the night, and then go hunting again in the morning." Carl agreed. "Short day everyone. There is nothing close enough to hunt before dark, so Hawk recommends that we stay here. We will head out in the morning and get back to work." Carl explained. They had 2 communication devices on this trip. The emergency phone, and the standard open-channel radio. The first was safely stored in his pack, but the second was tucked into Carl's armor, with the earbud in one of his ears. That way it wasn't loud enough for anyone else, or any nearby enemies, to hear, but he could keep up to date on what was going on around them. The battle lines were active, but there were no major changes that day, just a few skirmishes. What he was waiting for was a report of an enemy troop drawdown, or a redeployment, which would likely mean more enemies coming through their patrol area. As long as the frost giants were busy on the main battle lines, he would only have to deal with scouts here. But there was a second part to their mission, and it was to try to determine how they were spreading the frozen area out of their nation and into the Golden Dragon Nation. The hope was that it was some sort of device that could be destroyed, forcing the weather back to normal and putting the frost giants at a disadvantage. There wasn't any sign of that within the patrols, and they were deployed well within the frozen area, so if it was something that happened near the edge of the advance, it would be beyond their reach. But what they could do was keep hitting the frost giant scouts until they started to send more troops into this area, weakening their front lines and giving Carl and the others the chance to earn a massive amount of rewards once they were back home. Dreaming of being able to advance beyond commander in one deployment was insane, but that didn't mean that they couldn't gain anything. For one, there was the credit for the kills that they could trade for resources, and the other was the Skill Master upgrade that Carl had chosen during the dungeon hunt. Skill Master Rank 2, usable only by those with the Skill Master ability. Allows learned skills to improve to 1 rank above the bonded partner's current rank with practice. That was his goal on this mission. The beasts were going to be using their skills nearly constantly, and finding new ways to expand their combat skills. That meant abundant practice opportunities, and the chance that one of the commander rank skills might actually improve in power by a rank. If Ray's golems improved, they would have something akin to low royal rank combat power, without having to wait for Ray herself to improve. Then, when she did improve, the skill should improve along with her, and she would become even more deadly. Or perhaps it would be Thor's, Refreshing Lightning, or Hawk's, Flame Body, that advanced first, as both were in constant use. The condition of practice wasn't all that clear, so it could mean just keeping it active, not actively trying to improve it. Though Thor had proven that he was improving it, when he learned to expand his skill to everyone, and step into his desired role as the team's healer. Tessa laid the sword flat on the floor of the cave and gestured for Carl to turn up the heat. It was already reasonably warm inside, but she didn't want to waste their precious fuel canisters, and there was no wood in here to create a cooking fire from. Alright, I'm not going to do anything that will mess up the dinner schedule. We've got a long night before we have to move again, but while you cook, we should come up with a better plan for dealing with these groups. I am thinking that we have Hawk scout a larger area tomorrow during the early morning hours, and then he can inform us of their general movement patterns, and where they are likely to be so that we're not wasting time looking for them. We will be able to go out, hunt, and then return somewhere warm to rest before we go out again. Carl suggested. Lotus nodded. That's not a bad idea. We could also have Ray set up a spot in advance if we knew that we were going to be circling back to it later. It would allow us to go straight inside without waiting around. I'm not sure the forts will be the best option, though. The cold is getting insane out there, and spending the overnight in a cloth fort, even with the blade for heat, might not be the most comfortable thing ever. If we can keep returning to caves that we can properly heat, that might be best. But like a heated tent, it is possible to keep the forts warm. Ray thought about that for a while. If I double the layers used to make the fort, we can keep the wind out, and the floor will stay warm under everyone's bodies. That will keep the wind down, and the blade will keep the inside warm. Ray says she can make a fort that will be warm enough. Once Hawk scouts in the morning, we will start making plans for where we will rest tomorrow. I think that switching between caves and forts hidden high in the trees would be a smart move, so the frost giants don't have as easy of a time guessing where we might be hiding. A few more days of eliminating their patrols, and they are going to start trying to do something about it. The next morning's scouting report revealed that the frost giants had caught on to the problem much faster than Carl had been expecting them to. They were not known for being particularly bright, but this morning there were no fewer than 20 teams in the area, and it appeared that they were doing a methodical search for the missing teams. From Hawk's report, they had spread out along a ridgeline very early in the morning, and they were moving south through the valley and past the cave now. If the team moved out in 20 minutes, they would be attacking the giants from behind, and they could kill multiple groups quickly before retreating. That seemed like a good plan to Carl. If they picked one of the stronger groups to eliminate as a group, Ray could use her golems to take out a weak group nearby, starting with their ascended leader, which would leave the awakened giant trainees helpless. I can play too. Hawk suggested. True, but you're our scout. I don't want them associating you with the missing giants. Can you do it cleanly enough? Carl asked. No problem. I will wait for them to get close enough to you that I can throw the bodies in my space. We're going to need to do something about all the excess frost giants, before they start getting in the way. Hawk reminded him. Oh, don't worry about that. I have just the plan to get rid of them, which will ensure the giants are in chaos when the main line decides to advance. Carl led the group out of the cave toward the closest powerful group, which was flanked by two weaker groups. The patrol line went on like that all the way across the valley they were working in. One group with a commander leading it, and then two groups of ascended and awakened. That should realistically give the commander and his smaller group time to react to any attacks on the weaker groups, but with Carl's divide and conquer strategy, it was about to become a feeding program for the beasts. Remy was already overjoyed by the amount of commander rank food that she could gorge herself with as she waited for her body to grow up to fighting size, where she could crush and swallow her prey whole. That was an odd bit of logic for a venomous snake, but that was how she preferred to eat, even after biting them. Biting was actually a last resort for the spirit snake, as she insisted that it made the food taste funny, but if she was threatened and her magic wasn't doing enough, she had no problem getting physical. But for the most part, she didn't come out of her hiding space, and just poked her head out to cast blizzard after fights. Remy, how long can your blizzard spell last? Carl asked. About 5 minutes if I need it to, then I will cast it again. She replied. In that case, cast it at the start of the fight, and just let it continue as we move away. Keep it centered on the group, and it will hide both the fight and our footprints, so the other groups can't find us as easily. Got it, boss. The next group was just coming into sight when Carl caught a change in Ray's thoughts. Tremble before the coming darkness. She was laughing at her hapless targets. Ray found her group. Let's get to work. Remy, you're up. Keep us hidden. Carl instructed. He charged forward with Thor, and the roar of the frost giants who were being damaged by a snowstorm out of nowhere echoed through the valley. That might not have been his best call, but they were already damaged when he made it to combat, and Dana's twin golems had no problem holding off the two ascended frost giants while Carl fired arrows into the commander's chest and Thor prevented it from going after any of the other group members. Ophelia had no problem assisting the golems with one of the frost giants, and even Tessa had dismounted and come forward into melee range, attacking with her mace while Dana cast magic missiles, and Carl's chain lightning, slowed the giants. Carl felt two groups of giants reach his space, one from Hawk and one from Ray. That was their signal to move, and Carl quickly stripped the giants of anything of value and threw the corpses into Remy's mostly empty swamp. Tessa identified the items left on the ground, and stuffed the magical ones into a pair of pouches that she slung over Thor's back. "We can sort them later. Where are we off to now?" she asked. "There should be another 3 groups like those on their way here. Remy is keeping the blizzard active to hide our movement, and Hawk is scouting their locations as they approach," Carl explained. The groups had moved into the same formation as the ones they had attacked, weaker groups on the flanks with the stronger one in the middle as they searched for the attackers. "Same pattern as last time. Tessa, did you want to ride Thor into combat?" Carl asked. "Sounds great. I will start with the commander, and Dana can focus her attacks on one ascended, while Bear gets the other." Tessa agreed. Ophelia made a pleased grunt at the plan, still caught in the berserker rage, and still transformed into her half-bear form. As she fought, small wooden totems would appear on the ground around her. Carl wasn't certain if they were buffs, or some sort of skill, but they vanished after 10 seconds or so and didn't seem to affect anyone but her. Remy came out of her hiding spot to climb into Carl's armor, leaving only her head exposed. That was warm enough that she could comfortably fight, and secure enough she wouldn't fall down and into the snow. Now they had an extra, chain lightning, at ascended rank to go with the commander rank version on Carl's arrows. With the blizzard damage being so negligible to creatures with cold damage resistance, the giants had barely begun to understand that they were in serious trouble before they were paralyzed and cut down. 2 more batches of bodies entered the space, and Carl sent Hawk scouting down the line, getting a location for any other groups that might have been alerted to the battles. "They're all still moving forward. Should I bring some this way, or do we ambush them the same way again?" Ray asked as Hawk reported the location of the groups. "Same pattern. Wait for us to get in position," Carl instructed. "But you're so slow. Why don't you just chase after me, and I will take out all the weak ones to throw in your space, then we can come back to the group for the commanders," Ray suggested. "Because we can't leave the rest of the group unprotected. There's a reason for this group size and composition," Carl reminded her. "If I could just access the space from more than 100 meters, this would be way easier," Ray complained, eager to keep hunting. "Work with what you've got. We will clean up all along the line today if we can, and then retreat somewhere warm," Carl instructed. That was all the motivation that Ray and Hawk needed to go off mission and start hunting the weaker groups on their own. Before Carl had even reached the first commander, they had cleared the weaker groups and had started on the next pair, racing through the snow-covered trees to avoid detection and then brutally ambushing their hapless prey. Remy was stuck on cleanup duty, spreading her blizzard as wide as possible, while collecting the bodies, which Carl was doing his best to run past as the group chased the rampaging pair of beasts. "Why are they in such a hurry?" Ophelia asked as they reached their 5th group of the day, who were standing back to back, already paranoid and on alert after all the shouting from the other groups under attack on both sides of them. "I may have promised them that once the line was clear, we could go somewhere warm for the night." Carl laughed. "Well, that sounds good to me, but the casters will not be able to keep this pace up forever. Even if they're riding on Thor most of the time, that much magic will wear them out mentally." Carl nodded. "We're almost done. I will call the 2 hooligans back once we clear this group, and then we can hide the battles in the snow and look for a good spot to spend the night." By the time that they had finished clearing the last battlefield, the bags on the side of Thor were overflowing with loot, and he looked more like a pack mule than a combat pet. They had simply killed so many frost giants today that they couldn't resist grabbing anything remotely magical looking, with the plan to identify and sort it later. The frost giant scouts should have been sent into battle with decent gear, and that gear would be very close to what the group needed to fight them. It wouldn't be the fire element attack gear they wanted, but if even a few of the armor pieces could be bonded, and assuming there were some giant strength type enchantments, they could make massive gains. Hawk sent them an update on his scouting mission. To the south, for kilometers, there is a large cave. That will be perfect for the night. That would also put them in front of where the patrol lines had been slaughtered, so it would be unlikely that the next day's reinforcements would start there in the search for the humans killing off their scouts. As they were making their way to the cave, Carl began to hear disturbing news on the radio. The frost giants were redeploying, and sending a huge number of troops into this valley. It looked like their efforts had gone overboard, and now the enemy thought that there was a major military force here. Of course, as they were sending a large force to the valley, the Golden Dragon Nation was also sending an entire artillery regiment to the other end of the valley, to ensure that the frost giants didn't advance past the lines. That put their hiding spot in the middle of no man's land in what was likely to become an artillery bombardment the next day. It looks like we might need to be cold for a few more hours. Keep heading south until Hawk finds you a new hiding spot along the southern end of the valley. The army is redeploying artillery here, and I don't want to get caught in the middle of a bombardment. Carl explained once he had a full grasp of the situation. You make it sound like you won't be leading. Lotus noted. For the next hour or so, I won't be. I will follow Hawk's guidance back to you, and you've got Ray and Thor for extra protection. I've got Remy with me to hide my movement. I'm going to put out a distraction to slow the frost giants' advance. Carl explained. Alright, see you soon. None of us can run fast enough to keep up with you anyhow. Tessa joked. That was true, and he had silent movement, so he didn't need to worry about making a commotion. What's the plan? Are we going to ambush them from out of a blizzard and just boom pow smack down a bunch of giants? Remy asked as Carl ran toward the point where the giants should be entering the valley. Not exactly. You see how we've got all sorts of extra ascended and awakened rank frost giant bodies? We're going to pile them all up at that end of the valley and set a bonfire for the giants to keep warm by. Oh, we're doing something nice to apologize. That's kind of you. Remy replied proudly, thinking that they were doing a nice thing for the enemy. Frost giants are terrified of fire, and the heat causes them pain. Sorry, Remy. For a moment, she was disappointed that they weren't doing a nice thing, then she decided that it wasn't worth being sad for monsters that would lose a fight to a bird. Well, they get back most of their dead, so they can't be too mad, right? Even if it's not their usual ritual. That is true, they're getting most of the bodies back. That was enough assurance to make the naive young snake play along with the plan, and keep her blizzard active on its lowest setting, creating a snowstorm that would only really damage common rank monsters. It did dump a lot of snow, and the winds were high over a large area, so it would hide their movement once they were gone, as Carl was leading them right to the mouth of the pass. This is the spot, you start piling up the bodies into a huge hill, and I will cut down some trees to get the fire started. Carl instructed. Starting a fire when you were whittling deadfall logs for kindling with a flaming blade was a simple task, and within minutes, Carl had a good, hot fire burning, and Remy was piling bodies all around it as Carl hacked down more trees to place in a second layer around the outside. The smoke was billowing up into the clouds, thick and black, and it would be impossible to miss the smell, which reminded Carl entirely too much of wet work socks drying by the fire without being cleaned first. Once the outer logs were burning steadily, Carl headed south at a run, hoping to catch up to the group before they made it too far. Remy's blizzard was reactivated as soon as they were out of range of the bonfire, hiding their tracks, but even the howling winds couldn't hide the rage of the frost giants when they realized that the fire they had come to destroy wasn't a human army camp but a massive funeral pyre. The army wasn't sure what to make of the situation, so Carl sent a brief message, letting them know that it was a diversion. Regional Command, I can confirm that the fire is set by our side. Repeat, the fire is a distraction to slow the frost giant advance. Carl informed them. Understood. Report all sightings for ongoing bombardment as the line is extended. That was terrible news. He had deliberately picked a deployment spot well away from the main battle line, but they had already expanded to meet him only a few days into his mission. Worse, there was no real reason for it, other than a single day worth of increased activity. There was something going on behind the scenes that he wasn't aware of, and it wasn't making logical sense based on what he had seen of enemy deployment strategies during their flight in. If they were going to bombard the area, he couldn't scout it. But the mountain ranges further from the line were too inhospitable for either humans or frost giants to traverse in large numbers. The best bet was for Carl to take his team behind the enemy lines, where he would still be within his appointed zone, and they could attack frost giant supply caravans. Hawk would like that. They farmed monstrous boars and giant goats. Hawk, where are you leading the team? Carl asked as they began to turn toward the human military unit. There are soldiers everywhere. Unless we're going to take a cave near their camp without talking to them. Tessa thinks we should say hello before we move on. Hawk replied. All right, I will catch up to you before you reach them. Carl had Remy stop the blizzard when they got close enough to see Hawk above the trees, and then caught up to the group just before they reached the outer patrols of the incoming military camp. Once the beasts, except for Thor, who still had a pair of massive packs full of magical items, were all safely back in their spaces, he led them out into the open, where soldiers were surrounding the camp, all carrying swords glowing with the holy light of a cleric's blessing. So, not elites, but regular infantry, relying on holy magic to be able to injure anything that came their way. That could make it difficult to get back out of the camp, as they weren't going to want to lose the protection of a commander-ranked elite and his team, especially just for Carl and the others to go scouting in another region. Identification. The patrol guard requested, with a hint of reverent respect in his tone. Commander Carl, 95988. Deployed to the region with my team to control scout movements away from the main lines. Carl replied. And how did that go? The patrol leader asked. We're up by about 70 frost giants for the day. Lotus cut in with a smile on her face. The man froze as if she had slapped him. Did you say there were 70 frost giants in the zone today alone? I will need you to report to the battalion commander ASAP. I don't think that they are aware of the threat level. Carl and the team were quickly escorted to the battalion commander's tent, where they found a commander-ranked soldier with his secretary bent over his desk when the scout burst in unannounced. Carl stopped the team and let the scout be the only one to go inside while the tent flap swung closed, and Tessa did her best not to laugh out loud. Damn it, knock. The man shouted, as the secretary, who was in civilian clothing, hurriedly rearranged her skirt. It's a cloth door, sir. We have a report that you need to hear. A commander-led mercenary scout team took out roughly 70 frost giants in the zone just today. It has given us reason to believe that the deployment orders understated the severity of the threat. The scout announced in a dry tone as Carl and the team waited outside. Hawk and Ray had kept a bunch of the heads for just this reason, and they quickly piled them up outside the command tent, creating a 5-meter-tall mound of giant skulls still dripping with blood. The scout and his commander stepped outside and saw the massive pile of heads, then turned in shock to Carl. Where the hell did those come from? The commander demanded. I have a skill to keep body parts from defeated monsters in a separate space for the day. I use it to provide proof of kills, as we are on commission, not salary. Carl informed him. Someone count those and do a rank check on them. The commander shouted. Nobody was hurrying to do that duty, but they would get to it, Carl was certain. The battalion commander gestured inside. Please, come in. I need a report on the situation, and anything you know about that fire burning at the other end of the valley. Carl took a seat across from the other commander, while the rest of the team sat in the chairs along the wall. The fire is easy. I used frost giant bodies to light a bonfire and slow the enemy advance so that they wouldn't follow us toward you. I got the message that you were moving in an artillery battalion, and I really didn't want to get caught in a bombardment while we slept tonight. Carl explained. The commander smiled. That was the right choice. We had no idea where you were in the zone, and the bombardment will start with the morning light. Not that your group wouldn't be able to outrun it in most cases, as long as you were listening to the radio, but still. Carl heard some commotion and stomping outside, and realized that the soldiers were trying to unload Thor, who had distinctly not given them permission to touch his bags. Tessa, Lotus, can you take Thor outside the camp and deal with his burden? Pick what might be useful and bring it back. The rest can be turned in for credit. Carl instructed. They disappeared out of the tent flap, while the battalion commander waited for Carl to explain. We didn't just take heads. I've got a lightning Sero outside with bags full of unidentified magic items. Someone tried to get into his bags, and he was getting upset to the point of considering stunning them with earthquake. Carl explained. A lightning Sero learned earthquake? The commander asked, completely confused. Not only that, he learned circle of protection, and he's almost to commander rank now. Give him a little longer, and I think that we can teach him a healing circle as well. It will be glorious, a self-healing, self-shielding, self-buffing tank. Carl agreed. The commander shook his head in dismay. Even I never managed to learn earthquake, much less a circle of protection. Instead, I mastered the basics up to commander rank. Slash, guard, shield bash and commanding shout. You didn't get the scribes to at least make you a rend skill book. I believe all warriors can use them. Carl asked. The man laughed. No, by the time that I wanted more skills I had become an officer, and it was, Lieutenant Dalton go here, Lieutenant Dalton, go there. I was never in active combat anymore, so I never needed to upgrade. Well, that does make some sense. Desk officers and unit officers don't spend a lot of time fist-fighting frost giants, they have other responsibilities. My group, on the other hand, spends all our time fighting. That's all that we've done since awakened rank, with a few pit stops back at the academies to remind people that we're still alive. Carl explained. Commander Dalton sighed. Well, that's one way to live. But aren't you worried that one day the mission will go wrong and all that credit you earned will be for nothing? Dana looked nervous, as she had certainly considered exactly that when she was thinking about joining Carl outside the academy. But Ophelia was a berserker, and ending in glorious battle when you were too old or crippled to fight was basically a life goal for her class. Carl smiled. It's a chance, and if that's the way that nature wills it, that's the way it will be. Nevertheless, I have faith in the world dragon that we will live to a ripe old age. Dana smiled. That was precisely the sort of non-answer that Lotus would have given. The two clerics came back in with one large bag of stuff, and Thor retreated to his space. Done already? Carl asked. Yep. There were only a few truly good things in there, since we were already stocked up. We have a ring and boots for Bear, Lotus and I have taken a bracelet each, and there is a brooch for Dana. The other boots are for you, if you can use them. Tessa explained. They were commander rank leather boots with fur trim at the top, and an increase to his cold damage resistance. But most importantly, they were warm. Carl also noticed that she had a bundle of weapons behind her back that she wasn't speaking about, possibly just so that the soldiers wouldn't get upset that they took all the best for themselves and didn't leave anything exceptional for the base to skim off before it was officially submitted. Will you be needing space within the camp, or do you prefer to camp outside? Commander Dalton asked. Carl thought of the nearby caves that Hawk had found. I think that we will set up not far from your position, within the caves. They're easier for our group to keep warm and comfortable than a tent, and they're sheltered from some of the sound of artillery. Dalton nodded. I will leave you to it, then. Remember to inform me of your patrol route before you leave again so that we can avoid shelling your position. That won't be a problem. We will likely leave later in the day tomorrow, once we know how the frost giants are reacting to the presence of an artillery battalion in the area. They sent reinforcements yesterday when we started to target their trainees, so there is a chance they will transfer even more, or even retreat entirely once your teams get to work. Carl explained. Commander Dalton ran a hand through his short brown hair, then replaced his cap. Understood. We will call for you over the radio if they decide that an offensive is the answer. We're a bit short on actual fighters, as you might have noticed, and we only have 4 clerics with us to keep the weapon enchantments active and do part-time healing duty." Carl nodded. "All right, if we're still around, we will see what we can do. We're not a front line, stand and fight head-on sort of team, it's better to just let us work from the shadows. We can go through quite a few frost giants that way without them finding us." Dalton smiled and gestured to the door. "Good luck, we have space if you can't find somewhere comfortable." Carl led the group out of the command tent. It wouldn't be a problem to find a spot. Hawk had already scouted them, they were just too close to the military camp for them to arrive at undetected. But since the battalion knew that they were there, they didn't have to put up a tent, they could just have Ray make a cover for the door and keep the interior of the cave heated. It took time to get a cave properly warm, but once the rocks were holding heat, it would stay warm for quite a while. Warm places to sleep were in short supply in this unnaturally cold region, but Hawk was getting quite skilled at finding them. The cave that Hawk had found today turned out to be fairly deep, and ran nearly 10 meters into the cliff face, where running water had cut away the limestone over the years. That would work out well for them. It was protected from the elements, but there was still plenty of ventilation, and an easily defensible single entrance. With Carl, Hawk, and the sword all adding heat to the cave, it warmed up quickly, and they were able to comfortably hang the hammocks using Ray's web to attach them to the walls. There would be no sleeping on the cold floor for his group, and they could get away with a minimal watch, as there were artillery battalion patrols 10 meters outside their door. As they finished dinner, Carl noticed that the patrols were lingering outside the entrance to the cave, which was located about a meter above ground level, and 4 meters above the cavern that they were in. The stone walls of the cavern were already warm, not frozen by the suddenly frigid air outside, but with the flames they were using for heat, Carl suspected that the guards were lingering where the warm air was venting before moving on with their patrols. It had to be torture to keep walking by while the group was roasting meat and cooking up a stew, but the majority of the scent would go up the air vent in the chamber and be filtered through the trees instead of flowing out the main entrance to torture the patrols. Ray took the entire night watch, ostensibly because she was sleeping most of the afternoon after they arrived at the base. In reality, it was mostly because she enjoyed watching everyone gently sway in her web hammocks. The hammocks were comfortable, and with the flaming blade set against one wall, the room was luxuriously warm all night until Ray fell asleep as Lotus started breakfast to the accompaniment of the sound of artillery fire. As promised, they had started the bombardment of the frost giants promptly at dawn, so Carl turned up his radio to listen to the morning broadcasts. They had a scout team in the mountains, looking down at the valley with high-powered binoculars, and they could see the majority of the region well enough to target the shells. They had also determined that the number of frost giants had grown again overnight, but mostly on the weaker side of the spectrum, trainees at the awakened and ascended rank, not their commanders. That was a relief to the artillery, as their shells didn't do much to the commander rank frost giants. They had to call in the elites, or wait for them to engage in melee combat with the holy magic enhanced soldiers to be able to kill them without relying on large amounts of luck. "Are we going to go out and scout?" Dana asked as they packed up after breakfast. "Not yet. The giants are building some sort of defensive structure right now, and the artillery is going wild on them. Even if we wanted to go out, there isn't anything that we could do except dodge shells," Carl explained. Then he unplugged the earbuds from his radio and turned up the volume, so everyone could hear what was going on with the messages. For the next few hours, it was the same pattern of radio transmissions as the main line. Just target, fire, target, fire. Then when it was almost time for lunch, and Tessa was about to unpack their cooking gear again, the report slowly began to change. The frost giants were no longer coming out of their bunkers, they were hiding behind stone, snow, and barriers, with a blinding snowstorm raging all around them to hide troop movements. That wouldn't stop the bombardment, but it would make it impossible to tell if the enemy was building their strength for an offensive. "Once we finish lunch, I am taking us to the far side of the valley to check the mountain passes and the next valley for frost giants. That's still within the range we agreed to work, and it's pretty obvious that they're up to something if they're keeping a blizzard active along the entire north end of the valley," Carl informed the others. "We're not leaving them to their fate, are we?" Tessa asked cautiously. She was a priestess of the Red Dragon, the god of war, and anything deemed cowardly in battle was anathema to her faith. No, we will actually be closer to the enemy lines when things do go sideways, but I want to be coming in from a flank that I know is clear, and not crossing no man's land with a bunch of terrified infantrymen in a snowstorm. With lunch finished, and their gear packed, Carl headed to the camp after stuffing bits of moss in his ears as earplugs against the noise of the artillery. He stopped at the supply tent and got a notepad and pen so he didn't have to remove his own from his pack, then wrote a mission description for the battalion commander to read. There was no way they were going to be able to have a discussion here beside the artillery, so Carl just handed him the letter with the crude map on it and patted him on the shoulder to say good luck. Dalton nodded and waved him away, letting Carl rejoin his team and head into the hills. The reports were that the snowstorm was spreading, coming in from the frost giant's side of the border. However, with all the strange atmospheric anomalies, and the ice magic of the giants, nobody knew if it was a natural storm or a massive artificial one. "What do you think, Hawk?" Carl asked as the bird floated high in the sky, barely a black speck in their vision. "It's a natural storm, the wind is carrying the clouds this way, and I can feel the cold moisture already. But that doesn't mean there's nothing in it. I keep seeing shadows, but they're too far for me to tell what might be casting them. Keep an eye on them and let me know when you can tell what is casting shadows in the snowstorm. It might be nothing, it might be something important. Chances are, human eyes can't tell that there are even shadows to begin with." Carl reminded him. Their route quickly took them into the hills, and that was where their smooth progress ended. The paths were narrow and steep, winding along the side of cliffs, while a river gorge made up the bottom of the canyon. "Do you think that something might try to move down the river? I mean, they could freeze it over, right?" Dana asked, directing her question at Lotus, who would be more knowledgeable about the weather than anyone else here. "They probably can with their ice magic. But we can see the river from here, and this path would be a nightmare for frost giants to navigate, so it's better that we don't follow the river ourselves. I mean, we will because that's where the canyon goes, but not along the river itself," Lotus explained, with a gesture along the path. They walked at a careful pace, not wanting to lose anyone down the hill if the path under the snow was loose or icy, and by the time that it got dark, they still had an entire kilometer to go before they had made it up the valley's length. "All right, there is a path between the mountains ahead, according to Hawk, which will lead us back into the other valley close to the frost giant lines. There are no caves on this side of the fault, it's slate and not limestone like the other side of the hill, but Ray can make us a double-walled tent in the trees, and we will call it a night," Carl instructed. Ray was happy to run ahead of the group and test her theories on a double-walled fort. You couldn't see out of it, so her and Hawk were on night duties in the cold again, but it would be warm, and sheltered from the increasingly frigid winds. They were just about to finish their scans and head into the fort when Hawk sent a final sunset update. "I can see what's casting the shadows. It's frost giants in white suits, hundreds of them. They're hidden in the snow, but they can't hide their shadows." "Where are they headed?" Carl asked. "For our valley. The one that the artillery is making a mess of right now." An exceptionally loud mess, Carl noted, now that they were so close to the edge of the bombardment zone. "I will call it in. Battalion Command, this is Team 95988. We have spotted reinforcements on the other side of the mountains, headed for your bombardment zone. 200 plus frost giants in snow camo outfits. Strength unknown." Carl broadcast. Received. It was probably better that Dalton let go of the mic button at that point. It would never do to curse that much over open airwaves. The sound of artillery shelling the area continued all night, and then just after dawn, the sound of frost giant war horns blared across the north end of the valley, interrupting breakfast and causing the radio communications to go crazy. Carl had left his earpiece out so that everyone could hear the radio during the night, in case the frost giants attacked early, but from the sound of the broadcasts, their reinforcements were just arriving. The bunkers had greatly reduced their casualties last night, and with the addition of hundreds more warriors, the Frost Giants were preparing a charge on the south end of the valley, which would put them in position to flank the main army lines. The problem for Karl and his team was that the shelling continued, so they couldn't safely approach the giants to get to work. "Hawk, fly up and double-check the area. I want to be absolutely certain that nothing is trying to come down this valley before we leave," he instructed. First, Hawk flew south, to make sure that nothing got by them in the night, as unlikely as that was. Then he headed north up the valley, where only 10 kilometers from the camp, he found a large group of the giants in white building rock-hurling siege weapons and building barricades. Karl checked that against his map and found that the location should be the Golden Dragon Nation side of the neutral zone, or contested zone, between the two countries. The lake that was directly behind their barriers had been the boundary marked on the map. The army almost certainly wouldn't want to push that far, and if they were setting up artillery, the Frost Giants weren't going anywhere. The river wouldn't support the weight, and it was too much trouble to have to disassemble and reassemble them for half a morning's march. But as Hawk circled back, he saw that the group at the lake wasn't the only one that was digging in for a long battle. On the other side of the ridge, the Frost Giants were building a massive ice fortification within their raging blizzard, visible to the keen eyes of Hawk only because they weren't trying to hide it from the back. Karl sent in the message, and got back a quick response. Not from the battalion commander, as he had expected, but from the main line's regional command. "Please remain on site to secure the secondary valley against enemy incursion. Reinforcing troops have been delayed," they informed him. "Understood, we will be holding our monitoring position." Karl looked at the others and shrugged. "Well, we're up the side of a hill, in the trees, where we can see half the valley. I would say that's a good enough position for what they want, and we can just wait here where it's warm. Until we get other directions, Hawk and Ray can take turns watching for movement, and we can all stay well rested. I know that we're not military, so we can theoretically decline the order, but it wouldn't hurt to wait here and see what happens next." Tessa laughed. "If we move and something comes down the valley to cause problems for them, you know that we're going to hear it from the high priests as well. They despise it when they get messages complaining about the actions of their clergy, and they're already stressed by the current situation. Lotus might be used to getting yelled at all the time, but I prefer to avoid it." Lotus giggled at the insinuation, but Tessa was right. She got yelled at on a fairly regular basis for getting sidetracked when she wasn't with a green dragon or other type of nature priest. They got sidetracked just as much as she did. The artillery never slowed, only staggered its rhythm so that the enemy wouldn't find it as easy to predict. The sound carried through the mountain valleys, impossible to escape as the battle raged on. The Frost Giants were active on the main line, charging forward to eliminate artillery emplacements and scout bunkers, but in their valley, the enemy line was stationary. The big fear of everyone, both in command, and in the fort with Karl, was that this was just a build-up. That the main line would get fully engaged, and that would be the signal for the troops that had built up along the secondary valleys to move into combat. But they couldn't put that over the radio, or they would be accused of trying to damage morale, so they had to wait and watch as the hours passed, and the two positions that they could scout remained patient and the battle along the main lines intensified. At dark, Hawk returned to the fort to rest inside and out of the cold, while Ray went out to scout and made herself a secondary fort, up near the ridge and built into a tree. It kept the wind off her, and allowed her to see both the end of the valley and the main valley's access route, though she couldn't see the actual fortress built there. It was enough to be able to see if anything was moving in their own zone, as the army already had scouts all over the hills lining the other valley. To Ray's eyes, the Frost Giants were the opposite of what most living things should be, a mass of cold in the distance, not freezing, but much colder than most living things. If the weather wasn't so frigid, they would be hard for her to spot, as they would blend into the background temperature variation, but as it was, she was certain she wouldn't miss them if they moved. Near dawn, right when night patrols would be switching for morning patrols among the human armies, the radio reports of massive movement among the front lines began. The frost giants were beginning their full offensive, accompanied by ice magic enchanted boulders that smashed apart artillery wagons and brought area freezing magic with them that both damaged the infantry and caused blinding snow. With the blinding snow, the rest of the forces couldn't see what was coming for them, and the reports were rather grim, with an entire armored battalion reported lost in the first hour. That was 70 kilometers from where Karl and the others were, too far for them to do anything about it, but close enough that it made them paranoid about what might happen to their positions. If the main line was breached or forced to retreat, that would put the unit under Commander Dalton behind enemy lines. That was not where an artillery battalion wanted to be, and he would have trouble even retreating with such a large unit and so much heavy equipment. If they leave one behind, I want an artillery. Thor announced, thinking of ways that he could pull one of the wheeled cannon batteries for long-ranged combat. What's this? You've gone for tank position, and the healer role, and now you want to be artillery too? Karl joked. Remy is just a tiny snake, how could she take up our ranged combat role all by herself? Well, by herself or with Hawk if he doesn't have to scout. Thor asked. Hawk silently laughed at the thought of an overgrown afternoon snack becoming their ranged damage member, but refrained from saying anything that might make Thor sad. He was excited about helping, so Hawk let him have it. Thor's idea made good sense to Remy. She wasn't even big enough to see over people, she had to hide in Karl's armor or in her space just so she could see to cast her spells. If she was a flying snake, she could do like Hawk and target them from above, but her minor water control only allowed her to make simple appendages, not wings. But one day she would be big, and then she would be able to see everything in her swamp. We just need to teach her a new skill, so she can see further. If she could find targets when they were further away, Remy could be our tiny blue artillery snake. Hawk suggested, hoping to keep Thor happy even if they couldn't get an artillery. That didn't sound like a bad idea to Remy. She just didn't know how she was going to do it. Maybe if her water control was better, she might be able to sense what her blizzard was hitting, and then she could target more spells without needing to see them. As an added benefit, she would know where everything in her swamp was. She just had to find someone who knew how to teach her that skill. Or have Karl torture one of the frost giants until they told him. The frost giants should know. Only, nobody spoke frost giant. Learning was hard, Remy decided. For the first few hours it almost seemed like they were going to be able to repel the frost giant attack, but then the units that had arrived in the snow made their move. 300 white-robed and hooded commander-rank frost giants appeared from the storm and rampaged through the main lines of the Golden Dragon Army's formation. All secondary units, this is a general retreat. All secondary units, this is a general retreat. Form at checkpoint Bravo for counterattack. The radio repeated. Hawk, is that causing Commander Dalton to move? Karl asked. They are already packing up their gear. It doesn't look like they are planning to leave a cannon for Thor, but we might get lucky. Hawk replied. Cannon, cannon, cannon. Thor cheered, while Ray and Remy laughed at his optimism. That doesn't sound good. Tessa sighed as the radio went silent to allow the units to relay their progress. It's not. The armored battalion is retreating. We could probably make it back to them if we ran, assuming that the frost giants aren't moving. But if they come down this valley, and we're not here, things will get bad very fast for the infantry. Karl replied. While a general retreat order did give them permission to leave, the fact they were the only ones blocking an entire valley meant that it might also lead to mass casualties. Tessa's eyes glowed red for a moment before she smiled. How much attention do you think that the frost giants are paying to their border patrol? I get the feeling that they have good stuff just waiting there for us to take it. Her eyes were glowing with the influence of the red dragon, and everyone in the group knew that meant the odds were excellent that she was right. Either there was good loot or a strategically beneficial fight. The war god wouldn't be interested if there were neither of them present. I will send Hawk to see what the next valley is doing before we move. If they're advancing, we will move north toward the border. If we're lucky, it might make them hesitate and save some of the artillery battalion. Carl agreed. Hawk soared out over the mountain peaks, looking down over the next valley, where the frost giants were beginning to get up out of their bunkers now that the artillery had stopped. They were forming up for a charge, which would be faster than the infantry, which didn't have enough transport trucks to leave except on foot. They're forming up for a charge. If we leave now, they should be about halfway down the valley when the alarm goes up that we're attacking the border defense teams. Carl informed the others. Dana gritted her teeth and nodded. Let's do this. How bad is the battle at the border going to be? Carl thought back to what Hawk had seen. Bad. But nothing that we can't handle. Just keep your shields up so that the ranged team members don't eat a boulder to the face from the catapults. They all grabbed their packs and Carl led them down to the river. There was a bend just 50 meters from the frost giant lines, which would hide them from view until they were close enough to attack. That was when he would start the charge, and with a bit of luck, their shields would hold long enough. There was no cover in front of the line, it was all knocked down and removed, so they would have to come through the open, no matter what tactic they wanted to use. Lotus caught a ride on Ray, while Dana hopped up behind Tessa on Thor, which brought the speed of the group up to Thor's full running speed. With her strength enhanced, Ophelia had no problem keeping up with the lightning Sero, and Carl was faster than either of them. The deployment would put everyone in the right spot when the fight started, with Dana's golems forming up around Thor, while Ray brought her own out a little further down the line as a distraction. They were the most deadly in the group, so the frost giants wouldn't be able to ignore them, and that would turn them away from Thor and the others. A few extra seconds should be all they needed for Carl to stun the more vulnerable members and give them an early advantage. I will distract them away from your advance. Good luck, everyone, and I will see you in a minute. Carl instructed as they got close to the final corner. While the group went left, he moved to the right through the woods, and prepared to shoot the frost giants that were immediately in front of the main group. He was the first one out into the open, and his arrow was loose before anyone had seen him, plunging straight into the heart of an unprepared ascended rank frost giant. Stun hit the creature's heart directly, and the giant twitched as it hit the ground, dead. That wasn't quite the plan, but Carl already had another arrow in the air, going for the giant beside the one that fell. To the defenders, it looked like he was taking out the reinforcements before he charged a weak spot in the line, and they began to shift positions while the rest of the group charged out of the woods. The distraction was just enough, and only 3 catapults managed to hurl ice magic-infused boulders at the group as they charged. None of them were close enough to damage the group, firing hastily had cost the inattentive giants their advantage. Ray's golems appeared in their ranks, attacking without hesitation, while Dana's appeared a second later, flanking Thor as he knocked his target to the ground. Carl sent another round out, hitting the closest giant to him with chain lightning, which slowed the giant's response even further. Remy took that as her cue, and cast a blizzard over the far side of the defensive line, while using her own chain lightning on the closest giants. The ice element attack would do very little, if any, damage to the giants, but it would block their vision and stop them from using ranged attacks against the much smaller human attackers. The risk of hitting their own people while firing blind was too high. There was a whoop of victory, and Carl saw Ophelia in bear form hacking both arms off an ascended rank frost giant with her axes. Giant strength combined with the buffs of a bear totem berserker was a deadly combination, and the small wooden totems on the ground were pulsing with energy as she fought. Carl let loose another arrow, catching a frost giant in the throat. It fumbled at the arrow as the lightning arced between it and those nearby, but the next arrow went straight to its chest, ending its struggle and leaving the others nearby staggering in pain. A sweep of the bow itself cut an arc of rend through the air, slicing the front of the giants open and dropping the weaker ones. For a moment, Carl had a clearing around him, so he turned his arrows on the frost giant commander headed for Thor. The creature moved with surprising speed, catching the arrow. Then it howled in rage as chain lightning activated and Carl smirked in his direction. That was what Carl was after, drawing the leader to himself. Even with Ray around, the others would have enough trouble with the frost giants. They had far too many commanders in their ranks, and Ray wouldn't be able to take them all out fast enough for the clerics to keep everyone healed indefinitely. Hawk's fireballs were raining down from above, causing immense pain wherever they landed, but he had learned his lesson, and he was far above the battle, out of range of any ice spike type attacks that might knock him out of the battle. Carl started to retreat toward the remainder of the group, intending to give Thor some reprieve while he could. But it appeared that the Cerro didn't need it. The frost giants were having a hard time getting to the battle, with Thor casting constant earthquakes and Lotus using her water vortex staff to create spinning water funnels that pulled them off their feet and knocked them to the ground. Ray's golems were showing no mercy, making full use of the spear skill that they had gained in the Naga dungeon to turn anything they couldn't reach into a pincushion. As it was their only active skill, they didn't seem to have any issues firing them while fighting. 8 eyes that never blinked were a spider's great advantage, as they could see everything going on around them in a 270-degree arc, and fire spears at anything showing vulnerability. That's nearly 2 minutes to rejoin us. Lotus noted as Carl rejoined the group. But I saw you a minute ago, so it still counts. She added. Tessa's eyes were glowing red as she buffed the group with holy magic, adding damage to all their attacks, even Carl's lightning and the golem's blades. With the golems in place, Carl didn't have to switch back to his sword, but it was still transferring energy to the group from its spot on Ophelia's back while she used her twin axes to block and attack at the same time. The giants were beginning to reform their lines, and Carl was considering giving the order to retreat as they worked together for a group spell. His stun couldn't deal with that many of them, and he wasn't certain what they were casting. He fired as fast as he could, targeting different areas of the group, but at the last second, a surge of golden holy energy surrounded them all, and the power radiating off Thor surged. The lightning Cerro had made it to the commander rank, and with it, his circle of protection and refreshing lightning barrier had improved a rank. Carl noticed that the golden streaks on Thor's scales were becoming more pronounced, and now his horns were beginning to turn golden from their natural ivory. Looking fancy, buddy. Carl laughed as a barrage of icicles slammed into the hastily erected barrier Dana had placed in front of them, and then shattered against the barriers on their bodies. None of them took more than minor wounds, and these icicles weren't as insidious as the attacks of the Yeti clans, as they weren't trying to freeze them now that the damage was done. Tessa shouted in victory as the giants roared in frustration, but the battle was far from over. Carl's group was still vastly outnumbered, and most of what was left was the commander rank and the stronger ascended rank frost giants, who hadn't been annihilated by chain lightning or Hawk's fireballs. The water-hating bird was going insane overhead, launching fireballs as fast as he could, 3 at a time, into their ranks. They had ice barriers erected over themselves, but the fireballs weren't weak, and the barriers were having a difficult time keeping up with the incoming damage. Carl wasn't ready to rest yet. Even with the barrier refreshing them, Thor would run out of mana eventually, and they had to have the frost giants dead before then. Tessa was fully focused on offensive buffs, and was mostly out of combat and not attracting attention, while Lotus was focused on keeping Thor and Ray at full efficiency. That meant Ophelia had the worst of it, with Dana not far behind, though the clerics were keeping them both fully healed, and they weren't showing any visible injuries, despite the splatters of red blood on Ophelia's armor. The enraged berserker knocked both of a frost giant's arms wide, and Carl put an arrow into its forehead, shocking all the enemies gathered behind it with chain lightning. The berserker laughed as she charged into the body and tossed it backwards to get at more targets. But Carl noticed that she carefully stopped before she got out of range of Thor's circle of protection. The giants had no problem coming to her, and now that the group was getting surrounded again, it was getting easier to shock large groups, slowing them to the point that they were barely effective fighters against the speed of the spider golems. Stun was an option, but as it only affected a single target, it was less effective in a group fight, where slowing everything made life easier for the offense than stunning one target. While they focused on hurting and eliminating the frost giants, Hawk had set fire to all the wooden siege weapons that the frost giants had constructed, and the orange glow was giving the blowing snow a hazy look, like streetlights on a foggy morning. At the very least, that would make it safer to retreat if it became necessary. Lotus whistled to get his attention, and pointed toward her staff. I need time to recharge. That meant no more water funnels, but the number of enemies was dropping rapidly. Carl realized that something had changed, and the enemies were dying much faster than they should have been, given the group composition. Commander on commander, it generally took 5 or 6 solid hits per enemy to disable your target, but the back ranks were nearly completely gone. He knew he had missed something, but not what, until the last of the frost giants turned and ran back into the hills with Hawk in hot pursuit. His fireballs were burning straight through their armor and into their bodies, causing massive damage even to commander-rank giants. Carl thought he might have learned a new skill to optimize himself against water or ice element targets, but a nagging feeling in his mind brought his attention to his status. Skill Master Rank 2 Activation, Flame Body Skill advanced to Royal Rank by Hawk. He actually hated ice magic so much that he had forced his flame body skill to the royal rank so soon after reaching commander rank, just to spite the frost giants. Never again would Carl underestimate the benefits of the beasts having an emotional attachment to their advancement. But more importantly, now that the advancement was complete, Carl could feel the shared skill advancing as well. The retreating frost giants were too far for him to hit with an arrow already, but the next time they were in combat, he would have to try to use the improved skill in melee combat. Tessa made a pleased noise as she looked around the battlefield. Well, that was more than enough to keep the war dragon happy. Plus, it looks like we made a pretty good haul today. There are plenty of magical items on the battlefield for everyone to take their pick. Everyone spread out and collected all the potentially magical items that they could, and then Tessa dumped out the bag of weapons that Thor had been carrying around, which had been dropped in the trees when they charged. We should have time before anything gets close enough to give us trouble. So, I will identify everything, and we can try to bond what works best for us. It looks like we're behind enemy lines, so if there is anything that might even be a little improvement, don't hold back. The Red Dragon Priestess reminded them. There had to be 50 pieces of gear in front of them that had been identified as possibly useful, not counting the ones that had been tossed to the side as too damaged to be salvaged. Ophelia passed Carl's sword back to him as she found another two-handed blade, this one with a proper life leech effect, so she would heal as she attacked. For a berserker, that was definitely close to optimal gearing. She also found a few pieces of commander rank armor, and a ring of fire resistance, not that it would do her much good here. Lotus and Tessa both managed to finish upgrading their armor to commander rank, while Dana claimed an ice barrier ring that added strength to her already impressive advanced barrier spell. Carl found a ring of agility and a set of bracers that improved damage reduction. They were an odd-looking bunch now, as they were all wearing the Frost Giant's preferred boots with fur trim, as well as commander rank leather pants, with mismatched armor pieces. Tessa and Lotus hid them mostly under their robes and new white cloaks, while Dana hid them under her mage dress and a large fur cloak with a hood. Carl and Ophelia had found fur-trimmed cloaks that helped resist cold damage in cold weather. More than anything, they looked like they were from one of the Arctic barbarian tribes. Those didn't live anywhere on this continent, but Carl had read about them in school and saw pictures. They were one of the stories that teachers told about human resiliency. Well, at least we're all warm now. Lotus giggled as she looked around at the collection of white fur cloaks. Then she grabbed one of the excess cloaks, which were sized for frost giants until they were equipped, and tied it around Thor's neck. It didn't bond to the lightning Sarrow, but it did cover him in a huge fur blanket that matched the snow. That would make it easier to sneak up on future enemies, and it was a commander rank piece of beast fur, so it would resist some wear and tear without issue. Ray took one look at it, then adjusted her body color to match the cloak and lay on top of Thor with a happy buzz of her mandibles. He was like a giant pillow now that he was covered in fur. Now we just need to pick weapons, and we should be good to go. There has to be enough commander rank weapons there for all of us. Ophelia had already grabbed one, while the others looked dubiously at the assortment of clubs, massive sword and other weapons. If they didn't adjust to human-sized, they would all be useless to them. Dana hesitantly picked up a dagger the size of a short sword, and after a moment of concentration, it vanished, then returned at dagger-sized in her hand. Oh, that's a relief. I have no skills with a sword, but I can use a knife well enough. She sighed. Carl looked over the pile with his hand on the hilt of the vampiric sword. Most of the weapons he got close to produced a repulsion effect, but when he got to the far side, where a massive maul with a blue crystalline head on it was sitting, he nearly got dragged off his feet by the attraction between the two weapons. Carl put the sword away and hefted the maul, which instantly adjusted to be just over 2 meters tall, and comfortably usable with a double dose of giant strength items. That seemed a bit excessive, but when he noticed the stats on the weapon, he decided it might be worth it. Crystal Maul of Resonance applies the effect of spells imbued into an attack up to 5 times when a strike lands. There were still so many weapons left over that it would be a shame to discard them for the enemy, but none of the ones that remained appealed to any of the group members. Why don't we have Ray make a fort back in the trees, and we can load the excess into that, so we can come back for it later. We can't keep carrying everything we find, there is just too much. But we can hide the good stuff and destroy the rest, or bury it here, so whoever comes looking will be convinced that's all that there was. Lotus suggested. That's a brilliant idea. Alright, we will have Ray find a good hiding spot for the excess loot, and we will bury the rest, then burn the bodies. We don't need to fill the entire valley with scavengers looking for a commander rank meal. Carl decided. With the flaming body barrier over his folding shovel, it only took a few minutes to dig a hole in the frozen ground deep enough to bury all the excess weapons that were either heavily damaged or just not great quality. Ray took the rest back into the trees an unknown distance and created a cocoon to hide the loot in. While she was finishing her work, the team listened to the radio messages. The artillery battalion under Commander Dalton had made it safely out of the secondary valley, but were briefly engaged with a Frost Giant scouting unit as they rejoined the main line at the fallback point. Casualties were light, and the unit was still mobile, while the Frost Giants had stopped at the mouth of the valley and had begun erecting new fortifications. That left the Valley Scouts taking the hard way out of the hills that they had set up on, but that was to be expected with such a rapid retreat. Unfortunately, while they could rejoin the main lines once they got to the west side of the mountains, there were 3 units trapped well behind the enemy lines. 2 were forward observation units, led by commander rank elites, and 1 was Carl's team. Team 95988, continue scouting operations where possible. Enemy intelligence from your location is invaluable. The regional command center informed them. Carl confirmed the order and then laughed. Well, it's not like we've got many options here. Hawk says that nothing is chasing after us from the larger valley, but they've fortified again between us and the main lines, so we either go the long way around or we follow the river along the border and see what we can find. Do we go behind the main lines, or further away from the battle? Tessa asked. That was a good question. Well, further into the mountains, and we very well could find ourselves cut off and trapped. But behind the main lines will be the supply lines. That many giants are going to need a lot of food, so we might be able to do some good if we can strike fast and return to a hiding spot. Carl offered. Everyone was quiet, thinking about which way they would prefer to go when the radio crackled to life. Team 62345 is under heavy attack by white-cloaked Frost Giant Special Forces. Attempting to retreat east toward the border from Grid B3 Sector 8. Carl checked the map, and that was only a few kilometers to their west, between them and the main lines. Everyone pack up and get ready to move. We will go give them a hand. He instructed. Ray quickly rejoined the party, letting Lotus take up her riding position aboard the Spider's back, while Tessa and Dana climbed aboard Thor. They ran toward the battle, not worrying about the noise that they were causing, though Carl was running silently thanks to his skill. The noise of the elites and the Frost Giants in battle was loud enough that they didn't need Hawk to tell them exactly where they were going, so the scout was instead circling the area, making sure they were the only reinforcements that were going to show up to the party. It looks like it's just 2 scout groups fighting it out. Hawk informed them as Carl got close to the battle. Perfect. Now, it's time to see what your advanced flaming body can do with the shiny crystal hammer I just got. Carl replied. Charging 5 spells into it at once took more energy than he had been expecting, but the weapon was primed and ready to go when they entered the clearing, and found that the human team was 1 high priest in white robes, and 4 mages. Who had picked that composition was a mystery to Carl, but it was not a good combination to fight the frost giants. All 5 of the giants were not only commander rank, all 5 of them were well into the commander rank as well. The white cloaks that blended into the storms appeared to mark the most competent of warriors, and the giants were startled to see Carl charging in their livery. One of the mages had 5 blue orbs active, firing magic missiles at a furious rate, a trick that was rather familiar to Carl. One of the mages at the academy knew that spell, and she had shown it off during the first week they were training Hawk with the mages. As he got close, Carl realized it wasn't just a familiar spell, it was Tori, the ascended rank blonde mage from the senior class, that was using her signature spell here. The magic missiles put the frost giants on the defensive, and Carl slammed the crystal maul into the closest giant's chest. The head of the hammer pulsed 5 times in rapid succession, like the pulse arc welders that they used to fix mining equipment back home, and the enormous monster was thrown clear across the battlefield, to crumple against a tree. The sight shocked the humans even more than it did the frost giants, and one of the mages had his barrier shattered when he delayed a bit too long. The sound of breaking bones was a sickening one, but a golden glow was already surrounding him as his team's cleric got to work. "Don't you have golems?" Dana shouted as she summoned hers to fight the giants. Rays were already in combat, and Hawk was sending down a rain of fire from above. It wouldn't be long before the situation was under control, but it made no sense that they didn't have any golems out if they didn't have defensive warriors. The cleric pointed to the far side of the group, where 2 exhausted mages were doing their best to avoid attacks and keep their barriers up. That was enough for Dana to understand that yes, they did have golem mages, but the frost giants were too smart for that trick, and they had targeted them first, exhausting them and draining their mana. "Lightning next," Remy shouted in Carl's mind as he approached a wary frost giant. This time he only put 3 charges of chain lightning in, to test the theory of whether the stunning effect stacked while saving some energy. It was harder to hit the giant with a huge and slow maul, and it wasn't going to try to take the hit for a chance to counterattack after seeing what happened to its friend, so the first 6 tries were parried before Carl managed to get a swing up and under the warrior's guard, only lightly clipping its hip, but enough to activate chain lightning. The power arced between the 4 remaining giants, which twitched a little, but weren't slowed any more than one strike had. They were smoking and visibly blackened at the point of contact, so the damage was all there, but the stun effect didn't appear to be any worse. The reprieve was enough for the mages to regain some mana and catch their breath, which allowed them to bring back 2 more ascended rank golems. That wasn't going to do much in this fight, as they weren't enhanced in any way like Dana or Ray's golems were, and they were still a rank below the enemy, but it was a good shield to hold the frost giants in place while the spider golems and Hawk's flames dealt with them. Their cleric enhanced the golems with a golden holy blessing, increasing their armor and attack power to commander rank, as was done for regular human soldiers on the line. That gave the ambush team a bit more of a chance, but the high priest's blessing simply wouldn't have been enough for 2 golems to take on 5 commander rank giants. The giants were quickly dispatched, and the high priest came over to give Carl a grateful hug that made Lotus laugh. "Thank you, Commander. We were in real trouble when those 5 happened upon us at the end of a fight. We have heard much about you and your team of monsters and beauties." The high priest informed him. Carl smiled. "You hear that, Ray? He says you're a beauty." Now Lotus was laughing so hard she was holding her sides, while Ray stood up a little taller and subtly wiped the blue frost giant blood off her limbs in the snow. She was still covered in it, blood was splattered on every part of her body, but it was a small improvement. The cleric was obviously confused as to who Ray was, and why he was being laughed at, but at that moment, it really didn't matter. He was safe, nobody was dead, and the frost giant threat was ended for a moment. Ray returned to her space, leaving the blood behind, then came back out clean and fluffy. Well, as fluffy as she got, as her fur was rather stiff and not as thick as a furry mammal's. The high priest smiled as he realized the beast was doing the equivalent of getting dressed up to meet them, and decided formal introductions were in order. I am High Priest George, of the main faith. I believe you already know Tori, who is an ascended rank senior at the academy, and these are Yuri, Petrov and Ivan. He explained, gesturing to each in order. Tori was a blonde, who, even in this cold, was still showing cleavage, while the other three mages were all similar in their skinny and acne-riddled appearance, as young men at the ascended rank. They should be past the youthful acne phase, but for them, it had lingered well into their 20s. Carl, Dana, Ophelia, Sister Tessa and Sister Lotus. Carl introduced. For a second, Carl thought that Tori looked jealous, but she was in the mirror of his position, the only woman in an all-male group, instead of the only man in an all-female group. Maybe it was the group composition she was jealous of. Hawk came down to land on Dana's backpack, and the mage gently stroked his head, while Lotus climbed up on Ray's back. Carl looked at the other group, who were still recovering from the battle, and too exhausted to go far. What are your plans? Are you going to head back to the main lines, or are you going to remain out here behind the lines and keep hunting? I know you had a tough break with your position during the fallback order, but with a bit of effort, I'm sure you can dodge the wandering frost giant patrols. He asked. High Priest George looked at Carl like he was crazy. You're planning to stay out here? We're behind the frost giant lines. If we get attacked, there's nobody else to come help. We didn't know you were nearby, but the other groups are together on the far side of the line, a whole day's walk from here. Carl nodded. Yeah, we've got things to do out here, and we have been asked to see if we can find out what is causing the change in temperature before we head back. If you have any ideas, that would be great, but the temperature seems to be dropping before the frost giants appear, so it has to be some sort of area effect. The mages all looked a little traumatized, and Carl knew that they wanted to just go home and not be out here anymore. That may or may not be an option for them, but at the least, he could help them get to the human lines. Why don't we help escort you south, and then you can make a run across the open ground between the lines. The frost giants shouldn't chase you, and you'll be back in the safety of the main force. He suggested. And how do you plan to get away after you help us get past the main line? They're not going to just let you walk by. Tori asked. Carl smiled, and the mages shuddered a little at the aura of a predator that he gave off. I think that we can handle ourselves long enough to get out of sight. The other group shared a concerned look, then shook their heads before High Priest George answered. I think it's better to merge the groups until there is a better opportunity to rejoin the main force. We will assist with your mission, and the extra numbers should make it safer for everyone. Carl wasn't convinced that was true, the other group didn't look all that competent, but telling them that would probably lead to a bout of severe depression and someone doing something stupid to prove themselves in combat. Alright, welcome to the party. What is everyone's specialty? I recall that Tori uses orbs that fire multiple magic missiles, but what is everyone else good at? He asked. One of the mages, Yuri, Carl thought, gave him a rueful smile. We're all fire element specialists who know the golem spell. In theory, it should be as good as having 3 warriors with us, but that group just demolished the golems. Dana frowned. They're a whole rank higher than you. Do any of you know durable constructs, or an upgraded barrier spell instead of the basic one? They all shook their heads in shame. Carl shrugged. Alright, I see where the issue is. The Special Forces team, as you called them, simply outmatched you, even though you had the right basic stats for the mission. We can't teach you new spells right now, but with 3 more golems and 3 more fire spells, we should not have any troubles with future teams. Of course, he had a royal rank, flaming body, ability of his own, plus Hawk's fireballs. While the skill was a rank higher, his own mana output wasn't quite up to the standard of a royal rank mage or beast using it. So, the maximum output was limited, but it had greater penetration and mana efficiency than the commander rank version had managed. What was that ability that you used to toss a frost giant across a clearing? George asked. It's this fancy new hammer I got from some frost giants. It can stack an ability on it multiple times. It's brutal on the mana usage, but when multiple instances hit at once with the force of the maul and my upgraded strength, they fly pretty well. Torai looked Carl over. You don't look like the sort that got big strength increases from your class. Carl just shrugged, but Dana laughed. He didn't. He's got 2 giant strength items on, and he could probably body slam a frost giant without using a skill. She explained. Speaking of which, check those bodies. The commander rank giants usually have good stuff on them. Carl added. Tessa pointed to the bodies. And take the cloaks. Not only are they warm, they blend in with the snow, so you aren't as easy to spot. If things get dangerous, we will bring up a snowstorm of our own to hide in. Even Thor was wearing one, while Ray and her golems blended in with the snow on their own. From 100 meters away, it was difficult to see Carl's group, even on a clear day with no blowing snow. The cloak went well with the white cleric robes that George was wearing, and the 4 mages quickly got theirs on and put up the hoods to gather a bit of warmth to themselves. We were going to head away from the main lines to attack supply lines and keep the main lines from receiving their food deliveries. Are you ready for that, or should we allow you a bit more time to recover your mana and stamina? Carl asked. George gave them a confused look. Is regenerating stamina so easy? Once you're tired, you're tired. Or do these sisters know refreshing spells? Both of them, plus the lightning Sero, actually. Thor, can you extend your lightning over the whole group? They could use the help. Carl replied. Thor didn't really trust strangers, but Carl had asked, so he covered them in lightning, and then detached it from himself. If the barrier broke, it broke. He wouldn't use his own energy keeping it active until he trusted these new humans who weren't part of the pack. Thor was usually much more welcoming, and he liked to bump up against people and beg for attention, so the wariness put Carl on guard. If there was something wrong with this group, he wanted to understand what it was before it got them all in trouble. After another minute's rest, the group was ready to move again, and Carl took the point position with his bow in hand, then sent Hawk to scout. Find us a supply convoy small enough that our group could fight it alone. Just in case. He directed their scout. Got it. There is one with these pigs, the size of Thor. Do you think they taste good? Hawk asked. There is only one way to find out. Alright, we have our target. It's a small supply convoy bringing boars to the frost giants. If we can intercept enough of those, it should destabilize their lines. Carl explained to the newcomers. Torai nodded in understanding, while the others got sour looks, while the high priest looked a bit defeated. That was strange. Attacking supply convoys was a great way to resupply your own group, so most people should want to fight them instead of active military units. Their progress through the woods was slow, as the 3 male mages were dragging their feet, unwilling to go forward into battle, but not brave enough to say anything. That continued for about 5 minutes before Carl had enough of it. Look, if you don't want to go into combat, that's on you. You don't have to join our mission. But I'm not going to stand for dragging feet and dawdling. Either you get with the program or you stay behind. He insisted. The men of the other group looked shocked and insulted, but Tori might not have noticed, as she was busy talking about magic missiles with Dana. She did notice when the group came to a halt, while Carl waited for their answer. As I said, it's up to you. If you don't want to be here, then don't be here. But screwing with the attack schedule so you can slack off isn't acceptable. You've got 10 seconds to decide before I leave you behind. Torai snorted with laughter and the rest of the group glared at her, then the other 3 mages promptly sat down, while the high priest glared at them. Understood. Brother George, if you would be so kind as to remain and keep them safe. We will come back to check on you in a few hours. Carl declared, then returned to the front of the group and moved forward at a jog. Dana pulled Tori up on Thor with her and Tessa, while Ophelia fell in beside Carl at the front of the group. Are you certain that is wise, the berserker asked. It is for us. If they're too cowardly to fight, and they won't even walk toward a battle properly, they're a liability, and it is safer for everyone if they're here in the middle of nowhere. Carl whispered back. The supply convoy was not even staffed by giants. It was ice trolls and yeti, which enraged Hawk to the point that he was ready to launch the attack on his own. These were all ascended rank or lower, but Carl had told him to scout the area and pick targets, not to attack before everyone arrived. We're about to leave the trees and approach the trail. Once I launch the first attack, you can join in and prevent them from running away. Carl instructed Hawk. Finally. What took you so long? Carl went right as they reached the road, while Ophelia and Ray went left, with Thor charging straight up the road, while Tori did her best to hold on to Dana, as she hadn't learned the trick to remaining seated on the Cerro yet. The ice trolls saw Thor a few seconds later and began to charge. That was when Dana grabbed Tori and jumped down from Thor, tucking and rolling, while using the lightning barrier to prevent injury. Tessa would ride him into melee combat, but that wasn't Dana's style. She sent her armored golems forward to flank Thor, and Tori began to create orbs around herself in preparation for the battle. Carl let the first arrow loose, hitting a troll at the back of the line. The arrow that had been coated in fire was engulfed in ice for a few seconds after it embedded itself in the troll's chest, then the flames began to spread, lighting the creature on fire. Trolls had no immunity to fire, and they were quite flammable once you got them lit, especially the ice trolls. Hawk predictably vented his fury on the Yeti herders, while Remy went straight for the enormous pigs, unwilling to let them get away before she found out what they tasted like. Some thin slices with broadleaf spirit grass seemed like it would be a wonderful combo to her. Carl hit one of the lead Yeti with chain lightning on an arrow right before Tessa's mace, coated in lightning and holy light, collided with its face, briefly setting the beast's fur aflame. He hadn't known her ability could do that, but it was an impressive trick for these flammable monsters. The fight only lasted 30 seconds, and Tori had 3 hovering orbs for her magic missiles in the air when they finished. She seemed both confused and startled as she realized there was nothing left moving. She turned to Dana for answers, but the other mage wasn't sure what she wanted. That's about how it always goes. They're a rank lower than Carl and the beasts, so they're not going to last long against their area attacks. Tori shook her head. That level of attack power is just insane. Like those spider golems. They just touch things and they fall apart. That can't be normal. Ray laughed in Carl's mind, while Lotus laughed from her back. They are affected by the bloodbath spiders, offensive adaptation, skill, so the more they fight a target, the more damage they do to them. They've been fighting high-ranked ice element targets for a while now, and they're naturally higher damage than most commander rank skills, even before Ray added the durable constructs skill to them to increase their armor and attack even more. It really is unfair how much damage they do, but there's only so many of them. If we had like 50 tiny ones, it would be even better. The nature cleric joked. Tori shuddered in revulsion at the thought of a battlefield overrun by tiny murderous spiders. Well, it would certainly have a psychological effect. She reluctantly agreed. But what are we going to do with all this? It's right on the road, and the next patrol will see it in minutes. Ray grabbed all the pigs and threw them into Hawk's space, except one for Remy, while the 4 golems worked together to pile the rest of the bodies for Hawk to create a bonfire. They burn really well. In 15 minutes, they'll be ash. After that, none of the other patrols will have any idea what happened here. Carl explained as the team worked. Then he gestured south. Let's go check on the idiots. They likely want an escort back south past the lines by now. I don't suppose you have any idea what their issue is, do you? The last bit was directed at Tori, who sighed and nodded. I may have led them on a little to get them to agree to go along on a mission with me. There were supposed to be 2 mages and 1 paladin-type warrior, but he pulled a no-show and sent another mage in his place. Then, when the mages figured out that I actually just needed a group for the mission, and they weren't going to get laid, they started pouting and looking for reasons to go home. High Priest George has been sick of all of us since about noon on day 1, and I suspect that he's planning to report us all for conduct unbecoming an elite when he gets back. She explained. Carl's look made Tori flinch a little. Look, I know it was a scummy thing to do, but I wanted to fight at the front and get some credits before I graduated. If they had just sucked it up and did the job they agreed to, it would have been fine. Well, we will see if their attitude has improved when we get back. If not, we will have to do something. Either find a safe spot to hide them, or a way to get them back to the main lines. At least you managed to get a few kills in before you had to go back. Carl replied. Tori sighed and nodded, not eager to go back to her group, who obviously weren't going to be welcome with a proper group like Carl's who were here to kill giants and help the war effort. Only, when they got back to the spot where they left the group, they were gone. Hawk, find the idiots and let me know where they are. Carl ordered. On it, boss. Carl checked the snow, and saw 3 sets of running footsteps headed southeast, toward the secondary valley, and a 4th set moving slower behind them, but probably tracking the mages. They're still running toward the secondary valley entrance. The cleric is way behind them, but he's following their footprints. Should I keep tracking them? Hawk replied. Give us a minute to decide. We might just let them leave and keep their other mage for a bit. Carl replied. All 4 pets laughed at that. Why would they want the useless ones back? Besides, they weren't even cute or scaly. Lotus pointed to a set of symbols drawn in the snow. That's clerical shorthand. It says the mage is deserted, and he is required to go after them, then what, I think, should mean to watch over Tori. Tori waited impatiently for Carl to finish communicating with his pets for a few minutes, before she realized that he had forgotten about informing the rest of them about what was going on. Care to fill the rest of us in on the details? She asked quietly, frustrated, but not eager to insult Carl. Hawk found them and he's tracking them. I've got him eliminating a few groups along their escape path, so they don't get intercepted before they can make it to the empty valley. After that, they should be fine until they realize that the South Pass is barricaded by the frost giants, and they'll have to go over the mountains. The cleric will catch up with them soon, he's pacing himself, and the mages are nearly exhausted again. Carl explained as he listened to the updates from Hawk's side. Tori shook her head in dismay. What are they thinking? We signed up through the army for a deployment. If they come running back without the rest of their group, they're going to have to explain what happened. Or maybe they're expecting us all to die out here behind the lines. The words seemed to cause a revelation as they left her mouth. They were behind the enemy lines. Everything around them could be considered hostile, and nobody would be coming to help. Hitting the supply lines would provoke a response from the hungry frost giants, and there were only 6 of them now. Even if the others were pretty useless, they still wanted to stay alive, and they should fight for that reason alone. They might think that we're in trouble, but unless they happen to find a scout team that hasn't retreated yet, they'll be the ones with issues very soon. It gets incredibly cold in that valley, and they're going to need shelter. If they're not smart enough to scout for a cave before dark, they're in for a rough night, and a fire will attract giants. Carl assured her. Tori looked confused. How do you keep warm, then? Carl laughed, and Dana patted her on the shoulder. We start a fire. Well, a magical one. We've got a good night watch schedule, so we're unlikely to get ambushed. Speaking of ambushed, should we go see if anything has found our present while Hawk takes care of the lost mages? Lotus suggested. That's not a bad idea. They should have multiple convoys coming down the road, and we can stock up today. I will radio in about the situation, and then we will move back to the road. Carl agreed. Region Command, this is Team 95988, we have obtained 1 additional ascended member from Team 62345. Other members of 62,345 are headed south through the secondary valley. We have eliminated the Special Forces team, plus 1 food supply convoy. Positioning for continued hunts. Carl informed them. Understood 95988. Your increased member count is noted. Torai looked at him. That's it? Yep. They don't really need to hear all the details, they'll either get them in the debriefing, or they won't matter at all. Knowing that we have 6 people, 5 of which are ascended and combat capable, is enough for them to make plans and record our reports. Now that they know we're here and hunting, they will plan for the giants to be short a few convoys, which will lead to some rationing after a week or so of continued attacks. Carl agreed. But you don't sound like you just want to hit a few convoys. From what I have seen of your team, you intend to keep destroying their supply lines until they go berserk and start sending teams that you can't fight anymore. Torai pointed out. Lotus smiled. She's a quick learner. How is Hawk doing with the path clearing for the men? Carl mentally checked in, and found that the high priest had just caught up to the mages inside the valley, and he was encouraging them to get up and get southwest into the hills before dark. It looks like the high priest knows what he's doing. They should be fine. Hawk is on his way back. Let's get in position near the road so that we aren't too far away to hit the next group to pass. Everyone who couldn't run fast enough took up their seats on the 2 mounts, while Carl and Ophelia jogged through the trees. I found another group. Turn left, they're further than we expected. Hawk instructed. Carl turned at the same time as the 2 beasts, leaving a confused Ophelia to chase him. The next convoy made it further than expected. They didn't slow for the fire. We're going to catch them before we go back for the next one, so that the main force doesn't get any convoys from this direction today. Carl explained. Got it. How big is the group? Ophelia asked as they ran. About the same as the last one, but they've got some wounded, I think they were attacked by monsters. Carl explained. That means they're likely missing pigs as well. Ray noted. Hawk did a quick count and gave a mental screech when he realized that the group only had 17 instead of 20 pigs. Someone stole his pigs. Carl laughed. I think the rule is finders keepers. They're not yours until you find them. Well, I found them now, and there are 3 missing. Hawk complained, placing the blame directly on the wounded guards that he could see below him. Ophelia gave Carl a curious look. You're smiling, what's so funny? The group got attacked on the way here, and they lost 3 pigs. Hawk is mad at them for losing his pigs before he got there. The berserker burst into laughter as they ran. He is a very single-minded individual. That's all right, we will rescue the rest of them for him. He can stow them in his space and snack on them as he pleases. The best part was that Hawk likely wouldn't even eat them. The pigs were massive, a giant variety, but they were only awakened rank for the most part, and Hawk preferred small amounts of energy-dense food to keep his growth steady. The herd was rushing along, barely paying attention to their surroundings, when Carl's first arrow struck and Hawk began to bombard them for losing his pigs. The herders were already exhausted from the previous battle they had been in, and couldn't put up more than a token resistance. The last of the bodies were still twitching when Ray started to strip them of their equipment, bringing efficiency to the cleanup process. Ophelia pointed at the pile as she shifted back from her were-bear form to human. We've got 2 staves if anyone wants them, that seems like a mage and cleric sort of thing. Tessa identified them, then tossed them to Tori and Dana. They are both for reducing spell cost, so it doesn't matter much who takes which one. They've got a lot of added mana on them as well, since they are ascended rank staves. Torai looked startled as Tessa dug through the leather clothing that the Yeti had been wearing. Nope, all scrap quality. Alright, we can toss this on the pile, and none of the other weapons are magical. She explained. The pigs were already in Hawk's space, so the bird lit fire to the pile of bodies, starting with the trolls. That would hide most of the signs they had been here while they ran up the road to find the next group of supplies. Carl had no idea how many groups they were sending a day, but 2 didn't seem like enough for all the frost giants on the main line. So, Hawk was sent back out to check up the road for the next group. Only, there was nothing for the next 20 kilometers. The road was clear, and the pigs weren't fast enough that they should be further than that. He did find the signs of the battle that had claimed the missing animals, which were already nearly stripped down by a war bear and her cubs. Now that he knew what had done it, Hawk wasn't mad anymore. He instinctively liked the species, and didn't begrudge them a good meal. Alright, Hawk says there are no more groups nearby. Let's find a good spot for the night, and get settled in. We can hunt more supply convoys tomorrow. Carl announced. Hawk found them another good cave for the night, large enough to be comfortable, but small enough to be easily heated with the door blocked by Ray's silk. Tonight, they went one step further, since they were in a snow-covered area, and they had Remy keep a blizzard spell active for half an hour after the entry was covered, obliterating their tracks and piling snow over the entry points. This cave had 3, which wasn't optimal, but they were all small enough that the frost giants couldn't get in. That was the important part, as nobody expected the escorts for the supply convoys to be wandering in the woods and looking for hiding spots where ambushers might be waiting for them. Lotus and Tessa started cooking, which got Tori panicked again, but the 2 clerics only laughed. Hawk is still out scouting, and Ray is in the tree outside. If there is anything coming for us, we will know. There is no reason not to eat well while we're out in the field, and it saves us from having to return to refill our rations every 10 days. In fact, we haven't touched any of the ones in our packs, so they're likely frozen solid right now. Tessa explained. Tori nodded. That's what happened to ours yesterday. Even after the heater stopped working, the food was still almost cold, but not frozen anymore. We even had to get the priest to create water so we could have something to drink, as we couldn't thaw our canteens. Your other mages had fire magic, why not just get some heat going? Even if you just defrosted everything first, it would have been better. Tessa asked, with a gesture to Carl's sword, which was currently doing double duty as room heater and hot grill for the cooking pots. The blonde mage giggled and flashed a suggestive smirk at Carl. Well, nobody in the other team was packing the same sort of impressive weapon that you've kept hidden away. Dana and Tessa gave her matching disgusted looks, while Carl chuckled and Tori shook her head with a rueful smile. Sorry, it's become a force of habit. My mother always told me, use what you've got to get what you need, and I might have gone a little bit overboard with the technique. Tessa's frown faded into a malicious smirk, and she laughed as she tossed cut vegetables into the pot. Might have gone a bit overboard. You nearly got killed because your group only came along hoping to get laid. They didn't even have any intention of doing their jobs. That's more than a little overboard. But we won't hold it against you as long as you are trying to act right. Our group has a magical contract to travel together for the next year, and we don't need drama or infighting. Besides, if you lose the favor of the beasts, you'll lose the strongest defensive magic that we have right now. We're happy to have extra hands in battle, but the easy girl routine doesn't make friends with the clergy. Tori looked somewhere between mortified and humiliated, and Carl thought that she might actually bolt out of the cave in embarrassment, but after a moment, she began to calm, and wiped a tear from her eyes as she nodded at the war cleric. I understand. Thank you for keeping me around. You have my word, by the time that we get back to one of the bases, I will have it together. Carl, I apologize for how I am. Dana, I apologize for flirting with your man. Now it was Dana's turn to blush bright red, but she didn't say anything to refute the accusation. Lotus put strips of sliced pig meat on a pan, causing a sizzling that distracted everyone. I'm glad we got all that out of the way early. Now, the food is almost ready, and then we will set the night watches. I will take the first, who has second? She asked with an impish grin on her face. I will. Dana agreed. And I will take the third shift. Carl decided. That would put him on watch when everyone woke up for breakfast, which was the best time to send Hawk out to start their morning scouting missions. Carl got Ray to attach all the hammocks to the cave walls with her silk, and then turned down the flames on the blade a little, so the back of the cave would stay comfortably warm, but they wouldn't melt the snow that had built up around the exits after Remy's blizzard. Hammocks. That's different. Torai mumbled as they got set up. We didn't bring an extra, but it's warmer if you share and zip 2 sleeping bags together. One goes over you, and one under the hammock. Shared body heat makes for a comfortable night. Lotus suggested. Ophelia nodded happily. Then you're with me. I'm the odd one out, and I was planning to sleep in bare form, but we can share. Torai was skeptical about the idea, but once it was time for bed and she unequipped her boots to climb into bed, she learned that there was a reason nobody else had volunteered to welcome Ophelia by swapping spots. Bear was a hugger, and she had the mage thoroughly wrapped up in the arms of a sleeping berserker 30 seconds later. Fortunately, she didn't snore, but there was no way that Tori was escaping without a struggle against the superhuman strength of a berserker. Carl woke up briefly when Dana left for her watch, and then again a few hours later when she woke him to take over. Hawk, Ray, have you spotted anything? Carl asked as his shift came to an end as the sun was about to come up. Nothing, just silence. Even the small animals are gone, the blizzard scared them off. Ray replied from a small fort in the trees outside. I will go see where the morning food is. Hawk replied, meaning the supplies that the frost giants would be expecting that morning. Tessa woke up early to get started on breakfast, carefully sneaking out of her hammock without waking Lotus. Of course, that didn't last long, as once the small priestess began to get cold without the extra warmth, she was awake as well, but it gave Tessa enough time to get the cooking utensils set out and the oatmeal heating. What's the word from Hawk? Tessa asked as she chopped the fruit that Lotus was creating. Nothing so far. They might have taken a different route than yesterday's targets as well, so Hawk is still scouting. Carl shrugged. For another half hour, Hawk searched before he began to get frustrated. They have to be eating something. Where are all the supplies? There aren't even extra weapons coming down the road. He ranted as he continued to fly a search pattern over the hills. Hawk can't find anything. There are no unnatural snowstorms, spots where he can't see the ground, or other issues, there's just nothing on the road today, and not on any of the other nearby roads. Carl explained as everyone eagerly awaited a new update. Tessa took out her notepad and began to write down math calculations on it, periodically looking off into the distance, as if that would help her remember some fact or figure. How big do you think the average boar we harvested was, by weight? She asked. About 2 tons, give or take a little. They're bigger than Thor, and fat. Carl replied. She wrote a few more figures, then nodded in satisfaction as she began to add them up. You see, frost giants don't eat as much as humans do, compared to their size. Most magical beasts don't. They use mana instead, so they don't overhunt their territory. With the rough numbers we are getting from the radio on the main line, my calculation is that each of those convoys should have supplied them for 2 days. So, there might not be a shipment today because we took out 4 days' worth of their food supply yesterday. Lotus explained. Dana looked excited for a moment, then concerned. Then what do we do today, and what are the odds that a large group comes looking for them? Carl considered that. I would say the odds are it will be a scouting group first, not a large combat unit. They don't have any reason to think that there is a large military unit here, so they won't waste resources. As to what we do today, I say we wait. They will send giants looking for their missing dinner, and we can eliminate those as well. Everyone rested in the cave for the morning as they listened to the reports from the main lines, which were becoming even more dire by the minute. The frost giants were not just waiting at their lines, they were working together to launch ice magic, and enchanted boulders at the defenders. While it was crude, with the strength of giants operating the mechanisms, the frost giant catapults were proving to be incredibly effective. The ice boulders exploded on impact, causing every bit as much damage as any artillery round, even against armored targets. The main lines sounded like they were in the midst of a disaster, and at one point Carl was reasonably certain that he heard Jody's voice announcing a unit retreat for heavy casualties. The line was moving back again, and sometime around mid-afternoon, High Priest George and the remainder of his team were rescued by scouts after being attacked by a frost giant patrol. The cleric was heavily injured, and both teams were airlifted out with unstated casualties in an emergency rescue that couldn't have been easy that far behind the main line. Hawk still hadn't seen anything coming up the road toward them, and the whole region appeared to be deserted. Ray thought the same thing. There was simply nothing left here, and the temperature was dropping fast. Whatever the frost giants were doing, it was turning what should have been a tropical area into a frozen wasteland, where none of the native creatures could survive. It's too cold to fly, even with flames. We need to leave this place. Hawk informed them not long after. It's almost dark. Should we move out immediately, or will you return to the cave, and we will leave in the morning? Carl asked. It took a moment for Hawk to answer, but his decision was firm. There is a ridgeline behind these clouds, and the wind is even colder there. I think that we should move this afternoon and go further east. If we keep staying here, we're going to freeze. Surprisingly, Remy was with him on that decision. She poked her head out of her space to see what was going on, then promptly returned to her swamp. There is strong shaman magic coming, she announced. Well, that was something. If she could sense the magic, then they had their answer to why everything was freezing, just not where the effect was coming from, other than somewhere deeper into the frost giant nation. Everyone, pack up, we need to move. There is a wave of ice magic coming our way, and it's not suitable for any living creature, according to Hawk. That could explain why they're not sending anyone to look for the missing animals. They don't expect anything to remain alive after that wave of cold passes over us. Carl explained. Where are we headed? Lotus asked. The nearest edge of the wave is southeast of here, so we're going to head that way and hope that we can properly outrun it. If we can't, we will have to find a cave or make a strong fort to hole up in until it has passed, and the temperature is back to just cold. Carl explained. They were getting very well practiced with loading their packs, and only the hammocks and sleeping bags had come out, other than the cooking utensils. Within minutes, they were loaded up, and Carl called Thor and Ray to give everyone a ride, while Hawk came down to land on his backpack and warm up. The temperature up high is so cold that the ice magic is wearing down my flames. Hawk explained. I will report it to the others. Urgent message for the command group and all mobile units. This is Team 95988. There is a wave of ice magic behind the incoming storm, powerful enough to snuff out fire magic barriers. We are relocating outside the designated zone to escape the path of the magic, and I recommend that all units unable to reach a secured camp seek immediate shelter, as the storm will be at the main lines within the next 2 hours. The already chaotic messages over the radio intensified as the front-line command group realized that there was more going on than just a minor cold snap. They began issuing orders and getting troops moved, which Carl was immediately grateful for. They could have second-guessed him or delayed, but they chose to believe his report and act on it immediately, which should save some lives when the ice magic reached the battle. The frost giants would predictably charge when the cold front moved through, forcing the humans to fight in the magical cold, but at least they wouldn't be trapped out alone in it. Well, most of them wouldn't. There were still some scouts too far out to reach the lines, and they were reporting their moves to caverns, which they intended to barricade and hide in until the storm had passed. The one great downside to ice magic was its lack of penetration. Unlike fire magic, which would try to burn through a solid surface, ice magic would coat it and freeze it. So, if you could seal your shelter well enough, the magic would naturally seal it, and you could heat the inside while the surface froze. That's why the frost giants would attack during the cold snap. With the humans frozen into their shelters by a wall of ice, they were sitting targets, and could be easily smashed along with their tents and houses. Ophelia had to transform into were-bear form to withstand the cold even now, and the others had their cloaks pulled tight around themselves as the beasts began to run through the snow, getting as far away from the incoming wave of magic as possible. Fortunately, they were already near the edge of the storm, and as they ran, the temperature began to return to the abnormal, but non-magical cold that they had experienced the first time that they were in the region. By the time that it started getting near sunset, they were well away from the storm front, which had already long since passed them, and the temperature was close to freezing again. But they were so far from the front line that they had been deployed to that the radio signal was fading. Carl checked the map, and found that there was no repeater listed in the encoded radio station guide. So, he just put the radio on scan, looking for a closer signal. It stopped on the first rotation through the channel, and a clear voice came through the speaker, giving instructions for a counterattack. The incoming signal level was so strong that they had to be close to the source, but the number of unit movement orders that were being given made it sound like they had come across another section of the line. Carl was sure they hadn't come that far. The next portion should be more than 100 kilometers from their deployment point, but once he mentally calculated their movement, he realized they might only be 30 kilometers from them now. He took a moment to place himself on the map, and then sent in a report to this new commander. Zone 17, this is Team 95988. We have relocated to avoid a magical cold front, placing us in your zone. Be aware, we have tamed beasts with our team. Carl reported, along with the map code for their location. Wonderful timing 95988. Are you a commander-led team? We have a fire mission that has evaded our scouts near your position. I can offer additional mission rewards if you can eliminate them before dark. The confident voice replied, along with a map location code. Carl checked the map. It would be close, but they were much faster moving than most teams. Understood, we are on it now. He altered their direction toward a mountain, which was the logical spot to spend the night anyhow, as it had larger trees, as well as a chance of caves. As soon as he did, Ophelia gave him a concerned look. You're not going to ask what we're up against? She asked. They can't see it, so they couldn't tell us for certain anyhow. But if they are willing to send one commander-led team, it's most likely a special forces team. Carl replied. Hawk took to the sky, looking for their target and reveling in the somewhat warmer air that didn't make him strain to keep his flames warm. I've got them. 20 frost giants, for commanders that I can see, and 10 catapults hidden behind a ridgeline. I can see the army lines too. I think the giants are firing blind into our troops. Hawk reported. With that news, it made perfect sense that the main lines were sending them on an urgent mission to eliminate the giants before dark, when the boulders would be hidden by the dark until they were almost in the camp. What this bit of the line was doing so far forward was a mystery, but if they were doing better than the other main line portion, it was good work on their part that got them to that position. 20 giant artillery team with 4 commanders leading them. Does the same routine as before work for everyone? Carl called to the mages riding on Thor's back. Tessa gave him the thumbs up, and Dana nodded, while Tori began to form the magic missile firing orbs that she used as her primary offensive ability. Spreading out the mana cost made the battle much easier on her, and if she had a bunch of them charged when they arrived, she could eliminate a number of the weaker targets right away. 200 meters, just over the next ridge. Hawk reported. Get ready, we're charging after the ridge. Carl informed the team. He took out his bow and prepared to fire while running. The giants were at the bottom of a hill, which sucked for the defenders, but kept them out of sight of the Golden Dragon Nation scouts. Being uphill allowed Carl to let loose his first arrow just as Thor and Ray began to charge down the slope. He wasn't particularly skilled at shooting and running, but it was possible, and he was still hitting them with chain lightning, while Thor closed on the artillery emplacement. Torai rolled off his back when they got near the bottom, and Dana stood up to cast her golems in the frost giant ranks before jumping clear of Thor's back as well. Ray and Lotus had vanished into the trees, but the spider golems were going for the commanders already, leaving only Ophelia a few seconds out of combat when Thor came crashing through the catapults with a happy braying noise. Smashing poles. He cheered as the frost giants roared in frustration. Carl closed in, so he could provide support for Ophelia, who was going to need someone to watch her back in a battle this crowded, but he kept his bow out for now. Firing from 10 meters away was even more effective than from 100 meters, even if he was close enough that he could have used his skills through a blade. Only when the giants rushed him did he switch to the two-handed blade and join Ophelia in close combat. Royal rank, flame body, was making short work of the ascended members of the group, while Hawk's fireballs and the spider golems kept the commanders from assisting in the fight. "We need more speed," Ray complained as she called another set of golems to replace the ones that the frost giants had almost finished hacking apart. 4-on-2, with a few ascended rank assistants trying to pin the constructs down made for an unfair fight, and while they had severely injured all of them, the constructs had only killed the ascended rank pair when the golems first died. "Alright, watch this," Carl agreed. 2 points, 10 points for balance, haste, improves the speed of the target beast by 10% per rank, 40% at commander. 10 points spent. Haste, obtained. Carl cast the spell on all 3 of his pets. The sudden burst of speed from the spider golems caught the frost giants off guard, and Thor's next charge nearly tossed Tessa from his back with the force of impact when he collided with an ascended frost giant. Carl could hear the sound of breaking bones as the giant crumpled, right before Thor smashed its face with an earthquake enhanced tail. Hawk was blocking ice attacks with his wind shield, so he didn't have to take away from the flames for his fireballs, and the increased attack speed was the final straw for the frost giants. All 4 commanders fell within seconds, and the remainder of the ascended artillery operators were close behind. Carl checked the sun, which was just touching the horizon. "Command, this is 95,988. The artillery team has been eliminated. I will collect my rewards later." Carl joked. There was a short pause, then a new female voice came over the radio. 95,988, confirmed count of the artillery team. 20 members total, including 4 commanders. 10 frost giant catapults were destroyed on location as well. The voice sounded shocked when it spoke next. "Excellent work, Commander. We recommend relocation before dark." "Understood. We will check in at dawn." It might be easier to say we're finding a spot than to actually rest in one. There are 4 other groups of frost giants in the area. Hawk informed Carl as he returned to scouting duty. "Hawk reports 4 more groups in the region right now. We're going to have to deal with them now if we don't want to fight them all night." Carl informed the team. "Can Ray make us a fort in a reasonable time after dark, or will we be in the open?" Torai asked. "Yeah, she can make a quick fort after the fights." Carl agreed. "Just watch me, I'm fast as fuck boy." Ray agreed. "Who is teaching you to talk like that? Am I going to have to speak with Lotus?" Carl replied. Carl looked toward where they were standing, and Lotus burst into laughter. She was definitely teaching the bloodbath spider strange things. "The first group is coming to you. Tell Thor to bugle, so they don't miss you," Hawk instructed. Thor didn't wait and let out a happy nasal bugle, which brought the sound of smashing trees from 2 different directions. "Oh, we got 2. Efficient," Hawk added. "I don't think I need to explain, everyone in position to block a charge by frost giants. This way will let us get rid of most of them before it's fully dark. I can fight just fine in the dark, but I know nobody else can," Carl explained. He didn't know how well the frost giants could fight in the dark, but it probably wasn't any worse than what the mages would be working with, even if he used his blade to light the battlefield. Or, one of the clerics could do it. They had light spells, and their weapon and armor enchantments could make a bright golden glow. The giants didn't hesitate as they charged, but they were scout teams, only 1 commander and 2 ascended rank frost giants in each group. That wasn't even a warm-up for the spider golems, and Tori had stacked up a whole new batch of orbs before they arrived, so she could mass bombard them. Watch your stamina usage. If you're too exhausted to walk after a battle, it will be a pain. If Thor gets injured, he needs to rest in a separate space, so everyone ends up walking. Carl explained as he saw the barrage of spells chasing after his arrow. "Thanks, I will keep it in mind." "Did we have more fights tonight?" Torai replied. 2 more. Hawk is scouting them now, so we can set up a nice secure camp. Go southeast toward the main lines, over the ridge. There is a group there, and I will get the training group to the north. Hawk decided. Carl led them over the ridge, expecting to find another large group of frost giants, but what they came across was a blended unit, with one commander-rank frost giant walking crouched over to look smaller, and 10 Yeti wearing frost giant cloaks, so they looked like juvenile giants, not high-ascended rank elite Yeti warriors. Carl was going to launch the attack right away, but Ray decided it was no fun if she didn't get to taunt Hawk first. "Fear not, valiant Hawk, we will avenge you," she announced in her best grieving tone. "What are you talking about? I'm not dying to some stupid trainees," Hawk retorted. "No, we found an entire team of elite Yeti, dressed up as baby giants," Ray informed him. "I will make these die right away. Don't start without me." 2 minutes, just give me 2 minutes," He pleaded. "We're starting now," Ray taunted as she moved into position. "Behave, you two. We will save a few for you when you get here," Carl insisted. "It's Yeti elites dressed as baby giants. Be prepared, they're high ascended or possibly early commander rank, and they can use quite a bit of magic," Carl warned. True to his word, Hawk eliminated the training group in a matter of seconds, and he was already on his way back to take vengeance on the Yetis. Carl led the group close enough that he could get a general sense of how powerful the targets were, and found that they might have underestimated the power of the targets. What he had thought were high ascended rank Yeti were all commanders, making this a 10-commander attack force. Now that he had added the haste skill, they would be dealing much more damage for every minute of the fight, but they were still at a disadvantage in both numbers and rank. Terrorize added 40% damage, and haste gave them 40% more speed, but that still might not be enough to deal with 10 commanders at once. The problem was that as soon as he attacked, those Yetis were going to start casting spells, which would exhaust Thor as he tried to keep everyone's barriers up. Once the barriers were down, everyone was in trouble, so Thor would have to be pulled back from the front lines to focus on the defense of the golems. What they needed to do was eliminate the targets as fast as possible, before they could do too much damage. It was that, or find a way to ambush the target with golems and let them fight to destruction, then send more, preferably without being noticed. If they could take down a few targets, it would even the odds enough that Carl would be more comfortable fighting. "Alright, I have a plan. Everyone stay back for now, and I will call when it's time to join. Ray, hide in the trees out of sight and summon your golems into the group. Let them fight it out, but don't let yourself be noticed until I give the signal. Once the golems are fighting, I will start firing arrows from the other side, using chain lightning, to slow them down. The goal is to eliminate 2 or 3 of them right away, then charge in. 10 commanders is too much, but if we can take that down to 6 in an ambush, it will be manageable," Carl explained. Tessa pointed up. "You might want to be quick because Hawk isn't going to wait once he gets back." "That's fine. If they think that this is a monster attack, they won't be ready for the mages when you approach. Thor, try not to get yourself too engulfed in the fight, the golems are going to need your lightning to hold up against the Yeti ice magic," Carl added. Thor nodded and stomped the ground in annoyance, but he understood the order. "Alright, I'm off. Ray, I will attack as soon as the golems appear." Carl rushed to get in position, so their ambush could be sprung before Hawk made it back, while Ray vanished into the woods after grabbing Dana instead of Lotus. He activated Terrorize in advance, as it would spread to the golems naturally, and then settled in behind a large bush, where his arrows would be fired without exposing his location. The first grunt of warning marked the appearance of the golems, and the entire patrol turned their backs on Carl, who began firing as fast as superhumanly possible. 3 arrows were in the air at the same time, whistling toward their targets, and all charged with chain lightning, while the spider golems leapt into combat with stone golems on their backs. Commander rank strength was enough that the burden hardly slowed them down, and the move put all 4 golems in close combat just as Carl's first wave of arrows hit. Lightning arced through the Yeti clan, but missed the frost giant, who had been just a bit too far forward of the main group. But it had better danger sense than the others, and when they had turned right, it had turned left, allowing it to see Carl's arrows flying, and guess where he was hiding. The next three gave away his position for certain, but wounded 3 more Yetis while keeping the others slowed. That was good enough, and Carl whistled, calling Thor like he would an overgrown pup. The Cerro began charging across the field, needing time to cover the hundreds of meters, but overhead, Hawk was faster. A barrage of fireballs rained down on the Yeti clan, ignoring the frost giant that was headed for Carl. One-on-one, he was confident that he could win that fight, so destroying the frost armor and eliminating the ice bolts of the Yetis were more important priorities. Remy brought up a blizzard, killing visibility, so the enemy wouldn't know that Thor was coming, and to confuse them as to why they were taking damage. Using the enemy's own tricks against them seemed like the best tactic to the spirit snake, even if it did annoy Hawk, who thought that the 10 meters off the ground that it extended was much too close to where he was flying. "Couldn't you teach her to cast Firestorm instead of Blizzard?" Hawk complained. "Sure, as soon as we see it, I will have her work on learning it. Just be glad that Lotus isn't using her staff of water vortex." Carl spoke too soon. 3 large water funnels, filled with ice shards from attacks and the blizzard, had appeared on the battlefield, making Hawk shriek in rage. She was doing it just to mess with him, Hawk was absolutely certain. It was only 10 commanders, they could handle that without all this excess water magic. And teach the Lotus Priestess how to use lightning. Hawk added. She was a cleric, not a shaman. The chances that she would be able to learn an elemental attack spell on her own were pretty slim. Maybe she could learn the nature golems. Those seemed like the sort of thing that a green dragon priestess might be able to learn. But once the water vortex spell was active, Lotus had begun to focus on creating binding vines to slow the Yetis, while Tessa cast attack buffs and healed the golems of the damage they took between Thor's activations of the refreshing lightning barrier. As the frost giant approached, Carl switched from arrows to his new maul, and charged 5 layers of flame body on it, ready to swat the enemy leader into oblivion. The giant paused when he sensed the power of the weapon, and the commander rank elite in the trees, but only long enough to switch weapons from the large club he was carrying to 2 smaller swords. That would be a problem for Carl, as he still needed to actually land a hit on the beast, but Remy was ready with the assist. Her chain lightning caught the giant unaware, as it was only watching Carl for signs of a skill activation. That slowed it for a split second as the maul streaked toward its target. The giant crossed its blades, stopping the upward swing of the maul towards its tender bits, but Carl simply shoved forward with the strike. It wasn't enough to cause any sort of damage with the weapon itself, but the skills activated on contact. The giant saw the opening and its blades flashed, striking the barriers over both of Carl's arms as the maul made contact with the frost giant's lower stomach. Both combatants were knocked to the ground, and Carl was bleeding heavily from his left arm, where the second blow had landed after the barrier was weakened. He brought, refreshing lightning, back up as Remy used, healing splash, to close his wound, and the giant got to its feet, swatting out the smoldering wound in its chest with a handful of snow. Now they were both more wary as they circled each other, buying time for reinforcements to reach their position. The battle was getting brutal behind them, as the Yeti clan realized just how flammable they could be against the targeted vengeance of Hawk's flames. Carl sidestepped a strike and smashed the maul into the frost giant's right hand, sending chain lightning coursing through its body, which caused it to drop 1 blade. The other was quickly discarded, and the giant went in for the crushing blows, intending to grab Carl and simply rip him into pieces. But, Flaming Body came to the rescue, coating Carl in fire as the giant grabbed his chest. It instinctively flinched, and the maul smashed into its face, charged with fire. Bones splintered, and the giant dropped dead, before vanishing into Remy's swamp. There was a small pile of items left where its body was, unable to be transferred, but Carl was more interested in the actual fight. Lotus was using a refresh spell on Thor to keep his endurance up, while Thor did his best to keep the refreshing lightning up, and the golems tore apart the Yeti clan to the accompaniment of dozens of magic missiles. Both Dana and Tori were using them, while Ophelia kept the Yetis away from the mages. They were winning, and half the clan was already down, while the rest bled out onto the snow as they fought. Against Lacerate, they were not going to win a battle of attrition without healers. One last volley of arrows ended the already wounded Yeti clan, and Carl quickly gathered the frost giant's belongings for Tessa to identify. "Is everyone all right?" he asked as he ran over to the main fight. "We will be in a minute. Bear is still recovering from a couple of wounds, as is Thor. Ray should be good, but everyone burned a lot of mana and energy," Tessa replied. Remy's blizzard was slowly covering the battlefield as Carl searched the bodies for magical items to toss into his trusty loot bag. The Yeti corpses all had magical weapons, but no other items on them other than the cloaks that they were using to disguise themselves as giants. That was good enough for Carl, as 10 more weapons gave them a chance to either switch, or to turn them in later for credits. The soldiers on the line would appreciate the weapons upgrades, and goodwill from your reinforcements could never be a bad thing. Back in middle school, when he was the last one who hadn't gone through puberty, Carl had one huge friend who looked out for him when he had time. Carl hadn't thought about Big John for a while, likely not since becoming an elite, but him and John used to study together all the time, and John kept the bullying from getting out of hand when the teachers turned a blind eye. John hadn't been on the train, so he was likely in the mines right now, slaving away for the pittance they made at the bottom of the hole. The others quickly sorted through the weapons with growing disappointment. "It looks like these are uniformly made, perhaps by a mass blessing by a frost giant shaman. They're all identical, and though the biting edge enchantment is strong ice magic, it doesn't really grant any benefit other than the ability to cut like a commander rank weapon," Tessa explained. "Well, I think that will be good enough for the frontline troops. We can drop by and give them the loot tomorrow if we have time. But right now, we need to get ourselves into shelter before we can't see what we're doing at all." "Hawk, lead the way," Carl replied. "There is a good spot not far from here, a small cave, but big enough for everyone to hide inside," Hawk decided, not wanting to be stuck outside all night again, in case another cold front came through. They jogged through the snow-covered hills with a blizzard raging around them, hiding their tracks from anything that might want to follow them and dispersing their scent trail. In this battlefield, it was quickly becoming their best ally, and a great safeguard against surprise attacks. The fact that there was no surviving local monster population helped as well. Everything that lived here had run away, and the frost giant army could only send so many troops to cover an entire border. The cave turned out to be much larger than Hawk had thought it was. The front area was small, but behind it, a narrow tunnel led to a much larger room. Out of an abundance of caution, and because they had fallen for that trap once before, the team checked all the walls to ensure that none of them were fake before settling in for the night. With the front entrance blocked by silk and snow, and then a hanging cloth in the narrow passage to the second chamber, they were able to keep the rear chamber quite comfortably warm without having to turn the flaming blade up too high. Torai smiled as she saw the 2 clerics setting up to make dinner. "You know, I could get used to this. But I suspect that when we get back to an operating base, I will be reassigned either to my old team or to a new one, depending on where they were sent." Lotus nodded as she created spices for the stew. "Most likely. They are so short on people that they're not going to want to let us wander around with an extra ascended rank mage, especially not one that is specialized in combat. I'm not sure if that's better or worse than staying with us, though. We're guaranteed to be in danger just about every single day, so being reassigned to a different group, who is sent to deal with less powerful threats, might be safer," Lotus suggested. "Safer than being with Thor, Hawk and Ray. That's like having 3 extra commanders in your group. It might not be perfect, but it's pretty close to it. Even outnumbered 2-1 by an all-commander team, we still weren't in mortal danger, and we only took minor injuries." She had a point. A commander-rank beast who recovered stamina at an abnormal rate was a cheat code when it came to keeping a barrier active over the whole group. After a half hour, Remy let the blizzard fade, leaving them snowed in and secure inside their cave. There was no artillery on this section of the front, and the change from the deafening barrage made it feel like they were somehow all alone in the world as they rested in their shared hammocks that night. Ray took watch, but she was inside the cave, not interested in going outside, as they were going to have to scout in the morning anyhow, and nothing should be able to find them here overnight. Besides, even if the frost giants did somehow find their cave, they wouldn't fit through the entrance, and definitely wouldn't fit through the tunnel to the second room. She could just call her spider golems to attack anything that disturbed their door. But nothing did, until the morning radio report started to come in. The main line that they had left behind suffered massive casualties the previous night, but repelled a frost giant offensive without losing ground. Thousands of the frost giants had been killed after the shamanistic weather spell had passed overhead, thanks to the ingenuity of the general in charge of the zone. He had the whole front line turned into a minefield with fire element magical resources as projectiles. The cost was high, but they were hoping to recover many of the crystals and metals from the bodies to be reused in another round of manufacturing, and the explosives had proven to be deadly to even ascended rank giants. That left the commanders and one royal rank frost giant for the elites and the holy magic enhanced infantry to deal with. It hadn't been easy, but it had been possible, and the general closest to Carl's cave was reporting that the other position was intact and unmoved. Hawk was sent to scout while the humans ate, and quickly started making reports of enemy movements. Most of them didn't sound like they were intact units, the numbers were all wonky. 3 here, 7 there, and even some solo giants were reported to be moving along the border toward what Hawk said was a city far on the horizon, visible only when he flew high enough. That would put it at least 100 kilometers away, directly into the frost giant nation. That wasn't a troop movement that they were going to be able to stop, but they could deal with anything that came too close to them today, with the plan to rejoin the main line for the evening and turn over whatever loot they had found. The soldiers were going to need it, as the frost giants wouldn't leave anything behind after a raid. Hawk, you can take out lone stragglers and small wounded packs if they can't attack back. It will make the others think that there are more groups in the area than there are, and it will help keep them away from the lines. Carl instructed. Got it. Free rein to kill the evil ice giants. Today is going to be a good day. What does Hawk say? Lotus asked as they prepared to move out. He says no easy fights today, he's going to take care of the lone stragglers, the severely injured and the trainees, but there are plenty of frost giants retreating from yesterday's battle toward one of their cities that will be crossing our path. As long as the main force doesn't pull back to rescue them, we should be fine to hunt at will. Hawk will keep an eye on them for us, but the chances are they will never know that there is an issue until it's all over. Carl explained. Remy's voice whispered in Carl's mind, as if she was trying to hide it from the other beasts. We should keep going into frost giant land. I can feel an incredibly strong shaman energy there, and I want it. Wouldn't that be a frost giant shaman? What good would a living giant do you? Carl asked, considering the fact that the shaman in question might well be an overlord rank monster. No, not a person, a thing. I can feel it. She insisted. Well, we will see what we can do, but if it's days away, that's too far for us to leave our area. Remy pouted as she realized that they wouldn't be taking a multiple-day detour to go find her the thing she could sense, but she didn't stop working, and kept her blizzard active and low enough not to damage the ascended rank or stronger frost giants they were hunting. If they weren't hurt, they would think it was just a snowstorm, or at least that was the theory. The first target they found was a lone commander, lightly injured. Unfortunately for the giant, it never even realized that Ray and her golems were stalking it before it was dead. Then came an injured trio, who Carl marked with an arrow before the spider golems got to them. In fact, for most of the morning, it was the Carl and Ray show, and everyone else was just out for a walk in the snow. Nothing was living long enough to have a proper fight. But, it was valuable work. They were eliminating the survivors of the failed attack before they could get to safety or heal themselves and rejoin the fight. Around lunch, Hawk came back to take a break while the giants who had noticed him attacking stragglers either calmed down or gave up on searching for him. They had been chasing him for hours, but the bird had been hiding among the trees to ambush the weak and then racing away. At this point, the giants likely hated Hawk just as much as he despised them, and it felt like an oddly balanced situation as the exhausted bird took a short nap in his space while he recovered his mana and strength with a good meal and some sleep. In the middle of the afternoon, after taking a few detours to pick up loot that Hawk's targets had left behind, they were headed back for the nearest main line, and Thor was again loaded up with equipment, while Carl's loot bag held the good bits. There were a surprising number of nearly identical weapons, which they hadn't seen during their previous days at the other front, though these giants had been coming from that direction. The change in uniformity of the gear implied that they had been keeping them in reserve for the main line force, to increase their attack capabilities. It was a solid tactic, but they had failed to create a breach. Regional Command, this is Team 95988, we are headed to your location for a supply drop this evening. Look for the lightning Cerro as our marker. Carl broadcast to their allies. Remy would drop the blizzard once they were close to visual range of the camp, so they didn't get themselves bombarded, and then they would walk in from the same area where they took out the artillery team the previous night. As they got close to the ridgeline where they had eliminated the artillery team, Carl spotted a 5-man team of elites searching the area. Remy, you can end the blizzard. We've found the first scouts. He instructed. As the snow faded, they continued their jogging pace, headed straight for the scout team. Tessa raised a hand from Thor's back to let them know they were friendly, while Ray remained a bit behind with Dana on her back. The bloodbath spider had switched riders for the day so that the golems could all be coming from one direction, even though that meant leaving her pocket healer behind. She wasn't big enough to carry them both, or rather she couldn't carry both comfortably due to her body shape, though she was large enough for them both to fit, so she had chosen to only take one rider at a time. Identity? The scout team asked as they approached. Commander Carl with Team 95988. The scout smiled and gestured to the wreckage of the battle. We've been finding signs of your work all over the region today. Dead giants left everywhere, and even a large group of yetis that looked like they died last night. Have you been that busy, or is there another team out here? Carl shrugged. We've been busy, but I can't say for certain that there wasn't another team out here. I didn't know that you were here until just a minute ago. The scouts finished taking notes on the destruction, then turned back to Carl. I hear that you're coming back to the base for the evening. Can I ask what you're short on, so we can get it ready for you? Carl shook his head. We're short on storage space. We loot the giants so that they can't reuse the equipment of the dead, and we've got numerous weapons and magical armor with us. I just need to drop it off for credit, and we will be on our way again. Weapons? We've come across a few, but most of what the frost giants carry is just junk strengthened with their magic when it's time to fight. The scout replied. We found a number of matching enchanted blades today. Here, check that out. Simple, but effective. Carl explained. The scout examined the weapon with great interest. It was a large sword for a human, a short sword for a frost giant, but surprisingly light, and Carl was right, the enchantment was basic, just enough to make it cut as if it were a commander rank weapon. It was the sort of thing that the army would issue to line soldiers if they had the ability to make them in large numbers. How many of these did you recover? Because we could use these for the warriors of the scout teams. The soldier asked, eager intensity growing in his eyes as he imagined the possibilities. Carl turned to Lotus, who was sitting closest to the bags on Thor's back. About 30, I guess. There's a bunch of other gear in here, and I lost count. The nature priestess apologized. Identical items normally wouldn't equip for the same person, so keeping a spare set of giant strength gloves or wearing 2 sets, one inside the other, simply didn't work. That had led to them loading a lot of gear into the storage bags on Thor's back now that they all had a copy of what the giants had to offer. At least the parts of it that they could use. Dana was somewhat disappointed to learn that she couldn't use the ring of giant strength. The giants also weren't very creative with their gear, and it was just the same thing in different appearances on every frost giant that happened to have a magical item. If they were trying to improve their own gear, Carl would have felt like he got scammed. However, As they could keep trading it in until every elite they met had frost giant gear on, it was a great money-making opportunity for them. The scout shook his head in dismay. You lot are monsters. We haven't even killed 30 commanders this week, and here you are bringing us back 30 commander rank swords for the day. Lotus giggled. Technically, a bunch of these came from last night, when we came here to avoid that cold front that moved through the other main line. We weren't about to get caught out in that, so we came here and took care of that artillery group by special request right before dark. The scout made notes, and then gestured toward the south. We should get moving if you want to get your gear sorted in time to pick a camping spot outside the main line tonight. You know how it is, if you're there when the attack starts, you tend to get stuck on the main line. The camp's patrols let them through without questions when they saw the scout team leading Carl's white-cloaked menagerie toward the base. The first thought of everyone that they passed was that this was an extreme church guard unit, thanks to their bright white outer layer, which they had pilfered from the frost giants to blend in with the snow. But once they saw who was underneath, they were simply confused. Those didn't look like church guards, and the rest of their armor wasn't covered in white. Nor did they have any sort of church insignia on them, except for the two clerics, one in green and one in red, under their white cloaks. Carl shouldered the bags of loot and let Thor take a break in his space, in case they encountered a fight on their way to their sleeping spot tonight. The bags were nearly dragging on the ground as they hung from Carl's shoulders, a sign that they might have gone a bit overboard with their loot hoarding. The fact he had to turn sideways to get between some of the tents was another solid hint, but nobody was too worried about it, as long as the contents of those bags were for them. To the soldiers, it looked like they had gotten an unexpected supply run. They had no way of knowing that it was just a bunch of hoarders assembled into an elite team. The general, a royal rank warrior with a large shield strapped to his back and an axe at his hip, strolled out of his tent to meet them, then did a double take as he saw the bags on Carl's shoulders. Carl greeted the steel-eyed warrior. General, my apologies for the strange appearance. We had the lightning Sero carrying the loot, but he wouldn't easily fit through the camp. Not a problem at all. The scouts informed us that you had collected some gear from the giants that we should be aware of, but we didn't expect that it would be so much. He replied with a smile that said he had just made a new friend in Carl. Anyone who brought that much loot back for his soldiers without being asked, and while fighting their way through the enemy lines, had to be at least a half-decent person, in his mind. Yes, check these out. Carl replied, before removing all the identical swords from the bag. Not identical in appearance, that actually varied wildly between weapons, but the enchantments on them were all exactly the same. It only took a second for the general to realize that as well. Interesting. We have known for a while that the giants aren't big on variety, but I think you might have just found proof that they're using a very limited and precise magical tool to do all their enchanting. It may only be capable of a few different abilities, and that is why we see all the frost giants with rings and bracelets of giant strength, and then the rest of their gear is usually only magical because it is made of magical beast hides. The general pondered. Not only that, but it's also proof that they can make a lot of it. We have 30 identical weapons taken from the survivors of one assault, all commander rank swords. That will be useful for your troops, but it suggests that you might soon be facing them from the other side as well. Not all of these were taken from commander rank enemies, some of them were on the higher side of Ascended. Carl explained. That's not good at all. The reason Ascended elites can so easily go 2-on-1 against a frost giant of the same rank is because it can't quickly get through their barriers. But weapons like this wouldn't have the same problem. How did you deal with it? I see that your mage is still Ascended. The general replied. The commander rank Lightning Sero has the ability to spread his barrier to everyone in the group. Between that and the circle of protection, we don't have too many issues. The general nodded. You have a solid group. I'm not certain what we are going to do about large numbers of those swords showing up in the next charge, but we will be able to make good use of the ones you brought us. As you have likely already noticed, despite your status as a student, commander rank gear is hard to find. There might be a piece or two at every depot, but that's about it. When we're fighting against dozens of commander-rank frost giants at a time, every weapon counts. The mages can bring up barriers for us, and the priests can issue blessings, but nothing truly replaces a good weapon. Carl smiled as he gestured to the bag. Those aren't the only weapons in there, it was just noteworthy that they were all identical. There are a number of giant strength items in there as well, and some commander rank and ascended rank armor. We grabbed everything that looked decent and wasn't destroyed in battle. Now, on to the important parts that I couldn't put in a radio broadcast. The survivors of the battle at the other front line are headed for a frost giant city off in that direction, but the wave of intense ice magic that attacked the other line came from further that way, deep within their borders. It wasn't cast close to the border, we were already in their territory when we felt it coming on the horizon. The general hummed as he considered the new information. I think I might know where it is coming from. There is a crystal mountain, a massive block of pure ice, that keeps their nation frozen, right at the center of the frost giants' territory. The area it could keep cold was always the limits of their borders, but now, I have reason to believe they found a way to access and enhance it. That's not official, by the way, just this elite's thoughts on the matter. But I've been in combat for 10 straight years now, and I've seen some things. The problem is that we don't have any more information about it than some old drone footage and a team who saw it once a few years ago. Until someone actually goes there, we can't know for certain, but it would be suicidal to ask anyone to actually do it, and we can't spare the elites who would have a chance of survival. Carl chuckled. Well, I know it's not going to be me unless I'm taking your army with me. The general laughed. It would have to be an overlord. That's the only combat force we have that could logically survive both the intense cold, and the powerful frost giants who patrol the region around their sacred mountain. Notice that you haven't seen any of their monarch-rank giants. Or even any of their royal-rank giants on this front. They're all still guarding the holy sites, according to military intelligence. So, we deal with the soldiers, while their generals stand back from the fight. The general gave a rueful chuckle, as his rank hadn't saved him from a frontline posting. They needed the fighters, and he was a soldier through and through. I know it's outside our deployed area, but plans change in the field, so if there is somewhere that you need us to be, we can render some aid tomorrow before anyone complains that we're out of position. Carl suggested. The general gestured back into his tent. There are some spots, but don't worry about your position, I will have your status updated to roaming forward scouts, so you can be anywhere along the border that suits you. If you're going to collect weapons like this every day, I don't think they would even care where you got them from, we need them that badly. Especially commander rank blades and giant strength rings. Those can be used by almost every warrior class. Then he led them inside and stepped to the far side of a table with a collection of stones set on top of the map. I know it looks sketchy, but it's the easiest way to update troop movements, and if there is a chance that the camp will be overrun, the first thing we do is knock it over. It means we have to restart our map placements later, but it also means that the enemy won't be able to use the map to track our troops. He explained. Carl nodded. We're familiar with the trick. And the fact that most officers don't put all the assets on the map. We got a rather shocking wake-up call when we landed here and saw the discrepancy. The general smiled sadly. See, that's an executive-level issue. They always think we're overstating the situation in the field. Perhaps it's hard to hear with their heads that far up their arse. The general tapped a spot on the map, further from Golden Dragon Nation territory, and almost directly in front of this offensive line. That is the target I would like for you to inspect. It's too far to move the main line, as being that far forward would let them sneak behind us. But I think there is something there. A relic, or some other powerful magic. The giants keep moving past that point, and our scouts suspect that they are gaining some benefit from it, but they haven't been able to get close enough to verify. We're not the priority line, just the B-team elites with a bit of artillery on a quiet mountain pass, so we don't have commanders to spare for scouting teams. He explained. Tessa smirked as she got some sort of divine inspiration that made her eyes glow red. Well, for a day at least, you've got us. We've only got one proper commander with us, but we've got 3 commander-rank beasts as well, and that makes the fights a bit more even. She announced. If the war dragon thinks it's a good idea, then we really have to go see what they're hiding out there. For all we know, it could be a massive weapons bunker. Or it could be a simple shrine to some ice goddess, but either way, we will take a look for you in the morning and report back. Carl agreed. I appreciate it. Have you picked a spot near camp? I know better than to ask you if you need a tent. The general chuckled. Yeah, the big trees to your east will do for the evening. We usually set up in one of the trees. Carl explained. Why in the trees? The general asked. Because I am the thing that goes bump in the night. Ray answered in Carl's mind. To engulf the silly bird in blizzard. Remy added. For better, you brat, I knew you were making the air evil on purpose. Hawk complained. Carl smiled as he listened to their answers. Many reasons, but mostly it's more comfortable to be there than on the ground, and there are fewer tree-climbing enemies than walking ones. The general nodded in agreement. He might not know a technique to make sleeping in a tree comfortable, but if Carl did, that was fine by him. The elites never wanted to stay in camp unless they were office sorts or out of supplies, so he wasn't going to get offended that they wanted to sleep nearby. All right, happy hunting, and I will expect your reports tomorrow when you leave the location. The general insisted, dismissing them to get back to work. Ray made them a nice fort in the trees, while Hawk kept a close eye on Remy, to ensure she wasn't sneakily casting a minor blizzard spell to keep the blowing snow active around their camp. Blizzard Snake was definitely untrustworthy, she must have been learning bad habits from the frost giants. The worst part was, he couldn't even throw things at her because she was just a stupid snake, and she would probably eat it. If he made her sick, Carl would be mad. The next morning, they packed up camp, leaving the double-walled fort which had served them well for the evening, and began to make their way toward the spot that the general had marked on the map. According to Hawk's scouting, it was hidden within a valley full of blowing snow, where he couldn't see the ground from above, and he wasn't going to fly down into it, in case the winds were strong enough to keep him from flying. He was powerful, but his feathers were rather delicate, and once they were pushed out of place by extreme winds in the wrong direction, he would be forced to land. Hawk says that the snow is blowing too hard to see down into the valley, so we are essentially going in blind. I will have to call him in or have him sit on someone's pack when we enter, as the high winds will cause issues with flight. Actually, we might have to tie Dana and Lotus to Thor and Ray, or they might blow away as well. Carl joked. Well, it was intended to be a joke, but when they got to the edge of the valley and felt the raging winds, it started to sound like a more practical idea. They waited in the trees near the ridge line while they tried to make a decision, and watched as a group of frost giants left the area, headed to the other front. Then, a half-hour later, another group went the same way. Hey, don't you think there is something odd about those giants? Lotus asked as she watched the second group. Carl inspected them more closely. 1 commander, 9 ascended. Standard group formation, the usual assortment of weapons, blades with a few axes. Lotus shook her head. No, that's not it, let's wait here for another group. Memorize this group as well as you can, and I think it will make sense. Carl did, and then they waited half an hour for another group to come out. 1 commander, 9 ascended, an assortment of weapons. The same assortment of weapons. Same outfits as well. We must have never noticed because the groups mix later, but those groups are identical. Carl gasped. Exactly. That's why we were getting so many of the same swords. Not because there's some obsessive frost giant blacksmith, but because the groups are being cloned. Tessa's eyes glowed red again, and Carl smiled at the war cleric. We're going down soon, we won't let your goddess down. The group has just gone, so we should be alright to head in and start searching now. If they could spit out a group every few minutes, the border would have been long since overrun. Carl led the group into the blowing snow, down the ridge and into the bottom of the valley. They could only see a few meters in front of themselves, so unless they stumbled across a group accidentally, nothing would be hunting them. The lack of visibility, even with thermal vision, made it seem like an impossible task, but once they were close to the valley floor, the storm ended, raging above their heads and revealing an entire valley full of frost giants. There were hundreds of them in the area, standing around a pulsing blue pillar of crystal. Yes. I need the good thing. Put that shiny stone in my swamp. Remy insisted. First we need to get there, and get rid of the giants. Carl laughed. The groups here were the same as the last two they had watched leave. 9 ascended for every commander, and now that Carl could see them side by side, identical faces on the commanders, but with different patterns painted to obscure their features. How that had escaped everyone was a mystery, but nobody really tried to memorize frost giant faces. Oh look, a welcoming party. Torai sighed as the frost giants began to turn toward the interlopers. Tessa nodded. Well, let's not let them down. If anyone has a hidden secret skill, now would be the time to show it off. Carl quickly checked his points. 21 left. He had a variety of options available from his skill tree, he just had to make a choice. Balance skills. 50 points, evolution, cause any bonded pet to evolve into a form 1 rank higher than when the skill is used. Usable once per beast, some materials may be required. Skill Master rank 3 available, 100 points. Allows all skills to evolve to a skill 1 tier higher than their current tier with practice. Tier 2 skills. 10 points, brutality, increases the size and strength of the target beast by 10% per rank, 40% for commander. 10 points, barrier, creates a barrier around the beast master or selected target at the beast master's current rank. 10 points, bestial regeneration, greatly increases the target's healing factor. 10 points, refresh, eliminates fatigue for 10 minutes per rank. 40 minutes at commander. Tier 3 skills, will become passively activate on beast master and all active beasts. 20 points, shatter, physical strikes cause vibrations through the opponent's body that damage organs and may break bones. 20 points, sharpness, slashing, stabbing and disintegration type abilities increase in damage by 10% per rank. 40% at commander. 20 points, crushing blows, blunt impact skills increase in damage by 10% per rank. Effective on damage caused by shatter. 40% at commander. Carl looked at the skills for a moment, and then the abundance of targets in front of them. There were definitely a few options there which would work out well for him today. Sorry, Thor. The next one will be for you. Carl apologized as he made his choice. 20 points, sharpness, slashing, stabbing and disintegration type abilities increase in damage by 10% per rank. 40% at commander. Sharpness learned. Rend, and shred, were both slashing type skills, as was lacerate. Unfortunately, chain lightning, was not a disintegration ability, but he would take what he could get. Once haste and terrorize were activated on everyone, and the spider golems were summoned, they were ready to face the frost giant charge. Back into the snow storm. Carl ordered, intending to limit the enemy's line of sight. Lotus yelled back. No, don't. They're using their magic to keep it active, and it will deal damage now that they know there are enemies here. So, they were trapped under the storm, unless they could march up out of the valley through hundreds of meters of commander rank, blizzard, and blinding snow while under attack. The frost giants were charging, so Carl strapped his large sword to his pack for the bonus energy steal, then sent out a flurry of arrows charged with chain lightning, to slow them down. With the benefits of sharpness and terrorize, the arrows were punching holes clean through the ascended rank giants when they hit bare flesh, and the lightning was doing its job, scorching flesh and slowing their movements to give the spider golems time to shine. The two bone-white wooden constructs launched themselves into the frost giant ranks, and true to Ray's name, a rain of blood and body parts was the result. With nearly twice the damage compared to a regular commander rank golem that had the durable constructs, bonus, and 40% increased speed, they were 8-legged whirlwinds of death through the ascended rank targets. The mages unleashed their spells on the commanders, quickly grasping what the spider golems were after. They were eliminating the overwhelming numbers, while leaving everyone else to deal with the stronger targets. Karl led the group forward, away from the storm, so they weren't ambushed from behind out of the snow, and turned his arrows on the larger frost giants. Thor's circle of protection flared around them as the ice shard attacks came back in return. Their lightning barriers were holding, and while the lightning Sero was at the front, he wasn't actively fighting, he was just focusing on maintaining their defenses while the golems did all the close combat work. It's a good thing that you don't need arrows. Torai panted as she created more magic missile orbs. The refreshing abilities of Thor helped, but she was burning mana quickly to keep up her damage rate against the giants one rank higher than she was. Cut back the individual power of your spells, we're going to be at this a while, and we can't have you exhausted. Karl reminded her. Dana had already done that, and was relying on multiple hits to cause serious injuries, instead of putting extra effort into individual spells. Hawk was on Thor's back, using rend in wide arcs to damage anything that got near them. It wasn't royal rank, but it was the easiest spell on his energy, and he could keep these attacks up all day. They still cut deep into the frost giants, and for a moment, he envied Ray's lacerate ability. If rend made them bleed like that, it would be so much better. Ray was staying close to the group, targeting giants who made it past the first line of defenders, or who were giving Dana's stone golems trouble, and the ground everywhere around them was becoming soaked in cold blue frost giant blood as Karl slowly pushed the group forward toward the massive crystal. Ray's spear spell, gained from the Naga swamp, wasn't as devastating as some of her other abilities, but the small spikes peppered the frost giants and left dozens of heavily bleeding wounds. The combination with lacerate was proving to be quite impressive. Karl could see that there was a spell active at the base of the crystal, and the goal was to make it stop. It had to be the spell that was summoning more frost giants, and while it was slowly fading as their numbers decreased, they couldn't afford to retreat until it was gone. Ophelia pointed to a spot to their right, and Karl adjusted the group's movement to go see what it was. The Werbear berserker ducked down and pulled a book from the corpse of a frost giant woman that didn't match the clones, before tossing the tome to Karl. It looked like a spell book of some sort, not a skill book, but it might be useful to Remy if the dead giant was a shaman. If not, he would just hold on to it for their berserker bear. Ray hissed in pleasure as she summoned a fresh group of spider golems, which appeared larger than Karl remembered them. Did she just upgrade her golems? Lotus asked. I think so. The same skill that allowed Hawk to improve fire body is active on everyone. Karl called back as he continued to fire arrows. His arms were getting sore, even with the refreshing effect, and he was mentally exhausted from the chain lightning, which he was only using now when there was a cluster of targets. An arrow caught an unfortunate ascended rank frost giant in the face, then hit the inside of his helmet, throwing the body backward into a commander, who glared at Karl with pure murder in its eyes. Tessa was laughing, and glowing with red light as she cast some sort of area buff on everyone. This was the sort of war that her patron deity craved. Pure controlled violence, crushing an enemy position with absolute, overwhelming power. Every dragon priestess knew the ways of the dragon species. Might makes right. They all had their own ways of doing things, though the dragons made at least some effort to work together and keep society functioning. But when it came down to conflict, the strongest were the only ones with the right to speak. Tessa's spell completed, and the golems, as well as Karl's arrows, were coated in a layer of red energy that caused the frost giants to boil and explode after being injured. Karl had no idea what to call that divine blessing, but it was the most wonderful thing he could think of at this moment, as the entire valley of frost giants was headed their way. Karl switched to simply coating his arrows with fire from flaming body, and letting them loose into the charging giants. With Tessa's blessing active, the wounds began to boil, and even a hit to the leg would be fatal. They were getting closer to the spell on the ground, and the ring of frost giants, who were focusing all their attention on it. There's a weird little crystal in the middle of the circle. Remy noticed once they were 10 meters away, with a wall of commander-rank giants between them and the spell. How lucky are you feeling? Carl asked the spirit snake. Pretty lucky. You're totally going to get me that big stone after we finish. She replied. Then grab this next giant by the ankle, and I will send you to the circle to recover the little crystal. Once you have it, return directly to your space before they mince you into sushi rolls. Carl instructed. Carl switched to his maul, and Remy moved to his leg, prepared to strike when he got close. Carl leapt into melee combat and kicked his leg forward, tossing Remy onto his target giant, who raised a shield to block the strike of the oversized hammer, but was blown backward by 5 layers of flaming body on the blunt weapon. He flew right over the spell circle, even over the casters, who ducked to avoid a collision. As she passed over, Remy dropped from his body and swallowed the strange object whole before returning to her space and spitting it out. The storm overhead instantly stopped, leaving the battlefield in an eerie silence. I don't think we should have done that. Ophelia muttered as the huge blue stone in the middle of the valley began to pulse more violently, making the ground shake. I think you're right. Everyone, get on a ride, we're leaving. Carl ordered, grabbing Dana as he ran past the mage. Lotus climbed on Ray, while the stone golems grabbed Tori and Tessa. Thor tried not to laugh as he chased everyone out of the valley. This was a great game. They ran in, slapped the frost giants in the face, and now they ran away before they got slapped back. Hawk fired back into the giants chasing them, while the spider golems did their best to stop the tide and keep them in the valley. Now that the storm was gone, the bird took to the air, bombarding the enemy with a combination of rend and fireballs. Run faster, that stone is starting to crack. He warned, when the group was only 2/3 of the way up the valley ridge. The giants had fallen well behind them, thanks to the defensive efforts of the spider golems, but Hawk was right, that glowing stone was making the snow glow bright blue with the intensity of the mana surges it was experiencing. Remy did her best to hide her despair. That was supposed to be her prize, but now it was going to blow up, and she was left with just a cute little crystal statue of a fat lady. At least it had strong shaman magic on it, so she could keep it in her swamp and bask in the power. A blast of ice magic washed over them, shattering Thor's, refreshing lightning, and dealing slamming into those caught in its path. Ray summoned her spider golems closer to protect Ophelia and Carl, only to watch the outer layers of them being shredded by the violent magic before she made it over the ridge and behind a huge boulder to hide. The stone golems were shattered to dust, and the barriers over everyone shattered as Thor was hurled through the air, leaving a trail of damaged scales before he chose to return to his space. Carl felt his bones creak and vainly clutched at Dana as the magic sent him flying after tearing through the spider golem, but it didn't feel like anything broke. He would be sore later, but his armor held. He lost his grip on Dana, but hopefully, she would be alright with both him and the golem as a shield against the initial blast. When the blast had spread from the stone, Hawk had returned to hide in his space, avoiding any injury, but the frost giants weren't so lucky. Most of them were still gathered around the stone, trying to stabilize it when it had exploded. The blast sent a bright blue mushroom cloud up into the sky, dwarfing any mountain range. That would be visible from 1,000 kilometers away, all along the front lines, as well as in the frost giant nation. Check in, is everyone alright? Carl called as he got back to his feet. Thor made an unhappy noise from in his space, then brought the barrier back up over everyone, while the others all groaned in pain. The refreshing lightning, and Remy's healing splash, which she was throwing out at everyone now, were precisely what everyone needed, but it sounded like there were worse injuries than those 2 spells could easily deal with. Lotus cast her area healing spell over the group, and Carl heard Tessa curse as she reset her own broken arm so it would heal properly, before going to help the mages, who were in even worse pain, despite the numbing effect of the healing spell. Carl just lay in the snow for a few minutes, catching his breath as the healing spell took its course, and the pain from his joints began to fade. Looking over, there was some blood on Ophelia's fur, but nothing major, as the spider golems had taken the worst of the blast. It was the spellcasters who needed the most help, and the clerics were both busy with the task. After 15 minutes, everyone was back on their feet with a golden glow surrounding them as the clerics worked together to cast a spell to repair their armor. It was a form of nature magic called mend, quite useful if the gear wasn't completely destroyed. They hadn't had to use it before, but it was considered one of the basics for a wandering nature priestess or a war priestess. Especially a red dragon priestess who worked with orphans. They needed all the mending spells they could get, so the children didn't destroy the few clothes they had. Excellent. Job done, no casualties. I say we go back to the front line and take a few days to rest and recover. Carl decided. Lotus raised a weary hand. I vote we do anything but that. Do you have any idea how many questions there will be about whatever that was? I've never seen an explosion like that, and everyone would have seen and felt that. From a few meters away from Carl, Dana nodded. She has a point. I say we radio in and tell them we're not dead, then hide in the hills somewhere for like 2 weeks. She grabbed the radio from Carl's chest pocket and frowned. It's smoking. Carl doused it with snow, stopping the smoke, then flicked it off and on again. There were no lights, no sound on any channel, nothing. The radio is fried. Can someone get the emergency phone out of my pack? Carl asked. Dana unbuttoned the side pouch, and took out the small emergency phone. Carl hit the button for a dial tone, and got nothing. No lights on that either, though it wasn't smoking. Emergency phone is dead as well. He sighed. The barrier, combined with Lotus area healing spell, had already repaired the damage to the group, but it couldn't fix their communications gear. Well, maybe if we go find a scout team, we can tell them that we're not dead. That should be enough to ensure that they don't make our families cry. Ophelia suggested. Torai looked shocked, as if she had forgotten that was a possibility. If they were presumed dead, they would be added to the war casualty rolls, and their families would receive a death benefit from the government based on their last recorded rank. Since they were all young, or clerics, it would go to their parents, not a spouse, but that was still bad enough. Hawk, can you go find us a scout team? Hawk left his space and flew out in search of a scout team for them to meet up with, out of sight of the main line. That way they could hold the meeting, then disappear into the battlefield without anyone interfering. That didn't take long, as there were dozens of scouts coming their way from all along the front line, even a few two-person teams running their way from the other portions of the front line. Only the ones closest to them would be likely to suspect that there was someone from the elites here already, but they would all need to confirm what the situation was, and if you couldn't see it, the sight would be very concerning. They weren't at the front lines, but they weren't that far from it, so the other lines wouldn't be able to tell that the line here hadn't just suffered a catastrophe. Carl turned the group to the closest group of scouts, and saw that there were others running toward them. They were the first on the scene, so they might have more information than the others who hadn't reached the site yet. Commander, was your group close when that happened? Is everyone all right? The leader of the first scout team they reached asked. Indeed we were. We were tasked to scout the crater valley, and it turned into an all-out battle with the frost giants. Somewhere along the way, a large glowing stone got destabilized, and its destruction was what everyone saw. Carl explained. Perfect. I will send a runner back to the line to report. Carl gave him a confused look. Just radio it in. The scout shook his head. The explosion knocked out every radio in the base. We had no communication when our team was dispatched. They should have some fixed soon. I heard something about blown fuses, but I don't have a working radio. Same here. Even my emergency phone is fried. We were still in the crater when the explosion happened. Carl explained. You're lucky to be alive. I will have the runner explain to the general that your team is fine. Where are you headed next? Into the wilderness between frontline groups. I will come grab a new radio in a few days, or poach one off another scout group. Carl replied. The scout smiled and nodded, then led his whole team back to the line. They were elites, they knew what was up, and they weren't going to waste their breath trying to get Carl to come straight to the chaos of a base with no communications. For the next 2 hours, Carl repeated the explanation to various scout groups, who returned to the frontline camps to give explanations, as anyone close enough to reach him that fast had lost their radios to the blast. It's time to go. Frost Giant Army, 40 kilometers out, coming for the crater from the city. Hawk informed them as the last of the scout groups was about to leave. You, Lieutenant, I forget your name. There is a Frost Giant Army battalion coming this way from the city. Can you run and tell the general that he's likely to have incoming hostile forces later today? Carl shouted after them. No problem, Commander. Make yourself scarce before they get close enough to spot you. Carl nodded and led the team away, headed for the woods between the two sections of battle line, where he could take the team and disappear into the mountain caves in only an hour or two. That would keep the frost giants from finding them, and if Remy cast a blizzard once they were out of sight, they wouldn't even leave a trail to follow. Yep, blizzard is useful. Remy agreed, while coiled around her new statue, trying to determine what it was for. Blizzard is useful. Hawk mimicked, while Thor chuckled, startling the group members who were standing beside him. They're bickering about the virtues of ice magic. Carl explained, while the mages climbed up behind Tessa on Thor's back and the golems were dismissed. The trees were densely packed in the foothills here, and Thor had to be dismissed, while Ray chose to return to her space, as she couldn't climb sideways between the trees without dropping Lotus. Remy started a snowstorm with blizzard, as Hawk gave them directions to a nice cave he had scouted. It was part of a large cave complex, as far as he could tell after his brief exploration, but there were spots that could be blocked off for safety, and the whole place was well underground, and warm from the stone of the mountain. That's good enough for me. We might even get to explore another cave and spend a few days without going out in the snow. Carl agreed. It probably wasn't that large, but no snow sounded good to Hawk. Ray blocked the door of the cave with silk and a few entangled branches, while Remy blew snow up against it to make it look like it had been that way for some time. That was good enough for their disguise, as the tunnel ran deep into the rock, just as Hawk had promised. And it was a tunnel, and not a natural cave, as it was carved with a smooth arch to the ceiling, and alcoves every 5 meters along the wall that had likely once held lanterns of some sort. The sight put everyone on edge, in case this was another trial instance, or home to some sort of intelligent monster. The good caves, like this one, would normally be claimed by something, and there was no telling how nasty that thing might be. So, they were cautious as they made their way deeper into the complex, and into a chamber where a set of long-forgotten houses stood petrified, coated in mineral stone from the dripping water. Hey, look at this. I think that is dwarven writing. There haven't been dwarves here in 1,000 years. Not since the frost giants betrayed them and they fled the continent. Lotus noted as she gestured toward some runes written at the entrance to the cavern. Do you have any idea what it says? Carl asked. Nope, I can't read dwarf. But if my memory is right, it should be some sort of protective spell to keep monsters out of their village, and the livestock in. It usually didn't target humans because we're not a threat, but your companions might have to stay in your space when we go in and out. She replied. Tessa looked around the cavern. And that means there is another tunnel to check. There are always 2 ways in and out of a dwarven village, even one this small. There were only 5 houses, and a few smaller outbuildings, so this might have been a way station along a trade route and not a proper village, but the dwarves were meticulous, and they would have made a second exit that led to a different side of the mountain. Carl nodded. All right, stay close and try not to damage anything. This place feels like a museum, and I'm certain some historian will love to hear that it's still intact. If the houses are still in good shape and empty, we can bunk in one of them, if not, we will set up out in the open. Torai looked at him strangely. Why would you think that there might be something intact in those houses? It would take hundreds of years for the dripping water to coat the roof in deposits like that. One of them has turned into a proper stalagmite. Carl smiled. I grew up in the mines. There were always old men joking about how we were digging so deep we might find dwarves, and how they made their furniture of stone, so they could pass it down to their grandchildren in a few hundred years. I don't know how true that is, but it seems like it might be possible. Look at the fences. They're all stacked stones, carefully cut to interlock. The other tunnel only took a minute to locate, as the designers weren't trying to hide it. But there would be no threats from that direction, as the tunnel had been carefully blocked over with cut stones. However, the stones weren't the same as what was in this cavern. It was a different sort of granite, darker, and with a faintly pink inclusion in it. What's got you staring at a stone wall so hard? Lotus asked as Carl paused to take it in. The stone comes from deeper in the mountain. I think they bricked it up from the other side. Carl explained as he ran his fingers over the cool stone. A holdout against the allies of the frost giants? Tessa suggested. Possibly. But, if it's still standing and undamaged, we should be safe here. I don't see any bones, campfire rings or other signs of previous uncivilized inhabitants. If this really had been a holdout against the frost giants when they sent their allies against the dwarves, it could be a very valuable safe spot for them. It was deep in the mountain, secure, warm even without artificial heating, and there was plenty of room for anything they might need to bring inside. You look like you're considering a long-term residency. Tessa noted as Carl surveyed the area. It's not a bad idea. The front lines are unlikely to move too much, so we will remain within striking distance of the frost giants for some time. They're going to be pissed about their valley, but they might not be able to do anything about it now that it has exploded. That's a real shame, you know. Remy wanted that big stone for her space. It would have made a great decoration. Tessa laughed at Carl's reply, but Lotus looked intrigued. You know, there was a big fancy stone behind the Naga shaman boss in the dungeon. I wonder if they were the same sort of stone. If we get to another dungeon, we will have to see if that stone appeals to her as well. Carl led them back to the nearest house, whose stone door was sitting wide open. It was dusty, but the roof hadn't leaked, and the interior was intact, as well as being almost all stone, as Carl had suspected. The beds had been carefully made when the last resident left, and the decayed remains were still there, though moss was growing on them, giving off the faint luminescence common to plants that grew in the underground caverns of the dark elven city inside the dungeon. I thought that they would have packed and taken everything with them. I guess not. It would take too much time and cause too much damage to the artifacts to sleep inside. Ray, can you set us up a fort and hammocks outside? Carl requested. Ray popped out of her space, then looked around for a good spot. There were a number of stone pillars supporting the ceiling of the cave, so she picked one of those to build at the base of, pulling from all sides, so the weight of the people in the hammocks would be evenly distributed, as if it was a flexible tree that she was worried about toppling. Then she returned to her space to rest. There was still light coming in from above, reflected through a crystal that lit up the cavern with the afternoon sun. When it started to get dark, she would come back out again, but for now, it was time to nap. The group was thinking the same thing, so Carl led them to a fire pit in the backyard of one of the houses. It had a metal grill plate over half of it, and it was obviously intended to be for cooking, with an adjustable hanger for your pot on the other side. This is fancy. Get that stoked up with your lucky blade and I will start on dinner. Lotus informed them as she admired the way that the metal of the griddle hadn't corroded even after 1,000 years. It would need a good cleaning before it could be used, but she wasn't planning to use it anyhow, she was just going to put her pans on it once it was hot. Carl activated, Flame Body, on his spare short sword and went to place it in the pit. But the moment that the fire touched the stones, the pit roared to life, creating an evenly distributed fire through the whole pit. Carl removed the blade, and the fire went out, enthralling Lotus. Just use the skill in the pit. I think you will be able to control it directly. That had to be pretty convenient for whoever made this place. She suggested. Carl extended the flaming body skill into the pit, which required him to touch it to get it started. But when he removed his hand, he could still control the skill, and the pit stayed burning. Alright, we really are set now. Cook to your heart's content, and we will rest here for a day or two. Dana and Lotus smirked at each other. Don't you think this reminds you of something? Like when you accidentally broke something of your mom's and then hid until she calmed down? Lotus asked. Or ate a cupcake from the batch that was supposed to be for the church potluck. Dana agreed. For 2 entire days, the group rested in the dwarven village ruins, resting and rebuilding their strength. But Carl wasn't slacking. No, he was working hard to spread the energy from the focal points in his beast spaces and then rebuild them. The process of spreading the energy smoothly took an entire day, and then it would likely take him weeks to rebuild it back to its new peak level, but he could feel the difference in the spaces after putting it off for that long. With 3 commander rank beasts, the energy was flowing much more smoothly through his body after the process was completed, and he had an easier time activating his skills. The royal rank, flaming body, skill was becoming much more effective, though still limited by his own capacity. It was more efficient than the commander rank version for the amount of mana used, but because his cap for energy usage was lower, he still couldn't exert the maximum amount of power that someone like Prince Corbin could have. By Carl's best estimate, it was close to twice as strong as it would have been at commander rank, though. The jump between the 2 ranks was a large one, and while Carl didn't quite understand the difference yet, the feeling of power from flaming body was definitely not the same as it was from the other skills he could use. If it had been offensive adaptation that Ray had managed to advance, he might have a more detailed understanding, with 2 skills to compare, but it was her golems that had advanced first. Of course, if it had been offensive adaptation that advanced first, the amount of damage that he was doing at the commander rank might have made even the Red Dragon of War blush. That skill was truly overpowered to begin with, and having it a full rank higher than the user would just be disgustingly effective. They had no way of knowing what was going on outside, other than the silence when they went to sit by the door and listen for movement. There was nothing close enough for their senses to pick up on the first day, so on the second day, Carl sent Hawk out to scout in the morning. There are still plenty of frost giants in the area, searching for us, I guess. They're big mad about something, and it has to be us blowing up their rock. Hawk explained as he returned to rest in his space for the remainder of the day. With the energy stabilized in an even layer on the 3rd day, and the new focuses forming properly, Carl sent Hawk out to scout again, updating them on the situation. Not so many frost giants as yesterday, but still plenty of frost giants to keep us busy all day. There are humans there now too, fighting. Hawk informed them during his dawn scouting mission. It sounds like it's time to go. There are other human teams outside now, fighting with the frost giants that are looking for us. Well, they likely don't know it's us they're looking for, but they're looking for the relic from the crater. Carl explained. But it blew up. Torai reminded him. Dana and Tessa both gave Carl matching suspicious looks. It did blow up, didn't it? Tessa asked. Carl took Remy and her new lucky statue out of her space to show to the others. I think that this is what they're looking for. He explained. A statue of the All-Mother? I mean, she's the primary goddess of shamanistic magic, but what does that have to do with the frost giants? Lotus asked. Tessa shrugged. No idea. But if it was in the crater, then it's not just a statue. Where did you find it? Remy wrapped protectively around her statue, in case someone tried to take it from her. Carl smiled and stroked the spirit snake's back as he answered. They were using it as the focus for the circle that was summoning more frost giants. I stole it to break the spell. Tessa nodded in understanding. And then the crumbling spell destabilized the frost stone, and everything blew up. Alright, I see what happened now. Tuck that away again, and don't let it come out. It should be good for Remy, but the frost giants will sense its magic if they're close. Remy quickly vanished into her space to protect her statue, while the clerics tried not to laugh. The little spirit snake was growing quickly, but nobody had noticed because it was so cold that she never came out of her space. Or at least she never came far enough out that they could see her. Are we bringing our packs? Or leaving them here in camp? Torai asked as she glared at the heavy bag. Unlike the others, the mages couldn't use the rings of giant strength, so they were working with basic human stats, and carrying their packs all day was tiring. You and Dana can sling them on Thor's back. It should help mobility, and he won't mind a pair of saddlebags if Ray helps us tie them on nicely. Carl suggested. Ray happily made a harness for the packs, and for the riders to hang on to while they sat on top of Thor's new white fur cape. It was warm, it helped him hide, and it had a hood. The hood was the best part, in Thor's estimation. Tessa had cut holes for his upper horns, so it would stay in place when he moved his head, and it kept his cranial ridge warm without blocking his eyes. The harness kept it securely in place, with the backpacks hanging at his rear hips and the riders in front of that, with Tessa sitting at the base of his neck, where she could more easily attack their targets. We need to get you a lance. Carl decided, as the riders took their places. Lotus was back in her spot on Ray again, so they could ambush from the side without the bloodbath spider losing her pocket healer. That put both mages on Thor's back, but they would climb down as soon as the fighting started, as they weren't physically adept enough to stay on a bucking lightning Cerro during battle. Carl led them down a path toward the closest group of human scouts, who were about to end up in combat with a frost giant hunting team, keeping the pace to a moderate jog, so that neither of the beasts was tired when they found their fight. Can I engage? Hawk asked, after relaying that the frost giants were about to reach the human scouts. Go ahead, just don't get yourself attacked. The fireballs made it easier to track the scout from the ground, and Carl adjusted their route to intercept the frost giants. The scout team had slowed their advance, wary of the insane dragon Hawk, allowing Carl and the others to make it to the hunting team first. It was just 5 ascended frost giants with spears, no fancy armor or magical weapons, but they had a large hound of some sort with them, who was sniffing at the ground, searching for something. It wasn't them, as the hound didn't make any signal that it had recognized them, but if they were tracking every group who had been near the crater, they would get to him eventually. Carl took out the dog handler with an arrow, while the others fell to Hawk's fireballs, leaving a very shocked scout group standing 50 meters to their right, unsure as to what they should be doing now. Good morning everyone. I don't suppose that you have a working radio, do you? Carl asked. The team leader smiled, and gestured for someone to bring one forward. We do have a spare. All the teams do, now that we've learned the trick. The only ones that blew up were the radios that were in use at the time, the ones in storage with the batteries removed were fine. It took a few hours to realize that with all the chaos, and by then the scouts who had been near the crater had all dispersed again. He explained. Got it. Keep the battery removed from the spare radio when we get one. Hopefully, that sort of thing won't happen again anytime soon, but you never know. Carl agreed. You should call in soon, Commander. The General would like to have a few words with you, and he is requesting that you return to the base. The scout chuckled as Carl tucked the radio in his pack and put the earbud in. I thought that might be the case, especially after 2 days of recovery time. All right, I will head for the base this afternoon, so I have time to make it back to my camp before dark. Hawk wasn't joking about the number of frost giants in the area. Carl could see 3 other groups from where they were standing, and if the giants had better eyesight, they would be able to clearly spot his group across the open fields, even with their white cloaks. It was a shame that he couldn't fire an arrow that far, but from Hawk's point of view, it looked like the frost giant front line had spread out into a search pattern, and they were combing the area looking for their lost relic. That thing must be significant to them, even though it's not their primary goddess. Lotus decided, as they headed for another group of hunters. Perhaps it's because she's a shaman god, and they needed the shamanistic magic to activate the stone that was letting them clone the warriors. Carl suggested. Lotus frowned. That could be, but it might be something else as well. The goddess is called the All-Mother, and she is a god of shamanistic magic, so it might be that only a holy relic of that one specific goddess would enable them to use the spell they need. If that's the case, There are likely more of these statues all over the front lines, hidden in places too dangerous for most of our teams to scout. The frost giants know that we don't have any royal rank fighters here, so they haven't deployed any of theirs, they're just wearing us out before making their big move. Remy perked up at that suggestion. Is she saying we have to collect them all? Like totems for my swamp? A whole collection of magical statues to build an array with? Remy wants to know if we should try to collect them all and see what happens. She seems to think that they're supposed to work together. Carl relayed. Tessa and Lotus shared an enlightened look, both remembering something from their training. I think that the summoning effect really might be a set of statues. Totem magic is a thing, but it's far beyond most of us. If there are a whole set of divine totems working together, representing a pantheon, or a concept, then the totems might be creating all of the strange phenomenons that we are seeing, with the expanding borders and the appearance of new frost giants, as the totem magic tries to align the world to favor them. Tessa explained. And if we steal enough of them, the effect would stop, and the borders would begin to return to normal, ending their invasion. That is brilliant. We just need to find the others. Dana exclaimed. And I would get my own expanding swamp. Remy added helpfully. How that would work was a mystery to Carl, as the swamp was a mental space, and the maximum size seemed to be tied to her rank, but perhaps the statues would help her grow up faster. I think that we need to go to the base, and see if there are other places like the one that we attacked. If we tell them what we suspect, they might make a mess of attacking it, and then the totems will be moved again. But if we can get a few more before the frost giants realize that they're being targeted, I think that it might be enough that we can send the army after the others. Carl decided. So, you're saying, get the intel, attack another hidden spot and see if there is a totem statue there, and only then should we tell the army about the threat? Tessa asked seriously. Yes, I think that is the best strategic decision for us to be able to not only test the theory, but to end the war if we are right. Ophelia looked deep in thought as she made little piles of snow with her foot. I think Carl is right. The totems won't do anyone any good if they're spread out. The damage would be done, and the border would just stop advancing. But if we can get enough of them together, the effect should begin to fade as the totems align to favor us. That's how my totems are. The more that I have active, the stronger the effect is. I don't have the strongest totems yet, only bare strength, but once I have 4 of them out, my strength has doubled from its base level. Remy nodded along in understanding. Totems were shaman magic, and although she didn't know any of them yet, she was getting a much better idea of how they worked after watching them appear all around the Werbear when she was in combat. Carl led them back toward the front lines to talk to the general, and Remy studied her statue, while trying to remember everything that she could about the totems that Ophelia made. She was close to a revelation, she just needed a bit more time to understand what she was missing. The scouts were waiting for them as they got close to the camp, despite the fact that Carl hadn't sent any radio messages yet. Commander, the general would like to see you in his command tent. The scout greeted them. I would have been more startled if he didn't want to see me. Carl joked. Lead the way, I don't want to walk in on anything unfortunate, my poor clerics have seen too much already this mission. The scout looked confused, but Lotus giggled at the memory of the startled artillery battalion commander when he was quite literally caught with his pants down. They heard the general's laughter when the scout stuck his head in to see if he was free, and then followed him inside. General, good to see you again. I trust that you got a relayed version of the events from the other scouts? Carl asked. Yes, all sorts of confused and conflicting reports. Now, firsthand, what happened out there? You did go to scout the location, did you not? The general asked. We did, and here is how it went. Carl went through the details of the engagement, including the snowstorm that made it look like there was no valley there at all until you were in it, to the clear area at the bottom, the identical giants, and the destruction, but omitting the bits about the totem Remy borrowed. I understand now. It makes sense that the frost giants are out hunting. They might be looking for the culprit, but also for any leftover magical items that survived the blast, shards of the frost stone, and other valuables. If there are still shards of that exploded stone, they will be valuable not only to the frost giants, but to other water and ice magic users. The general explained. Dana and Tori smiled. They shouldn't have too many problems finding a piece or two of the shattered stone to help with their magic. One other thing. Ascended Mage Tori, you have been reassigned. There is a new group here in need of a mage, and we unfortunately don't have the resources to keep an overstrength scouting group active in the wilderness. But I just got here. She complained. Carl's group was the best she had ever seen. They were competent, worked in unison without arguments or questions, and even better, they actually wanted to be there. Plus, there were 3 commander rank beasts already in the team, more than doubling their combat strength. What more could you ask for? The group in question came in just after the general mentioned them, most likely because they had been waiting for the signal. 2 familiar elites entered leading 2 others with similar faces, suggesting that they might come from the same hometown or be relatives to each other. Their entrance was silent, but accompanied by the faint smell of giggleweed and leather oil. The Mackenzie brothers were here with 2 other warriors, and they had been assigned the first free mage, as far as Carl could tell. Bob, Brother Doug, good to see you again. Carl greeted them with friendly hugs. Commander Carl. I didn't expect to see you here, did you bring us our extra mage? Bob asked with a slight smirk on his face as he took in Carl's group. I suppose that we did. We were further down the line when the fallback signal was given, and we ended up behind enemy lines, so we've been poking their supply lines and attacking a couple of suspicious points. Carl agreed. With the help of a certain Spider and Hawk, who can spot and sneak up on giants with ease. It looks like you've got a reliable bunch, but I don't know these 2. Doug asked. Dana and Ophelia, meet High Priest Doug Mackenzie, of the Nature God, and his brother Commander Bob Mackenzie. Bob, Doug, meet Dana the Golem Mage and Ophelia the Bear Totem Berserker. Doug gave Ophelia an appraising look. I bet she's comfortable in bear form. She's just big enough to be furry and warm. Ophelia looked vaguely offended, but Lotus was quite familiar with Brother Doug, and the other nature priests. She gets like twice that size. No worries about being cold with her around, though she's been cuddling Tori at night, so we're going to have to fix our sleeping arrangements. The tiny priestess agreed. Doug smiled, and lit a herbal cigarette. Sister Lotus, you're living too good. Why don't you lend us the Berserker as well? Bob and Carl shared a smile while the 2 nature clerics joked with each other, ignoring the fact that they were supposed to be in the middle of a meeting, or that the people they were referring to were literally standing right beside them. Once the general was done with them, he chased both groups out of his office. He would soon have more directions for both, but a scout could pass the message before they left. He had enough to deal with already without adding the stress of dealing with a stone nature priest and a bunch of miscreant elite mercenaries. Only 1 mage in your group? Carl asked as he looked at the combination. Yeah, not great luck on the combo this time, but we've got a ranger, who's good with longer distance attacks. Our sisters were both sent to the capital for security detail, so we can't get them for the team this time. Bob sighed. Well, Tori is good with multiple target attacks, but it's a bit of a shame that you don't have a second caster. Then Carl paused. There was a spell that Ray knew which could likely be used by Brother Doug. The skill book, ability required that he study and have some understanding of the skill, and he had certainly fulfilled that requirement, though it wasn't one that he could use himself. If you wait a moment and find me some paper and ink, plus one of those cigarettes, I think I can make a spell book for Doug. It's a nature spell, so a nature priest should be able to use it. He added. Doug didn't hesitate and brought out a stack of paper, intended for reports, as well as his good pen and a rolled herbal cigarette. Carl crushed the herb onto the paper as he took a seat at one of the tables in the dining tent beside the general's, and began to write out the spell book. Ray got this in a dungeon instance as a reward, but I think it will be compatible. I managed to make a refreshing lightning, version for the Blue Dragon priests. Carl explained. Doug laughed. I heard all about that. They're so excited to have a new spell to teach that they've been trying to get everyone they meet to learn it. The problem is, it only works for the Blue Dragon priests. Not even the shamans have managed to learn it straight from the book. Thor laughed at that one. He didn't know how human shamans played with lightning, but Remy's lightning and his lightning were totally different things that just looked the same. He was also eager to come out and play with his old friends, but the camp was so crowded that there simply wasn't space for him. Carl needed Ray to help him with the book, for the parts that he didn't understand, but between them, they quickly got the spell completed, and it formed itself into a skill book with a simple wooden cover, and a spear tip on the front. Doug took the book, and flipped the cover open. That was all that it took for the book to vanish, while the others looked on in envy. You know, there is a supply tent here with the essentials, why don't you get a golem book? One of the warriors with Bob's group asked Tori. I've already tried, I'm incompatible with the book. I can use arcane spheres that fire multiple magic missiles, though. I'm not great at defense, but I've got strong offensive abilities. She replied sadly. That's all right. We've got a high priest with us, and a commander-ranked defensive warrior. Golems are nice to have, but they're not the only way to deal with frost giants. The warrior consoled her. Lotus raised her hand. I would just like to say, what the heck, dude? You could teach nature priests to use spear all this time, and you didn't make me a copy like 2 weeks ago. I've been right here, riding on Ray's back while she casts it, and you didn't once think to teach me? Carl blushed in embarrassment. Would you believe me if I said that I forgot it was possible? I have to study and somewhat understand the skill to transcribe it, but I've seen it cast 1,000 times now, by Ray and her golems, and with her help, it wasn't hard. Lotus made a get on with it gesture, and Carl started over with Ray's help to make her a copy of the book. Lotus grabbed it and did a little happy dance the moment they finished. This will be perfect. I will have vines and spikes. The book vanished in her hands, and the little priestess frowned. I have been robbed. Oh, wait, no. This is just as good. Carl tried not to laugh at how similar her response was to his beasts when things didn't go as expected while he waited for her to calm down. The two spells combined to give me a third option, which replaced the other two. Thorned vines are basically the two at the same time, but the spears are thorns, and don't fly out, they just stab when the vines grab something. That seemed like it would actually make things easier on Lotus. She was already used to using the vines to restrain targets, but they didn't do any damage. Now they would restrain targets while doing damage, a 2-for-1 combo package. Bob came over to Carl's side while Lotus and Doug did a little happy dance together. Why did you come in so early? There are still plenty of hunting hours for the day, you could have come at the end of the afternoon. He asked, while the two nature clerics celebrated their new skills. I'm not planning to stay. Now that we've given them their report, I'm going to leave again. We've got a good spot in the forward operating area, where we can engage the frost giants easily, but still remain safe to sleep at night. Carl explained. We found your other fort on the way in, the one in the trees near the camp. At least, I assume it's you. It is spider silk, and I didn't see any sort of monsters in the area other than the frost giants. Bob replied. Yeah, that was almost certainly the one made by Ray. It's far enough outside the camp that you don't get suckered into a frontline rotation in an attack, but you're close enough to assist or return to inform them of your destination when you head out in the morning. Suddenly, Doug and Lotus both turned back to the group. Lotus had a huge smile on her face as she made her announcement. We have an idea. Why don't we head out together tonight? The safe spot is big enough for both groups, and we can have Remy hide our tracks every night. Then we can work out of the same area for support, and compete to see who can eliminate more frost giants. Bob looked impressed. That's actually not a terrible idea. 2 scout groups to protect a camp, which means we can split resources, and we will only need to warm one space, and we won't have to lose as much sleep to watch duties. It would also keep the two groups close together if there was a larger threat, so if they sent a radio call, the other team could come quickly to assist them. The official stance was that they didn't have enough elites to have large teams, but their two teams working out of the ruins was no different from all the teams that returned to base at the end of the day. The ranger on Bob's team immediately became suspicious, and began looking back and forth between the team leaders and the nature priests. "What are you not telling us? We all saw the scout reports. Why do you think that we need two teams with multiple commander rank members working together?" he demanded. Bob patted him on the shoulder. "Bless your heart, you don't get out much, do you? The official scout reports don't include anything from teams that were lost, or teams that haven't reported in, or any of the enemy reserves that are too far for our scouts to get a confirmed number for. In short, it's about a quarter of the total combat power that the enemy has in the area at any given time, and only gives a general idea of what you're likely to see on patrol. But the frost giants are all worked up today, so they're going to start sending more attackers forward. When they do, we will be glad to have the support nearby. Their team is fast, and if we call when we see a major threat, we can face it as a group instead of taking risks, then spread out to continue scouting." The ranger sighed. "I work for the Bureau of Natural Resources. I run an animal shelter for unwanted and abandoned pets. I didn't expect to get a draft notice in the mail so soon after the conflict started. That was truly unfortunate. Nobody wanted to be in the first round of draft notices." It did, however, solidify Carl's opinion that he had done the right thing by picking a team and coming in advance. The trip to the cave took longer than Carl had expected, as the other group was on foot, but they still managed to make it there before dark, and got Remy to use a blizzard to hide their tracks. "That's some serious paranoia you have, you know that, right?" the other warrior in Doug's group asked. "The frost giants are out here hunting for whoever blew up their holy relic, and given that we're the ones who did it, I thought it might be better if nothing could track us back to our sleeping spot. But you will like this place. It's an old dwarven village, deep in the mountains, and it's got all the creature comforts. Or will once we have Ray set up a second fort with hammocks for you all," Carl explained. Torai smiled. The hammocks were a wonderful thing. Her mind briefly went to the muscled physiques of the men in her group, then she shook her head, dispelling those notions. She was here to work, and after that last fiasco, she had learned her lesson about leading her group members on. No more flirting to get favorable treatment, it wasn't worth it. This time, she was going to prove to a group that didn't know about her past indiscretions that she was truly worthy of her place on the team, and that she had the skills to make a name for herself as a combat elite. As they got settled in, Ray started to work, building up a second tent in the town for the second group, again arrayed around a pillar using spider silk at the commander rank anchored to the floor and wrapped around the stone pillar as the structure. As they relaxed, the warrior, whose name Carl had learned was Harry Kim, began to dig through his pack for a dinner ration. The clerics burst into laughter, and the warrior stopped, confused as to what was so funny. It was definitely dinner time, and they might as well start cooking before it got dark. Doug explained with a grand gesture at the two priestesses. "We have not one, not two, but 3 clerics here, including a high priest, who can all use advanced food creation spells. There will be no eating lousy ration packs in this camp. In fact, you might eat better here than you do at home." Harry smiled and put the ration pack away. "Now that is good news. Me and Lao Tai, we're not used to eating ration packs, it would likely mess up our digestion for months. I eat almost all my meals at the office cafeteria, since they're free, and I only recently got the raise for my promotion to ascended." The high priest chuckled and ran his fingers through his short beard. "It has been a season for promotions. I just made high priest, Commander Carl was promoted in the last few months, Dana made ascended recently as well. With you, that's almost half the group that has made a milestone right before the war." Ophelia chuckled and raised her hand. "I made ascended 2 weeks before we left, but I was only officially promoted at the end of term exams the next week." Harry laughed. "I'm not sure if that makes me feel better or worse. Usually, the Ascended members are pencil pushers with a lot of involuntary experience, not promising students. The ranger joined in the laughter and shook his head. If I didn't know better, I would say that half of you were still in the second year. And before we get too far, my full name is Lao Tai, but please call me Tai. Well, I can say for certain that you are wrong, but not for the reason that you think. Doug joked. Carl nodded. Ophelia is in the second year, but Dana is in the first year. Tai gave her an assessing look that narrowed, his black eyes almost looked closed. First year and Ascended? What the hell were they thinking, even letting you out of the academy, much less to a forward scouting team? Now both the Mackenzie brothers, and all of Carl's team, were laughing. Commander Carl is also a first-year student. The monster of the academy. Compared to sending him out, sending Miss Dana with him was a small thing. Bob finally explained. Thor saw that as his opportunity. Everyone was laughing, that must mean they want to play, so he came out to bump up against Doug, begging for head pats. Who gave Thor a cloak? That is adorable. He asked as he reached under the hood to scratch between the lightning Saro's horns. It's cold outside, and it helps him blend in. I'm the one who cut the horn holes for the hood. Tessa replied with a soft smile for the happy Saro. Bob and Doug tag-teamed Thor, showering him with attention as he pranced around happily. It was good to have happy people around again instead of serious people. Tai stared at Thor for a few minutes, then turned to Carl. That's a commander rank lightning Saro, isn't it? No wonder you've grown so powerful. How did you manage to bond a beast that strong? He actually started as an egg, as did the others. No, that's not a restriction of my class, just an oddity of fate. A combination of resources, combat experience and training made him into the Saro that he is today. Tai looked amused at the phrasing, but more intrigued by the mention of others. They said that you had a commander rank beast. Was it actually more than one? 3 actually, and one more that's still at Ascended. Though you have already met, then there is Hawk, a dragon hawk, who does our scouting duties, Ray the bloodbath spider, who is our resident attack golem specialist, and Remy, a newborn Naga spirit snake, who is still at Ascended rank. The ranger nodded in understanding. Now I see why they let you out of the academy. The beasts needed, and with them, you might as well be with a full commander rank team, plus some extra support. How much trouble do you have with the frost giants? None of your team members are giant-sized, and only Thor is particularly durable. Against the 5 commander teams, we are a bit slower than we are used to when fighting teams with only one commander rank frost giant, but we are still not in any real danger. With Thor's barrier over the whole team, plus the blessings of the clerics, the circle of protection and the golems from both Ray and Dana, we're actually at a reliable advantage. Tai smiled. In that case, I won't hesitate to call on your team if we find ourselves in a bind. Normally, it's considered bad manners to pull another team from their mission unless it's an emergency, but if you've got strength to spare, you will probably be able to finish up and come to us in time. Ray headed back to her space for a short nap after she finished creating the second fort for the Mackenzie team, and the clerics made their way to the fire pits to start cooking. Doug had a skill that created a small fire, and that was enough to control the cooking area, where they were happily scrubbing away centuries of dust and preparing the area for an elaborate meal. It was going to be fairly late when they finished cooking, but neither team was rushing to head out in the morning. They would head out when they were good and ready, then hunt until mid-afternoon and return here. With the number of frost giants that Carl's team had reported, they wouldn't be short on targets, and they would be exhausted well before the sun went down. This is quite the fortification. How long do you think that we will be able to continue to use it? Harry, the ascended warrior with the Mackenzie brothers, asked, his ice-blue eyes glinting with curiosity. Bob shrugged. For at least the next few weeks, unless the frost giants mount an offensive that puts the main battle line out of reach of it. I don't see them pushing the line that far back, especially now that their holy relic in the area is destroyed, but unless we can find another and destroy it as well, they are unlikely to retreat either. So, it is a stalemate, and we just continue to wear them away and keep them from building up enough of a force to challenge the general. Carl nodded. We are almost certain that there are more locations like the one that exploded, most likely near the other main lines. But what we suspect is that we need to pull the cores of them together to be able to reverse the changes they have made. Simply destroying them likely won't be enough. So, my team was planning to scout further, to try to find similar hiding spots near the other lines. Bob smiled. And with the two of us sharing a fort, we can cover for you when command wants to know what your status is. Hawk went out extra early the next day, intending to make it to the next pass, so he could check the frost giants that had gathered near the next portion of the main defense lines. That was the most likely spot for there to be another of the relics, and he would happily help them steal it if it was going to make the cold go away. Even if Carl gave to the snake again. He was in luck, they weren't even hiding this one. Or, maybe they were, but not from above. It was just like the other one, a magical circle next to a big stone, but this one was in the caldera of a dormant volcano, and it didn't feel the same. Instead of so much snow, it was bitterly cold, and the monsters around the magical circle were different. It was still frost giants, but not strong ones. They were making the awakened groups, led by Ascended, and sending them back into the frost giant nation to regroup and mingle with more powerful groups that were coming back to the frontline groups as a combined force. With his enhanced eyesight, and a lot of silent cursing at the effort needed to fly in the thin air, Hawk had managed to get high enough that he could see most of the process around that same frost giant city. Quick math, which the wind speed Hawks developed to help them guess where Earth mouse holes would be relative to the last ones they had found, told him that there should be one more likely hiding spot on the far side of the first spot they had found a magic stone. That was an almost equal distance, but it was too far for him to fly this morning. So, he set a shallow dive that would build up speed as he went back to create the morning reports on the closest groups to the fort. There were still too many frost giants nearby, and it would take time to get to the volcano where the next stone was hidden. Carl tapped his spoon against his canteen to get everyone's attention. I have the preliminary scouting report from Hawk. He has found another frost stone location. It's in a volcano that is a full day's travel from here, near the next major engagement. The distribution appears to be near the main access valleys to their territory, to better spread the effects. If we can get the next one, and then find a third, we might be able to cause a whole section of the effect to collapse. Normally, Hawk would be cursing the cold if he had to fly up that high to find a position, but he's not, which tells me that the effect isn't as strong as it was before. That's with just one spot inactive. We will hunt today, going in that direction, but we won't return to the camp tonight, we will leave that for the Mackenzie group. If they're calling for a report from us, fake it and let them think we're still in the area and not on yet another battlefield. We will be back tomorrow, hopefully with good news. Bob gave him a sloppy salute. Good luck, Commander. We will cover for you today, and if you aren't back tomorrow night, we will go looking for you. That was the best that they could offer. It might be that the aftermath would take out communications again, or Carl's group might not make it out as smoothly this time. Both groups left together after breakfast, and Remy kept the snow active until they were out of the trees. It would make it harder to find their way back to the caves, but most of the elites had good memories, and they didn't want anything else following their footprints back to their fort. It was too good of a spot to have it defiled by monsters or taken over by some random group who would smash all the relics for firewood and make a mess. For the first few hours, they passed in front of the main lines, hunting the roaming groups of giants which were still searching for shards of the frost stone. The numbers of both the stone fragments and the frost giants searching for them were dropping dramatically with the efforts of the teams that the main group was sending out, and Carl managed to lead his team into the hills on the far side of the line before noon, after which he brought them up to a jog with Hawk leading them on a relatively trouble-free path toward their target. The frost giants weren't interested in the actual hills, as a river ran along this portion of the border, leading to the lake where Carl and his team had crossed. The steep valley along the majority of the border would make it nearly impossible for a human attack force to cross, so only where there was a gap in the mountains passable enough for vehicles did they set up defenses. Don't you think this is a bit too easy? Ophelia whispered as they ran through the trees. Like this second location is a trap, and they're going to spring something on us the moment that we try to go up the mountain. Yeah, I got that feeling as well. But Hawk hasn't seen any sign of what the ambush might be yet. Carl agreed. And we're going anyhow? She asked. I know, you have a good point. But even if it is a trap, the frost stone should still be real, as we know the frost giants that are leaving the area very much are real. The soldiers in the area are currently engaged with them. Carl replied. All right. It is what it is, just approach cautiously, so we don't end up ambushed by something invisible. That was a good point. They might have found a way to make the threat invisible. Hawk, can you send a couple rend attacks down to ground level on the hill? If they hit ground with no issues, we're good to go. If not, there is a barrier or an illusion. Carl suggested. They were only a few kilometers from the base of the volcano, but Carl didn't want to launch the attack tonight, as it would likely continue until dark, and then they would still need to find an escape route while exhausted from a day's travel and fighting. Ray, find us a good hiding spot for the night, and we will go up in the morning. Ray rushed out with Lotus on her back to find a good spot to build a fort, and ended up finding a small cave buried under a snowdrift when her foot knocked the opening clear. Found the spot. Bring everyone, and have Remy keep her blizzard up to hide it again. Ray informed them. The cave was tiny and cramped, but with a bit of a silk dome at the entrance, the snowstorm buried it deep, and everyone huddled together for the night with the heat of a dagger covered in, flaming body, keeping the cave warm. They ate quickly the next morning, and sent Hawk up once again to check the area. All good, many weak giants. I flew low through the trees, and they didn't see me all the way to the ridge. He reported. All right, it looks like we're good to go. Is everyone prepared for this? Carl asked. As ready as we can be. Tessa agreed. Once they were out of their snowy sleeping location, Carl called out Ray and Thor so that everyone could get a ride on their way up, and began carefully following Hawk's route up the mountain. He had found a route that should be easily walkable, even for Thor with passengers, and if they didn't fall into a trap, they should be at the peak within 2 hours. There were very few frost giant patrols in the area, possibly to hide their presence near the human lines, but that didn't mean that Carl and the others wouldn't run across one and set off an alarm if they were unlucky. Their first test came only 10 minutes after leaving camp, when they came across a group of 10 awakened rank frost giants with an ascended rank leader. It wasn't easy to eliminate them all fast enough that none of them could shout, and without causing so much noise that other groups would come running, but with the help of the spider golems and one magic missile to the throat courtesy of Dana, they managed the task and moved on, leaving the bodies for the next patrol to find. There was too much damage to the trees and snow to hide that there had been a battle, and taking the bodies would only emphasize that they were trying to hide their tracks, and that it wasn't a wild monster attack, so they simply left them and continued on their way. The blizzard spell that Remy kept active would make it hard to tell when the attack had occurred as long as nothing happened across it too quickly. Carl looked up the mountain. There aren't many patrols, so let's keep going. With Remy's blizzard covering for us, it will be difficult to tell when we came through. Speed is our friend until we reach the caldera. They kept moving, using the blowing snow as cover, both for their tracks, and to keep them from being noticed. It seemed to be working well enough, and they made it most of the way up the mountain without being intercepted again, but the closer they got to the top, the stronger the feeling that there was something seriously wrong grew. Ray, is there any sign that we're being tricked by an illusion? Carl asked. No, it all looks good, not like that strange situation underground. This place just feels wrong, like something bad is about to happen to us, but I can't see anything that could cause us problems. She insisted. Then she paused. Whatever is wrong, it is here. Remy stared out of her space at the same time. Stop, there is something here. Carl signaled for everyone to pause. The beasts had senses they didn't, and a few moments to understand what they were sensing wouldn't hurt anything. Carl closed his eyes, focusing on his mental space, the one he used for mediation, in hope that he would gain some understanding from the void. As he focused on nothingness, he felt something staring back at him. The feeling made his skin crawl, as the sensation of attention grew. They weren't joking, something was really wrong with this place. Then, the ground began to shake under their feet, and the thermal vision that Carl only paid minimal attention to during the day began to show him hot spots everywhere on the hillside, and even more potently above them. Oh shit! The volcano is about to erupt. He realized. U-turn, it's time to leave. Lotus announced, pointing back. Ophelia was momentarily frozen, but when Thor began to turn around and run, she joined the group. The first spout of hot gas vented only a few meters from their path as they ran, and the rumbling of the volcano got worse. Thor and Tessa were glowing with golden holy light, which was unusual, as they would normally spread the effect to everyone. But, as most of the group was on Thor's back, it might be the best way to protect them from venting gas from below. Ray was doing a better job of dodging the vents, as she could see them coming, but Thor could feel the rumbling in the ground before they erupted, and he wove through the trees as he ran down the hill, struggling not to topple over forward. Like a war bear, with his build he was a bit top-heavy, and the steep slopes were hazardous for him when running downhill. The top of the mountain exploded in a shower of rock and fire, firing high into the sky. That almost certainly spelled the end of one of the statues, but this time they weren't lucky enough to have recovered it. A sense of power drew Carl's attention behind them, and what he found was the horror of every frost giant in the world. There was a massive mottled red dragon bursting free of the volcano, flying easily among the explosion of magma and stone. Lotus, look back. What is that? Carl shouted over the roar of the volcano. She only looked for a split second, then shuddered and looked forward. That is a magma dragon, a form of chromatic dragon. But I don't think they're supposed to get that big. Even an ancient forest dragon doesn't have a wingspan that large. She shouted back. Do you think it might be on our side? It looks pretty mad at the frost giants. Dana asked. Lotus just laughed and shook her head. Magma dragons aren't really known for their kindness or humanitarian actions. It's better that we just get out of here before it turns its attention in our direction. As if to prove her point, the magma dragon tail swatted an enormous glowing red boulder in their direction, headed straight for their group. Everyone scattered as it crashed down between them with an impact that shook the ground even better than Thor's earthquake skill. Carl was momentarily blinded by the steam from all the melted snow from the impact trench, but quickly realized that they had fully evaded the attack, and they could keep going. Wait, shiny rock for me. Thor cheered as he picked the boulder up with his horns and moved it to his space. It was still radiating huge amounts of heat, but as it cooled, Thor could see that it was a naturally blue crystal, a large portion of the frost stone from the top of the mountain, that the dragon had used as an artillery projectile. It would look good next to Thor's pond once it cooled enough to regain its natural blue appearance, Carl decided as they ran down the hill and away from the tidal wave of molten stone making its way down the slope behind them. But the flow was not the greatest danger, at least not to the common people who weren't on the volcano's slopes. The massive cloud of ash and fire had blackened the sky, turning day to night, and blanketing the snow in a thick layer of ash. Maybe this was their plan all along. That volcanic eruption is going to throw the entire region into an artificial winter. It will take months for that cloud to clear, and even longer for the temperature to start coming back up. Lotus noted, looking backwards from her perch on Ray's back. Remy is a shaman, tell her to make the cloud go away. Shamans do weather, right? Hawk insisted. An extra winter, when they were already in winter, seemed like it should be prohibited by some sort of rule. That was just too much winter in one place for Hawk to accept. Remy thought about it for a while and then shook her head. If there is an overlord-rank shaman, they could blow all of that back away from us, but I don't have that much power, I'm just a small snake. Remy was doing her best cute and innocent act, even curling the hood of scales around her head to make it look like she was hugging herself. Hawk wasn't buying it, but Thor thought it was adorable. However, neither opinion changed the fact that Remy simply didn't have the power to change the weather over hundreds of kilometers and blow the ash cloud away from the Golden Dragon Nation. But worse than that, the prevailing winds were blowing out of the Frost Giant Nation, and would be moving more of the ash into human territory, and after that, into Stone Giant territory, where Lotus knew it would stagnate as the air off the ocean halted its momentum. The Stone Giants would not be happy, but this had to count as a force of nature, unstoppable and not preventable. It might not have happened right now if the Frost Giants hadn't either deliberately or inadvertently upset the magma dragon, but it would have risen from its slumber eventually and the result would have been the same. I hope your stamina is beyond impressive because both the lava flow and the ash cloud are gaining on us. Carl informed Ophelia as they reached the bottom of the hill, over half an hour later. It's good enough to run all day, but what way do we run? She asked. Upwind. That will take us back over ground that we've already covered, and toward the first incident, but we know there is a force there, even if everyone is busy with the chaos. Carl explained. Does the wind even matter to that? She asked, pointing upward at the mushroom-shaped cloud. Honestly, I have no idea. Later it should blow the ash away, but it does kind of look like it doesn't care. The volcano was making its own weather now, and the wind was blowing outward from the eruption, rapidly heating everything and melting the snow all around them into slush. Do we go for the main line? Lotus shouted as they moved down into the open, hoping to make better time than they had through the hills and trees. No, go for the dwarven village. Carl called back. That seemed safer, and if it wasn't for their barriers, the ash would be burning their clothes already. There were spots on the trees that were already scorched, despite the snow which had built up on them, and to Carl, that meant there was likely to be a massive wildfire. How to escape an erupting volcano had not been one of their school subjects. As they ran, the radio communications made it clear that the erupting volcano was neither the only, nor the worst, disaster that the border region had undergone that afternoon. Along the border, 7 other locations had either exploded, collapsed, or undergone dramatic events involving dragons. It was nearly impossible to piece it all together, but from what Carl could decipher, the location where the frost stone had exploded when they looted the statue had exploded again, only this time it had released a massive frost dragon, every bit as angry as the magma dragon at the volcano was. It had rampaged through the front lines, uncaring of whether the target was a giant or a human, and then flown off into the Frost Giant Nation surrounded by a storm that hit everything within 50 kilometers from observation. Carl couldn't see any logic in the Frost Giants setting those dragons free, and from the number of incidents, it did seem likely that it was their intention to set the dragons free. Either that, or they had been trying to steal the powers of sealed dragons, and that was even more insane, as the other dragons would see that as an insult to their entire species. The humans might have successfully hid through such blunders, but the frost giants wouldn't be capable of finding a safe spot to hide and wait for the dragons to calm down. They didn't quite have to travel past the spot they had gotten the first statue from, but it was still nearly dark when they made it to the dwarven village on their fastest travel route. The entrance was heavily snowed in, and they had to have the spider golems dig to uncover the entrance of its layer of hardened ash and snow before they could enter. Then, they piled it back over the entrance, and let Remy's blizzard layer more snow on top to hide the fact that they were ever there. They could hear the other team inside, the Mackenzie brothers laughing and joking, while the 3 other voices were much more nervously making remarks about the radio messages. Good evening, lady and gentlemen. We have returned. Carl announced as they walked down the tunnel and into the village, forcing him to return his beasts to their space, as they could not cross the threshold between the tunnel and the cavern. Good to see you all intact. We thought for certain you were going to be blasted to the moon when that mountain erupted. How did you make it out in time? Bob asked, curiosity clear in his pale eyes. We never made it to the top at all. The magma dragon broke free while we were climbing the slope, so we turned around and ran. Carl replied with a shrug. Good call. Doug here has been doing some research as a nature priest, and he has found an interesting fact about the dragons that were spotted today. Bob agreed, then gestured for his brother to explain. Not all the spots that we heard of incidents from were known to have a dragon present, but the ones that did were the prisons of dragons who had gone against the gods or the elders. They are the rebels, who would kill without reason or mercy. Now, it doesn't take a genius to realize that there aren't enough frost giants to take this border in any sort of reasonable time frame. Their allies are the real threats here, and they might be the driving force behind the invasion. All that command can tell us is that the frost giants attacked first, and that the giant clans are working together, so I've made a few conjectures of my own. First, the frost giants are idiots, but strong with shamanistic magic. They're using that to expand their borders. Second, they set up a bunch of locations of power on top of buried rebel dragons, and the general assumption would be that they intended to set them loose against the human armies. But that's not what I think. I think that they were set up. That they were told that these were places of power, and not that they contained insane ancient dragons, who would kill their soldiers as readily as ours. Doug paused to catch his breath, while everyone else absorbed the ideas that he had shared. Dana looked confused. You think the other giant clans set them up to fail, and just wanted the dragons to make this entire area uninhabitable? Doug shook his head. No, I think that they intended to make this area the territory of the rogue dragons, and wipe out the frost giants, while also giving the humans nowhere to retreat to when the other clans moved in to crush us. It's not a secret that the giant clans never got along all that well, and they only ever cooperated because they viewed themselves as better than everyone else. This could very well be the giant clan version of politics, and we're caught in the middle of it. Carl frowned. Then what do we do? We try not to die. The main lines are gone, dispersed, in hiding. If the frost giants arrange this, they will be marching through here in a matter of days with an entire city full of giants. But from the direction that those two dragons were going, and the amount of fire off in the distance, I don't think that is the case. If their plan was to gain allies in the dragons, they picked the wrong ones. That frost dragon might be on their side, but the magma dragon? They're essentially mortal enemies. Their elements are completely opposed to the point that one cannot survive where the other one lives. Doug explained with a deep frown as he tried to make sense of the situation. Well, if the amount of ash that is dropping on the area is any indication, the snow won't last for long. The fires were already starting as the snow melted, and the volcano is still going off. How long do those eruptions even last, anyhow? Carl asked. Doug and Lotus both shrugged, before Doug answered. Usually, it's just one big blast, and then there will be lava flows for a few more weeks, but with a blast this massive it will take days or weeks for the sky to clear. Perhaps that's why the frost dragon flew away, it wouldn't have wanted to be in that ash cloud any more than we do. But if that eruption is being fueled by an angry magma dragon, the ash won't cool, it will get hotter, and the cloud will continue to spread. Soon, we won't have to worry about being cold. Bob looked toward the direction where the eruption was still taking place, as if he could see it through the stone of the mountain. That's all well and good, but it doesn't answer the question that both of our teams were sent here to learn the answer to. Where did the frost giants get the power to expand the borders, and how do we undo it? Carl smiled. I should have guessed that you got reassigned here for the same reason that I was here. We thought that it was the frost stones, and that if we could reverse whatever we were doing, or steal enough of the focal points, it would reverse the effect, and let the snow begin to recede. Bob smiled. Of course, our missions weren't quite the same. We were strictly here to find a way to reverse the effects, while I am under the impression that you were here to find the underlying cause. That wasn't what they asked of us. Lotus giggled. I wonder if, huge pissed off dragon melted everything with a volcano, is enough to get the bonus for reversing the cold effect. That made Bob's whole group laugh. I suspect that they won't let us claim credit for this one without explaining how we set the dragons loose, and then we would have to take responsibility for that as well. Lotus waved her hands. The word responsibility was anathema to the green dragon's followers and other nature priestesses. Harry, the warrior with the ice blue eyes that came with the Mackenzie brothers, looked toward the entrance, which was now ominously silent as the door had been buried by ash and snow. "Hey, how long do you think that we will be stuck in here? I mean, we have radio signal still, but I get the feeling that going outside in the next few days will not be easy or wise," he asked. Doug just shrugged. "It's a volcanic eruption, they can't give us crap for being buried inside. But fortunately, we have a spot far inside the mountain because that hot ash would make it distinctly uncomfortable in a smaller cave, even if you escape the fires. All units along the volcanic line, we are reforming 100 kilometers from the border. When it is safe, make your way back toward the reformed line outside the burn zone. Units who are unable to retreat, sound off for attempted rescue," the line general requested over the radio the next morning. Carl looked over at Bob Mackenzie, who just shrugged. "We're pretty much fine where we are, we're not going to be affected by the fires in here, the dwarves planned for things like that. So, we might as well just wait it out, as we're already in front of the main lines," he suggested. "Line command, this is 95,988, we are isolated in front of the lines, past the fire threat. We will shelter in place until the situation is resolved." Carl informed them, right before Doug called in to inform them of the same thing. If command suspected that they were together, they didn't say anything, only confirming that they wanted the two teams to continue daily check-in protocol, so they could confirm that they were alive and well. The other soldiers and elites were quickly escaping from the area as the snow melted, and the forests began to burn under the hot ash, which seemed to be intensifying, instead of dissipating, as it should have after an eruption. The magma dragon was still somewhere in the area and staking his claim on the region around the volcano, adapting it to more perfectly suit his personality and racial environment requirements. He was a proud and ancient being, locked away for a millennium, and now that he was free, it was obvious to the two nature priests that the dragon intended to make himself a new home right where he had been imprisoned. "It would be nice if we could get communications from further away. Now that they're retreating, it's not going to be easy to even get the daily communications out to the lines. There is a channel for long-distance, low-quality communications, but that won't let us hear any of the news from the other fronts, only get our signal through to the lines in Morse code," Bob explained. The rest of the group gave him blank looks and he laughed. "There is a translation on the radio, it's a series of long and short tones. It makes it easier to understand distant signals, and the command staff will have both an automatic decoder and an expert on hand to translate signals. It's only to be used for urgent messages, and you keep it brief. Normally, what we would send would be something like our name and then all alive," he explained. Not long after, the radio signals on the main channel started to get less frequent, as the teams that could be recovered were led to safety. The ash was clogging up the vehicles and making it hard to breathe, but a mage or cleric barrier made it relatively safe to keep moving, as long as you weren't too close to the volcano, where the dragon's magic was already imbued into the ash, and causing it to burn through barriers. Bob laughed as the radio finally had a moment of silence, with nobody attempting to transmit. "This might be the most relaxing mission I've been on in a while." Tessa chuckled at the notion. "Only for the next few days. Things are going to get hectic again after the frost giants regroup and try to eliminate that dragon from their border. They might even come back with the frost dragon." Carl considered that for a moment. Their elements lined up, and the dragon had flown off into their territory, but that was no guarantee that they were on the same team. In fact, if they really had been trying to siphon power from the dragons, they might have made a new enemy of the creature. Carl took some time to work on rebuilding the energy focus in all the beast spaces, and noticed that Remy had made some interesting alterations to her swamp. There was a miniature swamp within the swamp, using sprigs of the various plants and small rocks, so she could slither through it like she was a giant snake, as tall as the trees. It was cute, like a child's playhouse, and Remy looked happy with her construction, so Carl didn't mention anything about it as he continued to build the power in the spaces. It would still be quite some time before she was fully grown, but the other three were slowly moving up through commander rank and didn't seem to be limited by anything yet. It was simply a matter of time, lots of time, until they managed to advance again. The large frost stone that Thor had obtained had been transferred to Remy's space, and was serving as the focal point behind a platform like the one that the Naga bosses in the dungeon had been standing on. Remy had the book that Ophelia had found opened on the platform, where she had built up a set of strange statues. They had been placed around the perimeter of the space, and she was currently working on some sort of skill, Carl assumed. She was intensely focused on something, and she was adjusting the position of the items on her platform, then focusing again, and making more adjustments. Comparatively, Hawk was making small flying mice out of his fire, Thor was napping in his pond full of holy stones, and Ray was carefully rearranging the corpses strung up in her forest. It took a while for Carl to understand what the little snake was up to, but Remy was trying to create a totem. Each of the stacks of stuff was designed to represent something, and she had even made a bunch out of mud, then adorned them with shiny things to get them just right. He couldn't tell what sort of effect she was going for, but it looked like the frost stone had been permanently changed by the magic of the magma dragon. Even now that it had cooled her swamp, the stone was still glowing red and not ice blue, though it was still giving off a strong sense of magic. Perhaps that was why Remy was having so much trouble trying to get her totem experiment to work, but as she was basing it off the ones that Ophelia made, there was a chance that she would need to make extensive modifications anyhow to make a shaman-type totem. It didn't really matter if she was successful, though. Remy had found a learning project that was keeping her attention for more than 5 minutes, and that alone was impressive. Even if most of it was just making statues of herself out of clay and then decorating them to see if they would become magical. It seemed a bit silly, but it was making her happy, and the fact that there were dozens of little Remy statues around the platform now was highly entertaining to the other beasts. Among the humans, everyone had a hobby to pass the time as they waited. Carl had chosen to meditate to work on his strength, as had the 3 clerics, though they had taken a mid-afternoon break to play with the beasts before focusing again. They were just beginning to relax for the evening, secure in the fact that they were underground with the entrance to their bunker buried under ash, when a roaring from above them caught everyone's attention. It wasn't the deep roar of the magma dragon, it sounded smaller, but similar in tone. Then there were more roars in the distance, and the sound of flapping wings. Doug laughed as the dragon flew away. I hope that's a territory fight about to break out. Because if that idiot of a magma dragon has attracted a mate already, it's going to take forever before it's safe to leave the mountain. That was a thought that hadn't occurred to them before. The magma dragon was turning the area into a perfect nest for himself, but what if there was another single magma dragon in the area? It seemed unlikely, as there were no other volcanic areas that Carl knew of, but anything could seem possible if you knew little enough about how the world worked. And he knew exactly zero about how magma dragon mating rituals worked. Whatever happened, it was in the distance because they didn't hear anything else that night other than a few more messages from the lines, reporting that there were no frost giants approaching their new position today, and that the black cloud of ash was still blotting out the sky. Once that changed, and the ash began to cool, they would head out to see what survived. The first of them to see success in their endeavors that week was Remy. On the 3rd day after they had hidden inside the village to wait out the volcanic fallout, she managed to reach a level of success with her totems that none of the others had expected. Well, did you find something good in the book? Carl asked as the overjoyed spirit snake came outside to show off for everyone at the same time. Remy shook her head, and gave a smile that made her fangs drop, startling the members of the other group, except for Doug, who had been expecting it. She focused hard, glowing with red energy for a moment, and then a small lamia statue appeared on the ground. It was 4-armed, with brown scales and a cream underside, where Carl had been expecting it to be blue and gold like Remy herself, but the head definitely looked like Remy. The statue just sat there, looking almost lifelike, until Remy asked Carl for some help. I need a target. She explained. Remy needs a target for her spell. Carl informed the others, causing Dana to create her 2 golems for the spirit snake to work with. There you go, Remy. Show us what you've got. The mage laughed, unsure what the statue was actually going to be able to do against a golem. Unless it was a form of golem itself. The totem rotated to face the golems, and then began spitting flaming balls at the golems, leaving them scorched and dripping with some sort of thick burning liquid. Flaming serpent totems. They burn and poison. Remy declared proudly. After a dozen fireballs over the course of 30 seconds, the golems were looking ready to crumble and the totem vanished, but that was more than enough for the group to see what they could do. Burning poison. That's a new one. I thought she was an ice element creature with a secondary lightning attack. Doug asked. She's a shaman-class creature. A natural-born spirit snake shaman. Carl explained. So, she's basically an elemental caster, with a full range. Those totems will be a game-changer for ambushes. They can be left behind, and they will attack enemies without putting anyone in danger. Doug realized. Remy's shock startled Carl. She had never considered using them that way. How were you thinking they should be used? Carl asked the little snake, curious as to how her mind worked. You put them on your backpack, and they fire poison fireballs at anything trying to bother you. Hawk laughed in amusement. There was no doubt about it, he had been the inspiration for that totem, sitting on Dana's backpack and firing fireballs. Maybe stupid snake isn't as stupid as I thought. He mused, keeping the communication as a whisper between him and Carl, so Remy couldn't hear him. Remy says she thought they would be good if you put them on your backpack, so they would go where you go, and protect the group. They only last 30 seconds or so right now, but I think that with some practice and time, that can be extended. Carl relayed to the group. Oh, that's not bad. A defensive snake totem. Ophelia agreed, then frowned. The totems were too small to see over her head when she was in bear form. But they could at least watch her back or something, she guessed. But just casting them on the ground to the sides of the fight would be good enough for most situations. It would allow them to attack without being in the way, and like her own totems, which expired quickly when she wasn't fighting, they could be constantly moved to be in the best position for the current situation. Totems were easily crushed, and these ones would be targeted because they actually did damage, so you wanted to keep them some distance away from the main fight. If the enemy had to turn their back on you to crush the attacking totems, you got free swings at them while they were defenseless. Once things calm down, I will work with Remy to show her all the ways that you can use totems in a fight. The bear totem berserker announced with a smile. She didn't have any offensive totems yet, but her class was known to gain them once they reached commander rank. The advancement made by Remy served as motivation for everyone else, and they all increased their training that week, as they waited for news from outside that the ash cloud was beginning to dissipate. The fires were raging through the mountains, only stopping when they reached natural fire breaks like rocky cliffs or wide rivers. That had turned a huge chunk of the mountain range around the volcano into an uninhabitable nightmare, and there were reports from the scouts that there were fire elemental creatures roaming the area when they went to inspect it. If nothing else, that should keep the frost giants away, but the ash cloud was lingering much longer than it should have, and wasn't spreading out to darken the skies over as wide of an area as the radio reports suggested they were expecting. The dwarven village had proven to be an incredible radio antenna after Doug had attached their antenna to a vein of metal on one wall, and they were able to receive, but not easily transmit, clear signals even 100 kilometers from the new front line. The rest of the front line wasn't that lucky. The spots where there was no massive ash cloud, or enraged magma dragon, were facing intensified assaults from the frost giants, who had been displaced from a few unfriendly areas along the border. Now that they only had a few areas to launch their assault through, the frost giants hadn't given up. They had only focused their reinforcements on the more hospitable areas, which was giving everyone a headache. The defenders couldn't afford to transfer too many soldiers, in case the frost giants moved back to the less friendly portions of the border, but they needed as many as they could get on the portions of the line where the attacks were still taking place. From what Carl could tell, further down the border between the two nations, there had been another incident of some sort, and the frost giants had completely retreated, ceding the area to the hill giants after the snow melted. That put their current position near the southeastern end of the battle lines, with a large frost giant city supplying new troops constantly, as a staging point for their invasion. On the 10th day, the ash cloud began to dissipate, and the temperature of the falling ash dropped until it stopped sparking spontaneous wildfires. There was still a layer of blowing ash all over the region, sustained by the dragon's magic so it would never truly fade, but what was blowing out of its territory wasn't harmful to anything but a housekeeper's sanity. That was their sign. The worst of it was over, and the report said that they were outside the dragon's territory, so the falling ash should have mostly ended, though they were still close enough to get some blowing at them. Shall we go see what is outside, and get back to work dealing with the frost giants? We can strike what dares to come close to these hills and return here every evening. Bob Mackenzie suggested. Carl nodded. That works for me. We can work our way into the frost giant nation and attack troop patrols as one large unit, to cut down on the number of reinforcements that the main line is getting. They're still being drowned in numbers by the weaker giants, so there is almost certainly at least one more of the summoning spots active. If we can trace it back, we might be able to do something about it. Torai and Tai both gave Carl matching looks that said he was insane, but a strong desire for vengeance burned in Tessa's eyes. I owe them for the broken arm. Do you have any idea how much that hurt? If it wasn't for Tessa being clear of the ridge, I likely would have lost it before I could get it in place and healed. She growled. The ranger sighed, narrowing his black eyes as he stared at the war cleric, trying to decipher her intentions. Well, if there are the 10 of us, we should be all right. They normally send their reinforcements in groups of 10, so even if we hit an all-commander group, it won't be too bad. He eventually agreed, holding his objections when he saw how serious the cleric was about her vengeance against the summoning spells. Getting out of the cave required shovels with a magical barrier over them, as the falling ash had hardened into a layer that would put the average concrete wall to shame, and the layer was over a meter thick. That didn't bode well for what was outside, where they found that the trees had been mostly spared from the fire this far from the volcano, but there were still signs of scorching, and the undergrowth was completely gone, so the trees themselves might be dead within the next few months if they couldn't get water through the ash. Carl wasn't certain how porous the newly fallen ash would be, but once they were outside, he realized that the upper layers were all soft black dust, like an upper layer of dirt, and there would likely be things growing here soon enough. If that was the case, the trees would likely be able to grow new roots to survive, even if the ash layer didn't let much water through. Doug looked around. Well, this isn't as bad as I feared. We're outside the dead zone, and the ash didn't burn down the forest around us, though the trees are pretty scorched, and I see that some of them boiled off and exploded. If we head a few more kilometers, we should be out of the ash entirely, and that will be where we run into frost giant reinforcements skirting the destruction. They don't deal well with heat or fire magic, as I'm sure we all remember. Hawk laughed in his space. No, they did not like fire magic at all. The combined group made their way forward, now able to keep Ray and Thor out, as the smaller trees were gone, and all the underbrush was buried under the ash. It would make it a bit harder to hide their tracks back to the dwarven village, but the frost giants would be hesitant to follow them inside anyhow. They weren't too concerned about humans finding the place and making a mess, as there weren't any others reported to be in the area. They were way behind the enemy lines, and the frost giants hadn't been attacking through the ash zone at all, so the scouts stopped where the ash started. It was the perfect setup for them to hunt. Nobody in the way, nobody to ask questions if they did something strange, or give them trouble about going in a combined group instead of as two separate teams. Carl sent Hawk up, and the bird immediately found that there were teams of frost giants spread out all the way to the horizon, and all headed this way from the city, going for the next section of front line, near where the first explosion had happened. With the hills and scattered trees, most of the groups couldn't see each other, so if they timed their attacks right, they wouldn't even alarm other groups, despite the hundreds of frost giants that were spread out through the hills. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in luck. There are more frost giants out there than we know what to do with, and they're free for the taking. We're inside their borders without a scout in sight, anything we kill is ours. Carl announced. And what are you planning to gain from this? Harry Kim, the warrior with the Mackenzie brothers team, asked curiously. Hopefully, another smashing tool, or maybe a chopping one. I've got a two-handed blade and a maul from the giants so far, but I think that there is a chance we can all load up on special weapons before we run out of frost giants to kill. Carl laughed. Tessa smirked. Plus, there is a maximum of 2 giant strength type items that a warrior pattern elite can use. A ring and a bracelet or bracers. You can't double up on identical items for each arm, they won't grant you anything, but you can use them with a different effect on the other hand. I noticed that neither you nor Ty have one yet, even though we dumped a bunch of them with the main lines, so we should get you some loot. Lotus nodded. Plus some of the good white cloaks. These things are nice and warm, and they blend in with the snow very well. We might not be the most stealthy, but if they even confuse us with allies for a moment, it can help us get close. Carl led the group toward the closest team of 10 frost giants, who looked like the ascended type with a commander in charge. They met with them just as the frost giants reached the bottom of a valley, letting themselves be easily ambushed by the spider golems, while Remy got the chance to try out her backpack totem theory. The totem appeared on Dana's bag, and for a few seconds, it was spectacular. The totem was firing just as intended. Then Dana moved, and the totem fell to the ground, still working fine, but no longer mobile. Noted. They need to be attached or something. But they don't last long enough. Maybe the bear lady was right. I should put them at the edge of the fight. Remy decided. That was what she did with the second batch, and it worked much better. 3 of the frost giants turned to face the new threat, and were promptly stabbed through the back by the spider golems. That's just brutal. Tori gasped as she saw the fountain of blue blood from the heart strikes by the golems. Effective though. Dana agreed. Even with Hawk up high and scouting for their next target, the fight was over before the second group of totems faded away, leaving Harry and Bob with smiles on their faces. Now that's the sort of fight that a defensive warrior appreciates. Short and brutal, not drawn out while a frost giant kicks my ass. Bob chuckled. It's certainly an improvement on fighting them while outnumbered. Where is the next group? We might as well keep moving. Harry agreed. This way. Don't forget to check the corpses for magical items. We will leave the bodies, so we can get as many as possible here today. Carl reminded them. In this formation, Thor was moved to support, protecting the clerics and mages, while moving to keep everyone in his circle of protection. Ty and Carl stood on the flanks, as they both had bows, while Bob, Harry and Dana's golems were the front line, with Ray and her golems as the ambush attackers. Ophelia moved wherever she felt needed, keeping the warriors from being pressed too hard, or joining the spider golems in their attacks from behind. The second group went much like the first one, but the third they timed incorrectly, and they managed to make a stand on top of a hill, which attracted other frost giants, who saw that they were under attack. Do we try to fade into the trees, so that those two groups waiting for each other don't come at us together? Harry asked as they saw the frost giants adjusting their course and speed. Bob shook his head. We have the advantage in attack power, we move left and go to them. Hit them just as they're beginning the search for us, before they can get settled into their roles on the combined team. This one has a giant strength ring, for whoever needs it. Tori cut in, and Carl could see the effort it was taking her not to fall into her customary flirting routine. She really was trying to be a proper party member. Or so he thought. She had slipped and made a suggestive comment to Bob on the second day in the cave. In response, he told her that he didn't like flirtatious little girls, which was a harsh blow to her ego. But Tori did like big, muscular, stoic men, so she was trying to show him that she wasn't just some ditzy teen mage. The end result was that she was turning into a competent team member, so everyone else assumed she really had turned over a new leaf, which made it a small victory all around. Same pattern as before. Remy, make sure your totems are far enough from the group that the giants can't just stomp them. We will strike as soon as Ray is in position. Carl instructed. Remy could only keep 2 totems active at a time, but 2 streams of fireballs while she cast her chain lightning was more than enough to put her on even ground with the ascended mages in the group. That was enough for Carl, but Hawk and his opinion that beasts were better teammates than humans had stuck in Remy's head, and she wanted to prove to Carl that he could rely on her, even if she was still small. The group rushed the frost giants, who were ready for their approach, but not for the dirty tricks that the team was about to pull on them. First, the appearance of the two snake totems pulled their attention to one side, as fire and venom invaded their bodies, amplifying the pain of the chain lightning. Then, once the left flank was distracted, the spider golems hit from the back, causing chaos in the ranks before Rei herself was into the right flank of the frost giants. She was laughing as she dodged a long spear that one of the giants was holding, completely removing one of the two commanders from the fight, and forcing the formation to spread out, to avoid being in the way of his attacks. With haste, the giant had no chance of actually landing a solid hit on the nimble bloodbath spider unless she got closer to him, but that wasn't her goal. She just wanted the real fighters out of the way while her minions took care of the weaklings. Then, she got a brilliant idea. A stream of silk wrapped the spear, and with her forelegs, she pulled it free of the giant's hands as he lunged forward on the attack. Then she fired her own volley of spears back at him, small spikes that peppered him with heavily bleeding wounds. "Where is your spear goddess now?" Rei laughed, and Carl felt an ominous sense of attention in the back of his mind, as if they had insulted something that could look down on them from another plane of existence. "Maybe don't insult war goddesses," Carl suggested as Rei hurled mental insults at the enraged frost giant, who was finding it impossible to catch her. "Then I will make him give the pointy stick to our war cleric and have her teach the frost giants how to use one," Rei retorted. She whipped the strand of silk, sending the spear flying clumsily toward the clerics. "Tessa, catch. She says it's for you, since a Sero knight needs a lance," Carl joked. Though she was confused, Tessa caught the flying spear, which instantly bonded with her, creating a golden-shafted and silver-headed spear that looked infinitely more impressive than the crudely enchanted item the frost giant had been using. Instead of a crude metal wedge, the spear now had wide, three-sided blades as long as her forearm at the tip, with a hooked crossbar, like a boar spear, to keep it from running all the way through the target. The spear glowed with holy light as she hopped up on Thor's back and led the lightning Sero on a charge into the frost giant ranks with her spear leveled and her shield in her other hand. The warriors laughed at the sight, but when she thrust the spear forward, and the blades sunk into a commander-rank frost giant to the crossbar, then carried him off his feet with the momentum of a charging Thor, they couldn't help but be impressed. The spider golems closed on Thor's flanks, so nothing could attack him as Tessa shook the spear free of her target, and they came around for a second charge. "It's a spear, not a lance, you don't have to run them through," Bob yelled as the duo charged at the giants again. Thor bugled an annoyed response. Running them through was way more fun than just stabbing them. But with quick thrusts of the blade, Tessa attacked the frost giants, letting Thor run down the ones he wanted, so she could stab them while they were on the ground. If Thor was going to remain as a charger, he was going to need some practice. The happy prancing was not at all dignified. The second charge carried them out of Rei's side of the battle, while the ascended rank giants scattered and tried to survive the affections of the spider golems chasing after Thor. As for actual damage, it might not be the most effective. But as a chaos tactic for breaking an enemy formation, Thor's method was unparalleled. The frost giants didn't last much longer, and the next group was still over a kilometer away, on the other side of the ridge, when the last of them fell. Check the bodies quickly for other good things. There are more giants coming. Thor, this time you and Tessa are in reserve. Stay back unless you need to charge to rescue the warriors, but no charging right through the lines, Carl admonished. Thor nodded and stomped his feet. He was a good Sero, he would help however they needed, even if it meant all barriers and no smashing. You can come forward and smash them with Tessa if they try to run away at the end, Carl allowed, knowing it would make Thor happy. The next group came over the ridge as they were finishing the looting process, and Thor promptly forgot his instructions, and opted to go with Tessa's motion to charge into battle with the spider golems. Carl realized that he really should have told Tessa as well, to prevent exactly this, but the stone golems were on their way forward, and the combination of a rampaging lightning Sero and 2 spider golems had taken out the commander before the reinforcement group even realized that they were in trouble. Then the arrows from Karl and Tai reached them, sending lightning and fire into their ranks, while the warriors moved to flank the existing frontline formation. The spears seemed to have an affinity for Tessa, and it adjusted from 2 to 3 meters long with a thought as she fought the frost giants, giving her the reach she needed in battle, while also shortening enough that she could still stab them when Thor got up close and personal. Insulting war deities might not be the brightest thing they had ever done, but it seemed to have worked out well for their war cleric. Once the battle was over, everyone took a break to refresh while Lotus made them a light snack and some fresh water. Harry smirked at Tessa as she rested against Thor's flank. "You know, you have to be the least cleric-like priestess that I've ever met." He joked. "You just aren't around the red dragon priestesses enough. We love to fight, we just don't often get as many great opportunities as I do. If I was the only cleric in the group, I wouldn't be able to charge into combat with Thor, I would have to hang back, as the group couldn't afford to have me injured. But with 2 others, including a high priest, it's no problem at all if I buff up and head for the front line." During the Consolidation Wars, many of the Red Dragon priests fought that way, with healers in the back and the war clerics up front among the warriors, keeping offensive buffs active and defensive blessings spread through those who needed them most. Harry nodded. The war clerics have always been a bit nuts, but nobody doubts their bravery. The golden standard for military units is that they shouldn't retreat until the war clerics tell them to. If they can last until the Red Dragon's clerics think it's best, then they've done all you could ask of them. Harry held up a blade, then caused it to vanish into his inventory, coming back as a slightly oversized sword, but still usable single-handed with a shield. Nice, nothing too special, but a freezing effect on a commander rank blade will serve me well for many years after I get out of this frozen shithole. He explained. Bob gave him a celebratory pat on the back. You can't argue with that. Once we finish here, freezing the enemy will work much better. He had a good point. Once they were outside the frost giant nation, freezing effects were going to be incredibly effective. Most creatures could be easily slowed or encased in ice if the magic was strong enough, it just didn't affect the frost giants and Yeti the same way, due to their ice elemental nature. How many more groups will we hit today? Lotus asked as they finished the cleanup work. Karl shrugged. I say that we head back just after lunch. We're going to have to start moving back and forth to get the groups, as they're not all following the same path, so we will want to be back for an early dinner. There were no arguments to that suggestion. They had been sitting for days, and the first day back they had been working hard to eliminate the frost giants. An early dinner and a long rest were just what they needed to be ready to target a new region tomorrow. After all, hitting the same one every time would only cause the frost giants to avoid it. Tessa frowned down at the body of their last kill of the day. The frost giant was a commander, one of the many team leaders that they had killed that day, and unfortunately, identical in appearance to the others under the war paint. Doug stepped up beside her, and turned the corpse's head to one side with his boot. It would have been better if they were different looking. He grumbled, agreeing with Tessa's silent complaint. Well, we can say for certain that they still have the means to summon more frost giants, and we now have a decent idea where they are coming from. Lotus added helpfully. Karl checked the corpse for magical items before he joined the conversation. And once we radio in for the evening, Command will know as well, but I'm not certain what they will be able to do about it. From the sound of things, this front is being withdrawn further every day, and the number of actual elites on the line is nearly non-existent now. They have been called away to the other fronts, and the regular army has been left to deal with the frost giants. The battle wasn't lost. In fact, it was far from it. What the army was doing was luring the frost giants down out of the mountains, where they could shell the enemy lines with impunity. They did have to evacuate a few villages, but that was a minor loss in the grand scheme of things, and the relocation would cost them less than a day's worth of wasted munitions if the frost giants continued to hide in the hills. The same general was responsible for this section of the line, and it sounded like he had gotten a single elite strike team to stay with him for security reasons, but almost all the other scouts had been swapped for regular soldiers with a battle cleric. The change was obvious to anyone in range, as the radio call and patterns were different for the elites, who gave their number, and the clerics working for the army, who gave a team designation by regiment and company. Theirs was the only regular daily check-in that was still coming to that position by elite number, and they were considered to be too far behind enemy lines to be extracted, so the army just accepted the numbers that Carl and Bob gave for the day without question. They certainly weren't going to send anyone out here to find out for sure, and they didn't want the teams to stop hunting if they were giving accurate numbers. Intercepting them in small groups before they got to the main lines was much more effective, it seemed, than hitting them with artillery. Once they were safely back in the village for the night, they began drawing up a map of the Frost Giant reinforcement routes, and marking them the same way that the officers marked the battle lines. It still seemed like the best way to do it, but with so few details on their map, anyone else who read it might not even understand what they were looking at. So, what do you think? Should we go for a spot near the other attacks, or should we go all the way over here, to make it look like there are multiple groups hidden in their territory? Carl asked with a gesture to the map. Bob pointed further down the border. I think that we should hit them over here, so they believe that it might be something coming out of the ash zone and killing their reinforcements. They would naturally suspect it, and it would make for a good cover, instead of sending them looking for humans immediately. Carl looked to the others, and they nodded in agreement. All right, that sounds like the best plan we've got. I will have Hawk scout the area in the morning, and we can attack the Frost Giants further down the border, closest to the ash wastes, first. With their plan made, they settled in for the evening, keeping a light watch from inside the village. The cave mouth was open now, as the presence of snow over the ash would actually make it easier to find them instead of harder. But when they arrived, the cave was open and nothing had ever disturbed it, so none of them were too concerned about it, especially with the spider golem standing watch in the tunnel all night, prepared to deal with anything that might try to attack them. Carl didn't have a turn on watch that night, so he woke up to the smell of breakfast cooking, and Hawk's first morning scouting report. We don't need to go down by the border. There are no frost giants there. The glowing red things ate them. He reported. Glowing red things? Maybe fire elementals. They are red, they burn everything they touch, and they really like turning frost giants into ash when they get too close to the border. Hawk replied. Hawk says that there are fire elementals in the ash wastes, and they are attacking the frost giants who get too close. Going there to fight them might get us attacked, but there aren't any more frost giants there this morning, even if we wanted to go look for them. Carl explained to the others. How did he describe them? Doug asked. Red and glowing, on fire, and they burn everything they touch. Doug nodded. Ask him if they look solid. They might be magma elementals, a hybrid earth and fire species. They're common in magically rich volcanoes, and the magma dragon might have been nurturing them. It makes sense that they would serve as the guards for his territory, but we need to know for certain before we report it. If it is a proper fire elemental, it looks like living flames and just moves through the air without anything to burn. Yeah, that first thing sounds right. They're kind of small, but really hot. They go dark red, almost black when they touch the frost giants, but when a bunch of them do it, the whole giant burns to nothing. Carl relayed the message, and Doug relayed it back to the main lines. We are going to have to change our plans. If we're working near the ash wastes, we should burn all the bodies, so the giants can't tell if the group was eliminated by us or the elementals. If we're further out, we can leave them like usual and work through them at a higher rate. More importantly, we need to pick a new area to target for the day. If this is the first time that the creatures of the ash wastes attacked out into the snow, then it might be the start of a new conflict as the dragon attempts to expand his own space as well. Or, they might have just been too close for comfort, and his minions were defending their border. The elementals have an innate hatred for water and ice element magic. Bob explained as Doug sent the reports back to headquarters. Understandable. Hawk replied as Carl explained the situation to the beasts. When it came to elemental affinities, Hawk was definitely on the side of the magma elementals, but it was more important that the frost giants not know that they were being hunted from this particular edge of the ash wastes. If the frost giants thought that this was the weaker end of the dragon's defenses, and not just an outlying area covered in ash, then they might well send a full offensive here, and the 10 of them didn't stand much chance if they were caught in the open by that. Everyone knew it was a dangerous game they were playing, taunting so many of the frost giants. But the odds were strongly in their favor, as long as the frost giant army didn't know where they were sleeping. Combined Team Mackenzie. Your intel is received. Hold for further updates. 3. The last bit didn't make sense to Carl when he heard it over the radio, but Doug smiled happily. 3 is the number of days before they plan to take action. As that action involves us, we can guess that it's going to be an offensive of some sort, to try to push the frost giants back. For all we know, the freezing enchantment might have been broken not only near us, but all along the line, and the borders might be returning to normal. The nature priest explained. Or they could be running short on clones, and the front lines are actually making progress. Tessa reminded them. Right. That brings us back to the topic of the day, what route are we going to ambush? Carl agreed. Bob looked at the map and pointed well inland of any of the major routes. What if we don't ambush any of them, but instead, we zigzag across the pattern, as if we were a wandering monster pack being chased from place to place? It would confuse them with its disorganized nature, and it would let us search their territory to see if there are any signs of where they might be making the new clones. I suspect that it is actually in the city, where we won't be able to easily get to the next summoning spell, but if it is still out in the wild, then there is a chance that we can break their reinforcements a little more, and not just by killing them in vast quantities. If one spell can make a group every half hour, we would have to kill them every 15 minutes during daylight hours just to keep up. That isn't feasible in the long term, so it would be better if we could find a way to either distract or delay them, assuming that there isn't a good way to stop the cloning. Carl nodded. That works for me. The main lines will thank us for every frost giant that we kill, and if we happen to find something that can stop them from continuing to make more attackers, it will be even better. I know that we reported it, but who knows if High Command took it seriously enough that they are going to actually do something about it and not just throw more bodies on the line to face an unending tide of frost giants. Eventually, even we will get tired and worn down by the fight, so anything that has a chance to change the balance is worth trying. They led the group out again, hunting groups of frost giants, who were no more on guard than the first day back had been. That made no sense, as they hadn't cleaned up the bodies. They had to have passed at least a few dead groups of giants on the way, but they hadn't taken any additional precautions, and they were barely paying attention to their surroundings. But their inattentiveness began to make sense when the group reached the second path. They giants that were almost running through the tundra toward their spots on the main lines. So, it wasn't that the first group was inattentive, they were all rushing, and the frost giants were just doing the best they could while following orders to make it to the front as soon as possible. Well, we should kill a few groups this way. We will still be fighting when the next group shows up at this rate, so we are going to eventually have to rush a fight so we can break free and make it to the next path. Bob realized as they prepared to fight again. Doug shrugged, unconcerned. We will do what we can. If it turns into a huge fight here, then it is what it is. Ty and Harry gave him a look that said he should be concerned, as it would lead to an all-day fight until they were exhausted and made a mistake. But the nature priest had a level of confidence that they could only aspire to. Today, Thor was pulled back to the second line, defending the casters, but by the time that the fourth group made it to their battle, that proved to be a valuable bit of foresight. The frost giants pushed past the warriors, taking light wounds to shoulder them aside. If it hadn't been for Thor, they might have made it into the much less durable magic users, and that would have been a disaster. With Thor's lightning barrier on them, they weren't just squishy and easily killed, but they didn't have giant strength, so they could end up being grabbed and hurled through the air, while they were unable to fight back. But with Thor blocking, the giants ended up boxed in, and were quickly dispatched by the arrows fired by Carl and Ty. This is a mess. Ray, Finish those quickly, and we will withdraw to the first line, but further toward the city. That way, we can make a fighting retreat at the end of the day. We're not going to make it any further with so many giants on the path today," Carl announced. Hawk broke away from the fight to scout them a route to the next fight, assuming that they could get away from this one, but came back with bad news. "There is no more first line today. They're all on this path. The elementals have chased them away from the ash wastes," he explained. "Hawk says we have 2 routes worth of frost giants to fight. They abandoned the line closest to the dragon's territory," Carl informed the others. Bob nodded. "Finish these as quickly as we can. If we can charge into the next group, we can take them by surprise. Advancing into them, so they don't see the other bodies, should give us a little bit of an advantage, and we can use all we can get. When the day starts to wear us down, we will retreat toward the ash and see if they follow." Carl burned extra mana to add, Flaming Body, to all the arrows, in addition to, Chain Lightning. The extra damage took the giants out fast enough that they still hadn't heard or seen any sign of the next group when the fight ended. So, they charged forward, away from the growing pile of corpses and into fresh snow, where they could ambush the frost giants from inside of Remy's blizzard. The change of pace was just what they needed, and the group picked up a new rhythm, hitting the frost giants hard, and then taking a short breather before charging into another group. They didn't move far between fights, just enough that the next group didn't realize that the blinding snow wasn't a natural phenomenon, as the day was windy, and blowing snow was a constant phenomenon in their lands. They managed to keep the pace until the middle of the afternoon, when Hawk informed them that the flow of giants was slowing, and that would give them a chance to retreat and hide before they got too hungry. There wasn't enough of a break for them to sit down and eat a proper meal, so they had been snacking between fights. That was enough to keep going for a while, but it wasn't good for a whole day's worth of combat. They weren't uncaring bureaucrats who saw fighters as data on a sheet, just numbers to be added and subtracted, so they would let the rest of the frost giants go, and take care of themselves first. They were about to retreat when Lotus pulled an interesting item from the body of one of the commander-rank team leaders. "Check this out. I think that it's a drawing of the statue of the All-Mother that Remy is holding on to. They're still looking for it, so there has to be something special about that particular statue," she announced as Ray flipped the tiny cleric onto her back for the run. "Did we find anything similar on the others?" Carl asked as they jogged off toward a stand of trees closer to the ash-covered lands near the volcano. "No, the tube that it was in caught my eye because they never have scrolls or anything with them, and I'm not sure that they even have a written language to read. But it's just the drawing, so I don't know what they are planning to do when they find it. For all I know, it might be a drawing to get someone to make another statue," Lotus realized. Carl shrugged and slowed his pace once they were out of sight behind the trees and headed into the ashes. "Anything is possible, but my guess is that they can't recreate whatever magic is on the old one, so they want it back, and they've got the reinforcements looking for it. We just happened to find someone who didn't dispose of the instructions before leaving town," he offered. Bob frowned as he replied, an expression that made him look much older than he actually was. "We will know more tomorrow. If there are more scrolls, then it's a new thing. If there aren't, then it was a one-off, and likely not so important. But I get the feeling that the giants are getting desperate. They are running to the lines, which could only mean that they are urgently needed. None of us heard anything on the radio, but that's no surprise, we can barely hear the messages from the closest front, and during the day, we can't even hear that. Despair is good. Let them suffer." Ray cheered. The radio reports of the soldiers on the line were so happy to have a reduction in the frost giant numbers that it felt cruel to report in their numbers that day. The main lines were celebrating that the frost giant reinforcements were finally slowing down, but that all came to a crashing halt when they found out that it was only because Carl's merged group had killed hundreds of giants today, and nearly prevented them from resupplying their lines. That news was a shock all through the command structure. There was something definitely amiss with this double-strength group, but none of them were privy to the details of the group's strength, other than their official rankings. On paper, they didn't look like anything special. There was one extra cleric from the usual composition, but that shouldn't change the outcome of the fights in a highly positive way. If anything, it would normally reduce their efficiency, as the clerics weren't known for their damage output among well-equipped elites. It was only among the average soldiers and the faithful on the line that they really shone as the beacons of power with their blessings. So, the generals in command of the theater were thoroughly baffled by the number of frost giants that the 10 elites were managing to kill. So much so, that they even sent a scout up the mountains to watch the frost giant city through binoculars. They could see that the giants were leaving the city, and then at various points, they just stopped coming over the hills. A few times, they did manage to get a view of the fighting, but it was so far in the distance that none of them could make it out clearly through the blinding snow. Seeing all those giants disappear before they could make it to the front lines was a wake-up call for the soldiers. The elites in whatever group was hunting out there were even more scary than the groups of frost giants that they had been hoping not to run into during this mission. But more than that, they could keep up their kill count all day long. They seemed to have left the battlefield mid-afternoon, but you could only be in combat so long before becoming exhausted, and by the preliminary count of the scouts, they had killed hundreds of giants in a single day, just as their reports had insisted. Most of the top brass would not be happy to hear that, as they had thought that the threat was tapering off, and they could claim credit for their stalwart defense. But if it wasn't the case, then they were only resting while the frost giants found a new way around to attack their lines. But for groups that had retreated, other than the two who were closest to the volcano, it was a golden opportunity to move up to a better position. They could retake the best defensible spots and fortify them as much as possible while the numbers coming at them were lower than usual. It might be their only chance, and they didn't know how long that group would be in the area. The suspicion was that it was an unannounced royal rank elite, and not two commander-led groups working together, as the official report said. If they had a prince with them, it would make sense that they could mow through frost giants so quickly. But even 2-on-1 at the same rank, it would not be easy to defeat the groups fast enough to get out of the way before the next group was on you. The sun faded from the sky, and the scouts bedded down for the night, hoping that Carl and his group would be back out in full force the next morning. The next morning brought the generals just the reprieve that they were hoping for. More disappearing frost giant reinforcements all along the paths leading to the closest sections of the line. But what Carl and the others found was not nearly as encouraging. Tessa sighed as she picked up a wooden tube with her spear. That's the 15th one this morning. Every group leader, whether it's a commander or an ascended, has one of the drawings of the statue. They are definitely hunting for it, and that means they're not going to give up until they either find it or run out of soldiers. But if they're still making more clones? She trailed off, letting that sentiment linger. If they were making more clones, they would never run out of troops, they would just keep hunting for the statue, or whoever had taken it. Lotus shrugged. At least the flow is lighter today. There are only a third as many groups as before, and that is with the first route blockaded by the magma elementals. I think that we might be able to push further forward, or up into the other routes, soon. If we can find out where the ones who aren't coming this way are going, we can relay that back to the lines and maybe save some lives. Don't you think that it's getting warmer here? I mean, it's still frigid, but it is definitely warmer here than it was a few days ago. Doug noted as they fought. I think it is. That warm breeze coming from the volcanic ash area is taking the chill out of the air, and it's only a little below freezing now. At this rate, it might actually be comfortable to wait on the front lines, instead of a constant struggle to keep from becoming an ice cube. Bob agreed. Carl looked up at the faint haze of ash still in the sky. But the giants don't do well in the heat, so it might change their deployment routes. If they stop coming this way entirely, then what do we do? Tessa chuckled. Then we kill giants somewhere else until they give up and go home. If a magma dragon wants to hold this portion of the border for us, I have no objections to that. However, I do want to see what is in that city. If they're still cloning frost giants, it would be best to find a way to destroy another of the statues or crystals. The group paused for a snack, as the groups were so far apart today, and Carl looked off in the distance, where the city should be if it wasn't hidden behind the horizon. If the rate drops again tomorrow, I say that we head for the city and see what's going on. Perhaps they're sending them on a different route, further from the dragon. If the combination of us and the elementals has completely rerouted reinforcements to this portion of the line, then the army should know so that they can push their advantage. Want me to go look? Hawk asked. Yeah, go ahead. We will do our own scouting here for the next few hours. Let us know what is going on in the city. Carl agreed. Hawk is going to go take a look. We will keep clearing what we can while he is gone, and then we can use whatever he finds to make our plans for tomorrow. Carl explained. Dana frowned at him. We're not seriously planning to raid a frost giant city, are we? Carl shrugged, and the clerics laughed. Doug shook his head. The chances of that are very low. The summoning stone will likely be placed outside the city limits so that they can gather the troops and send them on the way without bothering the citizens. If it's right in the middle of the city, there isn't anything that we can do about it, and the army isn't going to press all the way out here into frost giant territory to attack a city. They would rather save their manpower to defend the existing border and hope that we find a way to return the cold to the area it covered before the war. If that happens, then this front will be considered a resounding success and the army will focus on the other fronts where there is much more danger. Then we should smash the city and make the giants go away. I want to be warm again. Thor complained. Thor says he's all for driving the frost giants away if it means he gets to go to another front. Carl laughed. This might be the supposedly easiest front, when judging purely by the rank of the opponents, but the pure numbers as well as the freezing cold certainly didn't make it the most popular. What Hawk found in the frost giant city was not at all what anyone had been expecting. The city itself was nearly demolished, with a large breach in the wall that faced the ash wastes near the volcano. He was not the first one there, the elementals had beat him to it, and from the look of it, they had either taken the city or done enough damage to make the civilian population retreat. There was still a sizable military contingent nearby, so the elementals might not have won the battle, but the city was demolished anyhow. That began a search for the summoning spot. If he could find that, they could smash it and stop the reinforcements entirely. There was nobody on this team who wanted to leave more than Hawk did, and that included Remy, who couldn't survive the cold for long in her current state. The logical place for him to start was where the remaining giants were. If they were still being summoned, the stones had to be there. But there was no big stone, no giant standing in a circle to cast a ritual spell, just a bunch of weak frost giants standing in rows. Hey, these frost giants are strange. They're not identical to each other. Hawk informed Carl. Of course they're not. There is a whole city full of them. How is the military situation there? Carl replied. The city is empty and most of the buildings are smashed and burned. All that is left are a few awakened and ascended giants standing around outside, but they're the ones who aren't identical. Hawk explained. Do you see the path where the other frost giants left? They must have sent the ones who can't fight, the very young and the elderly, out of the city when things got bad. Carl asked. Yes, back further into their lands. Lots of them went that way, too many to tell by footprints. And they're gone over the horizon already, even from your altitude? Carl confirmed. Long gone. Not even traces left, except the stomping that broke all the little bushes and flattened the snow. That is excellent news. If we can find where they were summoning from, we might be able to gain another statue. Hawk snorted in annoyance. I am looking. It's not by the soldiers, and it's not in the fields near the city, but there aren't any more frost giants. Well, there is a chance they took it with them when they left. But we will head there tomorrow and clear the area if there is a small enough group left for us to fight. That sounds good. There can't be more than 300 left, but they're almost all awakened, and they don't even have the good weapons with them. Hawk agreed. Now, Carl just needed to sell the idea to the others, who would naturally be very wary of approaching a frost giant city, even if it looked abandoned. They might not have taken their slave species, who would have been ordered to defend what was left, and whatever took the city would not be happy to see random humans either, so no matter what they ran into, it was likely to end badly for them. Carl didn't realize that everyone was watching him so intently until he turned to talk to them, with the intent to sell them the plan to go check the frost giant city. Well, out with it. I can tell that it's a bad plan already, but we might need to do it. Bob insisted. The frost giants have abandoned their city after it was attacked and mostly razed to the ground. That is why the number of attackers dropped today. They were too busy fighting to send anyone to the front lines. However, there is still an awakened rank garrison of giants there, plus any slave species or possible attackers who might still be in the city. What I am thinking is that we need to find out if they managed to take the summoning materials with them, or if they were destroyed in the attack. Carl began. Bob nodded. Because if they left with them, the attacks won't slow, they will just be reinforced from a new direction, and that doesn't help us at all. But if the materials were destroyed, the frost giant front lines could very well be in full collapse within the week. They've already lost most of their summoning ability with the spots near the front lines that were destroyed, and while they could theoretically make more, if it were just that easy, there would have never been peace with them. Exactly. Now, is there anyone who has a good reason why we shouldn't at least go check it out tomorrow? Carl asked. Torai rolled her eyes as she glared at him. Other than the fact that you're insane, that is a suicide mission, it's a city full of frost giant magic traps and possibly thousands of lesser ice monsters. Yeah, other than the obvious. Hawk says the city is mostly empty, and I really do want to know what they did with the summoning equipment. If it's destroyed, that's perfect. But Hawk can't tell from the air, there's just no sign of it. Carl explained. The mage looked around for support, but everyone else was either resigned to the fact that they were going to have to search for the summoning location, or kill off the rest of the frost giants in the area and then wait to see where the next batch were coming from. Alright. I suppose it's not actually more dangerous than fighting them in the fields, as long as the city is actually empty. Hawk wouldn't lie to us about that, would he? Torai asked. No. If there was anything to kill there, he would have informed me. So, anything that is still in the city is in hiding. Carl replied. Torai looked suspicious, but Doug had a knowing smile. If he had found anything alive in the city, he would be hounding Carl to go kill it. Hawk hates all things water and ice element. He wouldn't hold out and miss a chance to attack them. He explained, while straightening his robes to check them for stains. Carl began to draw out a new map in the dirt, relaying what Hawk was telling him about the situation, and the lack of new frost giant reinforcements from the city, as well as the location of the forces that were still in the area. He would return before it got dark and the glow of the elementals would give them away, but for now, he wasn't seeing any of them lingering in the area at all. Of course, there was a chance that the city had been destroyed by something else, like one of the other dragons that they had upset, but as it had happened while they weren't watching, they would have to get someone more skilled in forensics to make the determination. Hawk knew that the walls were breached and the houses burnt, but that was about the extent of his analysis ability when there were so few bodies visible during his high-altitude scouting loop. This is the situation now. The remaining forces are here by the wall, and there is a flat section of ice there which should be a lake. There are entrances to the city here and here, both of which are open, and the wall is breached here, closest to the volcano, and there is a smaller breach on the other side of the city. The bodies are most prevalent near the wall breach nearest to the volcano, but there are some scattered all through the city. Hawk reports that there is a stomped-down section of land headed over the horizon in this direction, which we can assume is the refugees. Is there more that we need to know, or can I call him back for the evening? Carl asked. Bob pointed to a spot behind the city. There is a valley there, roughly round, like a crater. Can you have Hawk check it out before he returns? It's not part of the normal search area, but there is a chance that the summoning might have been done there to keep it out of sight of the scouts. Hawk flew over the area a few minutes later, and relayed his findings back to Carl. There might have been something here. There are signs that giants were in the valley recently, but there is nothing there now except fresh snow and fog. No sign of occupation, but you were right, they were there recently. Why, we can't tell, as they didn't leave anything that Hawk can see from the sky, but they were there. Carl relayed. Well, that's one more spot to search. Central Command is going to owe us big time for this one. The next morning they were moving with the first light, before proper dawn, so that they could get to the city before the frost giants could see them coming. Hawk had been sent out early to scout their route, and had informed them to stay further from the ash, as the heat was increasing, and the areas closest to it were becoming muddy as the snow melted. That was bad news for the giants, but there weren't any of them out at the moment. The flow of reinforcements had entirely stalled, and the only enemies that Hawk could find were patrolling around the city's perimeter. There was no sign of activity in the city, and the signs of previous occupancy were fading as the wind blew the snow over the roads and paths. A few hours after dawn, Bob gestured into the distance. Turn right a little, but stay out of the slush. The valley that I was referring to should be over there, and I'm curious to see if it's still frozen. Carl led the group forward, with the less physical members all mounted, though that meant that the spider golems had to take passengers to bring their travel speed up to standards. Ty was a ranger, not a warrior, and while he was quick, he didn't have the sort of stamina for an all-morning run the way that the warrior classes did. So, he needed a ride, and Doug was more than happy to take a place on the other spider golem, so that Thor wasn't overburdened. The lightning Sero had hit a minor growth spurt after reaching commander rank, and he could easily accommodate 4 on his back with a suitable harness, but it was better to just have Tessa, Dana and Tori, so their bodyguard didn't get too tired to fight. Carl slowed the group as they got close to the valley that Bob had mentioned, and had Hawk circle the area. That place isn't right. It's all melted now. Hawk reported. What's there? Just slush. Carl asked. A small lake. Carl led them cautiously forward, in case there were still more magma elementals or other servants of the dragon around. The temperature was rising rapidly as they approached, and Lotus was getting excited. I know what this is. This phenomenon is common after a volcanic eruption. There was an underground fissure here, and now the frozen lake is a volcanic hot springs. The little nature cleric declared. Her hair had changed to an icy blue today, nearly matching her cloak, but looking more like thick ice. That seemed somehow appropriate to their situation as they came over the ridge, and saw that the whole valley was covered in ash, while the lake was gently steaming. That's too hot. The water is nearly boiling. I was hoping for a spot to swim, not to become soup. Lotus sighed. Check everything. There might be magical items dropped by the giants, possibly fire element-infused gems, and if we're really lucky, the remains of a summoning circle. Carl announced. Tessa laughed. Flag on the play. You can't just ask for the prize to be in the first spot you look, that's definitely a red flag. If there had been anything in the valley, it was long gone now. There were some signs that the frost giants put up a fight, bits of obsidian stone that Doug assured them were the remains of a dead magma elemental, and a few charred bones, but no loot, and no sign of the summoning circle. See, what did I tell you? Now, let's take out a patrol and see if we can sneak into the city. I have a good feeling that there is something left to kill hiding in there. Tessa declared. Carl thought that should be counted as a flag as well, but it was most likely divine guidance. There was a small stand of trees between them and the city, so that was where Carl led the group to wait for a patrol to pass and then attack the next once they knew the timing. If they were patrolling in sight of each other, it would be a huge fight to enter the city, but if they could find a way to sneak past, their search would go much more smoothly. The first group didn't reach the open area between them and the city for nearly 10 minutes, then went down the hill and out of sight. That valley is a blessing. If we attack there, we will be able to take out a scout patrol without them seeing us coming, and then we can make the city before the next one arrives. Bob noted. The team moved into position, and when the next patrol came over the edge of the valley, Thor led the charge out of the trees, letting Carl and Ophelia fall in on his flanks with the warriors outside of them. "You'll enjoy this, just watch them work." Torai joked to Bob and Harry as Thor ran, and she tried not to fall off. Carl fired 2 shots as they ran, causing the awakened rank frost giants to stagger under the effects of chain lightning, and killing 2 of them with the arrows themselves. Then he switched to his hammer, coated with flaming body. The first swing shattered bone and sent the ascended rank leader of the team flying like a rag doll while Thor charged through the lines, and Tessa stabbed at everything she could reach. Ophelia leapt into combat with an axe in each hand, hacking at the giants in a frenzy that would make Ray proud, and caused nearly as much of a mess as the bloodbath spider usually did. In seconds, it was over, and the rest of the group didn't even get a chance to engage in the fight before Remy pulled the corpses into her space and intensified the snow of blizzard to hide the battle. Ty whistled in appreciation from his spot on the back of a spider golem. "No wonder everyone said that your team were monsters. Even without the advantage of numbers, your attack power is just stupid. What sort of skill one-hit kills an ascended frost giant?" the ranger asked. "The maul lets me stack layers of the same skill on it before I attack. That first hit was 5 layers of flaming body at the same time. Even if he was a commander, taking that hit square to the chest would have killed him." Carl explained as the group ran for the wall of the city. The blast went outward, so whatever had attacked had already been inside the city. That was not a good sign for the residents, who were sensitive to even normal heat. Their entry point was a small secondary breach, where something had melted the stone and caused it to run in liquid form. The blast went outward, so whatever had attacked had already been inside the city. That was not a good sign for the residents, who were sensitive to even normal heat. The team made the wall without being detected, and paused just inside the city to take in the level of destruction that had come for the residents. There were bodies everywhere, and not just frost giants. There were yetis, some sort of satyr species, and even mountain ogres, who lived in the hills before the border expanded. Each and every one of them showed signs of fire damage, and they were all long dead, likely 2 days, as they were frozen solid and covered by a layer of snow. The dragon wasn't holding back. Carl whispered as he looked over what used to be a residential area of the city, and now didn't have a single standing building. Not even the little ones had been spared. Everything had been leveled as the invaders had passed through. From their entry point, they could see the main breach, so this was the start of the fighting, but that meant that the destruction didn't make much sense. If they had seen the attack coming, they would have at least evacuated the vulnerable to the other side of the city, so there wouldn't be many non-combatants near the walls. Tessa looked over the destruction, and drew little lines in the air with her finger, as she worked to recreate the battle in her mind. They attacked from the other wall first. A diversionary attack that breached the walls, and made the frost giants retreat. Then they breached this wall, probably from the Hot Springs Valley, where they wouldn't have been seen. This side of town should be nearly completely destroyed, and the number of bodies might be more than everyone is prepared for. She explained. The group spread out a little, and everyone dismounted as they moved through the ruins of the city, looking for signs of survivors, loot, or any indication that there might have been a summoning ritual in the region. That was their primary goal, and if they didn't find it, then they would have to warn the lines that they were likely to see an influx of frost giants from a new direction in the next few days. "There is something strange under here. Bring your shovel," Ray insisted a few minutes later. Ray found something. "Let's check it out," Carl informed the others quietly. It just felt wrong to make noise here, like the city was a tomb and deserved a level of reverence, even if they were here to loot it. Dana took out the shovel from Carl's pack and passed it to him, so he could dig through the rubble to get to whatever Ray had found. With the barrier on it, the shovel cut through stone with a little effort, and it only took a few minutes to clear the rubble, while Ray got more excited by the second. "There is a door. A stone door that leads downward," he informed the others when he realized what he was digging towards. "Yes, open it. There are treats inside, I'm certain of it." Carl was about to move the last of the rubble to open the door when Tessa stepped between him and Ray with her eyes glowing red. "No, Ray. You can't eat them," she insisted in a booming voice laden with holy magic. The spider glared at the cleric, who was obviously under the influence of the war goddess, unwilling to relent so easily when she had been the one to detect the hidden treasures. But after a few seconds, she backed away and turned her back on the tunnel, letting Tessa have this victory. "Fine, I didn't really need them for the art anyhow. I will just use the frozen ones," she pouted. Carl cleared the door and led the way down a set of hidden stairs, with Tessa right behind him. What he found was a small room with a few dozen liquor barrels and a dozen satyr children, huddled together in terror, and looking malnourished far beyond what 2 days in a hiding hole would justify. Tessa held out a hand to them. "Relax, little ones. We're not going to let them eat you. Do you have a guardian with you?" The closest of the satyrs, a young boy in filthy blue shorts, shook his white furred head. "All right, let's get you out of here," the war cleric insisted. Carl had forgotten for a moment that the red dragon had a soft spot for war orphans, and the satyrs were considered to be beastkin, not an enemy to humanity, even if they weren't harmless young slaves like these ones appeared to be. Carl stepped to the side as the cleric led the group up the stairs, and then did a final check to make sure they didn't miss anyone who was too terrified to move. The place was empty, and then completely empty as Remy looted the barrels. She didn't care what was in them, they would go well with her current decoration of her shrine. Like a nice wooden plinth collection for her statues. The group was giving Tessa looks that ranged from confused to annoyed, while Ray resisted the urge to drool as she looked at the satyrs. If they had been in better shape, she might not have been able to resist, but these ones didn't look juicy at all. "And what the hell are we supposed to do with these?" Torai demanded when she saw the horde of small children. A full-grown satyr was under 1.5 meters tall, barely chest height on Carl. These were all less than waist high, malnourished and terrified. They are valuable witnesses. When they're not so terrified, they can tell us what happened, and then we can lead them back to the lines, so they can be turned over to the church for relocation somewhere safer. She explained. Those aren't the only ones. If the cleric knight is going to collect them, we might as well get them all. Like an army of little furry blood bags. Ray suggested. "How did you find them anyhow?" Carl asked. "Scent, mostly. But the edges of the door were a bit warmer than anything else. Everyone, Ray says there are more hiding. If we're going to collect refugees, we might as well get a whole bunch of them." Carl informed the group with a sigh. The warriors frowned in resignation. That meant they would also be nominated to dig through the rubble to rescue them. They had the superhuman strength, and with the war god pressuring Tessa to fulfill her duty as a cleric, they wouldn't be able to leave them behind without at least trying to look for survivors. Ray pointed out more spots, and the group began to dig, finding more satyrs, and a few other species of beastkin, and then finally a small group of terrified human children, dressed the same as the satyrs, and suffering from frostbite. "Thor, can you surround them in a barrier to keep the cold off them?" I would ask Hawk, but he can't spread his fire skill to large groups, it doesn't work like that. Carl asked. The refreshing lightning didn't actually warm you, but it did heal and refresh stamina, so while the cold was still painful, at least the frostbite was healing. Bob stepped up beside Tessa. "Greetings everyone. We are elites from the Golden Dragon Nation, here is a scout team investigating the situation. Now that the city is destroyed, we will take you all back with us to be placed in the care of the Red Dragon clerics, or the church's healers, who will find a suitable permanent home for everyone, or settle the children in orphanages among others of their species. You might not know if you were born here, but the servants of the Red Dragon are active in both the human and beastkin nations." He gestured to Tessa with the last bit, and she smiled as she gave them a slight bow. There were some confused looks, as not all of them had a solid grasp of the human common language, but the message was quickly relayed to everyone, and hesitant smiles came to the mass of filthy faces. Carl cleared his throat. "Now we just need to finish searching the city, and we will be ready to leave once we have as many survivors as we can find." That brought a bit of enthusiasm to the group. They knew the spots where the others would have tried to hide, and they were willing to go down and help encourage the groups to come up and join the growing tide of refugees. There were very few working-age adults here, and the ones who were older were all women. From what Carl could tell, those left behind were the children and pregnant women, who would have slowed the pace of the fleeing frost giants. Carl had expected to see the elderly as well, but after a moment, he realized that there was no such thing as elderly for these people. When they could no longer work due to age or infirmity, the giants simply ate them. When they made the far side of the city, they had nearly 100 people in their care, and Bob was looking concerned about the chances of making it back to the front lines with the poor condition that so many of them were in. "Thor, do you see a large wagon anywhere? The bigger, the better. We will load everyone in it, and you can pull it back to the lines." Carl asked out loud, so everyone would know what he was thinking. Lotus pointed behind them and toward one of the open gates. "There are a bunch of supply caravan carts over there. They should hold plenty of people. It might not be comfortable, but the goal is just to get everyone back to safety." "Are you ready to be a cart-sero for the day?" Carl asked. "Like with the bus, but we can string a bunch of them together, and then I can be a whole train," Thor suggested. The image in his mind was hilarious. He saw himself as a locomotive, pulling the train of wagons through the fields with his looted beastkin. Satyrs didn't attack the lightning sero in nature, as they were both herbivores, so Thor didn't see them as a threat. There were some arguments over the good food when they met, but not enough to consider them an enemy. There were some arguments over the good food when they met, but not enough to consider them an enemy. With that in mind, Thor donated some of the Mount Feed plants that he had gotten from Doug the first time they were together. They were growing in his space now, and he could spare enough to give all the plant eaters a meal. "I will pass it out once we get to the wagons. That will keep everyone occupied as we travel, so they don't panic when the patrols attack us." Overhead, Hawk laughed at their plan. It was like a huge face slap to the giants. First, the dragon's friends smashed their city, now the humans showed up, and they were going to loot the place dry, leaving with a wagon caravan full of pilfered people and supplies. It was kinder than the frost giants deserved for being ice element creatures, and he was looking forward to roasting any of them who tried to stop the caravan from leaving. There were a half-dozen wagons there, and everyone understood the plan without too much confusion. The carts were moved to link up in a chain, with a harness made by Ray for Thor to pull the whole convoy. They were strong, made to pull huge loads of gear and food for the frost giants, not just to carry a load of small satyrs and starving humans. Thor looked at the 6 wagons with pleasure. That was more than enough to make a proper train behind him, and the general would definitely be impressed with him when he made it to the camp. Carl caught that thought, and realized that it was genius. Instead of going to the active lines, they could go through the smooth ash at the edge of the magma dragon's territory. The frost giants wouldn't follow them, and it was the fastest way out of the combat zone, though there was a long walk to the front lines, which had retreated away from the destruction, and they would have to rest or walk all night to make it there. Everyone into the carts. I will run along with Ray, but everyone else can rest while they protect the convoy. Once we exit the city, the patrols will see us, but stay with the caravan and let me and the beasts take care of them. We will catch up with you soon enough. Carl explained. Wait, we didn't find the summoning stone. Dana realized. One of the satyr boys looked at her in terror, shaking his head. He whispered too low for her to hear, but Lotus relayed it for her. He says that the stone is gone. The burning thing smashed it into 1,000,000 pieces, then melted the pieces. Well, that was one way to guarantee that it wasn't used again. With everyone loaded, Carl sent Thor out of the open gate and into the open. The convoy was unmistakable, and a round of shouts went out as the patrol realized that the hidden survivors were escaping with a lightning sero. Thor took the convoy up to a gentle trot, which was as fast as he was comfortable going without tipping the wagons or throwing anyone out of them when they hit a bump. Ray, it's your time to shine. We made you behave all day, but you can make a mess now if you'd like. Carl suggested. Hawk laughed at them as Ray and her golem sped toward the scouts, then the ice-hating bird began to bombard the hapless frost giants with fireballs, intent on killing all of them before Ray could get to them. But Ray was fast, and so were her spider golems. The frost giants hurled themselves to the side to avoid the bombardment, but that left them on the ground when the spiders arrived and tore them apart before moving on to everything else that they could see. "Thank you for bringing them down to my level, that was much easier than jumping up on them." Ray taunted Hawk as the bird moved to attack the next group before Ray got to them. The refugees in the wagons didn't see a friendly sibling rivalry. What they saw was an elite with a flaming bow in his hands, and a group of monsters tearing apart the frost giant patrols that had kept them captive for most of their lives. They didn't know what they had done to deserve this rescue, but they were definitely thanking the dragon gods for the assistance. "Thor, where are you going?" Tessa asked from her spot on the Cerro's shoulders. He had turned for the ash wastes between the volcano and the dwarven village, which would take them through the ash wastes, where the dragon's minions were in charge. It was the best flat route that he had found, and it was faster to not have to pull the wagons uphill, so that was the route he chose. A little extra time in the ash was no big deal in Thor's mind, so he just snorted happily and gestured with his head toward the valley that was their target. "All right, big guy, I trust you to pick the best route for us." She agreed, stroking his horns in encouragement as he continued to trot along with his precious cargo. The frost giants hadn't even tried to chase after them. They were too concerned with the full-scale assault that Carl and the spiders were launching on their patrols. There were none of them above ascended left, and that was barely 1 in 20 among the mostly awakened rank trainees who were assigned to prevent exactly this sort of incident. But none of them had expected the human elites to be so brazen as to assault their city, even if they somehow learned that it had been raised by the dragon's minions. In the distance, Thor heard a frost giant war horn blow the tone for retreat, and knew that they wouldn't have any more pursuers for a while. But he didn't slow down, and kept to the pace that his barrier could refresh his stamina at, so he could travel all night. Carl and Ray would catch up soon enough, as they were much faster than his wagon train. They just had to finish playing with the fleeing frost giants, and then they would be satisfied. "Hawk, go scout for Thor and keep the path clear. I don't want any delays on their retreat." Carl instructed as he watched the last of the frost giants following the same retreat path as the others into the distance. That was valuable information, as it told him that it wasn't a random retreat in the only safe direction, but a deliberate choice where they were going. He didn't have a map of their territory, but that should be toward the center of the nation, and presumably toward a larger safe zone. That should also be where their royal rank elders were waiting for the battle's outcome. They weren't something that Carl would look to go challenge without a good reason, so he just asked Ray to let them run and to scout the area between them and Thor for anything that might delay the convoy. That was fun. "We should do that more often. Did you see their faces when they realized that we stole from them? It was even better than Hawk when he realizes that someone is stealing his food." Ray commented as she searched for signs of life. "Stupid Yetis, losing my pigs." Hawk complained, still not over the betrayal by the supply caravan, who had been attacked in advance. They caught up to the convoy within 30 minutes, and paced alongside it at a distance, with the golems on one side, Ray and Carl on the other, and Hawk leading. That put Thor's train in a bubble of protection, but they didn't see anything all afternoon, and Thor had just passed back piles of feed to be spread among the wagons for dinner when they reached the edge of the ash. "Thor, pause here for a moment. We will all eat and rest a moment, then we will head through the ash tonight. If we press all night, we can make the lines in the morning. It won't be fun, but it will be the safest way. The magma elementals glow in the dark, so we will be more easily able to see them coming. We might not see any this far away from the volcano, but following Larkin's law, anything that can go wrong will go wrong." Lotus giggled. The legend of Larkin the Unlucky was a common children's story. According to the legend, he had been an aspiring adventurer, who had been brazen enough to try to see a nature goddess in the bath. He had been caught, of course, and from there, his misadventures only got worse, with every plan that he attempted to form failing in ever more spectacular fashion, until the world dragon took pity on him and calmed the ire of everyone the unlucky man had upset along the way. Then, true to his name as Larkin the Unlucky, he had been caught peeping into the baths again. Once everyone had food in them, the atmosphere among the wagons drastically improved. But when they learned that Thor intended to push through the night, with Ray to lead him past any pitfalls they might find in the ash, the atmosphere was nearly ecstatic. They were already out of the freezing cold that marked the frost giants' territory, and by morning, they intended to be at the human battle lines, where the World Dragon Church would gather them and take them somewhere safe. That notion was a bit dubious among the beast-kin, who were less likely to trust the humans at all, but the dragon gods were worshipped all over the world, and that was enough for the refugees to trust Tessa's word that the Red Dragon clerics would take them in and care for them. "Are we really going to travel all night, even though we're out of the frozen lands?" one of the human refugees asked softly, with a heavy accent. "Yes. This area belongs to a magma dragon, and we're not certain how his servants will respond to our presence, so we are going to pass through at night and not linger. The sooner we can get you to the safety of the Golden Dragon Nation's border, the better," Tessa explained. The girl smiled. "I have heard so much about it, and now, I have actually met someone from there. I must say, I didn't know that humans could be so strong." Tessa laughed. "It is a blessing from the World Dragon. You're still young, so perhaps you will get a chance to try one day as well. We all see if we are compatible when we are 14 years old." That was great news for the humans. None of them were 14 yet. In fact, most of them were not 10 yet. Anyone who was grown enough to keep up with the forced march had been taken away by the frost giants when they fled. Well, that or they were dead in the streets because they couldn't get to safety fast enough when the attack started. What about us? Do we get a chance at the blessing? One of the sadder children asked. Tessa shrugged. "I honestly don't know. Our country is almost all humans, and I haven't met anyone else who was compatible with the blessing. But I also can't say if you will remain in the Golden Dragon Nation, or if they will arrange to have you join a Red Dragon orphanage in the Beastkin territories." That made sense to them. While being anywhere safe was 1,000 times better than their lives yesterday, there was a certain appeal to living among other beastkin. They wouldn't be a minority group, they wouldn't be treated as lesser, and they might actually get to live the sort of idyllic life that slaves told stories about. Thor began pulling them forward, and Ray returned to her space to sleep, while the spider golems were instructed to follow Karl's orders. That should be good enough, and then when Hawk turned in for the night, she would come out again to lead Thor. Not that Hawk couldn't do it. From the sky, he would be able to see much more, but there was no reason for them all to suffer a sleepless night if they didn't have to. "Oh, this is better already. The ash here is soft and warm on the feet. I like this place," Thor announced as they began to move through the destroyed aftermath of the volcanic eruption. "Just be careful if you see solid stone. Many of the volcanic stones can be slippery," Karl warned him. Of course, most of them were heavily textured and provided firm grip for the feet, but it was better to be safe and not take any chances with wagons full of people. A slippery side slope could spell disaster for their little adventure. As they trudged off into the night, Hawk kept a careful eye out for anything that might pose a threat to their group. But what he found was much more exciting to the bird than any elemental. "There are squirrels and mice and small monsters in the forest again," he declared a few hours into the ash. "Already? I thought that they would still be far away from here," Karl replied. "Me too, but I can see them. I think it's a good sign. If the elementals hated all monsters, they would chase off the little ones first, right?" Hawk replied. Karl wasn't certain how sound that logic was. It was easier to scare the little monsters away, but they weren't really a priority, as they weren't a danger to anyone or anything. Not long after that, Ray woke up from her nap, and came out to lead the caravan down the path that Hawk had scouted for them. "Are you certain that you're not going to sleep yet, Hawk?" Karl asked. I will stay up until we reach the edge of the dangerous area. Once we're out of that, I will sleep and you can deal with the human soldiers." He replied easily. Well, if he wasn't tired, Carl would let him keep scouting. Between him and Ray, they shouldn't miss much, if anything. Thor pressed on well past midnight before they came across their first real obstacle. The remains of a magma flow that were much thinner than they looked, according to Ray's eyes. Her thermal vision showed the intense heat below the surface, and if they had only been looking at the top layer, they might have gone right over it without noticing, and possibly collapsed it. "Is there a better spot nearby?" Carl asked as the bloodbath spider raced down the magma flow searching for a crossing point. He was headed in the opposite direction, doing the same thing, but he was headed toward the core of the territory, and the flow was only getting more intense. "Yes. Thor, turn right and come to the base of the hill. The flow spread out, and there is a nice thick crust on it here. That should be more than enough for the wagons," she instructed. Thor adjusted course, and Carl made his way back to the wagons. "I think we might need you here," Ray muttered as Carl was nearly to the convoy. "Don't tell me it fell through and burned up the wagons." Carl sighed. "Nope, we made it past that. Now, we're just a bit stuck. The ground on the other side, to get back to the main path Hawk scouted, is really rough with waves of stone, and the wheels are getting stuck in the ruts." That was easily enough solved, Carl thought as he approached the wandering line of wagons. "Gentlemen, and Lady Ophelia, can I get you down here for a moment? We need some strong arms to take the weight off the wagon wheels while they get over the waves in the stone. Thor is losing traction," Carl explained. It was a moonless night, and they hadn't lit any lights, to avoid attracting attention, so to the eyes of everyone else, they were still making progress, and they hadn't realized there was an issue. "No problem. We will each lift one from underneath, just enough to get them to move over the ridges." "How far do we need to do it?" Bob asked. "Not far. 20 meters should put us back on smooth ash again." It was a slow and careful process to ensure that they didn't break a wheel with a side load, and Tessa set a light spell over them so they could all see what they were doing as they worked. Then, when they were on the old road, which was now a smooth spot in the ash, everyone got back on board while Carl moved ahead with Ray to check the area for dangers again. The progress wasn't as great as they had hoped, and it only got worse as they left the ash in the small hours of the morning. The ash ended before the snow had, and the result was that the tropical weather on the other side had turned the entire area into a mud bog, which Carl repeatedly had to wake the others to help pull them through, as Thor couldn't get enough traction on the slippery hills. But they did eventually make it out of the worst of the mud and onto a hard-packed section of road, where they took a break to let Thor snack and rest while the sun came up. The radio transmissions were clear now, and the army lines were within Hawk's visual range, so they would only be 4 or 5 more hours before they arrived at their destination. Carl took a 15-minute nap as they were preparing a proper hot meal for everyone's breakfast, and woke up to the smell of roasting meat and pancakes. Good timing. We're just getting ready to serve everyone. Thor passed out food for the satyrs, who need roughage, or they get stomachaches. They can and will still eat with us, but not large quantities. Lotus explained. Carl nodded blearily before Doug passed him a strong cup of coffee to bring his brain back online. That was just the thing that he needed after an all-nighter. Most of the team had slept, though he had to wake some of them up to help with the rough patches. Get a bit of sleep. Thor can lead us in, and we will guard the caravan now that the sun is up. At least that way, you will have a few hours sleep while we finish the trip. The ground is getting more solid by the kilometer, and the army knows that we are coming. They arranged to have Red Dragon clerics airlifted to this location while you were napping, and they will be there to take over the refugees when we arrive. Doug explained as Carl sipped at the glorious black nectar of life and cleared his thoughts. The satyrs happily made a spot for Carl in one of the wagons, and Carl leaned back against the side in the corner, so he would be able to see out if anything required him to wake up. He ate breakfast there before passing out, and what seemed like seconds later, a light tap at his shoulder brought him awake. "Sir, We are 10 minutes from the army camp. The warrior man just met with a scout, and they're escorting us in. One of the boys whispered. Thank you. I will join the others at the front. Carl replied quietly, then gently shifted so he wouldn't rock the wagon too badly when he vaulted out. Carl checked his spaces, and found that both Ray and Hawk were asleep already. There were no more threats that needed their attention, so they caught up on sleep while they could. Inside the army camp might have its own dangers, but those were human dangers, and the humans could deal with them on their own. They didn't have to go all the way to the camp, as fate would have it. A large group of red-robed clerics ran out to greet them, drawn by the presence of Tessa on the back of Thor. "Priestess, where did you find such a magnificent steed?" asked a sharp-eyed high priestess, who had dragon horns above her ears, and a ridge of spikes down the center of her head, along with slotted golden dragon eyes. That was a sure sign of either dragon blood, a lot of favor from her goddess, or more likely both. The appearance set the beastkin at ease. If they had sent someone who was obviously not human to meet them, then these people might not be too bad. "He's a bonded companion to Commander Carl, on my left," she explained. The high priestess looked at Carl in shock, making him wonder if he had something on his face. He hadn't shaved in a while, and he had been sleeping in the wagon as they drove through the ash, so he likely looked like one of the miners coming to the surface after a shift right now. Fortunately, he had unequipped his white cloak when they entered the ash, as it was too warm for the environment, so he could at least put on a clean layer. Then he realized that he didn't have to. He could swap into the commander-rank student suit when they reached camp if he had to go indoors somewhere. The refugees were quickly sorted by age, and Ray erected a wall of spider silk to make a changing room for them, while the clerics hung bag showers so they could get clean before changing into the traditional visitors' hassocks that the church passed out to everyone. "Have they eaten?" one of the priests asked quietly. Tessa nodded. "We stopped a few hours ago for breakfast. I don't think that they'll be able to eat much again so soon afterwards, but by afternoon they will certainly be hungry and exhausted." Carl could hear the laughing as the refugees got washed and changed, not entirely in that order, as some of them didn't quite get the idea of showering. It wasn't something that you could do in the frost giant lands. Just getting enough liquid water to drink was a chore, so there was none for washing, and they would usually just use handfuls of snow. After a few minutes, they were back out in matching white hassocks, with clean faces and wet hair, or fur, in the satyr's cases. The high priestess raised her voice a little, catching the kids' attention. "There we are. Everyone is looking much more refreshed. Now, we have set up tents for the day, and then the church will be sending buses for us all tomorrow to bring us home. For those who didn't meet me earlier, I am Matron Millie, head of the Atchison Orphanage, not far from here inside the Golden Dragon Nation, but near the Beastkin Nation border. A messenger has been sent to see if the orphanages there have enough space for those who want to transfer, but you are all more than welcome to stay with us. If you would like to say goodbye to the kind elites who brought you back, you may do that now, before we begin your processing." There were many tearful goodbyes from children who had only known the elites for less than one full day, and didn't even know everyone's name. But nobody would hurry them. They had been through enough, and the church wanted them to feel safe in their transition. The affectionate goodbye meant that now they were all dirty again, but the priestesses didn't mind much. Even Thor didn't miss out on the affection, and might have actually been the most popular, as he had pulled their convoy all the way here. That was what the lightning Sero had been waiting for, and once the kids were led away, he vanished back into Carl's space, leaving the convoy of empty wagons alongside the road. "Elites, please come with us. The generals would like to speak with you about what happened inside the Frost Giant territory." An officer with a lieutenant's gold bar insignia informed them. Carl pointed to the shower bags. "Give us a few minutes to get refreshed, and we will be with you. Like the kids, we crossed the ash last night, and were not quite fit to be meeting with the high brass." The man looked like he was going to argue that he had orders to bring them immediately, but something about the look on their faces told him that discretion was the better part of valor, and he simply nodded. Ray had made 2 rooms for the kids to shower in, which were now split into men's and women's showers. It was a short shower, as the bags weren't large, but the amount of ash and filth that was washed off was incredible. Once he was certain that there weren't tracks of ash mud down his face anymore and the crud was gone from his hair and beard, Carl switched into his suit, and Doug switched to a formal set of high priest robes, while the others simply equipped their armor again, leaving it fresh and clean, though still combat damaged. Change back to your armor. They don't know how to deal with combat elites. They will push harder if they see you as a suit sort of person. Bob whispered as he put his own armor back on. Carl chuckled as he changed back to the armor, and carefully rinsed off his pack so he didn't get ash all over himself again. All right. How annoying do you think this is going to be on a scale of 1 to 10? Carl asked Doug, who had the most experience with authority figures. I will put it at a solid 8. They will want a lot of information, as we've been behind the lines so long. But they won't push too hard because honestly, you two look a bit scary right now. Doug laughed, then created a herbal cigarette which he put to his lips, then motioned for Carl to light. Carl laughed and used, flaming body, to get it lit, before leading them out to wait for the ladies, who had longer hair to deal with. Carl had to wash his hair 3 times before the ash stopped running out, so he knew that it would not be a fast process for them to be clean again. As expected, it took another 10 minutes before the ladies were ready to face the world again, freshly washed, and with their hair loosely braided so it wouldn't go wild as it dried. Their travel packs weren't exactly loaded with the finest of hair products, so frizz was just a fact of life for adventuring elites, but after the effort to get rid of the ash, it was worse than usual. All right, that is everyone. Lead the way, Lieutenant. Bob announced once the group was back together. Carl decided to let Bob take the lead on this one, as he had all the experience on his side when dealing with military leaders. He was out here all the time, preferring to be on a mission to being anywhere else, so he was constantly in contact with the military leadership, and knew more about just where his role as an elite fit into the social framework. Carl hadn't had enough experience with that yet. Though he was certainly one of the more powerful elites now, and everyone granted him the respect that a commander deserved when he had the badge on his chest, there was a lot to be said about knowing how hard you could push before someone would push back. But the one thing that they had all missed was the word generals, not general. When they entered the command building, which used to be the council building of the small town that had been commandeered as the military camp when the lines were pulled back from the volcano, they found 4 men in highly decorated uniforms waiting for them. By the change in Bob's expression, Carl knew that this could mean trouble. So, he gave the officers a closer look, to see if he could guess which would be the issue. Not all generals were elites, most of them were too old for that, and commanded based on experience. But these 4 were all elites, and surprisingly, one was a royal rank elite as well. That must be the cause for Bob's change in expression. In a room full of commanders, military rank didn't matter much to the mercenaries like Bob. But even for regular civilian elites, the royal rank general still had authority over them due to his power level. Not the sort of power that a general had over his troops, but enough that he could easily change their deployment orders and nobody would question it. Bob stopped in the middle of the room, with Carl and Doug on either side of him. Generals, it's a pleasure to see you all again, though I must say I'm surprised to see you all in the same spot. He began. The generals chuckled at his comment as they looked between the trio of commanders. The royal rank general replied with a straight face and a gravelly voice. Yes, seeing 3 commanders in the same spot is somewhat unusual, isn't it? But let's skip the pleasantries. What happened to the frost giants? The reinforcements have stopped, our scouts tell us that the city looks like it's been destroyed, and you were the only forward team in the entire region. Bob shrugged. I wish we could take credit for all of that, but we're only partially responsible. We were killing the reinforcements as quickly as we could, but they were using a shaman magic type cloning spell to create more every day. It was the servants of the magma dragon that attacked the city and presumably either destroyed the spell, or some of its components, and forced the frost giants to abandon the city. The magma dragon's influence is spreading inland, and soon that whole region will be thawed. There is a volcanic hot springs under a kilometer from the city, and from what we can tell, it is increasing in intensity. That alone will keep the frost giants from returning to the region unless their magic can overcome whatever the dragon has done. The generals nodded as their assistants took notes. Similar events have taken place all along the border. For whatever reason, it appears that most of the summoning spells were placed on top of trapped dragon elders, and now that they are free, the frost giants are in real trouble. What we need to know is how much trouble they are in. The hill and mountain giants are giving us enough trouble along the other sections of the border that we can't spare manpower to sit around here if we are not being attacked. The general insisted. Has the new snow began to retreat? Bob asked. The generals nodded. In fact, not only has it begun to retreat, the natural weather is nearly back to the old border, except for the region around the volcano, where the snow has retreated even further. That volcano was well within the frost giants' border before the war, and now everything up to 30 kilometers inward of it has melted. Then what is left of the actual battle lines? There was nothing here, we would have passed it on our way if there was. Bob asked directly. This portion of the line is only still in place to secure against invasion by the magma dragon. The next pass is also now completely unguarded by the frost giants, as our soldiers finished a push just this morning and eliminated all resistance. The next two passes are still fighting, but north of that everything has been abandoned by the frost giants, and nobody knows if they are ending the battle or withdrawing for a larger offensive. Bob nodded in understanding. Well, we can't tell you much about that. But we can tell you that this section of the line is unlikely to see frost giants in the near future. They already lost a major city to the magma elementals. It doesn't appear as if the dragon's allies are hostile in this direction, though. We saw no evidence of attempts to expand in our direction, only toward the city, where the core of the frost giants' force was located. Once the battle was won, the forces of the magma dragon retreated and did not attempt to occupy the city. There were no combatants left when we entered, only a token force of frost giant guards outside the city, left when the rest of the occupants fled. The generals brought out a rolled map, which an assistant set up on a folding table, along with a number of blue stones. These are the known population centers of the frost giants. The red stones are the number of frost giants that have been reported killed during this conflict. The general explained. The red stones were still being set up, but already they vastly outnumbered the blue stones, and there was a concentration of them right where Carl and the others had been fighting. Carl might not have liked math class much, but it was fairly obvious that the known population of frost giants was about a third as many as the number of frost giants that had been killed on their battle lines since the conflict started. They have summoned 3 times their population to send to war. Doug asked, startled by the scale of the devastation. Not all of them are summoned, but close to that, yes. That is why it is so imperative that we find out what happened to the summoning ritual materials. Not hearsay or guesses, we need solid proof of how they are doing it, and of any locations that have been forcibly stopped. The problem is, many of the suspected locations have been the site of natural disasters in the last few weeks, and now we don't have the troops to search them all. The general agreed. Doug gave a rueful laugh as he took a long drag on his smoke. I suspect that there is a, however, coming up in your next sentence. The general's face turned up in a slight grin as he watched the unconcerned high priest becoming a very high priest in the middle of their meeting. You would be absolutely correct. We have an official mission for all of you. We have a location for you to scout. This location previously generated large troop movements, then suddenly stopped without any visible signs of attack. The spot is well within enemy borders, and the complex is suspected to be currently occupied by a royal rank frost giant and his retinue. The general replied. So, it's a trap, we know it's a trap, and you want us to go spring it anyhow, for the chance that we can kill a royal rank frost giant? Doug asked with a vague wave of his hand. There will be appropriate compensation. The general agreed, his raspy voice making the promise sound more like a threat, or a promise of restitution for the grieving families. One of the other generals, a portly young man with a blotchy face that spoke of years of alcoholism, smirked at them as he joined the conversation. It is non-optional. Carl rolled his eyes at the smug general. Well, I still don't have a royal rank head as a trophy for my dorm room. I suppose a frost giant will have to do. A bit large for the display case, but such is life. He answered while everyone else paused, not taking the bait as the general tried to goad them into something that would give him an excuse to put a black mark on their records. General Orland, the royal rank general with the harsh voice, which Carl suspected might be due to a previous throat injury that was hidden below his collar and tie, gave him a knowing smile. As always, when the elites with bureaucratic titles met with the mercenary elites, it had turned into a dick measuring contest. The battle-hardened general knew full well that his smug counterpart couldn't even keep up with the pace of their group, and he had likely never killed a monster his own rank or higher in his life. So, the easiest way for Carl to get a rise out of him was to treat the death of a royal rank enemy as just another trophy hunt. And it was working. If it's such a trivial matter, then I will be expecting to hear positive news of your success very soon. The portly man replied. Good things take time, General. Like a well-cooked meal, you must be patient until everything is just right. I suspect you're familiar with that particular anticipation. Carl agreed. General Orland glared between the two of them and raised his voice for the first time. Enough. Both of you cut it out or take it outside to hold a combat trial. The mission has been demanded by the central government, and approved as necessary by the Bureau of Elite Development and the Army. Your combined team has been volunteered by Regional Draw, so I will provide you with the information that we have on the situation. He insisted. Then he said the words combat trial. The portly general turned his head away, no longer feeling like fighting, so Carl focused on the task at hand. He's a spicy one, isn't he? The general seated on the far right whispered to Doug as General Orland began to outline the situation around the cavern where the royal rank giant was suspected to be hiding. He used to be so humble and polite. I think he's getting it from his bonded beasts. He's got a bloodbath spider with him, and if it were up to her, there would already be someone shouting for a medic. Doug whispered back. Carl could clearly hear him, as could General Orland, but the others were both mages, and lacked superhuman senses. The quiet general nodded without changing his expression. In a confined space, not even General Orland was likely to be fast enough to prevent a commander-rank beast like that from carrying out at least the first strike. What would they need a medic for? I'd eat his face without even needing to ambush him. Ray chuckled in amusement. Carl ignored her taunting to focus on the intelligence reports, and found that while the indicated spot was a fair distance from the border, there were no major forces or cities in between them and the site. At least that part had been well judged. The threat inside the cavern complex under the ruins was unknown, but thought to be at least 10 commander-rank giants, plus their royal rank leader. That would normally be enough to take out any team that the humans might send to try to destroy the summoning ritual, but there was no guarantee that they hadn't saved a last batch of summoned giants underground as well. The report said that it should no longer be active, as there hadn't been any troops sent out since the volcano incident, but that was no guarantee. How long do you need to prepare? General Orland asked once his briefing was complete. Bob looked over at Carl and subtly shrugged. They were already intending on heading back to the battlefield, but they could tell the general that they needed a few days, or some particular supplies, before they returned if Carl wanted to delay a little. Just a quick restock of our hygiene and other supplies, and we should be good to go. They had been in the field far longer than usual, and it was normal to only carry a small amount of unscented soap and shampoo with you. But, with the warm dwarven village, they could wash regularly, so they were running out, and hadn't been filthy until they crossed the ash plains to get here to the front lines. The supply tent is fully stocked with anything that you might need. Will you be leaving in the next few days? General Orland asked. Carl looked at Bob, and the older elite's face took on a deceptively innocent smile. I'm afraid that we have much to do, General. Once we have resupplied, we will be leaving again within the hour. If you could ensure that one of the wagons our team and the refugees arrived in is still available, we would appreciate it. The overweight general glared at the team with growing suspicion. There had to be a reason that they were rushing right back into battle after only recently having returned to civilization. But the part that he failed to realize was that they were more comfortable in their hidden camp than in the small town that the army had taken over as their base. General Orland waved his hand toward the door. In that case, don't let us keep you. It's a long walk back to the border, and you don't want to be caught out in the ash overnight. Once they were well away from the command building, Tori sighed and turned back to glare at it. Are we the only elites on the entire front? If they had already developed such a detailed plan, complete with routing and estimated numbers, they could have sent someone a week ago. She muttered. They likely had, and it hadn't worked out for the last group, which was why they had such a detailed plan this time, but nobody wanted to say that out loud. Well, at least we will have plenty of soap and shampoo again. I hope that nobody took the time to shave because we're about to go right back into the heart of the cold. Doug laughed. Ophelia took the nearly depleted smoke from his hand and finished it off with one long drag. At this point, I'm not certain whether my legs are hairier in this form or as a werbear. She joked. The soldiers passing by did a double take when they heard that from the muscular berserker, who they hadn't expected to be a shapeshifter. The supplies sergeant gave a similarly startled look at the group as they approached. There hadn't been anyone coming or going from the base in a while, they were only holding position near the ash, so new faces were an unexpected sight for him. What can I do for you? He asked as Carl led the group in. Mostly hygiene supplies for everyone. Then one new multi-tool for me, and whatever the others need. Carl replied, then shifted, so the man could scan the commander rank badge he had pinned to the tabard of his armor. Got it. Combined team with 10 members in total, on official military assignment. That makes it easy, I'll grab the kits while the corporal takes the rest of the orders. The sergeant disappeared into the back room before the corporal on duty could even put his book down and realized that he had just been volunteered to take the orders of 10 elites in need of supplies. Everyone had broken or worn out something during the trip, and this was their last chance to get it fixed before they headed back into the cold. Plus, as a military assignment, as long as the item they requested was regular military issue, they could just have it. For the clerics, that was bonus loot. They could replace any worn-out tools or utensils and nobody would ask any questions. The army had some good stuff that the clergy always wanted to have, lightweight and made for durability, but more expensive than what the clerics were issued by the church. I have a list. Lotus announced with a smile, passing over the running tally of damaged and worn items that her and Tessa had been keeping since the war started. If the army was offering, the priestess wasn't about to hold back. Once they were resupplied and everything was packed carefully into its assigned spot in their packs, the group headed back for the edge of camp where they had left the wagons. The soldiers seemed startled to see them heading back out only a few hours after they had arrived, but the ones who had been around longer understood that the group was likely just running away from something annoying. The plan was to hook Dana's 2 stone golems up to the lead wagon to pull the group along, while they left the others behind. That would make the trip back much easier on everyone, and faster, as the giant's comfortable jog was a running pace for the mages and clerics. Plus, with only one wagon, and a path to follow, they would be able to avoid the worst of the delays that had slowed them during the trip out, and the golems might even be able to get enough traction on the muddy hills to make it up without assistance this time, when Thor's larger feet had struggled. It only took a few minutes to get them hooked up, and they were on their way back into the ash, with the intentions of stopping overnight at the dwarven village to get a good night's rest and finish refining the plan to attack the cavern. Obviously, the army thought that you could just march in there and wipe them out with enough firepower, but that was the last resort. Pretty much any other plan than charging into the cave was likely to be a better one. They waited until the town was out of sight over the hills before anyone said anything, but they weren't in a big hurry to start making plans when they hadn't even seen the area around the target. Finally, Doug broke the silence. Your group has been randomly selected from those in the region. He mocked the pudgy general. As if we weren't the only ones in the area at all. The others chuckled, and the nature priest took out another smoke for Carl to light. It was the most that anyone had seen him smoke at work, and it was a sure sign that he was feeling the stress, but didn't want to outright say anything about it. Lotus smirked as she joined the rant. Well, we will have all the bragging rights when we get back home. Imagine how jealous all those white-robed battle clerics and guards are going to be when they find out that it was a pair of the Green Dragon's clerics who got the first royal rank team kill of the war. In fact, I'm not even certain that the main lines have managed to get one yet, so it might be the first at all. Doug laughed. Wouldn't that be something? If we find out that we've got the first one of the war, I say we go get another, just for funsies. Carl knew that it probably wouldn't be that easy, but if they could get not only the first one, but the first two of the war on this front, then they would certainly live up to any level of hype when they got home. But more imminently, Carl noticed that everyone in the group was becoming much more powerful than they had been when they started the battles. Officially, practice did help the growth rate, but it was supposed to have more to do with the individual how rapidly they advanced unless they were using some sort of magical aid. That didn't seem to be the case with their group. If Carl had to hazard a guess, another month of this, and there wouldn't only be 3 commanders in the group. The golems were already noticeably more impressive than they had been at the start of the war, but Carl didn't have a standard to judge them against, so he couldn't really tell how far through ascended rank they were. That didn't seem to be the case with their group. If Carl had to hazard a guess, another month of this, and there wouldn't only be 3 commanders in the group. The golems were already noticeably more impressive than they had been at the start of the war, but Carl didn't have a standard to judge them against, so he couldn't really tell how far through ascended rank they were. He would judge them against the spider golems as a commander rank standard, but Ray had advanced them to royal rank, and they were multiple times more powerful than they had been, so that still didn't actually help. He couldn't even go by the ease with which they killed the frost giants, as they had so much practice now that everyone knew where their vulnerable areas were, and they could target them with minimal thought. But while he was thinking of power levels, Carl had a good idea. Since they were going to be keeping the golems active most of the time after they left the safety of the village, they should give them some of the frost giant weapons that were enchanted to cut like proper commander rank weapons. That would give them an extra bump in combat power, as opposed to the single blade that came with the durable constructs buff. They would have to carry giant-sized spare weapons with them to give to the golems, and give them back every time the golems were summoned, but it would increase the speed that they could clear the weaker groups, where the golems rarely sustained serious damage. They had their loot wagon now, so they might as well make good use of it. Everyone rested as the golems trudged steadily through the mud near the ash wastes, doing their best to avoid slipping on the muddy slopes. But it seemed that the logic behind using golems instead of Thor was right. Thor's feet kept him from sinking as deeply in the mud, but they also reduced his traction. The golems were pulling them smoothly along the path that the wagon train had followed to get to the lines last night, and with the sun up, they were able to avoid some of the worst areas, where they could now see that the mud was worse than it was a few dozen meters away. That let them make it into the ash in good time, where their speed improved, and by the time that it got dark, they were almost back to the dwarven village. The last few kilometers were a bit more difficult, as they were getting far enough from the volcano that the trees had survived, but they managed to get the wagon to within 100 meters of the entrance to the tunnel. They left the golems to guard the wagon, and everyone made their way back into the dwarven village. We're not leaving at first light or anything crazy, are we? Because as nice as it is to not walk, that wagon is not soft. Torai asked. Carl and Bob looked at each other and shrugged. I don't see any reason to rush that much. We should head out before noon, but it's less than a day's travel, and we don't want to get too close at the end of the day. Carl suggested. Bob nodded. All right, then we will double-check all our gear in the morning after breakfast, then head out. It will get us in place early enough to check their scouting situation, and then we can make a proper plan based on what is actually there. What are you thinking? Pick off the scouts and see if we can lure out what's actually in there instead of going into the cave ourselves? Tessa asked. Bob nodded. That seems like the better option. There are 10 of us, and fighting in a cave sucks. You never want to fight in a cave if there is another option. Out in the open, we can make proper use of tactics. In the cave, we are limited by the space we have to work with, and even if it's big enough for a giant to pass, it's unlikely to leave us room to flank them, or even make a proper defensive formation. Carl frowned. Monsters generally get smarter as they grow in ranks, so the royal rank frost giants might not fall for simple tricks like luring them out a few at a time by killing patrol members. Bob ran a hand through his hair and sighed. That is certainly a possibility. They might send out everything that they have the moment that we're detected, and that will be a nasty fight. So, before we get anything started, we will have to make some preparations. Depending on the terrain, we might be able to have the two greenies make a vine field to slow their approach. He gestured to the two green-robed clerics, who smiled at the chance to show that they could do offensive magic as well. But we won't know until we get there. The next morning, everyone took a leisurely shower, courtesy of the free use of cleric magic, and then checked all their equipment after breakfast while they mentally prepared themselves for the day. Hawk was sent out to scout, and he hadn't found anything for the first 20 kilometers, so the start of their journey should be an uneventful one. They didn't waste any time getting Thor hooked up to the wagon so that the golems were free to fight while he protected the casters in his cart. It was connected with relatively weak spider silk, strong enough that it wouldn't break during use, but weak enough that Tessa could easily slice it with a wave of her spear if Thor needed to be cut free during battle. This way, he was the only one walking, and everyone else could rest in case of emergency. It was the most efficient method that they had come up with so far, and Thor was delighted with his new toy. How far is it to this hiding hole for the frost giants? Hawk finally asked after lunch. He hadn't seen a single living thing all morning, just snow, snow and more snow. Plus, the temperature was dropping even further with every hour he traveled, and it was putting him in a terrible mood. From the location on the map, about 100 kilometers from the ash. So, about the same as from the lines to the dwarven village. When you see two rivers meet, that will be where the cave is. Carl replied. When we're done, I'm burning this entire country to the ground just to make it warm again. Thor plodded along, periodically looking back to see if everyone else was having as much fun as he was. There wasn't anything to bother him today, he just got to pull his wagon around, and nobody tried to rush him. Only an hour before dark, Hawk sent back a report that, for the first time that day, was not about the easiest route for the cart. There are human bodies over here, and they are in armor. They might have something important on them. He reported. Are we near the cave? How far is it to the spot where the rivers meet? Carl replied, just to be safe. 30 more kilometers. Their math sucks. But I can see it, and I can see the giants in the distance. This location was entirely too far for humans to be inside the frost giant nation. If they were in armor, they weren't prisoners of the frost giants, so they must be another scouting team that had been sent in. Hawk found bodies ahead. They're in armor, so there is a chance it was another elite team. Carl reported. 20 of them in total. 3 in white robes, 2 in red, the rest are not clerics. Hawk amended. Yeah, almost guaranteed they were an elite team. Hawk says that there are 5 clerics, including 2 war clerics, among the 20 bodies. Carl added. Everyone grimaced as they heard the news, but he was right, they might have important information on them. If nothing else, they could load them in the wagon on the way back out so that they weren't left here for the frost giants or monsters to eat. That seemed like the least that they could do for them once the threat was dealt with. Is there any sign of what attacked them? It might lead us to a second group of giants. Carl asked Hawk. Nothing. It's been snowing down there, and the footprints are all gone. Thor led them toward the site of the attack, while Hawk circled in the sky, waiting for any sign that the frost giants were still nearby. They shouldn't be too far from where they were supposed to find that cave, but he hadn't seen it yet. All that was out here was deep snow, deep enough that Thor had been avoiding going over hills, as it would drag on the bottom of the wagon and make it hard to pull. Thor pulled to a stop next to the bodies, and Carl got down from the wagon with Bob and Harry. They would check the bodies while the others waited on guard. With no sign of what attacked the group, there was no telling if this was actually a frequently traveled path, where frost giants might come across them while they were searching. Not that they didn't trust Hawk's scouting ability, but he could only be in one spot at a time. Carl made his way through the bodies of warriors and mages, all of which were showing signs of losing a fight against the frost giants. There were missing limbs, massive crushing damage from clubs, and general carnage. Carl felt his stomach turn at the scene, and tried to forget the fact that these were all ascended and commander rank elites only a few days ago at the most. He had been in battle a relatively long time, but not like this, not with these massive casualties. It was horrifying to think that an entire group could be wiped out like this. There were 20 bodies, so the chances are that none of them had managed to escape to warn the army about the situation or threat that they had met. Carl was about to turn back to the cart when he noticed a slight puff of warm breath from one of the bodies. Someone was still alive here, but not by much. He whistled, drawing the attention of the others, and made a waving gesture toward the legless body that Tessa immediately guessed meant healing. A golden glow surrounded the cleric an instant before Lotus area healing surrounded the entire area. But only the one body glowed with healing light. It was too late for the others. Once the survivor had some time to heal, Carl knelt beside the body and brushed some of the snow off the man's face. "High Priest George. What the hell are you doing here?" Carl asked softly. The man's body didn't move at all, but it was still glowing with healing light, repairing the damage done. George's eyes opened weakly, and he silently mouthed a word. "Trap." Carl stood up and drew his blade, surrounding himself with a layer of flaming body, in addition to the refreshing lightning that he always kept active. That seemed to trigger the trap, and from all around them, frost giants burst up out of the ground, showering the area in rocks and snow. They were surrounded, and the bodies were bait for whichever human group came next. The warriors and the stone golems circled the wagon, while Tessa cut Thor free. The frost giants hesitated, but not like they were afraid, more like they were waiting for something. The side of a hill collapsed, and a massive female frost giant strode out of the previously buried hiding spot. "Look what I have caught. Stupid sentimental humans." She spoke with a heavy accent, in a booming voice that somehow made her feel larger than she was. And she was not small. She towered over the commander-rank frost giants by an entire head, and Carl was hardly more than shin-high on her. His head didn't even reach her waist. Carl saw Bob nod in his peripheral vision. They would hold off the ambush while Carl took care of the leader. "Ray, guard the wagon. Thor will be sad if they break it," Carl instructed. "Well, there is no point in waiting, let's get to it," Carl shouted up at the royal rank frost giant. Ray appeared on the wagon, and called her spider golems in to ambush the frost giant lines as Carl leapt forward with the two-handed blade flaming in his hands. "Puny human, I will enjoy eating you." The leader laughed as she moved with astonishing speed and blocked Carl's attack. Frost and fire clashed as the magic on their blades met, sending Carl sliding backwards as he lost the test of strength. Using shred, layered with flaming body, Carl hurled 3 fast arcs at the giant leader. A twist of her blade blocked 2, while one cut a gash in her side. Blue blood dripped down her torso as the giant roared in rage and the encirclement closed on the group, stomping the bodies of the unfortunate group who had come before them. Ice magic was building around them, then fading as Remy used Blizzard to offset the leader's identical skill. She wasn't nearly as strong, but the royal rank giant couldn't focus on the skill with Carl attacking her, and the snow was merely blinding, cutting visibility to under 10 meters, making it hard to even see her head when he retreated between engagements, but not damaging his barriers. If she had only been bigger and faster than the others, this fight might not have been so bad, but she was fast, and even with agility bracers on, Carl was struggling to keep up. Every attack, Carl was forced further from the group, isolated from any chance of reinforcement, but the blizzard was fading as the leader felt that her mana would be better used on combat than distraction, now that they were 50 meters away from the main battle, and well outside the encirclement. Carl flicked his blade down, parrying an attack coming for his legs, but couldn't react fast enough for the left hand that she took off her blade and punched him square in the chest with. His barriers held, but he was rolling in the snow, and the blade was coming for him again, while he didn't have the footing to force it away. Remy intervened, hitting the giant with chain lightning, and making her arm twitch, sending the attack wide as Carl rolled to his feet. Her expression was startled, not having expected the attack from what she thought was a defeated opponent. Carl sent a flurry of rend attacks at her, coated with flaming body, the same as Hawk did it. There was no way to block them all, but the giant twirled, sending her cloak billowing and taking a large part of the damage before the thick monster fur was destroyed, leaving it in shreds on the ground while the remainder of the attacks hit her back. Carl almost fell for the fake opening, and leapt to the right, back in front of her as her blade shrieked through the air, right where he would have been if he had tried to attack her vulnerable back. His jump had given him a little distance, and Carl quickly switched to his bow to fire a chain lightning arrow into her stomach. It only sunk in a few centimeters, and made her eyelid twitch before she pulled it out, but it bought Carl a second to retreat further and keep firing. Her snarl shook the air, carrying some sort of magic with it, and Carl felt his mind go blank, while his hands continued to fire arrows. Mental fortitude kept him from cowering in fear before the might of the frost giant leaders. Intimidation, ability, and well-trained hands kept his attacks going, while Remy set up her poison flame totems on either side of the giant. The pain had to have been incredible as the first balls of poison and fire hit her body, and the frost giant turned, looking for the insect that dared to try to ambush her while still at the ascended rank. But all she found were the totems, and one of Carl's arrows buried itself deep into her ribs, sending numbing lightning through her body, slowing her reactions. Powerful strides brought her back to Carl, who hastily switched back to his blade and clashed with the weakened giant, who was still taking fireballs to the back, distracting her from the fight and coating her in agonizing poison. The damage might be negligible, but with every attack it stacked, and when she tried to stomp the totems out of existence, Remy simply moved them out of reach, another dozen meters away, and behind her again. Then, their knight in shining feathers was there to take his vengeance on the ice element, and Hawk was bombarding her from above with royal rank fireballs. Those ones were causing real damage, and while Carl was still on the defensive, she was slowing. A direct hit to the back of her head dropped her to one knee and made her eyes roll back, giving Carl the opening he had been waiting for. His blade streaked toward her neck, aiming to decapitate the frost giant, or at least slit her throat and take her out of the fight. 3-on-1, even a royal rank frost giant was no match for them. That overconfidence was what cost him the most dearly. Without looking, her blade flashed out, slicing cleanly through his left arm and burying itself in the chest plate of his armor. His strike came up short, barely clipping her throat, but sending out a fountain of blood as the artery was severed. Pain shot through Carl's body as he watched the frost giant woman fading in the distance. He realized that he was flying through the air from the force of the strike, and he could still see his severed hand holding his sword laying on the ground in front of her. But the fight was over. Hawk's shred hit the back of her neck, and the giant's head rolled free of her body, coming to a stop next to Carl's sword. Carl slammed into a tree, and his barriers shattered along with his ribs, but he landed on his feet, before falling to his knees gasping for air. Everything around him was fuzzy, and he could feel the world fading, but there was one thought in his mind. He needed his sword back. That drove him to crawl through the snow as the buzz of Remy's voice in his head faded in and out. The last thing he knew before the world went dark, and he felt himself fall to his side, was his hand grasping his sword. Carl's entire world was pain and blackness, then there was a strange pressure on his arm, and a voice in his ear, saying something that he couldn't understand. Ray had hurled Lotus over the battle, sending her flying into the snow next to Carl, where the nature priestess got to work, pinning Carl's arm in place with a number of hasty stitches and a bandaged splint before she began her healing spells. That was her only chance of reattaching the arm. If it healed with the arm off, it would have to be cut again to reattach the two, and that would just be unnecessarily painful. At least it was clean, as the deep white snow had nothing but mixed purple blood in it. "Stay with me," You need to stay awake. Lotus was shouting at him, dragging Carl back out of the darkness. There you are, open your eyes. We need to move, my vines will only hold off those giants for a few more seconds. She explained. Carl blinked away the fuzziness, and saw that there were two commander-rank frost giants being torn apart by thorn vines, while Remy was sitting on the ground in front of him, hurling lightning at them. Carl staggered to his feet, using his sword as a crutch, and realized that while his arm was back, and in a sling across his chest, he couldn't use it. It was just there, numb and motionless. Using the oversized blade one-handed wouldn't be easy, but it would be impossible to use the maul or the bow. He took a deep breath as, refreshing lightning, cleared his mind a little and prepared to fight again. The two giants smirked at him as they realized the warrior was heavily wounded, and wouldn't be able to recover fast enough to stop them. But Carl didn't need to lift his blade to fight. Arcs of rend, coated in, flaming body, raced for the two commander-rank giants, who laughed and easily blocked the strikes, then fell forward, dead, as hawk strikes from behind broke their necks. The classics are always the best. Hawk bragged as the flame-enhanced, rend, attacks did their job. There was a braying noise, and Tessa ran back toward the main battle, leaving Carl to scoop up Remy and stumble after her. The fight wasn't over yet, but the number of giants was much lower than it had been. Carl felt the power transferred from the sword sinking into his body, bringing a tingling to his immobile fingers, and a rush of clarity to his mind. Carl attacked from behind, joining Hawk in ambushing the giants and making a path to Thor, who was standing on 3 legs, while one hung limply, broken by a frost giant club. Ray was protecting the wagon still, and magic missiles were still casting steadily, with all 4 golems on defense. Harry was under the wagon, nursing injuries, while Ty was kneeling in front of him, firing his bow into the frost giants from the relative safety under Ray. The sudden assault from behind distracted the attackers, and 2 fell in quick succession to the spider golems, then 2 more from Carl and Hawk, followed by another from Ray herself. The last few tried to run, but Hawk and the spider golems were on them, and before they had made it 100 meters, they were all taken down. Lotus vanished into the wagon, which her healing spell was centered on, covering the whole group. Tessa ducked under the wagon to check on Ty and Harry, and Carl did a quick head count. Bob was still standing next to Ophelia, who was panting as she leaned against a frost giant corpse, with all her limbs intact. Tessa was in the wagon, as was Lotus. Thor's leg was visibly healing, Dana's golems were still active, and Ray looked fine. But there were 2 that he couldn't see. Doug and Tori. Carl stumbled back to the scene of his battle and grabbed the head of the royal rank frost giant. He had told the general that he would mount the head on his wall, after all. Somewhere in Carl's muddled mind, he knew that made no sense, and that there was something wrong with his thinking, but he dragged the head all the way back to the wagon before Tessa sat him down in the snow, and shone a flashlight in his eyes. Can you hear me? How many fingers am I holding up? She asked. Everything was a bit blurry, and it took him a few seconds to focus, as her image kept swaying in front of him, but Carl confidently held up 2 fingers in the V for victory. Definitely a concussion, plus whatever other internal injuries aren't healed. Lotus, what is up with the sling? Tessa asked, far too loudly, as it was causing him intense pain in his head. It was severed. I pinned it in place and put a localized healing spell on it, but it won't be ready for at least a day. Lotus replied. Can you move your fingers? Tessa asked, and Carl tried his best to focus on his hand. Then realized he didn't have to, he just had to wiggle his fingers aimlessly. Well, they're all moving. Alright, you should keep the limb. Tessa informed him. Doug and Tori? Carl asked. Doug is recovering from a blade across the chest, but he will be fine. She replied, then patted Carl on his good shoulder. Alright, time to get up. Can you send the beasts back into their space to rest and recover? Or do they need more healing first? Tessa asked quietly. Thor returned to his pond to sleep, followed by Ray and Hawk, though Ray left her golems out. Remy remained in Carl's sling, periodically casting a healing splash on his arm, in hopes that it would help it heal properly. She hadn't been injured during the fight, and the inside of the sling wasn't too cold after Tessa adjusted Carl's cloak to cover most of his front. Carl remained sitting for a few minutes as the others worked, and then a motion to his left caught his eye. The movement of a frost giant had him on his feet in a flash, ready to attack, but it was only Bob and Ophelia, wrapping the royal rank giant's head in a bag to hang off the back of the wagon. Bob quietly addressed the team. "All right, we've got everything cleaned up, and the bodies are in the wagon to go back with us. Let's get everyone in, and the golems will take us back. Ray, can you come out and make a new harness? Wait, can she even hear us when she's not out?" Ray came out and quickly harnessed Dana's golems to the wagon, which was now half loaded with bodies, and created a harness for the humanoid golems. Then she returned to her space, where her stamina would recover more quickly, and curled up to sleep, while Hawk kept watch on the outside world. Everyone was seated a few minutes later, and Carl found himself in the corner, with Dana leaning against his side, unnaturally quiet, while Tessa directed the golems to get the cart moving. Carl wrapped his one good arm around the mage, and looked across the wagon, where High Priest George gave him a weak smile. Somehow, the man was still alive, having avoided being crushed during the ambush, but he had lost both legs above the knee, and his own magic was only enough to stop the blood flow and keep himself alive with the injuries he had sustained. Somehow, the man was still alive, having avoided being crushed during the ambush, but he had lost both legs above the knee, and his own magic was only enough to stop the blood flow and keep himself alive with the injuries he had sustained. Doug was doing better. His staff was shattered into splinters on the floor of the wagon, and he was wrapped with bandages all around his chest. He had wrapped himself in a fur cloak for warmth while he mixed some sort of herbal concoction, but Carl's head count still didn't find Tori. Reluctantly, Carl turned to look at the back of the wagon, and saw the telltale mage robes and white fur cloak under the pile of bodies. They had defeated the royal rank frost giant, but Carl couldn't call this a victory, not when they weren't all coming back home. For some reason, Tessa was pushing the wagon at a full run across the snow, headed for the closest section of the line, while Lotus continued to maintain her healing spell over the wagon. Carl faded in and out of consciousness for the next few hours, being briefly jostled awake by larger bumps as the wagon raced across the frozen plains. The sun had set not long after the battle, but still, the cleric didn't slow the wagon, keeping the golems at a full run, heedless of the bouncing that they were doing. Nobody was saying anything about it, so Carl assumed that there was a good reason for the rush, and continued to fade in and out until finally the bright spotlights of a frontline encampment lit up their wagon. There was a lot of shouting, and people were moving around frantically, unloading bodies from the wagon, but he just sat where he was with Dana under his arm as the mage sobbed silently and pretended that she was asleep. Eventually, a hand landed on his shoulder, shaking Dana awake in the process, while bringing Carl out of his stupor long enough to turn to see who was looking for him. "It's your turn, if you two can walk to the triage tents." The man in the white robes of a high cleric of the main faith whispered. Carl was thankful for the consideration, as loud noises were still hurting his head, but his body was feeling better with that much time in Lotus' healing spell and the refreshing lightning. Remy was still in his sling, half asleep, but randomly mumbling and casting, healing splash, on his arm until Carl stroked her head and let her know that she had done a good job, and she could go sleep in her space. The cleric passed Dana off to a female high priest, and brought Carl to a small diagnosis room, where he repeated the light in the eyes thing that Tessa had done. "Still a concussion?" Carl asked. The priest nodded. "It's healing, but won't be finished until morning, most likely. You did good getting back here as fast as you did." Carl gave him a rueful smile. "We didn't make it fast enough." The high priest put a gentle hand on his shoulder. "No, you did. High priests George and Doug are both going to be fine by morning, though George's legs are a lost cause without months of treatment spells or a royal rank healer. But more importantly, with them, we had the 6 high priests necessary to cast a resurrection ritual. Tori should reappear somewhere familiar to her in the next 48 hours. Carl just blinked at the high priest, so he explained. There are two basic resurrection spells. One brings them back to life within 10 minutes of death, but only a royal rank cleric or a select few of the healing specialist high priests such as myself can use that. The other is a 6-person ritual that puts a soul that's still linked to its body into a new body with its memories intact. They usually show up somewhere which they associate with good memories, and then they have to explain to someone who they are, or come to the church, where we can verify it and update their records. So she will be fine, and back at the academy soon? Carl asked hopefully. Not back at the academy, most likely. I have never heard of the new body forming with the effects of the injection, so she wouldn't be an elite anymore. But she's still a student, so there is a chance they will make an exception, and she will be able to start over if her new body is compatible, just a little older than the others. It's not like the injection doesn't work anymore if they give it later. Well, that was better than dead, he supposed. The cleric finished giving Carl a checkup, which found that other than his head, everything seemed to be fine, and he was recovering well, but would need to eat a lot to recover the energy that he had burned while healing his body. That was something that he could do. Dana was waiting outside the tent with a faintly hopeful smile that said she had gotten the same news about Tori, so he led her toward a large wall tent where he could hear Bob arguing with someone. That was most likely the mess hall, and if it wasn't, it was still the right place to be, as that was where their team was. The remainder of the group had gathered at a table in the nearly deserted mess hall, where Carl and Dana joined them after loading their trays with random items. Carl still couldn't think clearly, and every light source made his head hurt, but not enough that he couldn't just leave them mostly closed while he ate. "What's the prognosis, Monster Man?" Doug asked as Carl attempted to operate a canned drink one-handed, as his other wasn't working properly, even if he removed it from the sling. "They say my head should be better tomorrow, and my arm will work eventually. Good work, by the way, to whoever put that back on. I distinctly remember that it was not attached for a while." Carl rambled. Lotus smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "I did the best that I can. I'm a good healer, but that was a pretty gnarly injury." Carl smiled at the little cleric. "Where's George?" Doug frowned. "They took him for more intensive treatment. He was somewhat coherent once they drugged him, and we got the ritual done, but he's in bad shape." "I take it you've worked with him before?" "Briefly." Carl agreed, not wanting to get into it too deeply, as that was when they had picked up Tori, whose current fate was uncertain. They were eating quietly when a commotion outside drew all their attention. The feeling of a powerful creature or elite approaching put them all on guard, but the feeling was familiar to Carl, with his heightened senses, and he just returned to his eating. "Someone you know?" Doug whispered. "I'm fairly certain that is Prince Axel and Overlord Drake." Carl agreed. That surprised the high priest, as they should have been on the mountain giant front, keeping the most powerful of their foes under control. The two stormed into the mess hall, followed by over a dozen officers, and then paused in visible relief as they saw the group eating. "Ah, there's a sight for sore eyes. When we heard that the group sent to subjugate the frost giant royal had been annihilated, we feared the worst." Prince Axel blurted out with a relieved smile on his face. "I take it that you got the news about the same time that you got the news that we had been sent out?" Carl asked, while the others looked unsure how to respond. Carl and Dana were the only ones in the group who had held a proper conversation with either of these two leaders, and Overlord Drake had quite the reputation as a fighter. "We were meeting with General Orland when the news that a group had been wiped out and their tracking spells were all disabled within 5 minutes of each other. But the report was incomplete, and we only knew that it was the church who put the trackers on. They didn't include the team leader's name." Drake explained. Carl winced at the loud noise, but smiled. "We will have to send the generals a message and let them know that I got that head for my trophy case." Axel and Drake both burst into laughter. "You really did it? Orland told me about your little spat with the generals, but I didn't think you would actually manage it. The frost giant royals aren't just a little bit above commander rank, they're skilled leaders and cunning monsters." The big warrior asked. You really did it? Orlan told me about your little spat with the generals, but I didn't think you would actually manage it. The Frost Giant Royals aren't just a little bit above commander rank, they're skilled leaders and cunning monsters. The big warrior asked. That's no joke. They were hiding down under the snow and rocks, laying perfectly still in an ambush ring around the bodies of the first group when we arrived. They had been there for days, and they were deep enough that not even thermal vision could spot them until they moved, and by then it was too late. Carl explained. Prince Axel whistled. Damn, that's just evil. The mountain giants camouflage well with the stone, but at least you can see them on thermal. What else can you tell us about the Royal Frost Giant? Everyone turned to look at Carl, as he was the only one with the opportunity to get a good look at it while it was still alive. Middle-aged female frost giant, a full head taller than a commander-rank giant. She was fast, stupidly fast, and even with a commander-rank agility buff, she was nearly faster than I was. Stronger than a commander with 2 giant strength items on as well. She spoke common, and understood combat tactics as well as common battle traps intended to put her off balance. Still vulnerable to fire, but able to take an immense amount of pain from poison attacks with no noticeable decrease in combat efficiency until fire attacks began to damage her back and shoulder muscles. Carl explained. She spoke human common. What did she say? Axel asked. Carl took a second to sort through the fuzzy memories for exactly what she said. He couldn't get it, but Remy filled him in with the details. She said, "Look what I have caught." Stupid humans, then told me that she would enjoy eating me after I landed the first blow. The prince nodded. That much was expected of the giants, and not enlightening or shocking, even if it was uncommon for them to bother to learn human language. All right. I just need a basic overview of the battle. Who was where? Axel asked. Carl gestured to Doug, as he hadn't actually seen the battle. He was too busy. Carl was lured off to fight the royal giant, while I was in the wagon with Dana and Tori. Tessa was mounted on Thor at the front of the wagon, with Harry and Bob on either side. The stone golem started at the back with Ophelia and then spread to Harry's side when he was injured. The spider golems that Ray makes attacked from behind at first, while she guarded the top of the wagon. Hawk was on scout duty above, and I think that's everyone. Axel was briefly confused as he counted the number of combatants. Hawk, Ray, and Thor are beasts belonging to Carl. Commander rank magical beasts. Doug explained. Ah, I see now. Alright, how many frost giants were there? Doug counted in his head for a moment. 30 commander rank frost giants, plus their leader. Everyone in the tent fell silent at that announcement. Not the 10 that were reported, but 30 commander rank frost giants, and a royal rank leader. And you returned with 1/2 casualty? They just might give you all a commendation for that. Prince Axel declared. Carl hadn't realized that there were so many, and it was a miracle that anybody had made it through, even with multiple healers. The first group was twice their size, and they had been massacred. But there also might have been even more frost giants before that fight. One of the officers from the back stepped forward with a frown. Not to question the integrity of a high priest, but how is that possible? If one of the commanders was fighting the leader solo, and the other was on defense, protecting the wagon, how did you manage to kill 30 commander rank frost giants while surrounded? Doug sighed and had Carl light him another smoke. Partially the berserker, Ophelia, who lives up to the reputation of the Bear Totem clan, and did a massive amount of damage with the war goddess blessing on her weapons, but mostly it was our ability to hold them off while the spider golem summoned by Carl's bloodbath spider tore them apart and the dragon hawk set them on fire. Both of them have combat power well beyond what you expect of the average commander rank monster, and no matter how many times you kill a golem, if you don't take out the source, they don't stop coming. The frost giants thought that both mages were summoning the golems, but it was one and the spider. So, they targeted the mages first, before deciding that the second set of golems belonged to the one fighting the leader. They weren't speaking common, but some hand gestures are universal to all humanoids. Drake looked curious. And the ascended rank warriors and golems were able to stand up to the attacks of the frost giants long enough for the commander rank golems to eliminate them? Doug gestured at Carl, and Thor brought up, refreshing lightning, over the cleric. This is, refreshing lightning, the lightning Cero's primary defensive barrier. Thor can spread it to the entire group, and between that and, circle of protection, at commander rank, the incoming damage was low enough that we could hold. He explained, then motioned for Thor to lower the barrier so he could smoke. Overlord Drake silenced a round of incoming questions from the other officers. Is it possible that some of you might have advanced since you were sent to the battlefield? Bob shrugged. Not me, but I suppose that it's possible one of the clerics might have. The others are all still too new to their advancement, so it seems unlikely that they would have achieved the next rank. Drake was looking more at Carl than anyone else. Carl shook his head. No, while my class is an oddity, and I might count as more than one commander, I am not at the royal rank. Not even close. I was told that when I get close I will feel the bottleneck in my mental spaces, where I will have to adjust my technique, and they still have a long way to go before that. The others nodded, but Tessa shrugged. I have gained some favor from the war goddess for my work, but I'm not certain if it is enough to qualify. Drake nodded. All right, I will put it in my notes. Intervention by the war goddess should quiet any calls for a verification mission, but someone will likely use a truth spell on you to verify. One of the officers snorted in laughter, and held up a green disc. They had already verified Doug's words as truth. Prince Axel looked excited. Do you think we have a new high priestess of the Red Dragon coming soon? Tessa, have you noticed any new draconic features? I would like to know what you have been up to that would have attracted so much of her attention to you. The war goddess has seemed rather uninterested in this battlefront. Doug burst into laughter, and nearly dropped his smoke before Ophelia stole it from him and smirked at the officers as she took a drag. Who do you think that the war goddess likes better than murder hobos on a battlefield? We have been halfway down the border since we arrived, and our total kill count has to be over 1,000 by now. The muscular brunette laughed, then frowned as Doug stole his smoke back and thumped her on the head. Overlord Drake made a gesture to the officers behind him, and someone brought forward a large red folder. Inside were typed transcripts that looked like copies of radio transmissions, along with mission reports and the usual paperwork that went with most missions. Carl wasn't certain why the folder was red, but he was still having issues thinking clearly, and it didn't really matter, as Drake was skimming through the contents, so it was all within his security clearance. What is this? This string of triple-digit kill counts. I'm assuming that is for the combined group? Drake asked, and the officer shrugged. Tessa snapped her fingers. I know what you're reading. Those days we went hunting reinforcement groups, and split the kill count between the two groups so that we didn't have to file paperwork for a combined elite recon force. So, it's not just the same number, misreported. Your groups killed the total of the two numbers that day. Overlord Drake replied. Exactly. We didn't want to mess with the total, as that would change the expectations of the main lines, so we split the kills between us when reporting. The officer held up his green disc again, and Drake shook his head in dismay. And they call the overlords the monsters among the elites. Is one of you perhaps auditioning for a position with the Black Dragon, goddess of death? Doug shook his head. No, we're keeping things balanced. We rescued a town full of refugees too, if you check a few more pages in. We're a bit behind on the good works, but helping reset the climate back to normal has to count for a few balance points. It's just that they were sending awakened groups with an ascended leader, and we have a commander-rank bloodbath spider who summons golems, and a dragon hawk with a pure hatred for all things water and ice element. The reinforcement groups died so fast that sometimes the rest of us wouldn't even get to fight. One of the officers chuckled. What's next? Stacking so many giant corpses that you create a beacon fire that can be seen from 2 valleys away. Carl's mouth was moving before his brain realized what was happening. That's in the records for Sector G4C. We already did that. Doug choked on his coffee, then did his best to return his expression back to neutral. So it is. But they didn't actually see it from 2 valleys away, only one. Drake informed him when he found the file. Murder hobo. Lotus mouthed in Carl's direction, with her back to the officers. You should have seen how sad Remy was when she learned that they wouldn't appreciate our nice warm bonfire. I almost felt bad about setting it. Carl whispered back, possibly louder than intended, as a few of the officers gave him amused looks. You're taking this exceptionally well for a novice elite. Prince Axel noted, looking at Carl. Doug shook his head. He's got a major concussion. Nothing has actually sunk into his mind yet, and probably won't until he has a few days to unwind and return to reality. The prince sighed. I suppose that makes sense. Everyone else but Doug looked some level of traumatized, so I thought he might have some skill that helps with processing and compartmentalizing traumatic experiences. A high priest in white robes cleared his throat from the doorway, and Overlord Drake nodded. We will wait until you're done eating, and then you are all being evacuated back to the capital for medical assessment and recovery. For those of you who are still in school, your personal tutors will be there when you get there. Carl was not looking forward to a helicopter ride with the condition that his head was in, but it seemed inevitable. It would take days to get there down the gravel roads in a bus. How is their recovery prognosis? Overlord Drake asked. 90 days to full recovery. The white-robed high priest explained. That long? We were hoping to get them back in a combat position once the healing was finished. The Overlord sighed. The high priest frowned. If it's an emergency deployment, then 14 days. But surely, we don't need them back on the line that desperately. The frost giants have been devastated by dragons, and this line has almost gone calm over the last few days. Unless they come up with something new tactic or weapon, then we can spare 2 teams of elites. Overlord Drake rolled his eyes. Do you think I care about a bunch of ascended rank frost giants? No, we still need more people on the hill giant lines, while I am with the other overlords, keeping the mountain giants at bay. The hill giants are all worked up for no good reason, and they've been hitting everywhere along the border. Unlike the frost giants, they don't need to change anything to move their border, and they're stronger. So, if this combined team can reliably take care of teams made mostly of commander-rank giants, then we need them on the other fronts. Carl sighed, and Prince Axel smirked. You shouldn't have told them that. I know that sigh, it means I foresee complications that might stretch that maximum recovery duration in my future. As if they had practiced it, the whole group turned to Carl with looks of clearly fake concern. That poor severed arm, and the lingering head injury, certainly we won't be able to deploy so soon. Lotus joked. Now it was Prince Axel's turn to sigh in frustration. Alright, enough of that. You're not even trying to fake it properly. But the next time, you shouldn't be in a scouting role, you will be in a main camp where it's safer, and you will have support to deal with larger attacks. Carl couldn't help but smile at the sour looks on everyone's faces. No offense, Prince Axel, but it's likely safer for us not to be on the front lines with the rest of the elites. I have heard on good authority that that's where the monsters attack. If we're in the field, we get to be on the offense, and with one notable exception, where we were outsmarted by a bunch of angry popsicles, it's been working out well for us. Carl explained. Angry popsicles, I like that one. Hawk laughed. The church worked fast, or perhaps their timing was simply impeccable, as that was the moment when the clerics came in to inform everyone that the evacuation helicopter for the wounded elites was landing, and that it was intending to return to the capital as quickly as possible. Where in the capital will it be landing? Overlord Drake asked. The university's Wounded Veteran Treatment Hospital. The cleric responded immediately. That was likely one of the many facilities that were actually connected to the university and cathedral, but hidden in the woods, to preserve the feeling of natural surroundings. Alright, we will come with you. We would like to be present for the official diagnosis from the resident experts. Prince Axel declared. Did we do something to piss off Colonel Valerie? Carl muttered to himself, making the prince and overlord both laugh. Probably. Goddess knows I likely did, but that's just how she is. But we were tasked to ensure that the students were safe and to impress upon the church that we can't afford any lingering damage that will hinder their growth. We had to be on this front for an inspection anyhow, so it was no big thing. Prince Axel remarked quietly. So that's how it is. I don't think that we have much to worry about. My arm might be mostly useless right now, but it will almost certainly recover in a reasonable time frame. Carl replied. Axel smiled and gestured toward the door. It's that almost that the brass finds unacceptable. Now, I suppose we should be leaving, as the church specifically made space for everyone in the evacuation flight. That made sense to Carl, especially when they had started with the speculation that one of the others might have made it to commander rank. The church did almost all the testing once you were out of the academy, and two of the most likely candidates were Tessa and Lotus. The thought of Lotus, the tiny wild child of a nature cleric as a high priestess, brought a smile to Carl's face, which drew the attention of the others. Something amusing about an evacuation flight? Harry asked. Carl shook his head. No, I was thinking that they likely expedited it, hoping that one of their own had reached commander rank. Now, it might be Tessa, but can you imagine Lotus as a high priestess? I mean, nature priestesses are known for being a little out there, but Lotus in charge of stuff that involves sitting in paperwork? Lotus gasped in horror and Doug laughed. There are at least 50 pages of reports to write after you officially advance. You should mentally prepare yourself, little one. The high priest teased his counterpart. And how long did it take you to do them? Tessa asked. Doug shrugged. I got through the first assignment that day, and I'll get them the rest of it later. Meaning that he still hadn't done it, even months after the advancement test was completed. Either the paperwork wasn't all that important, or the church just gave up on the nature priests and let it slide. Carl had thought that they were going to force him to be responsible for at least a whole week before letting him escape again. Once they were loaded, the helicopter began to spin up the rotors, and Carl's head began to pound in time with the thumping of the air. Here, take one of these. It will help with the headache. Head injuries are tricky, since so much healing magic depends on what the body thinks is its proper state. It knows what a healed arm should be like, but when the brain is injured it gets confused. One of the clerics explained as he handed Carl a small white pill. Carl swallowed the medicine and immediately his headache began to fade as his whole body became numb. Fortunately for him, the ride ended long before the pill wore off, and before he knew it, Carl had his arm around Dana, leading the group into the hospital while she grumbled about it being a waste of time as she wasn't injured. Physical wounds aren't the only thing that we treat here. One of the clerics informed her with a gentle smile. Lotus pulled Dana out from under Carl's arm with a smile, and gave her a spin. Relax, I've been here before. It's good to get things off your chest, and they have the good food, as long as you're not sick. Dana smiled softly. Is it common for nature priestesses to be sent for mental health evaluations? Lotus nodded happily. All the time before we are confirmed as followers of the Green Dragon or one of the other nature gods. People usually think that we're crazy or scatterbrained, when we're really just bored. Or stoned. Ty muttered. That's a definite possibility. The others tell me that I don't need drugs, though. I'm fun enough without them. Speaking of which, once we are settled in for the night, can we get Carl to let Ray out again? I want to swing in a hammock. Lotus agreed. The cleric in front of them in his doctor's robes gave her a concerned look while the group laughed. Carl gestured to her bag. You know there is a hammock in there. You can just hang it up in your room if Ray isn't around to make you a custom one. Oh, right. I forgot that there was one in here. We haven't had a chance to use them in a while since we've been in the same spot with new ones made for us. The doctor pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes to take a deep breath before dealing with them again. I would ask if this was new behavior, but it clearly isn't. Are there any other oddballs in the group that I should know about? he finally asked. Other than the werbear totem berserker who gets super growly if you tickle her, the guy who talks to his pet monsters, the war priestess who treats a lightning sarrow as a pet, and Doug? Not really. Lotus replied happily. Harry and Ty gave each other knowing smiles, while Bob smirked at Doug. See, brother. I am the normal one. The warrior laughed. Lotus shook her head. That honor definitely goes to someone else in your family. But you don't really qualify as an oddball. Doug gave Lotus a high five, while the doctor shook his head. You know what, I'm bringing in a specialist team for this. I'm not doing this on a Monday. He muttered as he tapped a button on the wall by a door. It seemed to be some sort of pager, and after a second, 4 aging hippies came jogging down the hall, as if there were some type of emergency. You paged? The first one to them asked, panting a little from the exertion. They're all yours. I am clocking out. The first doctor informed them, while the 4 confused nature priests looked at the group. Carl saw the moment that the realization hit them, that the first guy just wasn't up to dealing with the shenanigans of a green-robed high priest and his friends, and they spread their arms in a welcoming gesture, indicating that the group should come forward. All right, we have your notes from the flight. Who is Commander Carl, the one who? No, that can't be right. It says here you were punched in the face by a frost giant. One of the clerics in the back asked. Lotus shook her head. Technically, she punched him in the chest, and his head hit a tree when he was finished flying. The initial diagnosis was a concussion. All right, was that before or after he lost the arm? The doctor asked, directing it at Lotus, as the first responder on the scene. After, but not long after. The fight was over when I got there, but it couldn't have been more than 30 seconds apart. I did my best to put the arm properly in place, and he's got motion in the fingers, but they're still weakened and not responding properly. She explained. The man with the most prodigious of the beards among the group nodded in understanding and cast some sort of spell over Carl. That's an easy fix. It's just nerve damage, and we can fix that as we deal with the head injury. It would sort itself out in a few weeks of treatment anyhow. The bearded doctor agreed. Why does nobody have name tags? Carl asked Doug, who was standing beside him. So that we can't yell at them by name. It helps keep things impersonal. Once we're settled in, and they know that we're not in the middle of battle rage or psychosis, they will usually introduce themselves. But these are Dale, Jerry, John and Skittles. Doug replied. The bearded man burst into laughter. High Priest Xander Moonbeam Rainbow. Dr. Xander to most, but this impertinent whelp made up a nickname for me when he was still one of my more promising students. He explained. Well, that was an unfortunate name. Perhaps his parents were nature priests as well. They walked down a hallway, and found High Priest George, as well as a number of other injured clerics sitting around a radio, listening to a broadcast of the capital's latest idol singer, an ascended rank, bard class elite known only as Sue. She sang in an upbeat pop-rock style, and the clerics were enthralled, even through the radio. In person, the bards could draw the whole crowd in with their magic, and she had an astonishing voice that was helping the wounded recover, if their smiles were anything to go by. Carl smiled at George and patted him on the shoulder as they passed, and the high priest smiled back from his wheelchair. He had loose hospital-issue pajama pants on, but it would be some time for his legs to grow back. As they walked, the group members were taken away one by one, escorted into various rooms. Most of them would be in and out quickly enough, but Carl knew that he would be there for at least a few days while they sorted out whatever was still going on with his head. Eventually, Doug was the last one with him, and Dr. Xander turned him by the shoulders, into an examination room while 2 aging high priests in the white robes of the main faith under their coats escorted Carl into the room across the hall. All right, we will start with the physical injuries, and then we will ask you a few questions about your time in battle. It can do strange things to people, and it's as much for our peace of mind as your own. Keeping things bottled up isn't healthy, after all. Now, this is going to feel bright, but it's actually in your head and not a physical light. The doctor explained. He wasn't joking, it was like the whole world went gold, but underneath the light, he could sense something paying attention to him. I told you that mental fortitude was an important skill, didn't I? The voice asked. I can't argue with that. At this point I feel like I should be freaking out and breaking down. In fact, it doesn't make sense that I'm not. But it's in the back of my head, you know. Carl replied, used to the sensation of mental communication from interacting with the beasts. Carl sensed multiple sources of amusement, and then the sensation faded with one last bit of wisdom. Even the smallest beast knows when to run and when to fight. Don't forget that. The light faded not long after the voice did, and Carl opened his eyes again. He was staring at two very concerned doctors, but he didn't recall any pain or anything other than the voice and the light. That wasn't as bad as expected. Bright lights have been my nemesis all day. Carl explained. What do you remember? The doctor asked. There was a voice in my mind, the same as when my beasts speak to me, but not one of them. It made a joke about one of my class skills, and then reminded me that every animal should know when to run away. Carl shrugged. That's all? The doctor asked. I mean, yeah. What were you expecting? The doctor frowned. You were surrounded by golden light for over 2 hours. We expected a longer timeline. Now it was Carl's turn to frown. Thanks to Ray's shared echolocation, he had a fairly good sense of what was going on around him. Even with his eyes closed, he should have noticed if hours had passed. Losing situational awareness was more concerning than anything else. What happened while I was out? Carl asked the beasts. The only one who had been awake was Remy, and she was as confused as he was. What do you mean? I didn't even have an opportunity to fix the eyes on this new totem, and then you were done with your thing. She asked, unsure what the doctors were talking about. Are you trying to remember something? The doctor asked. Oh, sorry. I was conferring with the beasts. But their sense of time is the same as mine, and they think it has only been a minute or two since we arrived in the room. Have you conferred with someone outside to see if it were you whose sense of time was warped? Carl replied. The doctor pointed at a side table with a pair of empty plates and coffee cups. Point taken. If everyone else had hours, then it had to be me. But on the bright side, my head feels wonderful again. Carl informed them. Well, we will continue our checks, and verify that the damage from the concussion is healing properly. But the reaction of your pupils is back to normal as the light in the room adjusts, and that's a good start. Carl knew what they meant. He had seen miners with head injuries before after the many minor collapses, and they always had one huge pupil and one tiny when the lights got bright again. Alright, now for the part that's going to be much more difficult. We would like to talk to you about your time behind enemy lines. What was that like, being cut off from support, alone with only a few strangers? The doctor asked. Carl laughed. My team aren't strangers. We might not be family, but we've been through a lot together, and this was not our first mission together. In fact, even the Mackenzie brothers are familiar faces, as I have worked with them recently as well. Being behind enemy lines was partially our choice. We wanted to be away from the main lines, where we could start fights on our own terms, not wait for the frost giants to charge and then respond. But when the lines were pulled back the first time, we were guarding a spot along the border. We would have had to go through the enemy lines to get back to our side, but as I mentioned, we didn't really want to be involved in that shit show anyhow. So, we set up a nice den in a cave, and went out daily to hunt the frost giants and their allies. A den? The doctor asked, taking notes. That's really the best way to describe it. We didn't make physical upgrades to the caves we stayed in to call it a fort, we just had Ray, my bloodbath spider, create hammocks, a proper door, and such. Then the clerics added the residential touches, setting up proper tables with nature magic, while I used fire magic to keep the caves warm. All in all, it wasn't all that bad. Do you know how many nights I slept in the cold in the lithium mine village because we couldn't afford more coal for the stove than we needed for cooking? Having fire magic to keep a cave warm all night is pure luxury. The doctor gave him a gentle smile. Do you resent the lithium mines? Carl shook his head. They suck, but the job of a miner will probably never be a good one. I have transferred money home for my parents, but I heard that the day I made ascended they promoted Dad up out of the hole anyhow, so he's in the office and doing better. Any other siblings? Carl shook his head. My mom wasn't big on children. She liked me, but she wasn't the sort that wanted to raise an entire football team on her own. The priest chuckled. It sounds like you know a few of those. There are always a few families like that in any town, right? I heard from some of the other students that the farms are way worse, as they need the extra hands, but more hands means they need even more help, which leads to more kids, until they have a small army on the farm. Carl laughed. That made the cleric give an honest laugh. I grew up on one of those farms. 10th of what are now 14 children, and most of my siblings already have at least 5 of their own. I showed an exceptional affinity to holy magic even as a small child, and when I managed to actually cast a healing spell at 16 years old, they brought me to the church for training. Then you understand. Not everyone wants all the family. As the nature priests would say, some people relate better to the war bear and her lone cub than the earth mouse and their litters. The cleric made notes as they talked, and when he had finished with his list of questions, he stood from his chair and nodded in satisfaction. Let's get you moved to a recovery room so that your head can recover. As far as I can tell, that is the most pressing issue. The rest is all incidental, and it should sort itself out with only a few more sessions. He declared. Well, that's all that we can really ask for, right? But can I ask a favor? Our 10th group member, Tori, underwent a resurrection ritual, and she should be showing up somewhere soon. Could you please let me know when she is found? I'd like to do something for her, regardless of whether they're going to see if she's compatible with the injection again in her new body or not. Carl asked. Of course. The church is keeping an eye out for her, along with a number of others. The Hill Giant war front has been brutal lately, and they have resurrected a number of elites. It's a common enough request, so I will put it on your notes, and when there is news, someone will come to inform you. But you should really rest first. Nothing is better for healing than time, and we will have a specialist come to check on you in the morning. The doctor informed him with a smile. Wonderful. Where are we all staying? We all? Commander, this is a hospital, and you are a patient. You will be in a recovery room, while the others will be in their own rooms, though you will likely all be in the same ward, as you came in for the same evaluation. He chuckled. Carl laughed. You make it sound like I'm some sort of invalid. The doctor looked from his arm, which was still in a sling, to his head, which still had a visibly healing scar on one side. All right, point taken. Where is this room? The doctor gave a sigh that spoke of released tension, and left Carl with even more questions. Why was he so uptight? They had just finished the meeting about his experiences, and Carl didn't think that it had gone that badly. The man shouldn't have a good reason to be so nervous. The room that he led Carl to had 3 other elites already there, all awakened, and all sporting visibly missing limbs. Gentlemen, we have your 4th roommate. Welcome Commander Carl to your little group, please. He will be here for a bit, but not as long as you, since his cleric managed to find and reattach his old limb. The doctor informed the men in the room. The hospital beds didn't look comfortable, and the room was full of strangers, not exactly prime sleeping conditions. Carl considered asking them to reconsider the arrangements, but co-ed naps in monster-made hammocks didn't seem like they were a hospital-approved activity. Hey everyone. Good to meet you. Carl greeted the 3 other elites in his room for the evening. Dude, you're a freaking legend. It's an honor to meet you. A bearded blonde man missing one leg informed him. A legend? I just got here. Carl replied with a smile for the enthusiastic elite. The three all shook their heads, and the blond man continued. Word spreads fast here. We don't have anything to do but gossip. Word is that your team killed a royal rank frost giant, even after being ambushed, and made it back to tell the story. But even before that, we all knew who you were. We were on the front when your team blew up the frost stone and knocked out communications for an entire battlefront, then just chilled in the wilderness killing giants until someone brought you a new radio. Carl smiled. What should we have done? We've been running away from command staff interrogations and paperwork since before the war started. We came straight from monster subjugation missions to the border when it all kicked off, and I've been doing my best not to be in a main camp overnight ever since. Their laughter caught the attention of the staff, who sent a white-robed acolyte with a nurse's hat on to yell at them. Only, when she arrived in the room, the first thing that she saw was that they weren't arguing and that Carl was still in his armor. Would you mind putting your gear in the locker, and changing into a hospital gown, or one of the many available recovery outfits? She requested. If you try getting me into one of those silly paper hospital gowns, I'm putting it on backwards. Carl warned her. The white hassock is fine, but the short-sleeved one, as you have an arm injury that's still in a sling. Or you can wear the lounge pants and loose shirt from the lockers. They are acceptable as well, but there is no need for armor or backpacks in the hospital. She reminded Carl with a strained professional smile. Carl used his good arm to open one of the lockers and set his backpack inside, then grabbed a white visitor robe and looked for the shower. If he was going to change, he might as well get clean again. Can you shower without assistance, or would you like me to call an orderly? The nurse asked. I should be fine. My arm isn't completely dead, I just don't have good control of the fingers yet. The doc said that once my head starts to heal, the fingers should sort themselves out. Nerve damage, according to the healers. Carl agreed. The nurse nodded and left the room, closing the door behind her. They're so much nicer to you. The man in the back left corner of the room sighed from his bed. That's because he's a commander, and he's got monsters with him. They'll have the room under surveillance with a high priest down the hall, since he's got a head injury. Head wounds are tricky like that, you never know when someone is going to snap and forget that they're in a hospital and not in the middle of a battleground. The blonde laughed. Carl stopped and gave the man a shocked look. And yet, they put me in a mixed room. We're all warriors. We might not look like much right now, but we can take a hit or two, and there aren't any spare rooms right now. Normally, all commanders get the private rooms, but if you're here with us, then there are 0 left. It's likely more fun here than in a solo room anyhow. They told me that they're not going to put the group back together in a dorm while we are in the hospital, so it's better here than board alone. But I will be back in a few minutes. Once Carl was washed up and refreshed, he was feeling much more human again, but he did notice that there were no shaving implements in the bathroom, and he had forgotten to get his from his bag. He didn't grow a great beard, it was still fairly thin, but now that he was out of the frost giant nation, his face was warmer than he would have preferred. He came back out in the plain white robes, and watched as the other men traded money, clearly having bet on something. Did you really think that I wouldn't manage to change? My armor is bonded. Carl laughed. The blonde shook his head. We were betting that you would take out a razor and trigger the emergency response. Head trauma measures, remember? My bet was that you forgot it in your bag. Carl chuckled. That's exactly what happened. Now, what is there to do around here? Well, you can walk, so you can likely wander around until they yell at you, or get the nurse to bring a book, or meditate, if that's possible with your head injury. Sometimes they tell you not to. Mostly we just sleep and sit around telling jokes and war stories. It helps pass the time. You'll see soon. Time passes either very fast or very slow here. While they talked, Thor was mentally measuring the room. There were plenty of people here to meet, but not enough room for him to stand between them. The blond man was right, hospitals really were boring. The man in the back corner smiled at Carl. I suspect that with you in the room, things will be much more interesting than the last week was. There was a huge fuss on the radio after you left for your mission, when General Orland found out that not only had another team been sent, but they were missing. The other two glared at him for a second. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up bad memories. Carl shrugged. It's not all bad. We got the target, and we brought back a survivor. There was still one high priest from the first group alive at the ambush site. He's here in the hospital already, I saw him on the way in. Carl had just sat down on his bed to meditate when he felt someone casting a spell to calm them, or possibly to put them all to sleep. He wasn't sure if it was hospital policy for this time of day, or if they had annoyed someone with their joking around, but he decided to lay down to meditate anyhow. The mattress was hard and uncomfortable, and Carl frowned as he relaxed onto it. Cushy, right? The blonde asked. I've been sleeping in spider silk hammocks that stretch to match your body weight distribution. I don't think that a regular mattress will ever feel right again. Carl explained slowly as he felt the spell settle over him. The others were slowly drifting off, and didn't seem to notice the spell. Either that or they were used to the effect, and it didn't startle them, but Carl's mind rebelled against the magic, wanting to force him awake. So, instead of sleeping, he put, refreshing lightning, back up and continued to meditate. For the next 6 hours, by Carl's rough estimation, that worked out well, and everyone else in the room slept and recovered while he worked on rebuilding the power focus in the beast spaces. Then the doctors came in to make their rounds, and cast a plethora of healing spells to help rebuild and regrow the lost limbs of the others. But when they got to Carl, he heard someone cussing, and the sound of a wall being punched. He focused on Ray's version of echolocation, which didn't require him to open his eyes to see, and noticed that someone had tried to give him an foredrip. It appeared that they punched the wall in frustration after they had burned themselves on the refreshing lightning barrier. What the hell are we supposed to do now? The order says 4 fluids for the next 6 hours with an antipsychotic, and then another 48 hours of sedation until the head wound heals. The burned person, an orderly by their outfit, Whisper shouted at the others in the room. You're lucky to be alive. Did you even think to check for protective spells before you tried to jab him? That one is a fresh commander-ranked battlefield trauma case, of course he will be paranoid enough to keep up defensive spells while he sleeps. Thor giggled to himself as he spread the barrier over the whole group again. Carl hesitated for a moment, as he considered not stopping him. The others would likely appreciate the extra healing spell, but the staff definitely wouldn't. So, he had to say something. Let them rest without the spell until they're awake again. We don't need to make life harder on the healers. Healers are our friends. Carl eventually reminded the Sero, who was still resting in his pond, where the holy magic from the stones would heal his leg faster than being outside with healing spells. The spaces were the perfect space to recover, and with his pond, he would be fine in no time at all if he wasn't already. Thor had no intention of getting up to find out. It was more relaxing to simply float here and wait for something to do. What do we do now? If we can't administer the medicine, do we just make a note or send someone else in? The burned person asked. From outside the door, someone laughed softly. Or you could simply ask him to take the barrier down. He's been awake the entire time, you distracted him from his meditation when you tried to stab him with the 4-needle. It was obvious that his sleeping act was not fooling whoever was outside, so Carl opened his eyes to see the acolytes in the room with one doctor, while the doctor who had walked Carl's group in and turned them over to nature priest stood in the hall. I thought you weren't up to this on a Monday. Carl joked. It's Tuesday now. I just came back on shift and already your group is giving me headaches. The war priestess is studying instead of sleeping, the nature priestess is bored and asking for her imaginary friend, and the mage girl had to be moved in with the berserker to keep her from breaking down. He sighed. I should likely go check on her then. Being around others helps, and I've got a barrier that will accelerate the recovery process, both mentally and physically. Of course, it also shocks people who take a stab first, ask questions later, approach, but it's not really harmful. Carl replied, prepared to get up out of bed. You think that you can help more than the doctors? The old man asked, amused. Friendly faces always help. You do the medicine, we do the moral support. But I'm guessing that the problem is that they're in a women's ward. Carl questioned. It seems that you do actually understand the issue. It is highly irregular to allow a male patient into a woman's room during the night. But it looks like your mind is healing smoothly, and there is a minimal risk of a psychotic break. You should get some real sleep and not just mediation. That's the whole point of the spell, but it appears that you have some resistance to mind-altering effects. The doctor replied. It seems so. At first, I thought that I was under attack, but nobody else was concerned about it, and they all just settled into bed. The doctor nodded. That's part of the compulsion of the spell. It tells you to get comfortable and ready for bed, and it suppresses nightmares so that the veterans can sleep more easily. It doesn't seem that is a problem for you, but many of the others are not so lucky. One of the acolytes gave Carl a curious look. How do you do it? Accept all that bloodshed? You've got to be younger than I am, and yet you're not even rattled by the thought of being stuck in combat against enormous monsters. Carl chuckled. That's kind of why they call them giants. They're large. They're ugly too, and that helps. If we were fighting against an enemy that was cute or more relatable, it might be worse. But the frost giants are just ugly and mean, it's not hard to fight them. The older doctor who had entered with the acolytes nodded. Some people just have a punchable face. The acolytes looked a little horrified at the notion, but Carl laughed. You have no idea. There was this fat general with General Orland when we were sent on the mission, an absolutely obnoxious jackass. If Orland hadn't intervened, I would have happily taken him out behind the woodshed for a lesson. The doctor chuckled. I will make a note of it in your files. But General Orland isn't likely to apologize for the attitude of the other generals. It's a bit of an ongoing issue between the military and civilian elites lately, and the problem is getting worse. Carl shook his head. That's inevitable, really. When someone has this level of power, it is always going to go to their head. Like the foreman at the mine lording it over the workers on his shift, the temptation is inevitable. But a lot of the problem is that there are two types of elites, and it's not civilians or military. It's the ones who embrace their class, versus the ones who embrace the benefits that their rank grants them. Here in the hospital, everyone has to play nice, and we all know our roles and our ranking, and things move smoothly. But there, you have elites who would never have the guts to take on the missions that they are assigning others to do, and those who have done it themselves. Only one of those two types of elites gets respect in a war zone, and quite frankly, it would be better if they sent the others home before they got anyone killed. Orland knows what it is to fight. Most of the clerics know what it is to be on the front lines with nothing more than regular human soldiers and the grace of their gods. But when they press bureaucrats to do their time in some frontline camp, they just make a mess of things. One of the nurses laughed. They're still generals, and commanders. Where else would you have them? Carl shrugged. We could put a fancy uniform on them, and they could guard public buildings in the capital. It would be a nice show of civic virtue for the citizens. The nurse choked trying to stop her laughter, and the doctor shook his head. We can't just be asking ascended and commander rank generals to stand around on honor guard duty because they're not well suited to the actual battlefield. From behind him, one of the hippie nature priests laughed. We ask civilian ascended and commander rank elites to do security details and honor guard duty at the government buildings. Maybe it would do the officers some good to get back to their roots. What brings you over here? The first doctor asked suspiciously. One of my patients says that if she can't have the spider, she wants to at least pet the snake. Can I borrow your patient? The old hippie asked. Carl smiled at the old hippie. Of course, I will come with you. I've had plenty of sleep, and if I don't go visit, then we will have to guard against marauding nature priests all night anyhow. Sitting still indoors isn't in their nature, and from what I know, she wasn't injured. The white-robed doctor did that pinching the bridge of his nose thing again, and Carl knew that they were stressing him out only minutes after his shift had started. Carl patted him on the shoulder. I recommend that you just go with the flow. It's the nature of things. The harder you fight against it, the more problems you will cause for yourself, and it's not like anything you could do would prevent it if we were actually determined to make it happen. That's one thing that the nature priests have right. You need to embrace nature, and accept that rigid rules aren't always the right answer for every patient. Just let the nature priests cuddle the monsters, and they will be happy again. It's better than any medication you can give them. The old hippie snorted in laughter as he nodded in agreement. This one is practically custom-made for followers of the Green Dragon. Do you know how many of our people have been mauled or killed trying to pet the unpettable? Now, he shows up with dangerous monsters that will actually accept their affection. You can't just tell them, no, all of a sudden. That was a real danger to the nature priests' lives. Their brains had a hard time accepting that not all friend-shaped things were friends. The white-robed doctor waved Carl out of the room, and he followed the old hippie into a large empty room that he thought might be an empty storage room. Lotus and Doug were already there, along with a half-dozen other green-robed clerics, all sitting around telling jokes. Carl, you're already awake. Good timing. I just realized that we haven't actually gotten to properly meet Remy yet, even though I saw her on the battlefield. Lotus announced. Of course. Remy, how about you come out and say hello? Remy came out of her space to coil in Carl's sling, and then poked her head out to take stock of the room before she decided if she was going to actually come out in the open. The old hippie that had led Carl here burst into laughter, shaking his head in dismay. It's a good thing that I led you here. Can you imagine the white robe's reaction if they met her? Remy, wasn't it? They get panicked enough when we bring in cats and earth mice for comfort, but a venomous spirit beast. We might need the crash cart for them instead of the patients. Remy giggled in Carl's mind as she heard him ramble, but the little snake recognized that he was looking at her with adoration, while Lotus had come up in front of them with a pleading look and her hands out. The little snake slithered out of the sling and wrapped herself around Lotus' arm to take a better look around the room. She was bigger than Carl remembered, well over a meter long now, and beginning to get properly snake-thick, not pencil-thin as she had been when she was born. But, if she stayed as a spirit snake, she would be 20 meters long fully grown, and if she evolved into a naga, she would be at least human-sized in the torso. Carl thought that if she was going to evolve, there should have been some signs of it by now, but Remy was happy as a snake, even if her totems were of a 4-armed naga shaman. While Lotus was leading her around the room, introducing Remy to all her new friends, more people came in to join them. Ophelia was escorted by another nature priest, and a nurse escorted a delicate-featured teen girl with a mass of bouncing blonde curls into the room. She looked to be about 13 or 14, possibly a freshman at the academy, if she was an elite, but Carl didn't recognize her. That's them. I tell you, I'm not crazy. Carl, tell this crazy woman that I am Tori. The dainty girl demanded. Everyone went silent as they turned to look at her. She still smells like Tori. Thor agreed. Yup. It's a tiny Tori. Hawk added. Can I keep her? Ray asked, thinking how much fun it would be to run around with an even tinier human on her back. Lotus and Dana were only a minor burden for the extra firepower they provided. But the new Tori was 2/3 their size and just as stabby. Or, she had been. Ray recalled the clerics saying that she might not be an elite anymore. Yeah, that's Tori. She was ritual resurrected. The beasts confirmed it, she still smells like herself. Carl agreed. That was enough for the nature priests. If the family pets recognized you, then it didn't matter what disguise you had on, it was probably you. Not many disguise spells were powerful enough to fool the finely tuned senses of certain animals. How did you get younger? Carl asked. Would you believe it if I told you that my last thought was that I would like a chance to do things over again if I was reborn? She sighed. Carl felt the familiar amused presence in his mind, and he smiled at the annoyed mage. I 100% believe it. With the dragon god's own luck protecting us, that's only a small thing. Between all the dragon scale luck charms and holy stones that our group carries, it's only natural that you got a small wish granted when you were resurrected. Karl agreed. Tori smiled, and a magic missile orb formed in front of her. Not just a small wish. I kept my powers, but from what they tell me, I'm not an elite anymore, just an ascended rank mage. Karl shrugged. Semantics, really. You could use magic before because of the injection, you can use magic now because you had it before. The nature priests all nodded in agreement, and the nurse gave Karl a suspicious look. You're encouraging them to team up on me, aren't you? There is no proof yet that she is who she says. We need to finish the testing and psychological evaluation. The nurse insisted. Lotus giggled. Just annoy them until they stop. It worked for me. Can I trust you to keep her here while I talk to the administration? The nurse asked suspiciously. Lotus gave her a thumbs up, but the nurse looked at the green-robed doctor. Of course. I will make certain that all the patients and visitors in the room remain here until someone returns for them. The nurse nodded and left, while Lotus ran over to hug Tori, who recoiled from her, and the spirit snake on her arm. What the hell did you bring into a hospital? She demanded, and Lotus pouted at being rejected. Oh, this is Remy, Karl's fourth pet, who doesn't like to come out in the cold. She's the chain lightning source. We've all seen her poison flame totems, remember? Tori's eyes lit up in excitement. Oh, you're Remy. You're beautiful. Sorry, I thought you were some random snake that the nature priests had found. Remy's laughter made her fangs drop, and Tori backed up again, while the nature priests chuckled. Karl stroked Remy's head. That's a laughter response. She might not be able to speak, but she understands us just fine. Ignore the fangs, she's not likely to bite anyone here. How is Thor's leg? Doug asked as the other priests came over to meet Remy, who was happily curled around Lotus' arm. Better. It's all healed, and while he hasn't tested it to make sure that it will hold weight, it seems to have set properly, and it doesn't cause him pain anymore. The separate spaces are an optimal recovery spot for the beasts, with everything they need to heal. Thor also has a pond full of holy stones, and that seems to help his healing ability. Karl explained. A whole pond full of holy stones. How did he even manage that? You can only pick up one. Karl just shrugged. He scooped them up and dumped them at the bottom of his pond. There was a whole lake full of them on a resource-gathering mission we accepted, and he wanted to recreate it in his space. I have no idea why the stones didn't stop him. Doug nodded skeptically. Well, at the very least, it does explain why he managed to learn Circle of Protection as a lightning Sero. The influence of that much constant holy magic was bound to have an influence on him. Over the next few hours, news spread that Tori was here in the hospital, and the rest of the group came to the nature priest's sitting room to come greet her. Her memory was mostly intact, and there was no question that she was who she claimed to be once she started talking to the others. Then the nurse came back in with a commander-rank Spellblade Elder, wearing the combat robes that Karl recognized from his time with Prince Corbin and the others. The man glanced around the room, pausing when Remy wiggled her head flap at him in greeting, and then turned his gaze on Tori. Miss Tori. I am Elder Khalil of the Spellblade sect. We would like to invite you to finish your training with us. The man greeted her with a soft smile. Spellblade? I don't know anything about swords. Tori replied. The elder laughed. How many mages do? That's the point of training, to learn things that complement your abilities and close holes in the skill set of a mage. With the abilities of a Spellblade, mages become an even more potent combat force. I can't promise that it will be fast or easy. In fact, I can't even promise that it will be particularly enjoyable. But I can promise that we look out for our own, and you will learn what you need to know before your training is finished. Tori looked skeptical, but Carl thought it might be a good idea. She wanted a fresh start, away from her reputation, and she didn't have one with the spellblades. Carl nodded to the elder. They do train the girls just as well as the boys, and they're well suited to the techniques. I dueled one of their acolytes, and she was much more impressive than most of the awakened elites that I have seen. The combination of blade and movement techniques along with mage spells was incredibly impressive. That calmed some of Tori's fears. And how are the spellblades regarded? She asked. We're less present here than we are in many of the magical nations, but officially, we are treated the same as elites of the same rank. In the magical nations, the spellblade clans have a status equivalent to elite soldiers of their armies, and the elders are granted respect everywhere they go, unless it's the territory of a rival clan. Elder Khalil chuckled. The politics of the clans in other nations were much more complex, as everyone fought for influence among the many factions of magic users. But in the Golden Dragon Nation, and the other non-magical human nations, the respect for their powers was less conditional, and more linked to their rank. But that was a lot to explain to someone that he was trying to recruit for his clan. It wasn't often that they not only got the chance to take in someone with proven potential, but someone who already knew the basics of magic. The first few years were normally spent building the base of their magical knowledge, as without the divine injection, they were starting from zero without a cheat code, and it all came down to the accumulation of knowledge and hard work. Tori knew a little about the Spellblade clans, but only as hearsay, and hadn't met any that were from the Golden Dragon Nation before. The elder did seem like a decent guy, though, and everyone in the room seemed to have a positive opinion of his group. What would I have to do to join your clan? Tori asked. We have 2 requirements. An oath of loyalty, that you will not betray the secrets of the clan or its members, and secondly you must give up your past. All our acolytes take on new names when they join the clan so that they can't be as easily tracked by those who might hold a grudge against their lineage. Now, I doubt that your parents have enemies that would challenge a Spellblade clan, but the rule is the same for mages who join from other nations as well. He explained, then straightened his long white beard with one hand, making him look ancient and wise, in a stereotypical mage way. Tori hesitated for a few more seconds, then extended her hand. I agree to your proposal, freewebnovel.com. The elder bowed politely to her as he shook her hand. Wonderful, I will escort you back to the sect complex. Don't forget that your name will be changing when you arrive, so those friends that you have here won't be able to easily look for you. We won't deny them, if they arrive looking for you, but if anyone asks about your old name, we will deny knowing your old identity, he reminded her. Carl gave the now young mage a hug. Don't worry, if you need us, we're easier to find than you are. In a pinch, just ask Prince Corbin to send me a message. We've worked together in the past, and he is a good man. Elder Khalil nodded. He actually requested for Commander Carl and his group to come fight on our battle lines during the war. I do wonder what you did to Rosalind that made her hate you so much. She hates men in general, but Carl in a very personal and particular way. Dana and Lotus both laughed and gestured for Carl to explain. When we first met, she challenged me to a duel to prove that spellblades were the superior training method. Now, I was ascended to her awakened, and it didn't end well for her. She didn't take the loss well. She was still quite professional while we were in danger, but I suspect that we're not going to be lifelong best friends. Carl explained. Lotus nodded. That sort of public humiliation won't be quickly forgotten. Her team was there to fight a monster above their rank as a training exercise, and Carl is definitely a monster and above her rank. Prince Corbin had to intervene to save her at the end. Carl gave Lotus his best innocent look. Monster? I am a sweet and gentle young man. No, that's me. Thor interjected. Carl couldn't even argue with that comeback. The elder nodded, and Tori gave a tearful bow to the others before turning to follow him. Long tearful goodbyes would only make this harder than it had to be, and everyone was already waving farewell to her. I can't believe she was so cute as a kid. Those ringlets. Bob chuckled once the elder and Tori were well away from the room. Right? She's going to be a heartbreaker once she gets to the Spellblade clan. But worse, she's like 6 years older than she looks. She will be ready to stab someone within a week for treating her like a child. Carl laughed. Bob smirked. That's kind of the point, isn't it? I mean, she's there to learn to blend blades and magic. She knows some magic, so making her better with a sword is their definition of success. How is your head? Dana asked as Carl settled into a chair along the wall. Much better. I've had the refreshing lightning barrier up all night, and it's helping, but they said when I got here that the healing spell should have it sorted in a day or two. I doubt that they're going to release us that quickly, and my arm is still a bit numb. My fingers are working as instructed now, which is a good start, but it will need a few more days to be back up to fully functional. How about you? You were pretty shaken when we arrived. Carl asked. Dana gave him a thin smile that made it plain that she was planning to lie to him. I'm all right. Actually, seeing Tori helped. At least I know that she's alive and well. She replied. freewebnovel.com. That second part sounded like the truth, but Carl didn't know what had happened in that wagon during the fight, other than that it had ended badly. The first part was clearly a lie, and even the clerics that didn't know her could tell, judging by the sympathetic looks they were giving her. Well, we're all here for the same reason. Have you considered herbal remedies? One of the nature priestesses suggested. Doug laughed. I know that everyone thinks we're just getting high, and they're not really wrong. But we're not just getting high. It's a spell to bring the mind back in balance with nature. But do you know what would help even more? If we could all just nap against a lightning sarrow. Yes. Finally. When everyone woke up from their nap, they found that they had 3 more visitors to their group. Jill was sitting and waiting for Dana to wake up, while Colonel Valerie was entering with a dark-haired young woman whose light chocolate skin was completely covered in tattoos, visible through the lace sleeves of her floor-length black dress, and all along her chest and neck. Good morning, Sleepy. I brought you your new advisor. I think that you two might already be acquainted in a way. You took over her old room after she graduated. Meet Morgana, the witch doctor, the newest member of the Bureau of Elite Development. Valerie greeted Carl in her business tone. It's honestly a pleasure to meet you. While I haven't been home to take proper care of the balcony, it has got to be the best room in the entire academy. Carl greeted her. Carl was going to give her a handshake, but when Remy came out on his shoulder to check out this odd woman, she pulled him into a hug, which put her face centimeters away from the snake. She's beautiful. What is your name, lovely? Morgana asked. She's Remy, a shaman-class Naga spirit snake. Carl explained. A shaman? You know, witch doctors are a type of shaman as well. Morgana replied. freewebnovel.com. I thought that you were a witch. The others said that it was a goth witch in the room before me. Morgana laughed. That's because they're idiots. I'm a highly fashionable witch doctor, not a witch and a doctor. She gave a little twirl, showing off the lace back of her dress, which exposed even more tattoos, and then summoned a small cloth doll, which she gave to Remy. The snake coiled around it and hissed happily as she examined her new toy. Don't worry, it's not bonded to anyone. It won't cause any damage if she plays with it. Morgana assured them. Carl gave her a slight bow, then addressed the colonel, who was waiting patiently for them to finish. Are you certain that there will actually be time for lessons? From what I hear, they want us back on the lines again soon. He asked. Valerie nodded. There will be plenty of time. After the scare that you gave High Command, who didn't realize that your group had been tasked to take out the royal rank target alone, they're not going to let you go scouting alone again. The group that you found was not sent to hunt the royal rank giant, at least not officially. They were supposed to be scouting the region for a buildup of giants because the cold was preventing us from high-altitude flights over the frost giant nation. Losing them while you were tasked to the region hit the command group hard. So, you're going to have to suffer in a mainline camp with us and the seniors from the academy. It won't be attached to the army as you have been, instead it will be treated more as an academy mission, with teachers present. Plus bureau agents, of course. The nature priests all made sympathetic gestures toward them, and the colonel glared at them. freewebnovel.com. You know, you could join them if you wanted. She informed them in a snarky tone. We're happy working here in the hospital. But I suppose that moving to a triage camp might be more in tune with nature. We will discuss it, and see if there are enough others available to balance out our movement. One of the nature priests replied. From what Carl had learned last night, they specialized in treating elemental damage and mental health. With so many young elites facing mortality for the first time, the hospital wasn't going to send away half their mental health staff. Carl nodded toward the door. I take it that you talked to the staff before you got here. I get the feeling that we're not going to be leaving anywhere in a hurry, so I wasn't expecting to see you so soon. That is true. They're not planning to let you out of here without at least a few more counseling sessions. I offered to take over for them, but apparently they doubt my credentials as a trauma counselor. Colonel Valerie complained. Most of the doctors who had been assigned to them were twice her age, and Carl wasn't certain that she had actually taken any higher education classes at all, so they might have a point. Remy crawled down Carl's arm to go sit on Morgana, who was making soothing gestures, and holding out bits of food for her. Didn't anyone tell you it's not safe to take food from strangers? Ray asked. But they just said her name is Morgana, and she's the new advisor. Remy countered, staring at the large bug in the witch doctor's hand. And how long ago was that? You have to know them for long enough to trust them before they're not strangers anymore. Ray warned her. Remy considered it for a few seconds, while Morgana gave her a curious look. The snake definitely wanted the food, but she wasn't taking it. The others are telling her not to take food from strangers. Remy is still very young, and doesn't know all the practical advice. She did manage to make some lovely totems, though. Carl explained. Morgana put the food away and stroked Remy's head. That's fine, we will get to know each other better, and then you can try the snacks. Lotus smiled at the witch doctor. Nature lovers are taking over. First we get 2 nature clerics and a Sero knight, now we've got a snake charmer. Morgana got excited about the comment. The Sero has a knight. Does Carl ride him into battle? It sounded like he preferred to fight on foot or from a distance. The war priestess, actually. She rides the Sero into combat, so they can spread their buffs along the front lines. She's pretty good with a spear and a shield, but with Thor's barrier, they're quite durable. Lotus explained. A red dragon priestess, riding a lightning Sero into combat? Now that is not what I had expected. Morgana replied, becoming even more curious. Riding monsters is fun. Sometimes Ray will let me or Dana ride her into combat, but more like an accessory, depending on if she wants to equip more damage or healing. Lotus added. The clerics all laughed at the thought of equipping a priestess, but Carl thought she might be right. Ray liked them best because they were smallest and easiest to carry, and she traded between them depending on her need. She liked sleeping next to Dana better, but playing in the woods with Lotus. Mostly, she didn't play favorites as much as Thor did with Tessa going into combat, but in Tessa's case, she was the only one suitable for the role. Colonel Valerie waited while they got sidetracked before giving them the update that she had come to deliver. Carl and Dana will be taking classes with their tutors beginning this afternoon after your session with the doctors. They're still concerned about Carl's head and arm, in particular. Then after a week, they will reassess the situation and determine how much longer you need to rest for. The colonel informed the room. Lotus cheered. Oh, that works out wonderfully. If we get Ray to set up hammocks for us here, we can all hang out in the lounge during our off time and unwind. Ray makes hammocks? One of the clerics asked. They had folding cots in the break room, for when they were too busy to go home after their shift, but Spider's silk hammock sounded pretty good. Ray happily came out, and Morgana did a double take when she saw how big the bloodbath spider was. You know, when they said, spider, I was thinking wolf spider, or a tarantula. It appears that I have vastly underestimated what the word spider can mean. She mumbled. Insects, spiders and snakes were involved in many of her spells, though not like Carl's. The witch doctors often used them to deliver curses and poisons, so the summoned creature was nothing special, but the magic on it was deadly. Ray used the corner of the room to make racks of 6 hammocks with a climbing rope attached to the walls, and then made a large webbing net along the ceiling that you could climb out of the top bunks and play in. The nature priests always appreciated a good spot to relax, and being at ceiling height meant that anyone wanting to bother them would have to come up to them or risk being ignored. Plus, it was a stretchy web, so it was soft and more comfortable than the floor. Hawk flew up into a larger hole in the net, and took a perch to watch the people, just seconds before Carl heard cursing in the hallway. This is a staff break room, not an animal sanctuary. Where did you even find them? Is that a bloodbath spider? Damn it, I am filing a complaint with the deacon. Someone was shouting, while the nature clerics laughed. I guess I should bring everyone back inside in a few minutes. Carl chuckled. The doctors showed up a few minutes later to get everyone for their morning treatments, which were mostly psychological, but Doug needed to have the internal wounds under his ribs checked to ensure they had healed properly, and Carl needed to have his arm checked as well. The concussion treatment mostly fell under psychological evaluations, other than the first scans by the clerics to ensure that the healing spells hadn't left any lingering pressure or pooled blood inside his brain that might cause a stroke. Well, it looks like the physical damage to your head has healed well, but after healing magic is used, the areas can be tender and sensitive for a while. The rest of your body looks like it is doing well, though I see that you had some recently broken ribs that were also set with magic, so you should avoid taking any more hits to the area for the next month, just in case. The doctor began after the scan. freewebnovel.com. Carl chuckled, and the doctor shrugged. Whether anyone actually follows our recommendations or not is an entirely separate matter from the fact that we give them. Logically, they are healed, and they should be as strong as ever, but the nerves in the area remain sensitive, as they remember the damage. So, we recommend not to take more injuries in the near future, as it can lead to phantom pains and other psychosomatic effects, which are nearly impossible to cure. Carl nodded. That makes a lot of sense. The whole body can be trained, so if your body remembers constantly being in pain, then it will be trained to respond with pain. Exactly, but you elites all abuse your bodies constantly. When you get to my age, all those old injuries add up, and you end up slow and nearly crippled without doing anything at all. That's why the hospitals still encourage the elites to take care of their bodies. I know that none of you are old yet, and with the advanced healing abilities, and superhuman bodies, you might never be as old and slow as a cleric like me, but you will still feel it in time. The doctor warned him. Don't worry, document. I am listening. It might not be possible to avoid all injuries, but you already know that here at the Veterans Hospital. I will do my best to avoid allowing the injuries to stack up, both on me and my beasts. I wouldn't want to hinder their growth with battle damage. The doctor nodded, more concerned about Carl than about his pets. But if that was what it took to get the elite to take the medical advice seriously, then that was what he would go with. Too many of them didn't take their lives seriously enough, in his opinion. Of course, that had always been a problem with soldiers, according to a doctor. Alright, we've finished with the concussion and the rest of the body, let's see that arm. He announced. Carl took his arm out of the sling, showing off the smoothly stitched seam, where they hadn't taken Lotus' handiwork out yet. She hadn't sutured him like a doctor, she had sewn him back together like she was fixing a blanket, with crossed running stitches. The doctor smiled and shook his head. It was very neatly done, and he had no doubt that whoever had done this was a very skilled crafter, but if it got snagged on something, it wouldn't just tug one stitch free, it was all connected. First, I will remove the stitches, and then cast another healing spell, to ensure that the last of the damage is repaired. Then we will have to scan the bone. For elites who have undergone treatments with various magical remedies, their bones can be quite different from a standard human physiology, so I need to do an intense scan to see what I'm working with and how well it has healed. He explained. Oh, I can do the stitches, if you'd like. Carl offered. You can do them? The doctor asked. Carl activated, flaming body, on his arm, and burnt the stitches away instead of coating them, then used, refreshing lightning, to push the inner parts out for the flames to burn them away. When he was done, there wasn't a mark on his arm. There wasn't any hair either, but that was just a minor miscalculation on what the flames would burn. Well, that is unexpected. Do you have some sort of healing ability as well? I don't see any scabbing or scars left from the repair, and the fact that it healed without scarring is incredible. The doctor asked. I have a regeneration effect on the barrier that I use, but it has taken a lot of healing along the way. One of my beasts has a minor healing spell, Healing Splash. It's not up to the standards of a healing cleric, but it's good for closing small wounds. Carl explained. The doctor smiled. That spell is often underestimated. It's a healing liquid, and it will continue to work for a few seconds after contact if it isn't washed away. It's primarily used through an 4 or multiple needle injections, to heal damaged veins. Carl had never considered that. Healing the inside of a person wasn't easy with most magic, as he had learned. But if you could just fill them with a healing liquid, it would do the job much more effectively. Introducing it into the blood would let the body circulate it everywhere, healing whatever it touched. Of course, Remy wasn't a doctor, and neither of them knew how to set up an 4, or even find a vein with a needle. But that wasn't the point. The point was that they had a skill that would make it possible for the real healers to do better work. Remy considered the implications for a moment. Emergency response snake. I even come with built-in needles. Carl burst into laughter, and the doctor gave him a look that said he was going to send him for another psychological evaluation. Sorry. Remy, the spirit snake shaman that has the healing splash ability, pointed out that she comes with built-in needles if the spell is supposed to be directly injected. Carl tried to explain. The doctor's face went blank for a second, and then he also began to laugh. The thought of a snake biting you to inject a healing spell is just so ridiculous that I can't help but laugh, but it would actually be incredibly effective if they could avoid poisoning you. Their fangs are made for the precise and rapid injection of liquid into muscle tissue. The doctor stammered. Then he paused. So, you have multiple voices in your head all the time? Carl made a non-committal gesture. There are 4 beasts linked to me, but they're not always sharing everything. It's more like, when they want to talk, I hear it, and vice versa. The doctor made a note of the description before continuing. That has to be distracting in combat. How do you deal with that? Carl shook his head. Like anyone else, when there's actual fighting going on, there is no time for talking. They comment with vital information, kill celebrations, and confirmations that they heard directions. But none of them is really a chatterbox. If they could talk to more people, I suspect that Thor, the lightning Sarrow, might be. He loves people. Especially people who will rub his head. Thor was nodding enthusiastically in his space. If he could talk to more people, that would be outstanding. He had a whole lifetime of things to tell them that Carl already knew. The doctor cast a spell over Carl's arm, and then focused on his magic for a few minutes as he examined the formerly wounded limb. I think that it's good to go. The healing spells bonded the bone properly, and I don't see any unhealed secondary fractures or floating bone fragments. Those often don't heal properly. From today, you should be able to remove the sling and begin to use the arm again, just take it easy. As we talked about, all the nerves will either be somewhat numb or oversensitive. It will just take a few days for them to adjust again. Now, we can start the grip tests, to make sure that everything really is functioning properly. Those tests of manual dexterity, grip strength and fine motor skills took them right until lunch, when Morgana came to come get Carl so they could get to know each other before the afternoon classes. He had basically skipped the entirety of his academy education, and Colonel Valerie had tasked her to get him up to speed on all the things he would need to know as a commander. Morgana sat Carl down at an empty table in the hospital cafeteria, and took out her notebook, which he couldn't help but notice was just as covered in drawings as her body. "Alright, we will start with the basics, your future goals, growth path, anything that might not have been passed on to me by the Colonel or by Lieutenant Rita," she began. It's still odd to hear Lieutenant in front of her name. She was always Sergeant Rita, and she was promoted after we were separated. But I think most of it should be in the notes. But I would like to add that I got this shiny sword that steals life essence from things I kill, and that seems to have a rather noticeable effect on the beast's growth rate. Once I got it, they started growing to full adulthood in a rather remarkably short time period. The only exception is Remy, who is still in her early growth phase, when the others would have been fully grown by now. Morgana nodded. That's just because she's a spirit snake. They normally take decades to be fully grown, not just a few years like the spider or Sero. So, it's nothing to worry about if Remy's journey to adulthood is slower than the others. She also has an evolution ahead of her, but from what I can tell, she is developing in the giant spirit snake direction. Most likely in the storm snake pattern. Storm snake? Carl asked. It's a name that the researchers have given to spirit snakes whose abilities favor weather manipulation. Blizzard, lightning, and so on. Then there are the blood snakes, who favor blood magic, or the giant spirit pythons, but she's clearly not one of them, as she has venomous fangs. Morgana elaborated. That makes sense. I thought you were saying that there were even more evolutionary options available to her than I had realized. There is a chance she will grow into an actual Naga shaman, but somehow that seems unlikely. When she was just born, she used her water manipulation to form arms, but I haven't seen her do it since. Oh, what caused her to do that? Morgana asked. A celebratory gesture, marking the fact that she had safely and successfully made it into the world. Carl elaborated, while the witch doctor nodded in understanding. Naga aren't as bad as the Lamia, who tend to kill their clutch mates, but they don't tend to have any sympathy for them if resources are limited. But we can get to Remy's development later. What were your plans for after graduation? What sort of career would you like to get into? The school is a bit lost as to what sort of path you should be on. They first thought that you should be trained to join the ranks of politicians and bureaucrats, but you have developed a habit of telling those sorts of people off at every chance you get, so I believe you might be unsuited to the task. Did you want to take up some sort of trade? Perhaps become a business mogul? What is the dream future for Carl? They're determined to set a career path for me, are they? Carl sighed. It's essential to your training. You didn't think that you could skim through 4 years at the academy without taking a single actual class, did you? The first year is more focused on your skills to determine potential without the extra education getting in the way, but we can't neglect your future. Carl chuckled at her earnest determination to be a good teacher, but he really had no ambitions involving business or politics at all. If it was left up to him, he would work just enough for a luxury life and spend the rest of his time focusing on the growth of his partners. Maybe being a librarian or teacher would suit him. He had an ability for making skill books, so it would benefit him to know as many skills as he could. That also sounded like it would give him plenty of opportunities to be in the wilderness, looking for new skills. Carl gestured toward the book in her hands and smiled. Actually, I have a talent for learning and teaching skills. Perhaps I could do a job along those lines. Searching for new skills and turning them into skill books to be distributed by the Blue Dragon clerics after they've been duplicated. You want to be a treasure hunter, or perhaps a teacher. That's a bit of a dichotomy, but I can see that the focus is more skills for your team. Do you get access to all those skills directly? She asked. Carl shook his head. I get access to racial skills of the beasts, but not their entire repertoire. For example, I have the effect of the offensive adaptation skill active on me, but I can't create golems on my own. Frognov.com. I have studied it enough times that I might be able to make the Golem book with Ray's help, but I still can't cast it. I suspect that I wouldn't be able to use the book I created either. Freewebnovel.com. What an interesting skill. Can it just be any skill that your beasts know? She replied. Carl shook his head. No, I have to have a pretty solid understanding of how and why it works before I can create the book, even with their help. If it's a new skill, there is no chance. But, spear, is a pretty simple one, and similar in function to rend, and it creates a solid object, like the bow that I use. I know how both those things work, and with Ray's help I managed to make the book for both of the nature priests. Morgana smiled. You know how to use chain lightning, correct? What do you think that the chance is that you could make that into a book that lightning magic users could use? Lightning bolt is a common book, but chain lightning is not. The odds are that I wouldn't be able to use it, as that isn't my specialty as a witch doctor. I'm a hex type, not an elemental shaman. But if we could give the book to the cathedral library, they would give you a nice little commission off each copy sold, the same as they do for the refreshing lightning barrier, but hopefully with a wider target audience. Do flaming body too. More fire magic users to offset the evil ice giants. Hawk insisted. I think that it should be possible, and I would like to do one other book as well. The more skills that are available to future elites, the better. Carl agreed. Morgana gave him an odd look. When you say it like that, without any greed in your tone, it just sounds strange. Carl laughed. Hawk wants me to teach everyone, flaming body, as a form of vengeance against the frost giants, and cold in general. I strongly suspect that he learned the skill entirely to spite the water element. Is that how it works? Morgana asked, taking notes. Probably not, but nobody ever told Hawk that, and even if it shouldn't be possible, it didn't seem to stop him. He gained a number of fire skills from resources that we used for growth, but he has evolved those skills and perfected the usage of them on his own. For example, the flaming attacks I use, and the fireballs that he throws aren't actually a separate skill. That's just flaming body, formed in different ways. Even the cigarette lighter for Doug is the same skill. Carl explained. You know, if someone taught that skill to the nature priests, they would be unstoppable, a true menace to society. Hiding their lighters is the only way to get some of them to work. The witch doctor laughed, and Carl noticed that the whites of her eyes went completely black when she was amused. It was kind of freaky, and he wondered if it happened for all emotions, or if it was different. Well, if you want to learn and teach more skills, and you have a skill that makes inscription training unnecessary, then I think that we can work out a path for you. I am thinking that it will be cartography and history, with an emphasis on ancient architecture, so that you know the signs that there might be an undisturbed ruin nearby, and what era it might be from. Then it would just be a few extra courses in public speaking, for when you need to introduce a new find to the world. Some things that you find when you're searching for the rare and exotic won't be what you might have expected, but they can make big news, and that means being on television, but unable to throw Thor at them to distract the reporters. So, she had seen his first time being part of a news broadcast. Carl was quite proud of that performance, for a first attempt at doing a public interview. After lunch, Morgana led them to an empty room, which might have been a consultation room, as there was nothing more than a simple desk in it with 2 chairs and a side table with a pot of coffee and cups. I don't have all the books that we're going to need for the lessons, but I do have an aptitude test for you, both to judge where you are in your education, and to see if your head injury is causing any lingering effects when you need to focus. I know that they will try to steal you back to the battle lines with the other advanced students even sooner than they said, so we should get the basics laid out now. Morgana explained. Carl nodded. Before we start, who did all that ink for you? Some of those tattoos are incredibly intricate. Morgana chuckled. I did them all, but they're actually all spells. As a witch doctor, one of my abilities is a blessing or a curse on a target to enhance their abilities. So, the few who have the class all chose to cover themselves in the spells to mimic the abilities of the other classes, with enhanced mental powers and physical skills. Carl smiled and thought about the last of the rank 2 attack skills that he hadn't learned. Brutality increased the strength and size of the target by 10% per rank. If he had been thinking ahead, he could have used that during the last battle to help even the size difference between him and the frost giants, as well as reducing the strength advantage of the royal rank giant. Morgana rapped her knuckles on the desk. You look lost in thought. Care to elaborate? Carl shrugged. Just thinking of what I could have done differently in that last fight. There are a few class abilities that I could have taken advantage of and the fight might have ended differently. Morgana shook her head. Don't second-guess yourself. That only leads to doubt and hesitation. Neither of those things will help you survive, so just put them out of your mind. Now, here is the aptitude test. Much like your graduation test from middle school before the injections, but more difficult. You have all afternoon to finish it if you need, but it usually only takes an hour or two. Carl opened the booklet and picked up the pencil, then smiled as he realized that it was a multiple-choice test. Multiple choice was easy. But after the first page of general knowledge that all changed. It became long answers, more in-depth questions about things he had learned at the academy, things he had no clue about, and complex math questions whose answers he could only guess at. The only sections of the test that he was certain that he had done all right on were the botany and monster-related questions. The math was a lost cause, while he might have done all right on the magical theory, though he suspected that section had no real right or wrong answers, as long as you actually knew how to use magic. freewebnovel.com. Every class did things a little differently, so their understanding of magic wasn't the same, and they would describe the answers very differently. Even the beasts had conflicting answers about how and why some things worked. For example, Thor said that you knew the circle of protection was working because it felt right on the scales. How did you relate that to anyone else? It wasn't the sort of thing that you could explain in words, but Thor's impression told Carl just what it should feel like on the scales, if Carl had scales. All right, I think that is all the questions. I can see now that there are plenty of things in life that I don't know the answer to. Like the volume of a cylinder. But there should be at least a few of them where I did all right. Carl informed Morgana, who was reading the notes of his training as he worked on the test. She flipped through the test, and got to a question in the math section, where she looked startled. How did you get the answer to this? She asked, turning the book back to him. Oh, that's a force and velocity thing. 1 ton is about what a juvenile lightning Sarah weighs, and if he hits a wall with his brute strength at a 40-kilometer-an-hour run, he will exert about that much force. Thor loves smashing things. Poles, barriers, walls. They're all fun. So, I have seen it in action enough times to know the answer. I didn't use some fancy calculation, but I'm pretty certain that's right. Carl explained. It is. All of the ones on applied force are close to the proper answer, which was shocking, given how badly you did on the rest of the math questions. Morgana replied. Well, at least she didn't try to sugarcoat it. Then she went through the rest of the booklet, only smiling when they got to the botany section, where Carl knew all the plants in question, and the monster biology section, where Carl knew the vital points and the likely skills of the common species referenced. It had all been on common threats in the Golden Dragon Nation, so it wasn't hard for him to recall the early lessons that Sergeant Rita had gone through with him when they thought that common rank monsters were going to be the target of his missions for the first year. All right, I understand where you are at now. They went over the survival portions of the training first, and left the others until you had settled into your class, which they obviously never got to as you left the academy to play in the woods. That doesn't change much except the starting point for your next bit of training, and I will have the books here by tomorrow so we can get to it. Honestly, it's going to be a fairly simple and enjoyable course load. The first thing you will need to learn for geography is the basics of all the different environments. How to traverse them safely, the creatures you are likely to find, what plants are edible and which are poison. How to hide your scent, and how to blend into your surroundings. She paused at that point, noticing that Carl had been partially distracted by the team's running commentary. I need a real-time translator for you. I get the feeling that I'm missing out on 2/3 of the conversation, and I'm the one speaking. She commented in a dry tone. Sorry. They're all giving me hints on the areas that they know best. The plains, the forests, the swamps, the sky. Ray is a bloodbath spider, so she has a natural ability to blend into her surroundings, and she doesn't really understand why it won't transfer to me, when it did transfer to her golems. Thor thinks that blending in is overrated, and we just need a stronger pack. Hawk is laughing at their inability to fly away from danger. Carl narrated. So, you're saying that you should be good at the wilderness survival portion of the training? That's a real time saver. I thought that we would have to call in a nature priest to help. She sighed. We can still do that. I have one in the group, well, 2 of them if High Priest Doug and his team will be staying with us. But Colonel Valerie said that the next mission would be with the Academy students, so possibly not. Carl suggested. Morgana shrugged. Well, I am also a commander, so probably not. The war isn't going well for us, even with the elites on our side. Every line is spread thin, but your time in the Frost Giant Nation gave them hope that the new generation of students might have either some sort of power advantage as the World Dragon's favor returns to the people, or new ideas that would overturn the prevailing logic of battlefield engagements. The sort of logic that doesn't bother to count the number of giants before sending teams deep into enemy territory to engage them. Yeah, I can think of a couple of ideas that would overturn that line of thinking. Carl agreed, with anger slowly taking over his voice and expression without him noticing. Is this an ingrained issue with authority, or a new thing? Morgana asked cautiously, concerned that Carl's anger might be the start of a bestial rage. It's not really an issue with authority. I mean, Overlord Drake, and every one of the princes that I've met so far have all been solid and intelligent leaders. Some of the others, not so much. I've always had issues with stupid people and the give head to get ahead crowd. Carl replied with a shrug. Morgana choked on her coffee. The what now? Oh, sorry. I guess that bit of slang isn't universal. It means the ones who suck up to the leadership to get better positions, raises and perks. The sort of pencil pushers who always know better than you, even if they've never done your job, and are happy to go whine to their superiors if they don't think that they're getting the respect they demand. Carl explained. Morgana smiled as she tapped a rhythm on the table and thought about what she had read in his file. I get it now. That's why you get along with the church so well. They actually do the things that they ask others to do. For example, if they want monsters cleared, they send a cleric with the group who knows what they're doing. There's a front layer of competence, which the politicians and most of the luxury elites lack. She guessed. Carl nodded and his posture began to relax. I mean, every elite who got the injection has the blessing of the World Dragon, right? Shouldn't that be used for something more important than forensic accounting in a government office? freewebnovel.com. Morgana laughed as the anger faded from Carl and the sense of danger vanished as if it had never been there. I get your point. I am also not an office person. I prefer to be left alone with my potions. I used to sit in a gazebo for days at a time working on them. Alchemy is my trade skill, you see. It goes well with my class skills, and fills in the gaps in the abilities that I have. I think that learning to explore might fill your need to be away from bureaucracy, but I'm not certain that it will fill the gaps in the abilities that you have. Of course, you are one of the most versatile elites that I have ever met, so I am not certain where the blind spots in your abilities are yet. But when we find them, we can consider adding a trade skill to your courses. Carl smiled at the dutiful teacher. You make it sound like they're really planning to keep me in the academy for all 4 years. I am already a commander, and by this time next year, I will be at the bottleneck and looking for a way into the royal rank or possibly past that bottleneck already. By the time that I graduate, where will we be? The estimates I have heard are 2 years as a royal, so with a bit of effort I should be pushing for monarch rank as I start senior year, and then what? At that point, I might as well be here in the university because there won't be much for me to learn other than some new combat skills at the academy. The academy not really a place of higher education, more of a survival training camp for those with magical powers. I don't need that much survival training, and the ultimate goal here is to have fun while I push my beasts to the peak of overlord rank, where nothing is a real threat anymore. Where I can make the rules, simply because I'm the one with the power. Morgana looked shocked for a moment. A survival training camp? I suppose that would be how you see it, as you never followed a life plan or career path at the academy. But there is much more to it than just building power. Networking, building connections, a reliable social circle that can help you through the rest of your life. That's what the academy is good for. Carl considered that for a few minutes as he thought about all the people that he had met since he left the academy and started hunting outside. I think that is more true for those who are still awakened and ascended. When you're a commander, the others treat you more as an oddity or a teacher. We're not really one of them anymore, no matter how much we want to be. You graduated right before I started, right? So, less than half a year ago. When did you make commander? Carl asked. The week of the graduation ceremony. Morgana replied. Carl sighed as he gestured in her direction. And now here you are, as a teacher, assigned by the Bureau of Elite Development, no longer a student of the academy. You're not on their level anymore. I made commander before the end of the first term of the first year. Out here, I'm leading elite teams into combat, standing on par with the combat power of generals and regimental commanders twice my age, sent as the rescue force when awakened and ascended teams can't deal with the threats that they have found. I remember that Sergeant Rita said there are about 6 commanders per year in the graduating class out of hundreds of elites. It's like I've skipped the entire progression part of the academy's team-building exercise, and I don't really have a place there anymore. No matter how nice the balcony that you left for me is. Morgana smiled softly as Carl explained his point of view. You know, I wonder if this is also related to your class. Beasts grow up fast, ready to take their place in the world. Normally, freshman students keep that cute and naive nature for most of the first year, then they start to form cliques and factions during the second year. You went from that cute naive kid during the first weeks to the jaded child soldier much too fast, and you've already formed your clique. Or should I call it a pack? Thor nodded enthusiastically in Carl's mind. Their herd was a good one. Carl chuckled. Thor prefers herd. A lightning Sero operates as part of the herd. From behind Carl, Doug's amused voice interrupted their talk. Carl hadn't heard him open the door, so the nature priest was being extra sneaky today. Not all hope is lost, there is still some of that hopeless new student left. You should see him with Dana, it's adorable. They're clearly crushing on each other, but too shy to say it outright. The nature priest joked. Morgana smiled as Carl blushed before turning to face the intruder. Brother Doug, have you finished your meetings for the day? He asked. Doug shrugged. Skittles was mad at me for shirking on my paperwork. He says you have to balance work with fun, so I spent the day catching up on reports. But I came to see if you two were coming to dinner. It's about that time already. Morgana checked her watch and frowned. It's not dinner for like 2 hours yet. Doug shrugged. Overlord Drake and Prince Axel wanted to have dinner now, so I've been sent to fetch everyone before they have to go. I think that they have enough information now to give a proper update to whoever they're reporting to. I know you and Jill are reporting back to the Colonel, so someone else wanted them to stay and keep an eye on us until everything was decided. The High Priest had a point. The Bureau already had their agents standing right beside the students they were most worried about, and Ophelia likely had a niece with her, or someone else from the Bureau, since she was with Carl's team, and they were all away from the academy and showing promise. Sure enough, when they followed Doug to the cafeteria, Ophelia had Dave, Jill's partner at the Bureau, sitting next to her, working on a lesson plan, while Dana and Jill were engrossed in a conversation about something magical theory. Drake and Axel were sitting at opposite ends of the long table, so everyone was spread between them, while a number of doctors came in and out, adding reports to the files that the pair had assembled. It couldn't all be for Carl's group. There were only 9 of them here, but at least 40 folders between the 2 elites, and the doctors were bringing more of them every minute. That meant it had to be a general update on the state of the patients who were likely to be able to return to combat in the near future. That notion seemed to be supported by the cautiously optimistic look that many of the doctors had as they turned in the files. If they were bringing reports of those who would be confined to the hospital for the foreseeable future, they wouldn't look as optimistic. Once the reports stopped coming in, the staff brought over food for everyone at the table, an oddity at the cafeteria, where you usually ordered from the counter and waited for it. But this was an impromptu meeting with the prince and the overlord, whose gear had already been brought in, and was sitting by the door. Overlord Drake's deep voice carried through the room with ease. As you've guessed, we have been called back to the line. But we have the official reports for your groups. Lao Tai, Harry Kim, and Bob Mackenzie. Your wounds are considered healed, and you are officially fit for duty. High Priest Doug Mackenzie, you will be reviewed in 2 more days. She's not here, but Ascended Tori has been officially assigned to the Spellblade clan for training, as it has been determined that she is now a naturally awakened mage. Sisters Lotus and Tessa, you are both cleared and fit for duty. Ascended Elites Ophelia and Dana, you are both on medical hold for the next 2 weeks, barring a change in circumstances. Commander Carl, your healing will be reviewed at the end of the week. Carl looked at Ophelia, and wondered if her quiet acceptance of everything and generally mild nature when she wasn't in Werbear form was hiding more issues than she was willing to speak about in public. With Dana, it was much easier for Carl to tell that she needed more time. She had been right next to Tori in the wagon, and she had taken it hard. Drake cleared his throat and continued. For the others gathered here, I have some news as well. There are assignments for 15 of you to the Frost Giant border, as a recuperative period after your injuries, as the fighting there has decreased to a minimum. There are many others in our pile of reports who are cleared to return to duties, but who are not being requested to go to battle at this time. Military personnel who are cleared for duty will be contacted by your commanding officers, and cleared civilian personnel without a combat assignment will have transport arranged for them. There are enough names here that I will post them on the wall. Long-term patients, those who have been here more than a month, are with Prince Axel, and those who have been here under a month are with me. If your name is on the list, you are cleared for discharge from the hospital. If it is not, your doctors will advise you as to when you might be. The 2 elites put the list on the table next to them, and the doctors put copies up on the poster board by the door. That caused a slow exodus of bodies from the room, as the patients who had gathered to hear the news began to get excited to see the official determination. The doctors had told most of them whether they could leave or not, but the doctors didn't know who would be going where. Once the room was mostly cleared, Prince Axel looked around at the group with a tired expression before giving them the final announcement of the night. As much as I fought against it, as I don't support student soldiers, the entire awakened and ascended population of the academy is being sent to the border in the next 2 weeks. Once you are cleared, you will not be going back to your dorms, but to the border near the Hill Giant offensive. Commander Doug Mackenzie and his group have been assigned to the capital for security, along with his 2 sisters. While you are cleared for combat, the Bureau wants you to have some downtime between battles, so you will spend a minimum of 1 month here in the capital. High Priest Doug, that will unfortunately include you as well. Apparently calling the head of psychiatric medicine Skittles to his face earned you some time doing public relations work for the church. Axel informed them, his stern expression turning to a smirk at the end. Doug just shrugged as he ate his dinner. He is, and will always be, Skittles. I regret nothing. Prince Axel just shook his head at the nature priest. There was no reasoning with the man, it seemed. freewebnovel.com. Overlord Drake stood from his chair. Now, I wish you all the best of luck, and we will see you at the next inspection of the lines, World Dragon willing. The 2 ranking elites left the room, and Carl's group fell silent for a bit before Tessa finished her juice and sighed. Well, I guess we will meet again soon if half of us are being discharged. Do any of the doctors know if we're just waiting at the cathedral? One of the doctors nodded. Yes. You've both been assigned to wait at the capital cathedral until your team is cleared to leave. Official orders from the Archbishop himself have your entire team together for 1 year. It would take a lot to get him to change his mind on the matter, and it's doubtful that it will even cross his mind again. Tessa nodded. Well, we do have a contract that we won't leave anyone behind, and that we will do one task that pleases the Red Dragon Goddess every 3 months. Think we're actually way ahead of the curve on that one, but I suspect that the extras don't factor into the time frame when she expects her next tribute. You have 3 months between missions for the War Dragon. How long has it been since the last time her influence was obvious? The doctor asked, not wanting to risk an issue by keeping the team in the hospital. The battle that led us here. So, under a week, and the one before that was only 3 days or so prior, so we're good even if one doesn't count. Tessa explained. You have been busy. Though, with your group composition, it's a bit concerning that you would agree to a contract like that. The doctor frowned. Actually, our group is really well suited to it, once you add the monsters and golems. That makes all the difference. It's a lot like having 3 extra commanders with us, all with different skill sets. But I think that the War Dragon is particularly pleased by the fact that we are actually willing to go out and fight, and don't just do the minimum. I might have tested short of the commander rank exam requirements, but not by much. By the time that we get back from the hill giant border, I might be the youngest high priestess of the Red Dragon. Tessa replied. The doctor looked shocked. High priestesses of the War Dragon only usually came in 2 varieties. Disfigured and angry battle nuns in their early middle years, and matronly sorts who looked after orphans for a living. Becoming a high priestess so young, at least for the dragon god of war, was unthinkable in the minds of many. So, once we clear you, there is a good chance that you're going to throw yourselves back into battle, and challenge the hill giants to please the Red Dragon? The doctor asked. That was clearly a trick question, and designed to be used against the other members when they were doing their evaluations the next day. But the doctor had no shame about his actions, and wasn't trying to hide it. I wouldn't call it throwing ourselves in combat. Thor likes to smash things and Ray is likely running short on blood by now, so we will take a cautious outing to find some monsters to refill our supplies. Then, whatever happens, happens. Maybe we will find another village full of refugee children. That pleased the Red Dragon a lot. Tessa replied. The doctor nodded, having heard the story already. All right, I won't pry too deeply. I know battle is an essential part of most elites' lives. He reluctantly agreed. The last of the assembled doctors slowly dispersed, and then Carl's team retired back to their respective rooms for the evening, prepared for at least another week of monotonous tests and afternoons filled with lessons and chores. The chores part was especially fearsome to Lotus, who had been enjoying the wilderness far too much, even if it was cold. Now that she was back in the city, and headed for the cathedral, she would be expected to join the chore rotation during her stay there. That meant long hours and honest work, 2 things that no nature priestess willingly volunteered for. Carl sat in the next day's decompression session, a mental health counseling session that was mandatory for all patients here, and stared at the new doctor who had been assigned to him. She just wasn't getting it, and he wasn't certain how to explain the situation anymore. So, you're saying that a young child such as yourself isn't bothered by the death and gore, but you don't feel that is a problem? The old woman asked. Carl considered that for a moment, trying to find a new way to explain the issue, before he gave into the urge to just stand up and just walk out on her. If there is a rabid animal or wild monster loose in your neighborhood, what do you do? He asked. Call animal control, of course. She replied. And what do they do? Trap and relocate it, I assume. She shrugged. Carl rubbed his temples. This woman had never actually worked with anyone who had been in combat before, and it was exceedingly obvious. She had to be one of the academics from the university. He shook his head. You can't just relocate a dangerous creature and make it someone else's problem. They put them down. That's what we do. We put down dangerous creatures who are a threat to the people. It's not personal, it just needs to be done. But if they were people in your mind, how would you handle it? Carl saw where she was leading with this now. I would say that is a law enforcement issue. If they were humans, each and every one of them would be a serial killer and mass murderer. Many of them would be cannibals, as they prefer human flesh. I don't think that many people would object if they were put down, even if we did it live on television. The woman huffed in annoyance and walked out of the room. Victory. Skittles, the aging nature priest doctor, came in to replace her with a big smile on his face. What did you say to make the substitute counselor cry? He asked. I told her that the human equivalent of monsters are serial killers and mass murderers, that nobody would complain about being executed live on television. Skittles, or Dr. Xander, as he should properly be called, burst into laughter. The university sent over a bunch of academics to prove that our way isn't effective. Enough. They think that their treatment methods will create more healthy and balanced elites. Or get someone stabbed for asking the same stupid questions over and over. Carl pointed out. We monitor our patients for weapons. Dr. Xander replied stiffly. Carl took out his maul and passed it to the nature priest, who nearly dropped it on his foot. Goddess, that thing is heavy. Is that what you use to fight frost giants? He asked. No, I usually use a two-handed sword, but that maul packs a beating with it when it comes into play. But my point is that most of the patients are armed, even when it doesn't look like it. The doctor chuckled. Point taken. But I suspect the actual weapons aren't the largest issue if your personal problem is the annoying academics. Those who are unstable are sedated to prevent them using magic, but we already know that doesn't work on you, and if you set a monster on them, they wouldn't last long. The academics aren't clerics, they're just teachers. They don't have any magic or superhuman abilities, so they don't really understand what it's like. They're terrified of the threats to humanity, and many have the attitude that the ones who protect them are some sort of servants tasked to clean up problems. Carl nodded. Like that one. Maybe we should terrify them a little, make them leave. Carl saw why Doug called him Skittles when the man smirked, his eyes flashed with multiple colors of light. It might be some sort of skill or ability, but the glow did rather look like Skittles in his eyes. What were you thinking just now? Dr. Xander asked. I could use a bit of exercise. Perhaps we could arrange space to do some sparring out reebnovel.com. In the yard? Or if there is a suitable gymnasium here. Carl suggested. I will arrange it. There have been all sorts of complaints this morning, and I have been concerned that some of the elites might just do a self-checkout against doctors. Advice. Let me know when you've got somewhere for us to exercise, and I think that we can arrange something that will take the naive one's attitude down a notch. Carl agreed. Dr. Xander nodded and left the room, and Carl made sure he had shorts and a tank top under his hassock. He tended to forget, but if he was going to be sparring, he should have the lower layer on. He was just getting comfortable in the chair when Dr. Xander came back, under a minute later, with a big smile. All right, it's arranged. Even the white robes are on board with this. Just, don't do anything that might cause more patients. Carl chuckled. You don't have a cardiology department, do you? Because I can't guarantee that some of them won't need it when they see what being an elite actually means. Nope, that's next door and not our problem. We're not an emergency care center. Carl followed him out into the courtyard, where someone had created a huge amount of sand for a 20-meter round combat circle, the sort of training pit that soldiers had been using for close combat training since before recorded history. All right, Dr. Xander has asked that we all attend this seminar, both for the elites to blow off some steam, and to show the new hires a little of what it means to be an elite in combat. Commander Carl has graciously volunteered to help with the demonstration, so who would like to go first? The patients looked a bit confused, but Ophelia hopped up. Do we get to spar with Carl? Or is he going to cheat? Carl laughed and had Ray call out a spider golem with the ends of its legs blunted. There were a number of screams from the new doctors, and Ophelia laughed. I see how it is. All right, who has the training weapons? Carl shrugged. I don't think that you need them. Ray won't take it personally. Because there is no chance they're going to be able to kill my golem. The two squared off against each other across the circle as the civilian doctors watched in horror. Then Ophelia activated her armor and twin flaming axes before transforming into werbear form and launching herself at the spider golem. The two exchanged dozens of strikes in the first 2 seconds, with the golem parrying Bear's berserker rage-infused attacks, while she looked for an opening. Carl watched the doctors for a while, and even some of the clerics looked shocked at the brutality of the fight. Then it slowly turned to amusement as the golem knocked Ophelia over and used its blunted legs to tickle her belly while pretending to land strikes. Only when she roared at the golem in a fully animalistic rage did Ray finally relent and have the spider golem retreat. That's one for the golem. I think almost everyone gets the point. Who wants to spar? Next. I know I could use the exercise. My muscles are getting sore from lack of use. Carl offered. A man with a fresh scar across his face and down his bare chest raised his hand. Commander on commander unarmed spar. The monk suggested. That sounds good. We've got plenty of healers to deal with bruising, or we can do it with a barrier up so we're not actually harmed. Carl offered. Then we would need to use skills, and that might lead to accidents. Bare hands versus training weapons is fine. Carl had Ray dismissed the golem as he stepped into the ring. The hospital hassock would be fine for fighting, it was easy to move in. The two stretched a little, and then moved into a light sparring session, testing each other's skills. Carl didn't have his rings on, and this was the first time in a long time he had to test himself against another elite in actual physical combat. But once they started moving, he realized that his natural state was neither slower nor weaker than the monk. I thought you were a ranger type. The monk questioned as they circled. Beast tamer is an odd type. Our growth direction depends on our beasts. If we were using melee skills, I would get my ass kicked in seconds, but as for the basic body, I'm getting closer to that of a commander rank beast. Carl explained as he tried and failed to grab the shirtless monk. He realized why they fought shirtless when his hassock was grabbed, and he was flipped to the ground, only narrowly avoiding being pinned. The laundry room was going to hate them for this event. Once the monk began to sweat and look a bit winded, Carl backed off and smiled at him. The monk nodded. That was good exercise, I needed that after 2 months here. The new limbs are still a bit sluggish. They left the ring, and more groups moved in, awakened elites, who went 4 teams to the ring, as they weren't moving nearly as far as the commanders had. The new doctors all seemed to be in shock, even now that the fights were on a closer to human scale. They had been so overwhelmed by what they had seen at the start, which they could see was a game between friends, with no harm done despite the brutality of the event, that they still hadn't managed to get themselves under control. One of the younger doctors was sitting with her head against her knees, working to control her breathing. She didn't look all right, so Carl went over to check on her, snagging a couple of bottles of water off the table by the ring on his way. Here, sip slowly, it helps. Carl informed her as he sat down in the grass beside the young doctor. She numbly sipped the water as she stared at the elite sparring. Do you know why I became a psychologist? An awakened rank giant wolf spider took residence in my hometown while I was in the city at school. It killed half the population, and the ones the army recovered from the cocoons were never the same. She whispered. Sorry, I didn't mean it as a personal thing to anyone. The spider golems are just renewable, so I could show everyone an actual fight without injury. Carl replied. She nodded slowly, her heart still pounding so hard that Carl could hear it. I know that. It was just so. Carl patted her back. I know, and so does everyone else here. Every elite in this hospital has seen that level of battle and much worse. Most of us have been sent on those rescue missions to invaded villages. But look how much fun everyone is having now. That was the goal of coming here, right? To get everyone's mind back into a good place. The doctor smiled at Carl as she got to her feet. That's right. Thank you for reminding me. But I should give you some advice as well. If you're going to spar in a hassock, put pants on first. Carl laughed. I am wearing shorts underneath. I've been yelled at for that before, so I changed before we came out. A few of the other doctors laughed, especially the nature priests. As the doctors from the university began to see the camaraderie between the elites, they began to relax and look at them differently. Not as a problem to be solved, but as people who shared something that the rest of the world couldn't really understand. And so, the morning meetings were changed to morning outdoor activities, at least on the days with good weather. Wheelchair basketball, sparring, any sort of game the elites came up with was incorporated into their recovery regimen. Many of the doctors had pushed for this from the start of the elite program, but it was considered unconventional, or too risky for the wounded, even when they were confined to a basketball court, where they could easily be kept within the range of an area healing spell for treatment while they exercised. So that was how Carl's next week went, with exercise in the morning to bring his arm back up to his standards, and lessons with Morgana all afternoon to catch up on the schooling that he should have been taking during the first and second year, before he was sent out into the world. Carl didn't even know that some of those historical eras had happened, much less that they had their own architectural style that was likely to contain magical relics. It was enough new information that even Thor's prodigious memory was struggling to remember it all. The only easy part was the public speaking lessons, as Carl wasn't bad at that to begin with. The challenge was learning how to turn everything into polite doublespeak so that you could convey your message without antagonizing anyone, even in a hostile crowd. But all fun things must end, and at the end of a week, it was time for the review of the party members' progress. He had been healing well, but it was still unlikely that he would be discharged early. Ophelia might be, as she was doing much better now that she got to spend her mornings in werebear form, wrestling and sparring. It was Dana that Carl was concerned about. She had gotten quiet since the battle, and had lost a lot of the bubbly personality that used to come out at every chance. Perhaps that was just part of the experience, but it still seemed like she could use a bit more time with the priests. Or perhaps that was the problem, and she just needed to get back to normalcy with the other students. On the final day of the week, instead of the morning games, Carl was called to a meeting room where 5 doctors in 5 different cleric robes sat as a panel behind a desk. Commander Carl, initial prognosis, nerve damage to the left arm and a severe concussion. We are pleased to inform you that your time with us is now ended. You are cleared to return to duty at any time. The Academy should be contacting you later today to let you know of their deployment plans. Carl smiled. That is excellent news. Have you met with the rest of my team yet? The doctors shook their heads. No, you are the first review of the morning. There are a number of other patients between you and them, but you should have answers before you go anywhere. That seemed to signal the end of the meeting, and Carl stepped out into the hall, where his 3 roommates were waiting along the wall for his results. I'm good to go. It's been a pleasure, gentlemen. Carl informed them with a smile. Where are they sending you? Back to the frost giant border to freeze again? Carl shook his head. No, once my team is ready, we will be off to the hill giant border with the students from the academy. I haven't graduated yet, after all. The trio laughed. We heard a curious rumor about you. Is it true that you're still in the first year? Carl chuckled. Yeah. Halfway through my first year at the academy. I know it doesn't really look like it anymore, with the advancements and their physical improvements, but I was in the last batch of serum injections. Shit, we should try getting on the good side of some monsters. Maybe that's the secret. The blonde man joked. Ask the nature priests about that one first. They have many stories about the appeals and hazards of trying to cuddle the danger fluff. Behind them, Dr. Xander laughed. You're a bad influence on the entire Green Dragon priesthood, you know that? Do you know how many of them have tried to make new friends in the last week and nearly ended up in the emergency room? I claim no responsibility for that. They were like that before I arrived. That is true, I suppose. But speaking of which, we will be moving you over to the cathedral tonight to wait on the rest of your team, unless they're all released and ready to go today. I believe some of them were suggested to stay another week. Carl nodded. Yeah, I believe that the 2 priestesses are already there waiting for us. I'm sure that after a week in the capital cathedral, they're ready for some less exciting days. The doctor laughed at the thought that being with a military unit at the border was either less exciting or more enjoyable than the cathedral, but Carl knew that they would be stuck with all the paperwork that he had been dodging for the last month. Compared to that, sitting with 1,000 students in a camp at the border sounded much better. The 2 priestesses weren't students, so they wouldn't be asked to take lessons while they were there, and they were part of Carl's team by contract, so they wouldn't be reassigned to some menial duty, as they had to stay near the action to please the Red Dragon. Plus, Lotus had to be going crazy without any animals around, other than the cats of the cathedral.